The ancient flames of war endure to this day, commencing with the secret realm of the Great Blue Mountain, unveiling a fragment of history. The world transforms, ancient relics continually emerge, and the human race of the divine land rises. In the vast expanse of the divine land, there exists a nation named Li Tang in the eastern province, established for over 3 centuries. Its territory is abundant, and its people are simple and sincere. However, as the years have passed, the court has increasingly faltered in governance, beset by internal strife and external threats, with eunuchs and treacherous ministers running rampant, leaving the populace in despair. At this moment, in the outskirts of Jin City, within the deep, treacherous mountains of the Li Tang nation, the wind howls like a chilling blade, ever relentless, while the rain pours down in torrents. Thunder rumbles ominously in the sky, and lightning cleaves the pitch-black clouds. A curtain of rain descends from the heavens, casting an aura of desolation and coldness. The mountains encircle this place, forming a closed, seemingly isolated prison. Within this prison lies an unfamiliar realm, shrouded in dark, dense forests, through which a turbulent river flows. Amidst the wind and rain, the ferocious roars of wild beasts can still be heard, occasionally piercing the air. At this moment, a magnificent flower-crowned python coils lazily on a tree by a lotus pond not far away, seemingly indifferent to the tempest surrounding it. Rumble! Suddenly, a massive wild boar, its body entirely black and towering over a man, bursts forth from the storm-lashed forest, frantically seeking refuge beneath the tree, its long, chilling tusks protruding from its mouth, presenting a grotesque and menacing visage. Crack! Crack! A blood-red lightning bolt abruptly splits the thick clouds, illuminating the rain-soaked night with a blinding brilliance, only to be swallowed by darkness once more. Hiss! Within the flash, the spotted python, coiled upon the branch, suddenly opens its emerald eyes, glinting like venomous daggers, fixating intently on the panicked wild boar beneath. Its elongated body moves slowly along the tree trunk, almost imperceptibly, its fangs already bared, the scarlet tongue flickering with anticipation, fixated on the prey below. Instinctively sensing the looming threat of death, the wild boar's bristles stand on end, its fur glimmering like steel needles forged in the fires of hell and ice, gleaming ominously in the cold rain. The wild boar raises its head, recognizing the peril, its tusks poised in defense against the giant serpent. In that moment of stillness, one could almost hear the rhythmic beating of their hearts, as the tempest of wind, rain, and thunder seemed to fade into oblivion. In the distance, a lone figure observes from a vantage point, holding their breath. He has remained in this cursed place for 3 whole days, starving and drenched, having witnessed such brutal confrontations between beasts and reptiles more than once. This enormous python has devoured countless prey, its capacity for digestion astonishing. The python is fierce, its fangs deadly. This boar is doomed, he thought with indifference. The wild boar and the python, locked in a silent standoff. Suddenly, a leaf, dislodged by the rain, drifts down and lands squarely over the boar's eyes. The boar, caught off guard, lets out a frantic, desperate cry. The python, agile and sinuous, lunges from the tree, its massive maw expanding, revealing a dark crimson interior, its 2 green fangs glistening ominously. In a heartbeat, the coiling serpent descends upon the boar, and in an instant, they are entwined in the mire of grass. Mud splatters in every direction, vegetation flies, and the air is filled with the cacophony of hissing and growling, a symphony of primal chaos. As they roll, the vibrant, powerful body of the python dominates, while the boar's tusks are rendered ineffective, evident in its desperate struggles for survival. From afar, he watches without blinking, his breath held tight in his chest. In this stormy weather, a shiver runs down his spine as fear grips him tighter. Crack! Brilliant lightning slices through the overcast sky once more, illuminating the bleak heavens with a stark light, casting a vivid yet harrowing image. He gazes upward, seeing the dense, leaden clouds above. In a moment of desperation, the wild boar succumbs to the python's venomous bite, gradually falling silent. The python coils tighter, its immense maw opening wide to consume the struggling boar, slowly engulfing it, inch by inch, until its prey fills its belly, distending its form. At this moment, the sight of the python devouring its prey sends chills down one's spine, a visceral terror. After consuming the hapless wild boar, the python lies languidly beneath the tree, its belly swollen, no longer moving, resting and digesting. The heavens are desolate, the earth barren, and humanity is in disarray. In his mind, he ponders, what place is this? Why have the dreams of my past materialized into reality? He grips his thigh tightly, slapping his own face, feeling the sharp sting this time. It is not a dream, but a stark reality. He gazes around in bewilderment at this alien world, questioning, how did I end up here? What has transpired? In the end, he can only recall that day, when the skies unleashed a torrential downpour, accompanied by thunder and lightning and fierce winds. As an ordinary worker, he had been transporting a piece of automotive electrical equipment when a colossal roar erupted, shaking the earth. A blinding flash of lightning struck, plunging him into darkness, and when he awoke, he found himself inexplicably in this place, his mind clouded, his surroundings drenched in relentless rain, howling winds, and fierce lightning. Could this also be a dream? Why do I always find myself in such nightmares? He recalls a phenomenon in physics known as magnetic field transfer. Could this be the case for him? Suddenly, he bites his finger again. Ouch! Ouch! The pain is real, undeniable. Looking down, he sees deep bite marks, faint traces of blood visible. Perhaps he has bitten down too hard this time, but the sensation is indeed genuine. His name is Wang Chuan, a college graduate from a humble background. After graduation, he immediately joined a private factory, earning a meager monthly salary of merely 1,000 yuan, living a life of hardship. Wang Chuan has a passion for literature, often indulging in tales of immortals and legendary heroes, feeling burdened by life's struggles. He contemplates the brevity of existence, realizing that after a fleeting century of wealth and honor, one inevitably returns to dust, leaving behind nothing but bones, dissipating into oblivion, all ultimately proving to be illusory. He yearns for the transcendence depicted in immortal tales, where one rises above worldly concerns, defying life and death, embracing love and hatred, navigating the winds of the universe, and comprehending the essence of existence. Yet, this is merely a dream, a shared dream for all humanity. Upon entering this world, why does one first weep? Perhaps it is a lament for being born into such a merciless realm. Shaking his head, Wang Chuan clears his thoughts. Now is not the time for lamentation. This is no benevolent land. He must swiftly find a way out. Despite the profound suffering in this vast world, the instinct for survival compels one to return to it, which is truly ironic. Amid the storm, he casts another glance at the ferocious serpent in the distance, musing that once it digests its current meal and resumes its hunt, he may very well become the next target. If not now, then when? With that thought, he rises to survey his surroundings, discovering that he may have fallen into an inescapable trap, with only the river flowing before him, potentially offering an escape. Yet, at this moment, this river, its destination unknown, appears turbulent in the storm, likely swollen from the rains, causing anxiety to stir within him. However, considering the presence of wild beasts in this area, based on his observations, he knows that creatures often come to drink from the riverbanks. This dreadful weather may deter them now, but once the storm passes, the likelihood of encountering them on the banks will be high. At that time, he doubts he possesses the prowess of Wu Song. To confront a tiger, facing one would likely mean becoming its prey. Returning to the notion of taking to the water, drifting downstream, and surrendering to fate, he ponders where to find a means to cross. Although he can swim, he cannot simply remain submerged in the frigid waters, floating aimlessly. After much contemplation, he suddenly recalls that he possesses some strength-enhancing techniques, considering himself a slight practitioner of the arts. A self-deprecating smile crosses his face, yet he is far from the level of crossing a river on a reed. Should he attempt to swim across, he fears he would tire quickly and sink to the lake's depths, becoming an easy meal for the fish and shrimp. Chapter 2. To be placed in a life-and-death situation and then to rise again, Wang Chuan pondered a plan for escape. Regardless of where he found himself, whether he was born in a different time and space, or had been transported by magnetic forces to some secluded mountain gorge, his immediate course of action was to venture out and survey the situation before drawing any conclusions. Remaining here could only lead to certain death. The howling wind continued unabated, torrential rains fell in sheets, dark clouds loomed ominously, and the air was filled with the cacophony of thunder and lightning, all resonating in his ears like a relentless drumroll. Wang Chuan straightened his posture, thankful for his robust physique. He had diligently practiced Taoist yin-yang breathing techniques and Buddhist wisdom cultivation, both of which he had discovered in the library during his college years. He was uncertain of their efficacy, but with nothing else to occupy his time, he persisted in his practice. Over time, he began to notice a marked improvement in his physical condition. Indeed, he realized that during the late autumn months, He could comfortably wear a short-sleeved t-shirt and a thin jacket without feeling the chill, and even in the depths of winter, a single pair of trousers sufficed. Additionally, he sensed a warm energy radiating within him, circulating throughout his body, providing immense comfort. This sensation was proof that his practices were indeed effective. Lost in thought, a cold gust of wind swept over him, causing Wang Chuan to shiver involuntarily. The combination of wind and rain chilled him considerably, and he felt his stamina waning. It was time to recuperate. Resolute, he closed his eyes, focused his mind, and sat cross-legged, contemplating the drawing of 3 circles in his mind, envisioning a stream of energy moving rhythmically within his abdomen, shifting forward and backward, left and right, for a total of 49 repetitions. Almost immediately, he felt a warm energy coalesce into a Tai Chi sphere, circulating within his being. Guided by his intention, this energy flowed throughout his body, and after a brief period, he felt comfortably warm and rose to his feet. Indeed, it works, he mused internally. Otherwise, in such inclement weather, he would surely catch a cold or even develop a fever. While deep in contemplation, Wang Chuan suddenly noticed a large tree drifting downstream, bobbing and swaying with the current. By his estimation, it could easily support his weight. Realizing that the torrent was swift and that time was of the essence, he sprinted to the riverbank, leaping into the icy waters, swimming dog paddle style towards the floating tree. Upon entering the water, he quickly became aware of the powerful undercurrents swirling beneath the surface. He had to constantly evade the treacherous eddies to avoid being pulled under while simultaneously battling against the force of the current, which proved to be quite a challenge. After an intense struggle for survival, the tree drew nearer. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped one of its branches, hoisting himself up and clinging tightly to the trunk, finally securing his lifeline. Amidst the tumultuous waters, the lack of stabilizing support caused the tree to roll and sway violently with the raging current. Wang Chuan spent considerable time wrestling with his grip on this vital lifeline, lying across it, gasping for breath. The fierce winds and relentless rain blurred the line between sky and earth. The water surged tumultuously. Although the tree was vast and boasted abundant foliage, it too struggled to maintain stability in the churning waters, rising and falling, rolling incessantly, leaving Wang Chuan in a state of disarray. He tightened his grip on the branches, gritting his teeth, gradually adapting to the tree's erratic movements, instinctively adjusting his position to avoid being swept away by the current. It was exhausting, yet he had no choice but to endure. Wang Chuan gritted his teeth, resolutely enduring the tumultuous waters. Whenever the current slackened, he would hastily focus his mind, envisioning a surge of warmth coursing through his body. He summoned that enigmatic sensation of energy for a brief respite, combating the encroaching chill. The relentless wind and rain, now compounded by the surging waves, made it exceedingly challenging to maintain his posture, prompting a bitter smile to flicker across Wang Chuan's face. Amidst his struggles, he couldn't help but reflect on the uniqueness of his predicament. This manner of drifting was indeed unparalleled in the nation. Perhaps even the world. He could easily register for the Guinness World Records or boast about his ordeal among friends, undoubtedly garnering countless admirers. The turbulent rapids and crashing waves left him pondering how long he could possibly endure. Anxiously, he mused on his youth and vitality, lamenting his lack of a girlfriend. Though life spans a century, ultimately returning to dust, he was reluctant to perish in such a mundane fashion. Suddenly, a tree was swept away by a hidden current. Twisting violently, with a gasp, Wang Chuan lost focus for a moment, and the tree tumbled into the water, nearly plunging him into the river. He swallowed a mouthful of the frigid water, sending a chill of terror coursing through him. Frantically, he grasped a branch and scrambled upward, exerting considerable effort until he resembled a drenched dog, once again sprawled upon the tree trunk. Once stabilized, the cold water he had ingested, coupled with the biting chill and his empty stomach, induced a shiver, a palpable sense of hunger and cold enveloping him. What now? He cursed silently, contemplating his fate. If he continued to drift for days on end, he would inevitably meet a grim demise, becoming not only a victim of hunger but also of drowning. Wang Chuan cursed inwardly, staring at the raging river, acknowledging the absence of food. Although water was plentiful, he smiled wryly, feeling utterly helpless, unsure of when this ordeal would conclude. At that moment, as the trees floated downstream, he happened upon a colossal tree where a giant python lay coiled. The serpent appeared languid and at rest, and as Wang Chuan peered closer, he caught a whiff of a foul odor. The python was a terrifying sight, its massive head and dark, sunken eyes evoking a deep-seated fear within him. Its elongated, robust body was covered in dense brown scales, delivering a powerful visual shock to his senses. Instinctively, Wang Chuan submerged himself beneath the water, holding his breath until he dared to surface after a considerable time. The current was swift, rendering direction indiscernible, and he was oblivious to where he was drifting. Wang Chuan could only pray silently, hoping not to be swept into the depths of the jungle. However, by common knowledge, water flows from high to low, typically leading downstream to areas suitable for human habitation. Though the length of this river remained unknown, alas, life and death are in fate's hands, and fortune is dictated by the heavens. Just then, an alarming sound reached his ears. While he pondered, attempting to mock his own predicament, a violent crashing of waves echoed from afar. Turning his gaze, he was met with a sight that sent chills down his spine. Approximately 1,000 meters away, the river was abruptly severed, revealing an abyss ahead. Before him lay a waterfall, the roaring waters cascading downward, with various floating debris vanishing into the void. As if entering a realm of the dead at this moment, the river's surface had widened significantly. Yet the currents surged with greater ferocity. Wang Chuan scanned his surroundings, finding no solid ground to rely upon. However, recalling the formidable beasts, giant serpents, and venomous creatures lurking within the valley, he hesitated, unwilling to remain in this perilous spot. As he gazed at the waterfall, a frenzied thought took root in his mind. Wang Chuan was in a state of urgency and unease, uncertain of what to do, feeling as though he could only resign himself to fate. Fixating on the waterfall in the distance, his pupils constricted, and he grasped the tree trunk tightly, courage welling up within him. It seemed that he had no choice but to take a leap of faith. Perhaps beneath the waterfall lay a sanctuary, a chance for survival. With a desperate resolve, Wang Chuan clenched the branch with all his might, adjusting himself as he drew closer to the cascading water. His body taut with anxiety in his mind, he urged himself. As long as he did not let go during the descent, and remained firmly anchored to the tree, allowing it to plunge into the water first, he could harness the force of the impact to perhaps escape unscathed. Wang Chuan understood that his safety hinged on the height of the waterfall and the manner of his descent. Yet, the sound suggested it was not particularly high as he pondered. He and the large tree neared the waterfall, and in an instant, the tree rolled forward. Overcoming all obstacles, Wang Chuan swiftly adjusted his posture, managing to stand firmly atop the tree as they plummeted together in that fleeting moment of descent. His peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the scenery downstream, and to his delight, he spotted verdant fields at what appeared to be the river's end. Chapter 3. Escape from danger. A glimmer of hope. The waterfall loomed tall, cascading like a jade belt, and amidst the tumultuous waters, a great tree could be seen falling. Accompanying its descent, Wang Chuan heard a cacophony in his ears akin to the clamor of broken gongs. His vision blurred, rendering the world indistinguishable, and he felt weightless, drenched through and through, while his peripheral sight registered the rapidly enlarging objects below. With a resounding splash, all sounds converged into the noise of falling water. Tumbling amidst the waves, he found himself bobbing up and down, swallowing an unknown quantity of river water. Nevertheless, he held onto the branch with unwavering determination, allowing the tree to roll in the water, sinking deeper due to the force, before finally surfacing. After what felt like an eternity, a flash of light caught his eye, and he beheld the tempestuous sky once more. Having danced at the threshold of death, Wang Chuan felt an unexpected warmth towards the world around him. Once afloat, Wang Chuan quickly surveyed his surroundings and discovered a deep pool beneath the waterfall, measuring 10 zhang in circumference. The water's edge was lined with azure waves. Yet rain lashed down, creating a symphony of bubbles on the opposite bank. He noticed a gap leading to a gently flowing river that stretched into the distance, where, based on his earlier observations, human habitation lay a few kilometers away. At this moment, he could indeed leave the waterway. Utilizing his own abilities, he could abandon the tree and reach the shore, following the riverbank onward. However, the dense thicket of trees, coiling vines, and rampant undergrowth on the bank hinted at the lurking presence of ferocious beasts and creeping reptiles, rendering it a perilous choice. After careful consideration, Wang Chuan resolved to continue drifting on the floating tree for a while longer before deciding whether to disembark. After all, venturing closer to human settlements might significantly reduce the likelihood of encountering wild predators, gradually leading to their extinction. The plan has been set. Wang Chuan stood atop the floating tree, exhaling deeply amidst the torrential rain. Here, the water flowed much more slowly, and the great tree remained relatively stable. He began to focus his mind and circulate his energy to dispel the chill. The Jiming technique requires movement, yet the current environment was not conducive to it. Thus, He opted to rotate the yin-yang and qigong. Tracing 3 circles, merging into a state of unity with heaven and earth, he envisioned himself melding into the universe, infusing his body with the warmth generated by the 3 circles, while simultaneously perceiving the energies of nature nourishing him in return. With one part of his focus devoted to cultivating his energy, he also had to maintain his stance to avoid falling into the water. After about an hour, Wang Chuan no longer felt the cold. Rather, he felt a comforting warmth. Reflecting on his journey, it seemed that in this world, this technique had become remarkably effective for some unknown reason. After a while, Wang Chuan gazed into the distance. The river's destination was unclear. Yet in the far-off scenery, fields of crops began to emerge, revealing a faintly visible muddy path in the countryside. It appeared to be time to ascend the bank. Otherwise, being seen in such a precarious state would be a source of great embarrassment. Wang Chuan kept a vigilant eye and, upon spotting a narrower section of the river, leaped into the water, swimming several times until he reached the shore. He grasped the grass and foliage on the bank, pulling himself up with effort. Once on solid ground, he finally noticed signs of human habitation. With his feet planted firmly, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. After resting for a moment, he realized that the rain had ceased without his noticing. After such a tumultuous ordeal, it seemed that the heavens had not been unkind, allowing him to return to the world of men as dusk began to fall. Wang Chuan rose to inspect his attire, which was riddled with numerous tears, caked in mud and filth, resembling that of a beggar, leaving him in a state of bemusement. Observing that no one was around, he decided to take matters into his own hands. He stripped down completely, washing himself thoroughly in the water, and cleaned his clothes in the river as well. Although still damp, they felt far more comfortable than before. The rain had ceased here, the thunder had subsided, and signs of dissipating clouds began to appear in the sky. The forest was tranquil, the cold wind rustling through the trees, and raindrops cascading from the leaves. Wang Chuan walked alone along the path until he soon reached the edge of the cultivated fields. To his surprise, he discovered a field of sweet potatoes, a glimmer of hope amidst his trials. He dug one up with his bare hands, washed it in the water, and ate it raw. Its sweetness was just enough to satiate his hunger. It seemed as if the heavens were intentionally favoring Wang Chuan. For the dark clouds had parted to reveal the setting sun, and on one side of the sky, a beautiful rainbow faintly appeared. The air after the rain was fresh and slightly cool, invigorating as it filled his lungs, washing away the fatigue and gloom that had weighed upon him. Standing amidst the fertile fields, he gazed into the distance at the quaint cottages, and a look of perplexity suddenly crossed his fair features. Chapter 4. Confirming the otherworld and inquiring about livelihood. Why are there no power poles? No houses made of concrete and bricks? Could it be that, as I jested earlier, I have truly arrived in another world? A sense of unease gripped Wang Chuan's heart. He unconsciously began to worry for his survival, feeling a pang of sorrow at the thought of parting from his parents and dear little sister. Instinctively, he made his way toward the village, determined to ascertain his circumstances. The clouds had cleared, the rain had ceased, and a fragrant rainbow graced the sky. Yet, within my heart, the winds howled, and the waters of the river felt chillingly cold. Cursed heavens, please do not toy with me. Wang Chuan often indulged in a few literary musings, tinged with a hint of melancholy. The village entrance was not far off. With each step, his heart raced anxiously, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. Suddenly, upon witnessing the scene ahead, Wang Chuan felt an unsettling chill sweep over him. Fate is but a matter of chance, its cycles elusive and untraceable. He stood at the village's threshold, his expression vacant, a solitary figure reminiscent of a leaf adrift in turbulent waters, bobbing aimlessly with the current. Before him lay a landscape that could only be described as an obscure village, shrouded in lingering smoke from the hearths of humble homes, devoid of the rigid constructs of modernity. Verdant bamboos swayed gracefully, and willows danced in the breeze. Wang Chuan could faintly discern villagers clad in loose garments, their flowing sleeves billowing like the attire of ancient sages. Who is this young man? Which household is he from, so remarkably handsome yet unknown to me? Why do you wander alone in the rain? A middle-aged woman, adorned in traditional garb and wearing a hairpin, suddenly appeared before Wang Chuan, clucking her tongue in bemusement as she scrutinized him. Wang Chuan felt a wave of despondency wash over him. He could not shake the uncomfortable sensation that accompanied her gaze. Could this place be an outskirt of some film set? Quickly, he composed himself, assessing the woman before him. Dressed in coarse linen, her features etched with age, scrutinizing him with a pair of skeptical eyes. Unsure of how to respond, he tentatively mimicked the speech of ancient scholars. "I am but a humble traveler, unfamiliar with this esteemed locale. Might I inquire as to its name and the way to the city?" The old woman, revealing a gap-toothed smile, replied, "Do not be so formal. This is Xiahe village, home to about 100 families, all farmers. Aside from a benevolent gentleman named Wu Hanlin, who is of noble status, the rest are simply peasants. Pray tell, young man, to which relative do you seek to pay a visit?" Upon hearing this, Wang Chuan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. What was this place? Countless questions raced through his mind, though his expression remained unreadable. The old woman, mistaking his disheveled appearance and the absence of a traveling bag for that of a destitute relative seeking refuge, saw his plight as not uncommon in these challenging times. Wang Chuan offered a wry smile. "Dear lady, you are mistaken. My family has fallen into misfortune, leaving me the sole survivor. I am merely passing through." As he spoke, an inexplicable ache settled in his heart. The greatest sorrow of life lies in the inability to return home, a pain that pierced him deeply. The old woman, upon hearing his plight, expressed genuine sympathy. Such a young man, yet burdened by so many hardships. It is indeed lamentable. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Chuan asked, "Do you know of any opportunities for work? I would be endlessly grateful for your guidance." He pondered that it would be wise to first find stability before devising a long-term plan. The woman paused, considering her words, then pointed in a certain direction, saying, "I have heard that the benevolent Wu Hanlin has returned to his homeland to recuperate and is in need of assistance at home. You might try your luck there. Should you gain entry into the Wu residence, you could secure a lifetime of comfort and sustenance." Wang Chuan followed the direction indicated by the old woman's finger and, sure enough, a grand residence adorned with yellow-tiled glazed roofs stood proudly before him in this remote corner of the world. It was indeed an eye-catching sight, and he momentarily forgot his earlier despondency. Wang Chuan, filled with gratitude, exclaimed, "Thank you, dear lady, for your guidance. I shall proceed at once to the Wu residence. Should I gain entry and find success in the future, I shall be sure to repay your kindness." The elderly woman turned, raising her arm once more to point towards the village, and instructed, "Behold the tallest pavilion. That is the Wu residence. Follow this path straight ahead, and you shall find 2 majestic white marble lions guarding the entrance, with a resplendent vermilion door that exudes grandeur. Indeed, it is the Wu residence." Grateful for her directions, Wang Chuan thanked the woman and set off as advised. After a brief interval, he indeed beheld a pair of white marble lions, poised and fierce at the entrance. Upon the 2-tiered steps stood a striking vermilion door, adorned with 2 large red lanterns, presenting a magnificent spectacle. The plaque above the entrance, inscribed in elegant cursive, read Wu Residence, with 2 gilded characters glistening in the light. Wang Chuan mused to himself that the ancient mansion of legend was truly extraordinary. Even before stepping inside, one could sense the strict governance and remarkable atmosphere, a quality that modernity could never replicate. Chapter 5. Entering the Wu residence. As Wang Chuan approached the Wu residence, he noticed 2 bronze beast head door knockers. He reached out and struck one of them. Clang, 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 clang. After a moment, the door creaked open, revealing a servant who peered out. Upon seeing Wang Chuan's tattered attire, the servant assumed he was a beggar seeking alms and nonchalantly handed him a half-eaten white bread roll, coldly saying, "Take this and be gone." Without waiting for a response, he withdrew his head and shut the door. Wang Chuan opened his mouth to protest, but there was no one to hear him. And anger surged within him as he muttered, "Damn it, I could set your mansion ablaze." Just as he vented his frustration, the door swung open once more. Wang Chuan's heart skipped a beat, fearing that his earlier outburst had been overheard and that the servant had returned to confront him. However, the servant merely regarded him with curiosity and nodded, saying, "It is truly lamentable to see one so young and handsome, homeless and exposed to the elements, reduced to begging. Our household is currently seeking new servants. Why not enter the Wu residence and serve as a proper attendant? It would be a far better fate than that of a beggar." Wang Chuan was uncertain whether his earlier words had been heard, prompting this offer, or if the servant was merely extending an invitation out of compassion. Nevertheless, he hesitated for a moment, contemplating that one must take risks to reap rewards. Given his precarious situation, with no shelter or safety net in this world, he decided to accept the servant's offer and entered the Wu residence. Wang Chuan, having unwittingly found himself in a foreign realm, gazed at the surroundings with a sense of unfamiliarity. This grand feudal mansion was a sight he had only encountered in films, and now, standing amidst its lush shade and fragrant ambience, with green bricks and red tiles arranged harmoniously, he felt overwhelmed by its magnificence. Under the guidance of the servant, He traversed through corridors and doorways, his head spinning from the grandeur, until they finally arrived at a designated spot where the servant instructed him to wait before entering further. Wang Chuan stood alone in this place, surveying his surroundings adorned with plum blossoms, orchids, bamboo, and chrysanthemums, interspersed with the vibrant hues of osmanthus and myriad unnamed exquisite flowers, forming a lush green canopy that exuded an air of elegance. It was evident that the master of this residence was a person of refined taste and noble character. After a brief moment, a servant emerged from within, and upon noticing Wang Chuan still waiting patiently, he instructed, "My master has summoned you inside. This is an immense fortune for you. You must tread carefully in your words and actions, exhibiting utmost respect and decorum. Any display of coarse language or ignoble behavior is to be strictly avoided. Do you understand?" Wang Chuan inwardly cursed the servant's condescension but replied with utmost respect, "Thank you for your guidance, elder brother. I am not a beggar, merely fallen on hard times and wandering here. I am well aware of how to conduct myself." The servant, seemingly unfazed, smiled and said, "That is excellent. Now do hurry inside, lest my master grows impatient." Observing the servant's demeanor, Wang Chuan suddenly realized that this man had surely encountered many people, honing a keen ability to read others' expressions, much like the receptionists of inns in his own time. Contemplating this, he followed the servant's direction and made his way into the house. There, he beheld an elderly gentleman clad in luxurious garments, of distinguished appearance and profound demeanor, diligently writing at a desk equipped with ink, paper, and brushes. On the paper, he had inscribed a line of poetry: "The spring orchid's fragrant intoxication, the autumn chrysanthemum's bitter clarity." Recognizing the verse, Wang Chuan thought, could it be that autumn has already arrived here? The elderly gentleman, already aware that a new servant required his attention, had been so inspired by the beautiful garden that he had hastily begun to compose poetry. At that moment, upon noticing the ragged young man standing silently, he appreciated his discretion and did not interrupt his work, saying, "Come here, and assist me in grinding ink." Realizing that he was being summoned, Wang Chuan nodded and approached, understanding the subtlety of the request, and began to grind the ink in silence. The elderly gentleman, a scholar of some repute, was typically reserved and indifferent to worldly desires, shunning the flattery of the officialdom in favor of self-amusement through poetry and wine. Thus, he resided in seclusion, finding joy in the appreciation of nature, composing poetry and painting, leading a life of leisurely ease, akin to that of an immortal. With a tranquil demeanor, he gazed contemplatively at the bamboo, chrysanthemums, plum blossoms, and orchids outside the window. After a brief moment of murmured contemplation, he suddenly swept his brush across the paper, producing a few lines of vigorous and distant ink characters. Wang Chuan stole a glance, observing the poem that read, "The spring orchid's fragrant intoxication, the autumn chrysanthemum's proud defiance against the chill." A silent sentiment transformed into the thoughts of a talented scholar. The elderly gentleman read the lines with great appreciation, a satisfied expression gracing his face. Wang Chuan remained silent, yet felt something was lacking in the verses, thus revealing a look of perplexity. The elderly gentleman, perceptive to Wang Chuan's expression, inquired, "Are you a newly hired servant?" Wang Chuan nodded in affirmation, "Indeed, that is me." The elderly gentleman, noting the subtle differences in Wang Chuan's demeanor, contemplated, "This young man possesses an air of defiance about him, yet carries an inner strength, calm as autumn." He then asked, "Have you studied poetry and literature?" Wang Chuan mused to himself, why so many questions for merely hiring a servant? Nevertheless, he patiently replied, "I have read some books. May I inquire why you ask?" "Esteemed sir." Wu Hanlin was momentarily taken aback, pondering to himself, "This young fellow speaks truthfully. A servant need only follow orders and execute tasks. Moreover, if he were a scholar, how could he have fallen to such lowly status?" After a moment of contemplation, Wu Hanlin inquired, "What skills do you possess?" "The affairs of my household vary according to the individual. Duties are assigned accordingly, and I have little patience for those who are lazy and deceitful." Wang Chuan, momentarily forgetting his own station, suddenly raised his eyebrows and declared, "I manage the accounts, and I excel in that regard." Upon hearing this, Wu Hanlin found the young man's words and demeanor rather peculiar and distinct, as if he truly possessed genuine talent. Yet he soon reflected, "In my household, we already have the esteemed steward, Old Dong, who oversees procurement. It would be inappropriate to select another, and it would not be sensible to disrupt existing relationships." Thus, he replied, "The management of materials in my household has been in the capable hands of Old Dong for many years. It would be unreasonable, both in sentiment and logic, to assign such duties to another." Wang Chuan, hearing this, felt a twinge of disappointment but responded, "I am willing to heed your commands, my lord." Though he spoke those words, he thought secretly, "Please, do not assign me the menial and filthy task of cleaning the latrines. O Buddha, grant me mercy." Wu Hanlin contemplated for a moment, stroking his beard, and said, "In my household, each individual has their own duties. There are no idlers who merely consume resources. The purpose of this recruitment is to find someone to tend to my flowers and plants, as I am weary of political affairs and find joy only in poetry and horticulture. Can you fulfill this role?" Wang Chuan was momentarily speechless, thinking to himself, "Good heavens, I am to be a gardener? But can I truly manage it?" Observing Wang Chuan's silence and peculiar expression, Wu Hanlin inquired further, "Is this too much to ask of you?" Suddenly, Wang Chuan recalled his high school biology lessons, where he had learned about the cultivation of plants and minerals. Perhaps if he applied this advanced knowledge to gardening, he might excel. With this revelation, he brightly replied, "I have previously studied some techniques in plant cultivation. I believe I can rise to the occasion and fulfill this duty." Wu Hanlin was overjoyed upon hearing this, laughing heartily. "Young man, it is indeed a joyful occasion to have such skills." Wang Chuan, feeling a bit bashful, replied with a modest smile, "Such trivial skills are hardly worth mentioning." Wu Hanlin declared, "It is settled then. You shall be in charge of the flowers and plants outside my study. Work diligently and attentively, and I assure you, I shall not treat you poorly." Wang Chuan smiled humbly. In this vast world, among the multitude of beings, fate intertwines like the threads of countless tales. Love and enmity are but expressions of emotion. And what is emotion if not experience? Chapter 6. The initial life in the Wu residence. Upon entering the residence of Wu Hanlin, Wang Chuan found himself assigned the role of a gardener, which indeed felt like a maiden riding in a bridal palanquin for the first time. However, in order to survive in this unfamiliar world, Wang Chuan had no choice but to adapt swiftly. Truth be told, he had no desire to remain a flower gardener for the rest of his life, and in his leisure, he diligently practiced his martial arts, having discovered that the two techniques he cultivated yielded remarkable results in this realm. He sensed within him two extraordinary energies circulating along distinct pathways, one pure and ethereal, the other calm and serene. In these recent days, whenever the night deepens and silence envelopes, he discovers, upon the practice of his art, that he can hear the whispers of the wind around him, as if a distinct aura of a martial technique has manifested. It resembles the scenes he once beheld on television of gallant heroes channeling their energy. This revelation fills Wang Chuan with immense joy, leading him to ponder that this world is indeed extraordinary, seemingly infused with the legendary essence of heaven and earth. He believes that if he remains steadfast in his pursuit of the exceptional, there shall surely come a day when he will emerge from the shadows. As time passed, Wang Chuan gradually unraveled the general circumstances of this world. The level of civilization here appears to be roughly equivalent to that of the Sui and Tang dynasties of his previous world, featuring two formidable nations alongside several weaker states. Both great powers are ambitious, yearning to unify the realm, while the smaller nations, unable to maintain autonomy, find themselves reliant on the two. In recent years, the two dominant nations, Litang in the Central Plains and Yuan-Tu in the north, have been embroiled in relentless warfare, leading to widespread suffering among the populace, with victories and defeats alternating like the ebb and flow of tides. However, in recent times, the clamor of war has subsided. Yet, observant individuals note that Tang has been conscripting soldiers, the prices of copper and iron soaring, and the government stockpiling resources. Meanwhile, Yuan is sharpening its blades and preparing its forces, suggesting that the calm at the front lines may herald an impending storm. In this chaotic era, the spirit of martial valor is particularly pronounced. Perhaps a consequence of the turmoil, the court encourages martial pursuits, or perhaps such a spirit is inherently woven into the fabric of the people. Across the land, various treatises on warfare and martial arts circulate among the populace. Alongside illustrious martial clans and sections, this is a vibrant and colorful world, and Wang Chuan begins to find himself enamored with it. Moreover, Wang Chuan has discerned his own position. Xiahe Village is a subordinate settlement located in the northwest of Jincheng, characterized by its remote geography yet blessed with picturesque scenery, nestled by mountains and rivers. The population of Xiahe Village is modest, comprising around 100 households, with the only prominent family being the Wu family, Wu Hanlin, possessing considerable connections in the court and holding a position equivalent to half of a cabinet scholar, has the authority to draft secret edicts and wield significant power. Consequently, even the governor of Jincheng pays him visits, and thus, within the confines of Jincheng, people take pride in being associated with the Wu family. As the saying goes, life in this world seldom meets one's desires. often falling short of expectations. Since arriving in this strange realm, Wang Chuan, having the fortune to enter the Wu residence, should have lived without worry, diligently amassing his strength. Yet, the world is such that only through unwavering perseverance can one refine the heart, while infinite transformations reveal the true essence of utility. However, there are indeed some deceitful and opportunistic individuals who oppose him purely for personal gain. Nevertheless, observing the world at large, whether in the martial realm or the court, there are always factions forming for personal interests, leading to conflicts over benefits. Thus, those sharing common interests often band together, while factions engage in mutual strife and ruthless competition. The Wu residence is no sanctuary of purity. Among the servants, factions have formed over the years, with some claiming seniority and the master's trust, wielding power over newly arrived servants, subtly establishing a tightly knit hierarchy. Since Wang Chuan entered the Wu residence, he has leveraged his expertise in biotechnology from his past life to cultivate fragrant and elegant flora, filling the air with vitality. Upon witnessing this, the venerable Wu Hanlin is overjoyed, calling upon friends to compose poetry and share in the praise, often boasting of his discernment in recognizing talent, having brought in such a horticultural genius like Wang Chuan. Wang Chuan, possessing remarkable skills, often garnered the admiration of Wu Hanlin, who, in turn, bestowed upon him considerable care in his daily life. He specially allocated a separate chamber for Wang Chuan, affording him a living standard significantly superior to that of the ordinary servants. Along with a degree of autonomy in the Wu residence, Wang Chuan enjoyed a life free from financial worries. With generous monthly allowances, he employed biocomparative techniques to analyze the geological composition and trace elements of the soil in his study's floral arrangements. Ultimately, through ingenuity and craftsmanship, he devised a drip irrigation system using bamboo, capable of supplying essential nutrients to the plants in his absence. This innovation liberated him, granting him ample leisure time to practice martial arts, take leisurely strolls, and occasionally venture out through the back gate for a casual jaunt. While Wang Chuan relished this carefree existence, his amiable nature inadvertently stirred jealousy among certain petty individuals within the household, who mused, "This new servant, lacking any connections, lives better than we do. Why not extract some benefits from him and remind him of the hierarchy here?" One day, during his day off, Wang Chuan ventured outside the estate, wandering until he stumbled upon a secluded spot characterized by elegant surroundings and breathtaking scenery, remarkably devoid of human presence. Enchanted by the environment, he thought it an ideal place to practice his skills. Without hesitation, Wang Chuan settled onto the lush grass, inhaling the essence of nature, gradually allowing his mind to sink into a state of tranquility, devoid of desire and perception, embodying a serene void in that moment. The harmonious interplay of yin and yang enveloped him. He commenced the practice of his yin-yang harmonization technique, the first form known as meat within meat or Wu Ji, channeling and amplifying his internal energy throughout his body, feeling as if he were immersed in a warm spring, enveloped in a soothing clarity. Unconsciously, Wang Chuan transitioned into a second realm, Qi within Qi, also referred to as Tai Jai in this boundless state. He experienced a profound realization, perceiving himself as a microcosm of the universe. At that moment, he rapidly generated two distinct energies. Amidst the darkness, he discerned the presence of an infinite space above and below him, each giving rise to a radiant orb of light. These two luminous spheres, dazzling in their brilliance, seemed to attract one another, each harboring a brilliant beam of light that intertwined, and in an instant, his body trembled as he glimpsed an infinite brilliance in the darkness, akin to the harmonious song of phoenixes, a sensation of unparalleled fulfillment. While immersed in meditation, Wang Chuan remained oblivious to the unusual sounds surrounding him. As leaves swirled in the wind, yet each time they fell toward him, an invisible barrier thwarted their descent. Within his conscious realm, he experienced a profound sense of ease and completeness. Suddenly, a wave of anxiety surged within him, prompting Wang Chuan to reluctantly awaken, pondering the cause of this disturbance. Perhaps the time had not yet come. Raising his gaze to the sky, he beheld the resplendent sunset, the clouds ablaze in hues of crimson. Wang Chuan mused, "It seems my meditation has lasted a whole day." As twilight approached, he rose, straightened his attire, and made his way back along the path. Chapter 7. A maiden of hidden jade. On his return journey, he observed the vibrant evening glow adorning the horizon, a magnificent display of colors, as the sun set over the rustic cottages and fields, surrounded by verdant bamboos and cool chrysanthemums, amid the vast expanse of the world. Wang Chuan found himself enveloped in a serene tranquility, yet a sudden realization washed over him. a profound understanding of the enduring nature of mountains and rivers, contrasted with the tumultuous fate of human life. He pondered, why is it that in this world, humans cannot possess an everlasting existence akin to that of the mountains, rivers, and celestial bodies? Confounded by this thought, he returned to the Wu residence. It was the hour for dinner. Yet Wang Chuan did not partake. Instead, he had brought back a roasted mountain chicken from the market, its tender, crispy skin exuding an intoxicating aroma. Additionally, he procured a jug of wine. In this solitary world, he felt profound loneliness and gradually learned to embrace drinking, often indulging in solitary libations beneath the blossoms, allowing the fine wine to spill upon his garments. This moment, he meandered to his chamber, only to be taken aback to find his door ajar. How strange! Had he not secured it before his departure? Curiosity piqued, he hastily entered, and to his astonishment, he beheld 3 figures within his room. Elder Dong seated at the center, He Qian on the left, and Chang Si on the right. These 3 exuded an air of pretentious superiority, their demeanor decidedly condescending. Elder Dong wore a visage of calm composure, while he and Chang bore expressions of cunning malice. Observing this, Wang Chuan's brows furrowed, and a chill ran through him, internally muttering that these 3 were not to be trifled with. Maintaining an impassive facade, he feigned ignorance of their presence and greeted them with a beaming smile. I wondered why the sun seemed to rise in the west today, stirring my heart with unease. It is, in fact, an honor to have esteemed guests grace my humble abode, illuminating this modest dwelling. The 3, upon hearing his words, exchanged glances of slight discomfort, for it is said that one should not strike a smiling face. He and Chang's faces twitched, while Elder Dong rose to greet him, his bald head glistening as he boisterously proclaimed, "It is said that young Wang is a prodigious talent, promising a future brimming with potential. I must say, upon meeting you today, you are indeed exceptional, truly remarkable. I had intended to welcome you with fine wine, but alas, pressing matters within the estate have detained me. I hope for your understanding, dear Wang." He and Chang, ever the sycophants, feigned smiles in agreement. Wang Chuan felt a surge of revulsion but suppressed it, replying with forced cordiality, "Elder Dong, your words are overly generous. I have endured much turmoil, nearly facing calamity, yet I find myself fortunate to have garnered your favor, which has rescued me from dire straits and truth. I should be grateful with wine for your kindness, but I have been preoccupied with tending to my flowers and plants, leaving me little time for social engagements. I must take full responsibility for this lapse, and I hope you will be lenient, Elder Dong." Wang Chuan gestured with cupped hands, not waiting for a response. Maintaining his composure as he continued, "Today, I ventured out specifically to procure some fine wine and roasted chicken. There is no time like the present for us to drink and revel in each other's company. It would be a delight if you, Elder Dong, and my 2 esteemed brothers could join me." The wine was indeed exquisite, fragrant and mellow, the roasted chicken tantalizingly delectable. However, Elder Dong politely declined, while the 2 behind him displayed fleeting disappointment. Wang Chuan remained unfazed, thinking to himself that he would deny these rascals their indulgence. Such a group of scoundrels, beneath contempt. Elder Dong laughed heartily, "Very well. As the hour grows late and tomorrow promises a busy agenda, we shall take our leave. We shall return to disturb you another day. Until we meet again." Wang Chuan responded with a faint smile, "If that is the case, I shall graciously see you 3 on your way. The night is dark, and the roads are treacherous. It is unwise to accompany you further." Upon hearing this, the 3 individuals were taken aback by the blatant rudeness of the young man, whose arrogance was palpable. Their bodies stiffened as a sinister aura flickered around them. In the dimming eyes of the elderly Dong, a glimmer of malevolence flashed as he turned to glare at Wang Chuan, snorting disdainfully through his nose. "I recall an old gardener from before, who, in his hubris, disregarded counsel and ultimately fell ill for reasons unknown. He was sent away from the Wu residence, and alas, I truly hope such occurrences do not repeat themselves." Wang Chuan, with a cold smirk, watched them depart. He had indeed heard of that old man, renowned for his exceptional horticultural skills and held in high esteem by Master Wu. The very courtyard he resided in was once the old gardener's sanctuary. However, for reasons still shrouded in mystery, the old gardener fell gravely ill and was compensated handsomely before being sent back to his hometown. The entire affair was rather suspicious, with those recounting it speaking in veiled tones, suggesting a connection to this elderly Dong. Nonetheless, Wang Chuan was unperturbed. In these tumultuous times, he had invested heavily in acquiring a manual on the elusive art of shadow movement. His martial practice was primarily rooted in Tai Chi, and he could effortlessly dispatch 3 to 5 adversaries without concern. Should matters escalate, He could always enlist in the military to hone his skills and forge his own path. As time passed, Wang Chuan delved deeper into the intricacies of this world, which was steeped in martial valor, with historical accounts even mentioning formidable beings. Warriors were unafraid of the elements, harnessing internal energy for protection, legends of innate prowess. He pondered what realm he might eventually attain. Watching the trio recede into the distance, his gaze remained icy as he mused. The future is long. You petty, insignificant beings, relying on your connections and lacking true merit. I must tread cautiously. Should you push too far, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Confident in his burgeoning power, Wang Chuan felt a sense of assurance swell within him. Beneath the old tree, where the crows settled and the moon cast its shadow, stood an ancient mulberry tree, its branches lush and leafy, providing a cool refuge. Beneath it, a stone table accompanied by 4 stone stools created a perfect retreat for summer respite. This courtyard, bestowed upon him by Wu Hanlin, reflected the latter's generous favor towards Wang Chuan. As he indulged in fragrant chicken paired with refreshing wine, he contemplated a matter of utmost urgency. Though he possessed internal energy, he lacked the means to utilize it effectively. If only he could acquire some practical martial techniques, he would have no fear of the lurking malevolence. Alone, he savored his drink as the moon rose higher, the evening breeze whispering softly. After a considerable time, he casually discarded his empty jug. Wang Chuan recalled that Master Wu had traveled to the capital for official duties and would return the next day. Thankfully, his flowers now thrived without the need for laborious care, as his responsibilities were limited. As night enveloped the surroundings, Wang Chuan languidly made his way to his bedroom. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged, causing the mulberry tree to rustle ominously. Under the moonlight, a profound clarity dawned upon him. He felt a harmonious balance, calm yet agile, firm yet yielding. Instinctively, he began to execute a series of punches with a gentle, fluid grace. Remarkably, this sequence resonated with the essence of yin-yang harmony, creating a complementary dynamic. If a person from a past life were to observe, they would undoubtedly recognize that Wang Chuan was performing the revered art of Tai Chi, a movement as natural as flowing water, elegant and continuous in its rhythm. In the realm of martial arts, the distinctive qualities are as follows: overcoming the rigid with the supple, awaiting movement with stillness, transforming the straight into the circular, achieving victory through the small against the large, and the weak prevailing over the strong. This particular style of boxing was imparted to Wang Chuan by his physical education teacher during his university years, where he excelled remarkably, earning the admiration of his coach. However, after graduation, the burdens of life gradually led him to abandon it, only to find himself employing it once more in the present day. The following day, Wang Chuan, as was his custom, attended to the garden outside the study of the Wu residence. "Xiao Wu, you've arrived. There's no need for pruning today. Just manage the weeds," he instructed. "All right, Brother Chuan, good morning," replied Xiao Wu, Wang Chuan's sole subordinate, whom he had specifically requested from Master Wu. Xiao Wu had entered the household after Wang Chuan, and recognizing his cleverness and honesty, Wang Chuan chose him. Indeed, Xiao Wu gradually grew fond of assisting Wang Chuan, as it afforded him the opportunity to learn the art of floriculture, while Wang Chuan treated him with kindness. Aware that Xiao Wu had a mother and a younger sister at home, Wang Chuan often took him out to enjoy hearty meals and discreetly provided him with some pocket money. Xiao Wu diligently saved his entire wages, bringing them home during his rest periods to support his family. As Wang Chuan sat idly, he suddenly heard a commotion outside the estate, as if a distinguished guest had arrived. Though it was difficult to ascertain, as a mere gardener, he felt it inappropriate to inquire further. So he and Xiao Wu continued their work while engaging in conversation. When the sun reached its zenith and the kitchen summoned for lunch, Wang Chuan remarked, "Xiao Wu, we needn't toil any longer. Let us dine." On their way, Wang Chuan learned from others that Master Wu had returned home in the morning, bringing back the eldest daughter. Curious, Wang Chuan probed further and discovered that Wu Hanlin, having been childless in his early years, had taken several concubines, but none bore him offspring, leading to their eventual marriages elsewhere. Later, his wife, in her fervent quest for a child, devoted herself to prayers and rituals, demonstrating utmost sincerity. It was not until she turned 40 that a divine being appeared to her in a dream, bestowing a piece of translucent jade. 10 months later, she gave birth to a daughter. Due to the divine intervention, Wu Hanlin named this only daughter Han Yu. Chapter 8. The yearning heart of the wandering son. It is said that after Han Yu's birth, until she reached the age of 10, Wu Hanlin treated her as one would a son, imparting all his knowledge of the 4 books and 5 classics, encouraging her to compose poetry, and teaching her the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Her mother, Wang Shi further instructed her in the feminine arts. Perhaps due to her extraordinary gifts or the nurturing of her environment, this young girl, possessing beauty that could eclipse the moon and flowers, was wise beyond her years to be by the age of 14 or 15. She was already literate and eloquent, resembling a female scholar. Observing her remarkable intellect and grace, Wu Hanlin mused that even a son could not surpass her. Gradually, he set aside his hopes of having another child, contemplating instead the prospect of finding her a suitor of both talent and virtue to serve as a comfort in his later years. Once more, it is worth mentioning that Wu Hanlin, a figure of the former court entangled in the machinations of treacherous officials, has returned to a life of obscurity, following the ascendance of the new emperor last year. The guilty parties were dealt with, and the realm has since experienced a rejuvenation of clarity. The Ministry of Personnel reviewed the cases and recognized Wu Hanlin as a loyal minister of the old dynasty, thus presenting him to the emperor, who appointed him as the Minister of Rights, a nominal position akin to that of a contemporary Discipline Inspection Commission secretary, albeit with far less authority. Wu Hanlin's appointment, a mere facade, left him seething with indignation, as he had initially contemplated retiring to the countryside. However, considering his youngest daughter's imminent marriage, in a capital brimming with talented scholars and exquisite ladies, he sought a worthy suitor and decided to summon her to the city. After several visits to his hometown, this time he inexplicably brought his only daughter back with him. Upon inquiring, Wang Chuan discovered that today marks the 15th day of the 8th month, the Mid-Autumn Festival, a time for familial reunions, hence the gathering. Since her arrival at the Wu residence, his daughter Hanyu has been diligently managing household affairs with remarkable efficiency. Life is akin to autumn waters drifting like duckweed. Today, a day for reunion, the full moon hangs high in the sky. The Wu family, both young and old, has laid out pastries and red candles, accompanied by fine wines, to celebrate with their mother in the underworld. Soon after, they dispersed. Later that evening, Wang Chuan returned home, gazing at the brilliant full moon, and was inevitably overcome with homesickness, his heart heavy with sorrow. It is often said, during festive occasions, one longs for family. The wanderer at the ends of the earth shares in the melancholy. Such profound emotions render him tearless, reminiscent of the ancients who were not easily deceived. Leaning against a mulberry tree, Wang Chuan softly uttered words of melancholy, lost in solitary song. His heartfelt musings were accompanied by the weight of his solitude, echoing a sense of despondency. Alas, such is the will of fate, an inescapable aspect of life. Coincidentally, next door lay the quarters of Hanyu, who was currently enjoying the moonlight in the company of her maid, Su Ying. Suddenly, Hanyu faintly perceived a poetic recitation wafting through the air, prompting her to pause and listen intently. From beyond the wall came the poignant lines. During festive occasions, one longs for family. The wanderer at the ends of the earth shares in the melancholy. Life's fortunes are fickle. The moon waxes and wanes. Hanyu, well versed in poetry, could not help but join in the gentle recitation, reflecting that while the melody may lack refinement, true talent transcends convention, and these four lines resonate deeply with emotion. Contemplating the presence of someone next door stirred her heart, leading her to inquire of Su Ying. Inger, who resides next door? Su Ying, a charming girl of 14 or 15, with her hair braided and head tilted in thought, replied, Miss, I have heard that a new gardener has recently entered our household. He possesses extraordinary floral artistry and has gained the master's favor, being granted a separate courtyard for his residence. Hanyu inquired further, what is his age, and what is his character like? Su Ying, despite her youth, was well-informed and astute, knowledgeable about the happenings in the household. She responded, he is a handsome yet downcast young man, exuding an aura of refined scholar-like grace. According to rumors within the estate, he is not particularly loquacious, often preferring solitude while working, accompanied only by a young apprentice. After completing his tasks, he retreats to his room, lacking in social skills, yet his floral artistry is exceptional and distinctive, showcasing a certain eccentricity. In sharing this, she embellished the tale of Wang Chuan's extraordinary horticultural talents. Hanyu, upon hearing this, furrowed her brow slightly, contemplating. This individual possesses a rare talent, indeed. Meanwhile, Wang Chuan, feeling utterly bored, pondered the existence of internet cafes, bars, or KTVs in this world. He found himself compelled to pour all his fervent energy into his martial arts practice. Thus, he bathed in the cold, serene moonlight, performing Tai Chi in the courtyard, each movement flowing gracefully like a dance. His long robe fluttered, reflecting the elegant silhouette of the jade tree under the silver moon, creating a scene reminiscent of poetry and painting, a dance of wind and water, with ebbs and flows of grandeur. What a peculiar day! It was so cool and breezy just moments ago. Yet now the wind arises from nowhere, truly strange, Suing remarked in wonder. Hanyu, equally puzzled, could not ascertain the reason, her gaze drifting towards the moonlight. Could it be that the celestial maiden Chang'e was dancing gracefully in the moon palace? After completing his practice, Wang Chuan refreshed himself with a brisk cold water bath from the well and returned to his room. Closing the door behind him, Chapter 9. A Journey of the Mind Once Inside. Wang Chuan did not succumb to sleep. Rather, he persisted in his training. Reflecting on the significance of the day, the 15th of the first lunar month, he felt a deep longing for home and sensed an imbalance of yin and yang. Hence, he decided to practice the Jiming Gong. The essence of this technique lies in the refinement of mental strength, using oneself as a spirit to visualize the universe, merging with the cosmos, embracing all rivers, drawing from an inexhaustible source, and utilizing it endlessly. As the Buddha said, I possess no form. Forms arise from the mind. Wang Chuan spread his left foot apart, creating a stance slightly wider than shoulder width, his legs slightly bent. He raised both hands from his sides, placing them in front of his lower abdomen, palms facing upward. Fingertips aligned, he attuned himself to the unique sensations in his hands, envisioning his body expanding, growing larger and larger, transforming into a colossal figure that filled the void in his heart. He silently chanted to connect with the energy information field of the universe, welcoming the infusion of cosmic spiritual energy. Come forth, cosmic energies, gather from all directions into my being. The text states, visualize the gathering of spiritual energy at the navel chakra, its hue being golden yellow or pale yellow, or jade white. The essence forms clusters, dispersing into the formless. The formation of this essence resembles a miniature nuclear reactor within the human body, small in size yet immense in energy. The text further notes, this essence, known as Shaili in Taoism, is referred to as Jindan. In Confucianism, it is called Rini. Though the names differ, the meanings remain the same. The methods vary, yet the principles align, unified in thought yet distinct in paths, ultimately converging. Wang Chuan, undistracted in his cultivation, felt as though he had become one with the universe, encompassing the heavens and earth. Suddenly, his soul trembled, and he bizarrely discovered himself seated within his room, beneath the radiant full moon, enveloped in a refreshing comfort. Under the moonlight, he appeared akin to an elderly monk in meditation. A tranquil and harmonious aura surrounded him, an essence seemingly eternal and primordial. Abruptly, a rustling sound reached his ears. Upon opening his eyes, he observed that it was the large mulberry tree to his left, swaying in the wind, its lush green leaves fluttering, branches dancing. Inger, do come find me. A melodious laughter, reminiscent of silver bells, drifted from beyond the rustling leaves. Wang Chuan's thoughts stirred, and his spirit floated over the wall. There, in the dim light, he beheld a stunning maiden. Delicate willow-shaped brows, apricot-shaped eyes, a cherry-like mouth, and a slender waist, conversing in a sweet, melodic tone. Wang Chuan stood entranced, marveling at the extraordinary beauty before him, realizing that to add a single detail would be excessive, while to subtract one would render it incomplete. Could this enchanting figure truly be the only daughter of Wu Hanlin, Hanyu? It seemed the rumors were not unfounded. Miss Wu, possessing a beauty that rivals that of celestial beings, is akin to the enchanting deities of the Yaoqi and the ethereal Chang'e of the Moon Palace. Wang Chuan gazed silently, suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of compassion, reflecting inwardly. To behold such a woman is indeed a profound blessing. Should I be fortunate enough to win her heart, it would be a fortune beyond measure. A divine favor from the heavens. Alas, I should return, for it seems I am not destined for such fortune. With a heavy heart, Wang Chuan turned away, the moonlight revealing his solitary figure, still as an ancient Buddha. As a thought crossed his mind, his spirit immersed itself in contemplation. Within the tranquil confines of the room, Wang Chuan opened his jewel-like eyes, pondering. Had my soul truly ventured forth? It seems improbable. According to the legends of cultivation, such extraordinary abilities reveal themselves only during the phase of spirit exit. I must have merely experienced a fleeting journey through the void, a manifestation of divine consciousness. Meanwhile, in the rear courtyard, Miss Hanyu was joyfully engaged in capturing a cat. Suddenly, a sensation stirred within her heart, as if a pair of gentle, spring-like eyes were quietly observing her from the heavens above. Startled, she mused. On this splendid full moon night, why do I feel this unusual awareness? Could it be a sign from my mother? With her delicate brows furrowed, she gazed intently at the starry sky, lost in silent thought. Not far away, Su Ying, her eyes covered by a silk scarf, noted the sudden silence around her and pondered. How can I manage to catch the young lady in this darkness? Stealthily, she parted a tiny gap to peek through, and there was Miss Hanyu, standing with her back to her by the swing, elated. She crept closer and suddenly embraced the young lady's slender waist, exclaiming with excitement, "I've caught you. I won't let you go." Miss Hanyu, deep in thought, was abruptly seized by Su Ying's embrace, her body becoming weak and tingling. Though she initially had the strength to resist, she found herself utterly powerless this time. Captured at her vulnerable point, she thought, "This little girl is being far too mischievous, leaving me helpless." With a playful scold, she exclaimed, "Inger, stop it. Be careful, or I shall punish you." Yet Su Ying tightened her grasp, afraid that Miss Hanyu might attempt to escape, confidently declaring, "The young lady is caught. You have lost and cannot go back on your word." With her waist firmly held, Miss Hanyu found herself unable to summon the strength to escape and conceded, suppressing her weakness as she gently pleaded, "All right, I understand. Inger, be a good girl and let go of me." Upon hearing this, Su Ying finally released her hold, removing the silk scarf from her eyes, and smiled brightly at Miss Hanyu. Blushing with embarrassment, Miss Hanyu, being wise and clever, understood the sensitivity of a young woman's body and felt too shy to mention the earlier awkwardness. Thus, she said, "Inger, it is getting late. Father has advised us to sleep early. Let us return to our rooms." Reluctant to leave her playful activity, Inger hesitated but ultimately followed her back, and as Miss Hanyu departed, she cast a furtive glance at the starry sky. Beneath that celestial expanse, just beyond the wall, stood a grand tree, its branches lush and abundant. Chapter 10. The desire to depart. Time flows swiftly like a fleeting horse, and in the blink of an eye, a year has passed. Wang Chuan found himself unable to break through to the third level of his yin-yang harmonization technique, remaining stagnant at the first two levels. Despite his skill being honed to perfection, he felt perplexed, pondering, "Why is it that I cannot attain the third level?" The third level of the yin-yang harmonization technique, known as the breath within breath or the two-form state, is the foundational practice for cultivators to achieve unity with the cosmos. Its efficacy, as the ancients have stated, lies in enduring breath that sustains heaven, earth, and humanity, proclaiming, "Inhaling and exhaling, the breath of heaven and earth persists. The cosmic essence shall remain eternal." Wang Chuan pondered whether the path to success necessitated fortuitous circumstances. As the saying goes, without the right timing, efforts are in vain. Yet, what did this fortuity signify, and where might it be sought? Setting aside the Taoist cultivation methods, his progress in the Buddhist practice of Jiming was limited to a sense of overall well-being and vitality, with no other discernible discoveries. He himself was not entirely clear that this was indeed the cultivation of mental willpower, which could only reveal its profound efficacy in exceptional environments. Although his advancement in both practices was minimal, Wang Chuan distinctly felt two different currents of warmth circulating within him, pulsating endlessly. Could this be the essence of internal energy? With these thoughts set aside, Wang Chuan devoted himself to the only martial art he had mastered, Taijiquan, executing each move with a fluidity reminiscent of the boundless ocean, powerful and relentless. He employed this skill to decisively thrash the three rascals, Dong Lao and his companions, leaving them in a state of utter disarray. Each encounter prompted them to vow never to provoke him again, yet secretly, they plotted to hire a master to avenge their humiliation. Overall, Wang Chuan had fared reasonably well over the past year. However, he began to entertain thoughts of departing from the Wu residence. His desire stemmed from tales and texts he had encountered in this world, which spoke of legendary figures in the pursuit of truth and transcendence. Wang Chuan mused that his arrival in this realm felt akin to a rebirth, a departure from his past. Seeking immortality and enlightenment was his dream. He longed to traverse mountains and rivers in search of answers, willing to brave any peril, be it fiery trials or treacherous paths, to ascertain the truth and find solace in his heart. Although Wang Chuan was not particularly loquacious at the Wu estate, his exceptional skills and amiable nature garnered admiration from many women, who were captivated at first sight, casting glances filled with longing or discreetly sending letters to express their affections, desiring to forge a bond with him. Additionally, numerous matchmakers proposed unions, all of which he politely declined. Wang Chuan was not entirely impervious to these advances. On several occasions, amidst the enchanting allure of beautiful women, he wavered but ultimately remained steadfast, maintaining his resolve. Alas, one could pity the earnest emotions of women everywhere. All efforts seemed futile, as Wang Chuan, bound by his aspirations, inscribed an ironclad decree upon his door. declaring that no woman should enter. This proclamation brought tears to the beautiful maidens, with some swearing that they would marry no one but Wang Chuan in this lifetime. As Wang Chuan's exploits spread, it became a popular adage. Do not be too much like Wang Chuan, but if you must marry, marry Wang Chuan. This phrase likely combined elements from the tale of a wandering youth and the sentiments of enamored ladies, creating an unexpectedly harmonious expression. Many events unfolded over the year. Yet one particular matter could not be overlooked. It was said that Wu Hanlin journeyed to the capital in search of a suitable match, but returned disheartened. The constraints of the feudal family were indeed strict. No daughter could marry without first leaving the confines of her home. As for this young lady, rumors painted her as a paragon of beauty and intellect, surpassing even the most talented scholars. Despite the whispers, Wang Chuan had never laid eyes on her, having only caught a fleeting glimpse of her visage in a dreamlike state, while at all other times he had not seen so much as a shadow in recent days. Word from the household servants of the Wu estate suggested that Wu Hanlin had incurred the displeasure of a certain official, Yang, in the court due to a slight regarding a plum blossom, thereby offending influential figures. Fearing the dangers that lurked in the capital, Wu Gong had resolved to send his daughter back to her hometown to avert calamity. This matter, upon tracing its origins, can be traced back to approximately a year ago, when Miss Hanyu resided at the modest estate of the esteemed Wu Hanlin in the capital. Wu Hanlin, a distinguished scholar who had achieved the highest honors in the imperial examinations, shared a close camaraderie with his contemporaries, Su Yushi and Li Hanlin, marked by unwavering loyalty. On a bright winter's day, the sky was clear and the air crisp, embodying the spirit of plum blossoms defying the snow. The grounds of Wu Hanlin's residence were adorned with red and yellow wax plums, their buds dusted with snow, quietly blooming in splendid display. In this picturesque winter scene, droplets of water had turned to ice, while the wax plum branches, cloaked in white snow, were punctuated with fiery red blossoms, their hues reminiscent of gold, glistening with crystalline brilliance. Wu Hanlin meandered alone among them, as if traversing a celestial palace. Chapter 11. Admiring the plums while he was engrossed in solitary contemplation, news arrived that Su Yushi and Li Hanlin had come to pay their respects. Upon hearing this, Wu Hanlin was filled with joy. The arrival of dear friends was indeed a delightful surprise. He hastened to greet them, witnessing Su and Li emerging from their palanquin, both adorned in elegant gauze hats, vibrant warm robes, and comfortable shoes, entirely attired in casual yet refined garments. Upon seeing Wu Hanlin receive them in a similar fashion, the three friends engaged in heartfelt camaraderie, devoid of any formalities. Wu Hanlin cheerfully exclaimed, "The plums are in full bloom. Dear brothers, your visit is perfectly timed." Li Hanlin replied with a smile. Wu Hanlin, indulging in solitary appreciation without inviting us to partake is akin to hoarding treasures in a golden chamber. Should there not be a penalty? Su Yushi chimed in. Li's words hold merit. I believe Wu Hanlin ought to toast us with 3 cups of wine and compose a poem to honor our visit. Wu Hanlin retorted. I intended to choose an auspicious day to invite you both for a shared appreciation of the plums. Yet it seems you have arrived unannounced. I must admit, my planning was insufficient. Amidst their light-hearted banter, the trio made their way indoors, entering a study that seamlessly connected to the garden, a perfect setting for poetry and painting beneath the flowers and moonlight. As they settled in, Su and Li, both well-versed in literature, expressed their eagerness to admire the indignant plums without delay. Thus, they proceeded to the rear garden, where 2 magnificent wax plum trees stood tall, their robust branches reaching for the heavens, adorned with vibrant blossoms amid the pristine snow, their crimson hues interspersed like stars, radiating a celestial brilliance. The scene was akin to a realm of ethereal beauty, complemented by other exquisite and fragrant blossoms of plum and chrysanthemum that perfumed the air with their delightful aroma. After taking in the sight, Li Hanlin remarked, "What a splendid vista, truly transcendent." Su Yushi nodded in agreement, stating, "This scene is no less than a fairyland, and Wu Hanlin, to dwell here is indeed enviable." After some time spent in admiration, Wu Hanlin summoned his servants to bring forth warm wine. The 3 savored several cups, and Li Hanlin proposed, "With wine and plums at our disposal, this is an opportune moment for poetry. Why do we not compose a verse together for our amusement?" Su Yushi concurred. These plums, elegant yet not ostentatious, possess an icy purity and a hint of celestial charm, truly deserving of our poetic tribute, that their beauty may be cherished by future generations. Wu Hanlin graciously accepted their proposal, nodding in agreement. As they deliberated, Wu Hanlin called for brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones to be distributed among them, and the trio began to compose verses celebrating the plums. At that moment, a servant from the Wu household suddenly arrived with news. Yang Yushi has come. Upon hearing these words, the three individuals could not help but feel a wave of disdain. Lord Wu, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, "Foolish man, upon witnessing my three colleagues so diligently occupied, you ought to have declined his advances long ago." The servant, abashed, reported back, "Inspector Yang disregarded my humble entreaties and has already intruded into the manor, making his way towards the study as we speak." Upon hearing this, Lord Wu promptly set aside his brush and ink, rushing out to greet him. At that moment, Inspector Yang had just arrived at the threshold of the study, and their paths fortuitously crossed. Lord Wu, with a smile, remarked, "What brings the esteemed Inspector Yang to my humble abode today?" Inspector Yang, adorned in a rigid cap and a ceremonial robe, presented himself in the guise of an official. Upon seeing several individuals within the room, he could not help but complain. "You all are here indulging in wine and merriment, yet you have completely forgotten about me. Lord Wu, you are truly biased." Lord Wu hastily clarified, "I am aware of your busy schedule, Inspector Yang, and did not wish to intrude upon your time." Inspector Yang replied with a smile, "I have long heard of your talent for poetry, Lord Wu. Seeing it for myself today, I am not disappointed." Without waiting for Lord Wu to respond, he continued, "In the past, I was fortunate to have the esteemed Hanlin Li refine a piece for me, which I submitted to the Grand Tutor of the Crown Prince. The Grand Tutor was immensely pleased and expressed his gratitude." Hanlin Li chuckled, saying, "There is no need for such formalities, Inspector Yang. It was but a trifling effort on my part." However, Inspector Su interjected with a smile, "Yang Gong, you have indeed borrowed flowers to present to the Buddha? The Grand Tutor will surely feel grateful towards you, and will reward you handsomely in the future." His words carried a double meaning, subtly mocking Inspector Yang for failing to express gratitude to Hanlin Li for his assistance. Inspector Yang, possessing a keen intellect, could not fail to perceive the underlying implications, and he hastily retorted, "It was merely a congratulatory piece. There is no need for extravagant reciprocation." Lord Wu interjected, "Regardless of whether there is or is not, the merit belongs to Hanlin Li's assistance. Yet, Inspector Yang, you have shown little gratitude, which is rather insincere. We, as scholars, do not seek rewards, but the previous treatment you received, being summoned and dismissed, has left one feeling somewhat slighted." Upon hearing this, Inspector Yang cried out in protest, feeling wronged and somewhat indignant. Observing the tension, Inspector Su, fearing discord between the two, sought to mediate. Lord Wu speaks candidly, a true man of sincerity. "Inspector Yang, do not take it to heart. Nevertheless, you have committed a slight, and thus, you ought to drink a cup as punishment." Inspector Yang, still feeling aggrieved, found it difficult to refuse the social obligation and stated, "For this cup of punishment, I shall comply, but I hope you gentlemen will not accuse me of being ungrateful or lacking in loyalty." With that, he raised his cup and drank it down in one go. After the drinking, the group tacitly agreed to refrain from mentioning the matter further. Noticing the abundance of writing materials on the table, Inspector Yang remarked, "Esteemed scholars, as you engage in your literary pursuits, I, too, am of the same scholarly cohort. Though my poetry may be lacking, I hope to seek your guidance, and I implore you not to mock my humble efforts." Lord Wu and the others nodded in agreement. It should be noted that Inspector Yang had originally come to Lord Wu's residence to discuss a particularly troublesome matter, yet found himself in the company of three literary gentlemen, making it difficult to broach the subject. After a brief pause, he could no longer contain himself and said, "In your esteemed presence, I must confess, I have come to discuss a pressing issue with Lord Wu, and should he be willing to lend his assistance, I assure you, the benefits shall be most rewarding." Lord Wu, taken aback, inquired, "Inspector Yang, what weighs so heavily on your mind? Pray, do share." The other two also leaned in attentively to listen. Yang Yushir cleared his throat and began to speak eloquently. "This matter is exceedingly perplexing, for it concerns the sister of the Crown Prince's Grand Tutor, Lu, who was originally conferred the title of Empress, enabling the Grand Tutor to ascend to his esteemed position. Furthermore, within the Grand Tutor's household, there exists a relative, Lu, who has been appointed as a commander. This individual is arrogant and domineering, insatiable in his greed, and no one dares to confront him, upon hearing of a particularly fertile piece of land beyond the city. He has long coveted it. Thus, at the time of the Empress's elevation, he ordered his household to seize it by force. The farmer from that land sought justice, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. This incident became the talk of the town, stirring a tempest of unrest. The commander, feeling the weight of fear, wished to compensate the farmer with money, yet the farmer was resolute in reclaiming his land, insisting it was a matter of honoring his ancestors. Unfortunately, the commander remained obstinate in his refusal to return it. As this issue escalated to the authorities, The commander attempted to obstruct justice, intending to deal with the farmer according to his own whims. At that moment, an esteemed scholar, Elder Gua from the Hanlin Academy, stepped forward, proclaiming his desire to restore clarity to the world and uphold righteousness. The commander, fearing that this matter might reach the emperor's ears and incite his wrath, sought to mediate, reasoning with the farmer and appealing to his emotions. I have come here today for this very purpose, esteemed officials, and I humbly hope you might assist in resolving this matter. Upon hearing this, Lord Wu expressed his outrage. Yang Yushi, your words are misguided. The commander is a corrupt official who has harassed the populace, and he ought to be severely punished for his transgressions. It is inconceivable that you would defend such a man. Similarly, Su Yushi voiced his indignation. As an official, he should serve the nation and its people, dedicating himself to the emperor, yet he abuses his power, seizing the resources of others and acting against the sovereign. He must be dealt with according to the LAW. Li Hanlin nodded in agreement. Yang Yushi, confronted by the collective ire of the assembly, felt the heat of shame rising to his cheeks. He spoke with humility. I share your sentiments. Although I have a penchant for wealth, I believe in obtaining it through rightful means. There are laws to abide by, and this matter should not warrant undue interference. My actions were motivated solely by my desire for advancement, and I assure you, the farmer will not be wronged in this affair. As the saying goes, people strive for higher ground, while water flows to lower places. My conduct is, after all, in accordance with common sense. After hearing this, the three officials were left speechless. Lord Wu remarked, however, in this instance, Yang Yushi, your actions have inadvertently aided the corrupt, which has incited our frustration and rendered us unable to assist. Yang Yushi sighed and replied, what you do not know is that I am also a victim of circumstance. In my youth, I was destitute, living in abject poverty and toiling in my studies. The former commander was a benevolent man who, noticing my diligence, often supported me in my times of need. Such great kindness has compelled me to vow to repay this debt of gratitude. Now, that venerable commander has passed, leaving behind his rebellious son and daughter. After my success in the imperial examinations, I have never forgotten the kindness shown to me in my time of need. Now, as the late commander's descendants engage in wrongdoing and have acknowledged their misdeeds, I am willing to step forward to assist in rectifying the situation, and I hope that you, esteemed officials, will grant my wish, for I shall surely repay this kindness in the future. The three men, moved by his words, exchanged glances filled with sympathy, yet their innate disdain for evil prevented them from aiding the corrupt. They stood in silence, searching for a resolution. Chapter 12. A change at the Wu residence. Lord Wu, recognizing his own shortcomings and being the host, spoke gently. Yang Gong, your heartfelt recounting of past hardships truly reflects the struggles of life. We have misjudged you, and for that, we sincerely apologize. However, to ask us to aid a corrupt official is, I fear, an unreasonable demand. Moreover, this situation cannot be equated with another. They are distinctly different matters. Yang Gong sighed deeply, expressing his understanding of the integrity of the gentlemen before him, who were unwilling to collude with treacherous ministers. He remarked, I fully comprehend your stance. Therefore, I shall take my leave. With that, he performed a respectful bow and departed, sweeping his sleeve behind him. Seeing his disheveled demeanor, Su Yushi lamented, Yang Gong, your fate is indeed fraught with misfortune, which is truly hard to bear. However, this matter concerns our unwavering loyalty and righteousness, and must not be treated lightly, lest we become the subject of ridicule by future generations. Li Hanlin added, I resonate with the tribulations faced by Yang Yushi. I too have experienced the bitter path of rising through hardship. This life, filled with sorrow and solitude, is something outsiders cannot fathom. In light of this encounter, I find myself devoid of the spirit to indulge in admiring the plum blossoms any further. Esteemed gentlemen, I shall take my leave. Upon Li Hanlin's departure, Su Yushi likewise sought an excuse to bid farewell to Wu Gong. Feeling perturbed, internally mused, it seems I have unwittingly offended Yang Yushi. This was not my intention, yet circumstances have compelled me to that moment. Wang Chuan overheard their discourse and felt a profound disdain for the actions of Wu Gong and his companions, harboring considerable anger towards Yang Yushi's plight. In his view, Yang Yushi ought to refrain from intervening and wait for the commander to address the matter according to law, after which Yang Yushi could then offer assistance. This would be the most prudent course of action. As for the notion that the loyalty of the three gentlemen could not coexist, it was utterly foolish. On this day, as winter waned and spring approached, the scenery was a blend of muted colors. Wang Chuan was in the garden, pruning flowers and grass, when suddenly, a flustered Xiao Wuzi rushed in. This lad, who tended to the flowers while also delivering messages, hurriedly exclaimed, "Brother Chuan." Wang Chuan, while continuing his task, smiled and inquired, "What brings you here in such haste?" Without pausing, Xiao Wuzi responded, "The emperor's decree has arrived at the gate. All members of the estate are to step out and await his majesty's arrival. I must inform the master." Wang Chuan, taken aback, thought to himself, "Having come to this unfamiliar realm, I am still grappling with many new experiences. However, within a year, I have become quite acquainted with this place. Yet, this is the first time I have encountered an imperial decree. I must go and observe closely. Should I return to my own world one day, I could regale others with this tale." With Xiao Wuzi already rushing off to notify the master, Wang Chuan resolved to go and see for himself, casting aside his tools as he made his way towards the estate gate. Meanwhile, Xiao Wuzi arrived at the study, where the master was engrossed in writing. Although he should have remained silent, the urgency of the moment compelled him to call out, "Master, bad news. The emperor's decree has arrived and is currently at the gate, requiring your presence to receive it." Wu Gong, startled by the news, thought it peculiar that there had been no prior indication of such an event. Nevertheless, he quickly replied, "You must inform the young lady and gather everyone in the estate to greet the decree at the gate. There must be no mistakes. Haste is of the essence." Xiao Wuzi, not daring to delay, dashed out without hesitation. Wu Hanlin, upon entering the inner chamber of the study, donned his attire and hat, ensuring he was presentable before hastily departing, his mind swirling with uncertainty. The arrival of the imperial decree was most unexpected, and in this prosperous Jin city, he had heard not a whisper of its approach. As the tale unfolds, outside the Wu residence stands a magnificent white steed, upon which an elderly eunuch is seated. His visage is pale as powder, and his attire is meticulously refined. At this moment, he holds the imperial edict in hand. Behind him, 2 rows of imperial forest guards stand with their spears erect, exuding an air of opulence and grandeur. Upon hearing the arrival of the imperial decree, the members of the Wu household are thrown into disarray, rushing towards the entrance. Many of the early arrivals have already knelt in anticipation for quite some time. Shortly thereafter, outside the gates, Chief Eunuch Wu leads the way, followed by the young ladies and gentlemen of the household, all kneeling in reverence, proclaiming, "We humbly welcome the arrival of the imperial decree." Subsequently, Eunuch Wu bows his head, declaring alone, "Minister Wu Qiming humbly welcomes the edict, having failed to extend a proper welcome. I beseech the emperor's forgiveness. Long live our emperor, for countless years to come." The eunuch atop the white horse, his face as pale as autumn frost, conducts himself with gentlemanly poise, casting a fleeting glance at the kneeling Wu Hanlin, disregarding him entirely, and raising his voice to declare, "There is reason behind this matter. Wu Hanlin need not be troubled. The emperor's boundless grace has commanded me to convey this message. Wu Gong shall receive the edict." Wu Gong bows deeply. The eunuch, with a solemn expression, recites, "By the emperor's immense favor, our minister Wu Hanlin, seasoned and capable, of great talent, loyal and upright, is hereby promoted to the esteemed position of Grand Minister of Rites. He is entrusted with a grave responsibility. Only Wu Gong can avert impending calamity. Within 15 days, he must set forth to the Yuan-Tu kingdom to convey our Li Tang dynasty's intent for peace, desiring no conflict between our two nations. Let there be no affront to our national dignity." The eunuch merely gestures to signify the essence of the imperial decree. Upon concluding, he regards Wu Gong from his elevated position, stating, "Congratulations, Wu Gong, on your promotion to Grand Minister of Rites in this significant role. When you return as a meritorious minister, the emperor shall surely reward you handsomely." Without allowing Wu Hanlin a moment to respond, the eunuch, maintaining his composure, adds, "The journey to Yuan-Tu spans thousands of miles, fraught with peril. Therefore, I am bestowing a contingent of 1,000 imperial forest guards and attendants to accompany you, ensuring your safety and comfort along the way." Wu Gong's heart sinks in despair, inwardly lamenting the long-standing enmity between the Li Tang and Yuan-Tu kingdoms, where both vie for supremacy. To venture to Yuan-Tu seems a perilous endeavor, yet he humbly bows, stating, "I accept the edict." He then turns to the attendants and instructs, "Steward, ensure a warm welcome for the soldiers and the esteemed envoys." Upon receiving the imperial decree, Wu Gong extends his hospitality, saying, "Eunuch, your journey must have been arduous. I beseech you to rest at my residence, where I have prepared a grand feast to express my humble respect." The eunuch waves his hand, replying, "Wu Gong's generous intentions are duly noted, but I am pressed with official duties and must hasten back. I hope for your understanding." Wu Gong, seizing the opportunity, gracefully adds, "Since you, eunuch, are tasked with the weighty affairs of state, I shall prepare a lavish gift as a token of my hospitality, hoping you will graciously accept." Upon hearing this, the eunuch beams with delight, playfully gesturing with his fingers. "Wu Gong's kindness shall be remembered. I shall certainly speak favorably of you to the emperor in the future." Wu Gong graciously sees the eunuch off. After his departure, Wu Hanlin feels a chill in his heart. At this juncture, from among the 1,000 imperial forest guards, an officer strides forth. Clad in resplendent golden armor, with a golden breastplate adorning his chest, and beast-head shoulder guards, he presents a formidable figure. Towering and powerful, he exudes an aura as imposing as a mountain. A long dagger hangs at his waist, its dark scabbard unable to conceal the icy blade within, emanating a fierce and ruthless presence, intimidating without uttering a word. The man approached Wu Hanlin, his voice resounding as he clasped his fists in salute, saying, "I am Su Da, the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards in the capital. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed Minister Wu." Wu Hanlin, a man of worldly experience, had indeed heard of Su Da. It was said that he was a master of martial arts, possessing formidable skills and a notable reputation within the military, yet his straightforward nature rendered him intolerable to the powerful Wu. Regaining his composure, returned the gesture, saying, "Deputy Commander Su, your name resonates like thunder. As you embark on this journey westward, I hope you will take good care of yourself. Please, come to my humble abode, and I shall extend my utmost hospitality." Su Da understood the unspoken words behind the elder's demeanor. He too was marginalized by the intrigues of the powerful. This mission, perhaps, concealed deeper mysteries, and it was possible that he might never return. Nevertheless, Su Da was not one to be easily manipulated. His pursuit of martial prowess was paramount. Should circumstances shift unexpectedly, he would don no armor and retreat with his brothers to the mountains. Such was the way of survival in tumultuous times. But for now, the future was uncertain, and he felt a responsibility for the brothers under his command. The Wu residents could not accommodate these soldiers, thus he sought alternative grounds for encampment. With this in mind, Su Da smiled and said, "Your kindness is greatly appreciated, my lord, but pressing matters require my attention, hence I must defer my visit to another day." Wu Hanlin, understanding the implications, could only express his regret. "In that case, should you require any assistance while encamped here, do not hesitate to seek me out." Su Da grasped the sentiment, realizing that the rumors were indeed true. Wu Hanlin was a man of loyalty and integrity. With a brightened countenance, he replied, "Thank you, Lord Wu, I shall take my leave for now." He returned to his troops and commanded, "Prepare to depart, and seek a suitable location to set up camp." As the army moved away, the residents of the Wu household each returned to their own affairs. Chapter 13. Deep bonds of father and daughter. Facing imminent separation, the journey from Jin City to the Yuan Kingdom was long and arduous, traversing numerous mountains, rivers, and deserts. Even on horseback, it would take several months. Yet, let us set this matter aside and focus on Wu Hanlin, who, upon receiving this burdensome task, found the entire household engulfed in clouds of worry and despair. Although the Wu family was considerable in stature, there was only one daughter to shoulder the family's legacy. Thus, Wu Hanlin's departure equated to the absence of the household's guiding spirit, the absence of a leader, who would then tend to such a vast estate. Miss Hanyu typically managed the internal affairs of the Wu residence, but to expect her to bear the weight of both internal and external matters alone was a daunting task for a delicate young lady, even one of noble birth. The following day, in the study of the inner courtyard, Miss Hanyu spoke with a quivering voice, tinged with tears. "Father, you embark on this solitary journey to the northern regions, without anyone to care for you. The path is fraught with bitter cold and scorching heat, treacherous mountains and harsh waters, and the ambitions of the Yuan Kingdom, a realm of wolves and tigers, truly fills me with dread." Wu, in response, reassured her, "Dear daughter, there is no need for you to worry about my safety. I have always maintained clarity and integrity in my words, devoted to the court with unwavering loyalty. This mission to the western regions is a testament to my lifelong commitment to honor and virtue, and it may well etch my name into the annals of history." Upon hearing her father's words, tears streamed down Miss Hanyu's cheeks like blossoms in the rain, deepening her sorrow. Master Wu gently caressed the delicate head of Hanyu, his expression softening with kindness as he murmured, "In your lifetime, you have borne me only one daughter. You are wise, virtuous, and exceptionally talented. My old heart finds great solace in this. I hereby appoint you to a high position, as peace is proclaimed in the northern territories. This is a matter of life and death, and you stand alone in your struggles. How can I possibly rest easy?" Hanyu, perceptive and sensitive, was deeply moved, and tears flowed freely from her eyes. Wang Chuan, now at a standstill in his career, was nonetheless keenly observant. Although he was in the garden, He could hear the conversation within the room distinctly, he thought to himself. Old Wu has truly overturned a bottle of mixed emotions, sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty, all present. But what shall become of Miss Hanyu? A frail maiden, powerless and without support, blessed with beauty that may attract envy. Moreover, in this feudal society, it is unsuitable for women to be so publicly exposed. It is also uncertain. Just as old Wu departs, someone may arrive to conspire against his family. At that moment, a servant hurried in to announce, "Master, outside the study, Scholarly and Inspector Su seek an audience." Upon hearing of the arrival of his old friends, Master Wu wiped away the tears from his eyes, instructed Hanyu to take her leave, and said, "Quickly, invite the gentleman in. I shall join you shortly." After a brief interval, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed, and soon two figures entered. Wang Chuan, tending to the flowers, recognized them as the close associates of Master Wu, Scholarly and Inspector Su. They approached the courtyard and, noting Wang Chuan's artisan status, hesitantly remarked, "Master is quite busy." Wang Chuan returned the greeting. "May both of you be well." The two, burdened with their thoughts, proceeded to the study, where they found Master Wu engaged. After exchanging pleasantries, they quickly got to the point. Inspector Su remarked, "Yesterday, we heard that the court has dispatched Master Wu to the western regions on a mission of peace. We are both filled with concern. As this matter is of grave importance and far-reaching implications, we have come to inquire." Master Wu lowered his gaze, a troubled expression crossing his face, and sighed. "I appreciate your concern, dear brothers. This matter is undeniably true. I know not who has conspired against me in the shadows. I have maintained my integrity in court, seldom mingling, and should have no enemies. Yet, I now suspect Inspector Yang, who harbors resentment from our past refusals and seeks to ensnare me." Scholarly replied. Inspector Su hails from humble beginnings and is often impatient for quick success, yet he possesses a kind nature. I do not believe he is the sort to engage in petty treachery. Perhaps there is another behind this? Inspector Su interjected. One must not judge others by one's own heart. As the ancients said, this moment is different from that moment. The political arena is akin to a dye vat, and few maintain purity and integrity. The hearts of men are ever-changing. Master Wu, your treatment of others has always been marked by courtesy and decorum. You are well regarded in the court. However, just recently, you rejected Inspector Yang due to matters of personal honor. It is evident that he may have orchestrated this plot against you. Scholarly, upon hearing this, found himself at a loss for rebuttal and could only sigh, contemplating. This situation is indeed perplexing. There is no time to investigate further. With a heavy sigh, Lord Wu expressed, "My mind is resolute this time. Given that the court has appointed me to embark on a mission to the Yuan too, I shall set an example by serving the state with dedication, sharing both its fortunes and its burdens. During this journey to the northern territories, I shall exert myself to the fullest. Therefore, I implore you both not to dispute this matter any further, for it would only serve to hurt the bond of brotherhood." Upon hearing this, the two gentlemen exchanged apologies. Having come to terms with the situation, Lord Wu chuckled, "As I prepare for my departure, it pains me to bid farewell to you both. Let us, therefore, indulge in a grand revelry to celebrate our fraternal ties." Hearing this, Li Hanlin exclaimed, "We share the same sentiment. This banquet shall serve two purposes, to honor your journey and to strengthen our camaraderie." "How splendid!" Su Yushi echoed this sentiment. Lord Wu instructed his aides to arrange for wine and dishes, and shortly thereafter, a table was laden with an abundance of food and drink, leading the three to drink deeply and become quite inebriated. Outside, Wang Chuan caught the scent of the wine and mused, "Indeed, it is said that a drink shared with kindred spirits is never too many. This wine is truly exquisite." The following day, due to pressing official duties, Li Hanlin and Su Yushi took their leave early. Lord Wu summoned his trusted aides, instructing the important personnel of the household to gather in the flower hall. This hall served as the venue for receiving esteemed guests and for discussing significant matters of the estate. Within a brief span of time, those summoned arrived, with Wang Chuan among them. Inside the flower hall, Wang Chuan observed the assembly closely. There were 2 cleaning attendants, 2 cooks, 2 matrons from the young ladies' quarters, 1 head gardener, himself, and the chief steward, Dong Lao, alongside another matron, totaling 9 individuals. Additionally, there were 2 more, a personal maid named Su Ying and a slightly older matron, bringing the total to 11. Lord Wu arrived fashionably late. Adorned in a formal cap and a round-collared robe, the hem of which was elegantly trimmed. His attire, accentuated by a white collar and meticulous details, suggested the gravity of the matters to be discussed. Upon entering the flower hall, he took his seat at the elevated center, casting a penetrating gaze over the assembly, and declared, "Recently, I received the imperial edict, commanding me to depart for the Yuan Tu within 15 days. The emperor's will must be obeyed. I cannot linger, as my journey is imminent, leaving the household without a leader." Thus he paused, his eyes sweeping over the crowd, his expression solemn. Wang Chuan sensed a heavy atmosphere enveloping the room, and everyone held their breath, hesitant to make a sound. Lord Wu continued, "A household without a leader is akin to a nation without a sovereign, a myriad of dragons without a head. Therefore, I have gathered you all here today to inform you that for the time being, Miss Han Yu shall preside over the household affairs." He took a brief pause before elaborating. "Dong Lao and Wu Ma shall assist her, while the rest of you must diligently attend to your duties without neglect. During my absence, no outsiders are to be received into the estate. Should any extraordinary matters arise, please consult Miss Han Yu first and await her final decision before proceeding." With just a few words, Lord Wu imparted his directives, which the assembly noted carefully. Perhaps it was due to the firm resolve of Lord Wu and Su Da, as preparations for departure were already underway outside the estate, with Su Da's 1,000-strong contingent poised and ready. The supply wagons prepared, evoking a sense of embarking on a long and arduous journey. After addressing the household matters, Lord Wu called Miss Han Yu aside to share some final instructions, leaving her in tears. As the hour grew late and all matters were settled, Lord Wu returned to his study, preparing the official documents for his mission. His family readied the carriage and horses, and given the chill in the air, they provided fox fur coats and a few lighter garments. Additionally, they assembled ample provisions in the form of dried goods, pastries, tea, and medicinal meals for unforeseen circumstances. With everything in order, Lord Wu emerged from the manor clad in resplendent official attire. The household servants gathered to bid him farewell, and Han Yu, adorned in a striking red ensemble, appeared exceptionally beautiful, a rare sight as she came to see her father off, though her demeanor was one of tearful sorrow. With determination, Lord Wu climbed into the carriage, lifting the heavy curtain just as he was about to enter. His gaze fell upon Wang Chuan, who stood at the edge of the crowd. He mused quietly to himself that this young man was oblivious to worldly affairs, spending his days tending to flowers and plants or shutting himself away in solitude, as he was about to embark on a journey with an uncertain future, perhaps to be buried in a foreign land. It seemed fitting to acknowledge Wang Chuan, as their destinies were intertwined. Seated within the carriage, Lord Wu whispered a few instructions to his personal attendant, who then dismounted to inquire, "Who is Wang Chuan? My lord wishes to see him." Wang Chuan, lost in the throng, was taken aback when he heard his name called. Curiously, he stepped forward and climbed into the carriage, greeting Lord Wu with respect. "My lord, what do you wish to discuss with me?" Lord Wu scrutinized him for a moment and then spoke. "You have been in my Wu household for over a year now, yet I have witnessed neither your engagement in social matters nor your involvement in affairs of the world. You seem solely devoted to tending to your plants or remaining indoors. Pray, enlighten me on your pursuits, if you would be so kind." Wang Chuan regarded the elderly gentleman, whose kind visage belied the misfortunes he had endured. He thought to himself that while this man had shown him kindness, he could not divulge the secrets he harbored. Resolutely, he replied, "My lord, I indeed possess my own secrets that cannot be shared casually. You have treated me well and offered me refuge, for which I am grateful. However, while I may not be able to safeguard your grand estate, I can ensure the safety of your family. Would that be agreeable?" Upon uttering these words, Wang Chuan, sensing Lord Wu's skepticism, grasped his hand firmly and discreetly channeled his inner energy. A gentle and powerful force coursed through Lord Wu's body, causing him to shudder as if enveloped in a refreshing spring breeze, bringing a profound sense of comfort and even hinting at the healing of his latent ailments. Astounded, Lord Wu gazed at Wang Chuan with newfound excitement, feeling as though the heavens had bestowed upon him this extraordinary individual to safeguard his daughter. Alleviating his worries. Chapter 14. The charge before departure, unity of spiritual forces. Wang Chuan fixed his gaze upon Lord Wu, his eyes sparkling with vitality as he skillfully guided his mystical energy through Lord Wu's body, alleviating some of the elder's hidden ailments and restoring him to near wellness. He thought to himself that one must accompany a Buddhist monk to the west. Thus, he would leave a trace of his energy in Lord Wu's sea of vital energy to ensure the latter would suffer less from the rigors of travel. Lord Wu allowed him to work his magic, reveling in the experience. He perceived the youth before him as serene and composed, exuding an air of youthful elegance. Truly a remarkable individual. This prompted him to reflect on his own daughter, who was also gifted in literature and arts, a rare talent among women. He mused that his daughter and this young man complemented each other perfectly, one embodying literary finesse while the other possessed martial prowess. With his daughter still naive to the ways of the world, and this young man harboring hidden talents and depth, he felt reassured should she choose to accompany him. Wang Chuan was solely focused on performing his healing techniques to invigorate the elder's blood, unaware that the old man had already considered him as a prospective son-in-law. Although the act of healing was a momentary endeavor, it required considerable mental exertion. After completing the treatment, beads of sweat formed on Wang Chuan's forehead, and he mused to himself, "This technique of mine is fundamentally a method of nurturing life. In this instance, I have truly showcased its strengths. With my medical intervention, this old man may indeed extend his years a little longer." At that moment, as Wu Gong pondered deeply, he happened to observe Wang Chuan releasing his hands. Instead of expressing gratitude, he retrieved an object from his bosom. Wang Chuan focused his gaze and saw that it was a piece of exquisite jade pendant. This pendant was resplendent and smooth, adorned with the flying colors of a phoenix. With utmost reverence, Wu Gong placed the precious jade into Wang Chuan's hands and solemnly stated, "My Wu family has been a lineage of scholars for generations, upholding the values of poetry, propriety, and governance. This gem is a family heirloom passed down to males only. I now bestow it upon you, hoping that you will safeguard my only daughter and preserve the bloodline of the Wu family. I bow before you in gratitude." As he spoke, he knelt down, but Wang Chuan immediately supported him. "I am but a humble wanderer, a mere commoner from the mountains and fields. Moreover, I am already indebted to you for your kindness. How could I possibly accept such an extravagant gift? You truly overwhelm me. Please rise. I have already promised to protect the young lady, and I shall honor that commitment." Rest assured, Wu Lao de Wu Gong, unable to bow any further, stood up. "My daughter is astute and virtuous, possessing both beauty and wisdom. Now that I entrust her to you, I feel at ease. I implore you to take good care of her." Though Wu Gong's words were laden with meaning, he could only hint at it. Wang Chuan, sensing something amiss, found it peculiar but did not dwell on it, thinking to himself that it was merely a matter of protection. Little did he know the profound implications of this protection, nor the true significance of the jade pendant. Alas, Wang Chuan remained blissfully unaware, oblivious to the fortune he was surrounded by. A Na'vi youth indeed. After bidding farewell to Wu Gong, he stepped outside the carriage, where a throng of people surged, their gazes converging upon him, some with intense scrutiny. He paid them no mind and silently blended into the crowd, making his way back to his abode as the hour grew late and the carriage wheels rolled onward. Amidst the cacophony of farewells, the sorrowful voice of Miss Han Yu echoed, resonating with a poignant sadness that traveled far and wide. Time flew swiftly, like a fleeting shadow, as the saying goes, in a world where human intentions are inscrutable. The vicissitudes of life often unfold in ways contrary to our desires. It had been over a month since Wu Lao set forth on his journey. On this day, Miss Han Yu sat idly in her chamber when suddenly, Suing burst in, her complexion pale, exclaiming, "Miss, something terrible has happened." Miss Han Yu, being of delicate disposition and sheltered from the harsh realities of the world, felt a wave of dizziness wash over her at the alarming news. She steadied herself and inquired, "Inger, what is the matter?" "Speak to me at once," Suing replied. Just outside the manor, a young man arrived, claiming to be dispatched by Inspector Su to deliver a warning. He appeared in great haste, conveying that treacherous ministers have seized power, the new emperor is inept, and the lines between loyalty and treachery have blurred. Many loyal officials and righteous individuals have been captured and imprisoned, their homes ransacked and their voices silenced. Your father's old friend, Li Hanlin, has already fallen victim to these treacherous schemes. Now, everyone in the court is ensnared by fear. Miss, what shall we do?" Upon hearing this, Han Yu's heart filled with dread as she contemplated. "My father has been sent to Yuan too. His life hangs in the balance. What am I to do?" She found herself at a loss for solutions. Suing, feeling anxious, secretly thought that the young lady was adept at managing affairs within the household, yet she displayed a certain clumsiness when it came to external matters, with the master no longer present. What could be done? Han Yu, in a moment of helplessness, grasped a silk handkerchief tightly in her hand. Observing this, Suing could not help but say, "Miss, when the master left the residence, he instructed us that if there were urgent matters, we could summon the old servants of the household to discuss together. They might have a solution." Upon hearing these words, Han Yu, troubled and with no alternative, could only respond, "Given the current precarious situation, we have no choice but to proceed in this manner." Suddenly, she rose and commanded Suing, "Quickly inform Dong Lao and the others to gather in the flower hall. There must be no mistakes." At that moment, in Wang Chuan's room, darkness enveloped the space, with no lights to be seen. Sunlight streamed through the cracks, dancing amid the swirling dust motes. Wang Chuan sat cross-legged at the head of the bed, his mind deeply focused. His spirit was both ethereal and substantial, as two streams of true essence flowed within his meridians, each following distinct paths yet operating independently without encroaching upon one another. This was the fruit of Wang Chuan's recent endeavors, the ability to split his focus and, through a vague yet profound intent, to subtly suggest the simultaneous operation of two distinct techniques. He even contemplated maintaining this dual practice continuously in his daily life, but upon attempting it, he soon realized that such aspirations were far too ambitious, bordering on the impossible. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through Wang Chuan's heart, an uncomfortable chill rising within him. The techniques he was practicing became influenced by this sensation, instantaneously drawing upon each other, their energies vastly different and at odds, neither willing to yield in that moment. The blood and qi within his meridians surged tumultuously, akin to a raging tide. With his eyes tightly shut, beads of sweat began to form on his brow, glistening densely. The tumultuous flow of qi and blood surged toward his heart, and in an instant, his true essence expanded, leaving Wang Chuan with the sensation of being an overinflated balloon on the verge of bursting, discomfort radiating throughout his body, as sweat poured down profusely, and crimson droplets of blood emerged from his skin, in his suffering. Wang Chuan lamented, "Is it possible that I am to die now? Ha, ha, ha. Such joy can lead to sorrow. No, I do not wish to die, nor can I. How could this be happening? Have I been mistaken? Caught between life and death." A myriad of thoughts flooded his mind. In that fleeting moment, he envisioned a tranquil pool of autumn water, serene and distant in aspiration. Zhuang Zhou once remarked, "To abandon the physical form, to relinquish cleverness, to detach from the senses and wisdom, merging with the great flow. This is called sitting and forgetting." What does one not forget in such a state? Unconscious of one's own body, oblivious to the universe, in unison with the Tao, all worries are cast aside. Thus, Zhuangzi spoke of merging with the great flow. Was this not akin to a rebirth from a cocoon? Must it truly be this way? In a state of profound introspection, Wang Chuan experienced a flicker of clarity, yet it eluded his grasp, shrouded in fog. Perhaps it was an illusion, or perhaps divine providence. Visions floated in his mind, ethereal and elusive. Is this the feeling shared by all those on the brink of death? Suddenly, amidst the void, a profound sound resonated, a verse of Buddhist wisdom. Purify the heart and guard your will. Can one attain the Tao? Just as one polishes a mirror, removing the grime reveals the clarity within. Sever desires and relinquish attachments to attain one's fate. The Buddha further stated, "Those who perceive the Tao are like holding a torch in a dark room. The darkness is extinguished, and only the light remains. Go learn the Tao and perceive the truth. Ignorance is dispelled, and the light endures." Wang Chuan recognized that he had strayed into a state of obsession, beset by errant thoughts, yet he clung to a thread of clarity in his spirit, refusing to be lost in delusion, resolute in his grasp of the cycle of reincarnation. With a resounding thud, amidst the turmoil of crisis, a sudden brilliance illuminated the surroundings, accompanied by an awe-inspiring chant, dispelling malevolent forces. This resonant sound, akin to the profound utterances of the Buddha, transformed into an extraordinary force, flowing like an insidious stream, infiltrating Wang Chuan's meridians with relentless momentum. Wherever it traversed, the entangled energies of Tao and Buddhism unraveled effortlessly. Wang Chuan, drenched in perspiration, mused to himself, what a stroke of luck. Just as he reveled in his newfound freedom, he sensed an anomaly and, with focused intent, turned inward. He beheld the pure, Buddhist force gradually dissipating, merging into the two strands of vital essence within him. These two energies, influenced by this phenomenon, began to attract one another, ultimately surpassing their former potency. Wang Chuan's countenance turned pale with alarm as he concentrated his thoughts, striving to suppress and stabilize the energies. His efforts proved futile. The encounter of the two essences birthed an unusual vital force that coursed through his body, gradually eroding the Tao and Buddhist essence beneath him. Upon witnessing this peculiar vital force, two words sprang to his mind. Fusion, as the saying goes, the great Tao unites, merging as one. This principle was well known in his own world. Yet he never anticipated that he would personally witness the manifestation of the great Tao today. Was this a blessing or a curse? Wang Chuan found himself at a loss, as the vital energies within him converged, coalescing into an enigmatic essence that followed an unfamiliar path, autonomously circulating. This peculiar occurrence brought him immense joy, as he mused, whether it be fortune or misfortune, I cannot evade it. Yet what lies before me is indeed favorable. He resolved to contemplate future matters at a later time, prioritizing the present, for the great Tao was fraught with peril. One must tread carefully, as if walking on thin ice in the tranquil chamber. A foul odor pervaded the air. Wang Chuan's keen sense of smell twitched, and he furrowed his brow. Looking down at his garments, he noticed they were drenched in sweat, his entire body seemingly coated in an unbearable layer of grime. There was a well situated in the backyard of his residence. He made his way there, lifting the wooden bucket by the well's edge and hoisting it onto the pulley with a resounding splash. Water erupted forth, and Wang Chuan drew up a bucket of crystal-clear, icy water in the courtyard. With no one else around, he felt unrestrained, shedding his clothing entirely to reveal his bare form. Setting his garments aside, he raised the bucket of well water above his head and poured it over himself, a refreshing sensation enveloping him in an instant, invigorating his entire being. After washing, he dried off and donned his clothes, feeling an indescribable sense of exhilaration coursing through him. As autumn waned and the chill of the season set in, his internal cultivation kept the cold at bay. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the courtyard gate. Wang Chuan, hearing the commotion, furrowed his brow, pondering, could something significant be afoot? With that thought, he hastened to the entrance and opened the gate. Outside, upon closer inspection, he was met by the sight of the lady's personal maid. Suing. A wave of trepidation washed over Wang Chuan. Visitors rarely came to his abode unless there was pressing business. With the master away, someone had come seeking him, and he silently concluded, this bodes ill. Chapter 15. The perils of domestic betrayal. Wang Chuan spoke with a warm demeanor. Ah, Miss Suing, what brings you here in such haste? Suing, her brow glistening with perspiration and her hair slightly disheveled, replied earnestly, this concerns a matter of grave importance regarding the safety of the Wu residence. The young lady has instructed that we convene in the flower hall without delay. We are merely awaiting your presence. As she spoke, she grasped Wang Chuan's hand, momentarily forgetting the propriety between men and women. Wang Chuan was unexpectedly seized by her, feeling somewhat awkward yet unable to refuse, fearing to hurt the young lady's feelings. Suing dashed a few steps ahead, only to suddenly sense a pair of strong and vigorous hands clasping hers. Realizing the impropriety of such intimacy, she hastily withdrew her hand, glancing around to find no one in sight, and felt a surge of relief. Fortunately, no one had witnessed this moment. With that, she released her delicate hand. Wang Chuan trailed behind her, resembling a reticent figure, entirely oblivious to the romantic tension. Xu Ying's face flushed profusely. And not daring to look back, she admonished earlier, I sent someone to summon you, but they reported that your residence was empty. We checked the entry logs and saw your name was not recorded, leading us to believe you were sleeping like a log. Wang Chuan jogged behind, feeling a pang of embarrassment upon hearing her words, unable to suppress a wry smile, secretly thinking, could there be a more fitting metaphor? He helplessly retorted, I retired quite late last night. Today I inevitably indulged in a bit too much slumber, I assure you. It shall not happen again. He harbored other matters in his heart, knowing he could not divulge that he had been practicing his martial arts. Fearing she would think him utterly deranged, Xu Ying, having spent much time by the young lady's side, was also inexperienced in matters of love, and she bashfully remarked, you truly are quite foolish. Make sure to retire earlier next time, and do not let it affect your duties. Wang Chuan could not help but feel a wave of embarrassment, as if his skin were crawling, acutely aware of how awkward the situation was. The corridor twisted and turned, yet the distance was not far. Within a short span, they arrived at the flower hall. Outside the hall, a display of autumn chrysanthemums bloomed in shades of yellow, red, and purple, exuding a serene yet vibrant beauty, accompanied by a delicate fragrance. Inside the hall, the young lady and several attendants had already taken their seats. Upon entering, Wang Chuan humbly apologized, pardon my intrusion, with her permission. He took a seat. The young lady occupied the seat of honor, and the others gazed at her with a mix of curiosity and confusion. She addressed Suing, saying, Inger, please distribute the notice you hold for all to peruse. Old Dong received the notice, opened it, and upon reading a few lines, his expression shifted dramatically, prompting puzzled glances from the others. As each person completed their reading, they were all engulfed in worry, as if facing imminent disaster. Wang Chuan too furrowed his brow upon reading the document. The young lady cleared her throat softly and stated, now that everyone has read it, please feel free to offer your insights and strategies to navigate this predicament. Wang Chuan's brow remained deeply furrowed as he pondered. Wu Hanlin, known for his discreet demeanor within the court, should have no enemies. Yet this letter repeatedly raised alarms. Could it be mere hyperbole? Surely not. It must be that Wu Hanlin, priding himself on loyalty and integrity, had unwittingly attracted the ire of certain duplicitous individuals. Moreover, his recent summons to serve as an envoy to Yuan Tu bore the hallmarks of a treacherous plot. It appeared that the Wu family was on the brink of calamity. Among those present, aside from the young lady, who held the position of authority, Old Dong held the highest status. This elderly figure, devoid of facial hair and with a completely bald head, resembled a Maitreya Buddha. Yet to Wang Chuan, he exuded an aura of malevolence, his slick demeanor inciting feelings of aversion. The young lady, noticing the silence that enveloped the room, turned to Old Dong and inquired, "Old Dong, you have now assumed the role of the external affairs steward of this household. What do you believe we should do in light of this situation?" Upon hearing this, Old Dong's eyes rolled thoughtfully, and he chuckled like the Maitreya Buddha, saying, "Miss, may I inquire if this letter is indeed sent by the esteemed friend of the master?" The others, upon hearing this, could not help but reveal expressions of astonishment, as they acknowledged in their hearts that this old man, capable of managing the internal affairs of the Wu residence, indeed possessed considerable skill, handling matters with meticulousness and profound experience. The young lady, appreciating his insight, firmly asserted, "This letter is genuinely from my father's close friend, Inspector Su, and there is no other." Old Dong nodded thoughtfully, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes, and remarked, "In that case, since it is from a dear friend, we must remain vigilant, regardless of the authenticity of the matter, or if it is merely a fabrication." Upon hearing this, the young lady's face paled. Filled with worry, this moment, her concern was not for her own safety, but for her father, who was far away and whose fate was uncertain. Wang Chuan observed her intently from a distance, silently reflecting, "Miss Hanyu is stunningly beautiful, not only a talented woman but also a dutiful daughter. It seems she is troubled about the stubborn old Wu's safety. I wonder what decisions will be made next." Wang Chuan sighed inwardly, and then thought, "Though the Wu family is grand and prosperous, it has little to do with me. I have promised old Wu to protect the young lady, ensuring her life is free from worry as long as I remain by her side. Once this matter is resolved, I shall venture far and wide in search of the elusive path to enlightenment." Although Hanyu manages the affairs of the household, being a woman, it is not appropriate for her to expose herself. Faced with this predicament, she found it difficult to choose and lacked a clever plan, feeling caught in a dilemma as she observed the people around her. Sighing deeply that moment, Granny Zhang from the young lady's courtyard spoke up, "My dear, you are a woman, and with the master absent, and given the master's close ties with Li Hanlin and Inspector Su, one must remember that glory and disgrace are shared. Beware of treacherous individuals. Should the powerful take advantage, as a woman, you cannot contend with them, and may fall prey to their schemes. It would be wise to retreat temporarily, to seek refuge in distant lands, thereby preserving your own safety." Wang Chuan, upon hearing this, felt admiration for her wisdom, thinking, "Indeed, she is the young lady's nurturing mother, and her sentiments hold weight." The others nodded in agreement. Most of them, diligent in their work, were unaware of the intricacies of significant matters, revealing their true nature at this moment. Apart from a few with ulterior motives, the rest displayed a herd mentality, relying on others for strategies. Wang Chuan mused that in this world, the capable rise above while the inept become mere ants, subject to the whims of others. Despite their good intentions, they often meet unfortunate ends, struggling in poverty. The saying "good people do not live long, while the wicked endure for a millennium" holds true in all circumstances. Old Dong, upon hearing Granny Zhang's words, momentarily clouded with concern, flashed a smile and said, "Granny Zhang speaks wisely, yet the young lady, being a woman of unparalleled beauty, is always at risk of attracting the wrong kind of attention. In my view, it would be better for her to remain within the Wu residence, where the master, esteemed as a high-ranking official, holds significant responsibilities and merits. Those malicious individuals would do well to consider their actions before attempting any schemes against us." Old Dong's intentions seemed to betray his words, and Wang Chuan, with a slight furrow of his brow and a glint in his eyes, pondered that while there was some truth to his assertion, it was not entirely without flaws. The others present fell into a contemplative silence, unsure of what to say. The gaze of Elder Dong lightly swept over the crowd, his eyes gleaming with a subtle mirth that, in Wang Chuan's perception, concealed malevolence. Within the household, there exists a saying, "Elder Dong's smile is a treacherous flattery." Suddenly, Elder Dong's eyes met Wang Chuan's, and upon encountering the cold, piercing light in Wang Chuan's gaze, Elder Dong's expression faltered. He gave a slight nod, while Wang Chuan appeared oblivious. Wang Chuan mused silently, sensing the hidden malice within this man. With pronounced cheekbones, he seemed to harbor ulterior motives, a wolfish ambition lurking beneath the surface that warranted early removal. Although Wang Chuan had never taken a life nor contemplated such an act, he had witnessed, with wide-open eyes, instances of lives being so easily discarded in this world. This reality served as a profound jolt to him, subtly shifting his previous beliefs about the inviolability of law in his original world. Here, power reigned supreme. Lives were as insignificant as grass, the heavens were indifferent, and only the strong triumphed in his heart. Wang Chuan clung to righteousness and found it intolerable to witness the wickedness of these treacherous individuals. With his own capabilities, he feared neither heaven nor earth, and subconsciously developed a sense of chivalry, a desire to eliminate evil and uphold justice. To be honest, Wang Chuan was utterly uncertain of his place in this world, drifting like a dandelion seed in the wind, heading wherever the breeze might take him. As time stretched on, he remained unyielding, yet Elder Dong continued his machinations without concern. Since Wang Chuan had never involved himself in the affairs of the household, Elder Dong reasoned that as long as he did not provoke this harbinger of calamity, peace would prevail. At that moment, the young lady found herself in a quandary. Zhang Ma, her adoptive mother, naturally leaned towards her, yet Elder Dong, seasoned and shrewd, had long been a loyal servant in the household, diligent and prudent in his duties. After much contemplation, she found no viable course of action and thus decided to bide her time, observing the unfolding events. As night fell, the starry sky dimmed, thick clouds obscured the moon, and the chilly autumn wind swept through, creating an eerie stillness in the Wu residence, where only the flickering candlelight broke the silence. Inside Elder Dong's bedroom, a woman's voice suddenly echoed from the bed. Her words were like a melodious song, teasingly whispering, "You old rascal, your heart is truly wicked." From the bed, Elder Dong's voice emerged, chuckling, "I have weathered many storms in this household, toiling day and night. Now that the old fool has been dispatched on a mission to Yuan too, it is truly a scheme of treachery, a knife in the dark. With only the unparalleled beauty of the young lady remaining in this household, is this not the perfect opportunity for me to replace Wu with Dong?" The women on the bed laughed in response. "Elder Dong, after so many years of scheming in this household, with both overt and covert maneuvers, you have nearly every person here under your control. Now, if you can obtain the deed to this house, success will be at hand, and the enchanting Miss Hanyu shall be yours to mold at will. Truly, you are fortunate, you great lecher." Speaking of Miss Hanyu, Elder Dong's playful spirit ignited once more, his hands unconsciously wandering, eliciting a rapid intake of breath from the woman. She laughed and scolded, "You old fool, indulging in what you have while coveting what you cannot." Elder Dong, while indulging in his desires, chuckled, "Ah, Hanyu, a beauty of unparalleled grace, both charming and wise, indeed a feast for the eyes. However, should I claim her for myself, I would be settling for something lesser. In my view, it is perhaps more advantageous to indulge oneself before bestowing upon others, thus reaping some benefits in the process. Is this not a double blessing?" Upon hearing this, the lascivious woman fell into a moment of silence, and after a while, she replied, "Old Dong, your heart is rather wicked. I only hope that once our desires are fulfilled, you will not forsake me." Suddenly, Old Dong's tone softened, and he said, "We have shared many years in this residence. Though there has been no formal betrothal, we have already established a spousal bond. How could I ever abandon you? Do not entertain such thoughts again." "Hush, hush, release me." The lascivious woman pinched Old Dong fiercely, yet her eyes sparkled with flirtation, and she assumed a charming posture. With a serious demeanor, she stated, "I hope you remember these words. Should you betray me, I shall haunt you even in death." Old Dong responded with a lewd chuckle. "It is said that a woman's heart is as sharp as a needle, and jealousy is commonplace. At last, I have witnessed this. Come, let me serve you well, so you may experience ecstasy beyond compare." Elsewhere, as the night air cooled like water, Wang Chuan sat cross-legged within his chamber, his mystical powers in motion, still as tranquil waters, akin to an old monk in meditation. Chapter 16. The beautiful maiden seeks the Buddha. The old monk's Buddhist verse. It is said that the realm of Litang was far from peaceful. Officials colluded with bandits, oppressing the good citizens. Heroes of the Green Woods established their dominion over the mountains, either to suppress the wicked or to seek wealth through treachery, with no one daring to intervene. On a day when the sun shone brightly and autumn chrysanthemums perfumed the air, the inhabitants of the Wu residence bustled about as usual. Old Dong played with 2 iron balls the size of pigeon eggs, accompanied by Chang Si and He Qian, the 3 of them parading about. Every servant who beheld them greeted, "Good day, Old Dong." Whenever he heard this, Old Dong would display a look of indulgent pleasure, embodying the essence of a servant who had risen to prominence. At noon, Old Dong routinely made his way to the dining hall of the Wu residence. The Shanqiao Hall, on the pillars flanking the entrance, red characters painted in vermilion declared, on the left pillar, taste is of utmost importance. On the right pillar, the people regard food as heaven, above. The world's delicacies, at this moment. The cooks in the Shanqiao Hall were busily preparing meals, the air filled with the enticing aroma of food. Upon his arrival, the kitchen staff greeted him with smiles. Good day, Old Dong. Old Dong squinted his eyes, his bald head gleaming, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. At that juncture, a radiant figure entered from the east wing. Appearing in the kitchen and continuously inspecting the work of the cooks, she stopped by an elderly chef and softly inquired, Grandfather Zhang, may I take some food? Is it ready? Old Zhang, glancing toward the entrance, wiped the sweat from his aged temples with his sleeve and replied with a smile, Ah, it is Miss Yixiang. Everything you requested is prepared. Indeed, it is ready. I shall bring it to you at once. As he spoke, he bent down to open the cabinet, retrieving a basket from which the gentle clinking of dishes could be heard, accompanied by the delightful aroma of food. Zhang Yixiang accepted the basket, smiling with satisfaction, and said, Thank you, Grandfather Zhang. Has your leg pain improved? I shall bring some more remedies for you tomorrow. With autumn upon us, do take care of your health. You are a kind-hearted girl. My leg pain has indeed improved significantly, thanks to the medicine you sent. If there is anything you need from me in the future, do not hesitate to ask. There is no need to bring me any more gifts. Zhang Yixiang, with a gentle smile, said, Old Zhang, please refrain from referring to yourself as an old servant. I, too, am a person of misfortune and cannot bear it. Old Zhang, flipping the vegetables in the pan with a spatula, sighed and replied, Child, your heart is too kind. There are certain matters you would rather endure in silence than speak of. Such stubbornness in thought, may sincerity break through even the hardest of stones. Zhang Yixiang lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushed, and after a moment of silence, she softly said, Grandfather Zhang, I must take my leave now. Please take care of yourself and mind the cold. With that, she gracefully exited the dining hall. Dong Laosan and the others watched her depart. He Qian's expression twisted with malice as he suddenly exclaimed, Dong Lao, this girl dares to disregard us so blatantly. It is utterly contemptible. Should we not know? Let us deliberate this matter further. Dong Lao interjected, his round head concealing a pair of piercing eyes that flickered momentarily. He Qian, confused, argued, Why? In this Wu residence, aside from a few notable exceptions, who would dare oppose us? This girl has clearly shown her disdain. She should be punished. That is unwise. Young He, do you not realize for whom she prepares this meal? Dong Lao replied slowly. He Qian was momentarily speechless. The meal? I do not comprehend. Dong Lao turned to Chang Si, who immediately caught his drift and cleared his throat, saying, He Qian, the girl's meal is not for herself, but for a man. One whom we both know resides within this very estate. Chang's gaze turned icy, punctuating each word. It is he, He Qian exclaimed, realization dawning upon him, his previously fierce demeanor now one of astonishment. Indeed, since his arrival at the Wu residence, he has remained beyond our control, and Dong Lao has been biding his time. Do you understand why? Chang Si continued. He Qian, still in ignorance, asked, Why? Wang Chuan is merely a gardener, without power or influence. What is there to fear? A gardener. Ha ha ha, how absurd. Chang Si laughed heartily, then leaned in to whisper an explanation. He Qian's face morphed into one of disbelief upon hearing the revelation. Dong Lao spoke gravely. When the master departed, he alone summoned him into the tent, surely to impart confidential matters. Thus, this individual must not be rashly provoked, nor should those close to him. Both he and Chang responded, understood. Dong Lao's gaze shifted back to the cook laboring within, ultimately resting on old Zhang, whom he studied intently for a long moment. Finally, he declared, Let us return. The three departed. In the secluded courtyard, within the side room, Dong Lao inquired mysteriously, He Qian, how goes the task I entrusted to you? He Qian replied, The strategist has instructed us to procure that item immediately and then ascend the mountain to proceed as planned. Upon success, wealth and glory will be ours without question. Dong Lao smiled faintly and then said, A wise bird chooses its perch. In this contest of great nations, it is certain that Wu Gong shall not return. The Wu residence is left with only the feeble Miss Hanyu. For now, this is our only course. He pondered for a moment before cryptically stating, Come here, both of you. Subsequently, the three individuals engaged in a clandestine discussion regarding certain matters. Here, within a secluded courtyard of the Wu residence, the door stood ajar, where Wang Chuan, clutching a broom, was diligently sweeping the grounds. At that moment, a knock resounded upon the door. Wang Chuan set down the broom, pondering silently who might be paying him a visit, and proceeded to open the door. Before him stood a woman, her slender waist and fair complexion strikingly evident, with cascading black hair framing her face and a pair of bright, expressive eyes. Dressed in simple yet pristine attire, she held a basket in her arms, standing gracefully at the threshold. As Wang Chuan beheld the visitor, an unexpected pain began to throb in his head. "So it is you, Miss Yixiang. Do you require something?" Wang Chuan inquired, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Zhang Yixiang appeared unfazed by Wang Chuan's discourteous act of not inviting her inside. Instead, she smiled and replied, "I have come to deliver some food on behalf of my benefactor, as the fare within the residence has not been particularly palatable of late. I hope you take good care of yourself." Upon hearing this, Wang Chuan managed an awkward smile and said, "Please, do come in. I have long since saved you, and you have already repaid me in kind. There is no need for such gestures. Your kindness truly overwhelms me." To unravel the story behind this exchange, we must journey back a fortnight. 2 weeks prior, Wang Chuan, seeking respite, ventured alone to Jin City, where he discovered a temple known as Wanshou Si. This temple, reputedly established by a wandering monk of great repute, is said to fulfill the wishes of those who pray earnestly, thus becoming a revered site for the local populace seeking divine favor. Although the esteemed monk had long since departed, the temple remained a beacon of devotion, its resplendent structures and vibrant yellow walls standing in solemn grandeur, echoing with the whispers of countless prayers. Inside the main hall, throngs of devotees, regardless of age or status, approached with reverence and humility, united in their worship beneath the towering Buddha, where all souls seemed to find solace. Over the years, the area designated for kneeling had worn into a deep indentation. On this particular day, a woman clad in simple garments, with a delicate frame, knelt with profound sincerity, her palms pressed together before her forehead, ultimately bowing low in devotion. Beneath the heavy drapery, a gaunt old monk, initially as motionless as a statue, suddenly opened his murky eyes and murmured a Buddhist chant, before reverting to his previous state of stillness, as if he had never stirred. The kneeling woman then trembled violently, rising to reveal a countenance brimming with joyous tears, before bowing several more times and gracefully departing. After her exit, a dapper young man clad in scholarly robes entered, distinguishing himself from the other worshippers by refraining from kneeling. Instead, he stood with his hands clasped, offering a slight bow to the Buddha, and proceeded to scrutinize the magnificent hall with an air of distinctiveness. His demeanor, perceived as rather impudent by others, elicited no rebuke within the temple, as the prevailing sentiment leaned towards a belief that it was better to overlook than to confront. The youth gazed for a moment, seemingly having surveyed all that was before him, finding nothing novel, and began to take his leave. At that moment, a sudden sound of a wooden fish striking resonated from behind the curtain, and forth emerged an elderly monk clad in a simple ochre robe, his visage marked by age. This monk was indeed the old ascetic who had been meditating moments before, his countenance kind and gentle. As he stepped forward, he intercepted Wang Chuan and, in a voice imbued with age, spoke slowly, "Namo Amitabha, benefactor, please pause." Upon hearing this, Wang Chuan halted and turned, casting his gaze around to see the old monk. He offered a slight bow and inquired, "May I ask, Master, are you calling for me?" The old monk, his left hand deftly manipulating a string of prayer beads while his right hand returned the gesture of respect, punched slightly and replied, "Benefactor, might you kindly share your name with this humble monk?" Wang Chuan, upon hearing this, could not help but scrutinize the old monk a moment longer and asked, "Master, why do you speak in such a manner?" The old monk softly intoned a Buddhist chant and said, "This humble monk perceives in you a veil of confusion, distinctly unlike others, thus prompting my inquiry." Wang Chuan, slightly taken aback, realized that he was not of this world, yet this man could articulate such a thought. Comprehending the weight of the moment, he adjusted his breath and replied, "Master, my surname is Wang, and my given name is Chuan." Upon hearing this, the old monk immediately began to calculate with his fingers. Yet after a while his brow furrowed, and he reluctantly said, "Benefactor, your fate is most peculiar." This humble monk is truly unable to discern it. However, I do have a saying to offer. Wang Chuan smiled warmly and replied, "Master, what auspicious words do you have? I shall certainly remember them." The old monk, with his benevolent demeanor, also smiled and uttered, "Destiny is forged by oneself, and one's countenance arises from the heart." All phenomena in the world are but illusions. If the heart remains unmoved, all remains still. If the heart does not change, all remains unchanged. Wang Chuan, upon hearing this, focused intently to commit it to memory, though he found it perplexing. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his confusion and expressed his gratitude. Master, your words of wisdom are duly noted. The hour grows late. I must take my leave. Please, do not trouble yourself with that. He swept his sleeves and departed. Once Wang Chuan had left, the old monk suddenly joined his hands in prayer and softly murmured, "In this vibrant world, a single leaf of Bodhi contains the essence of 3,000 grains of sand from the Ganges, each representing myriad realms of enlightenment. All sentient beings experience the freedom of their own emotions. Benefactor, until we meet again." Chapter 17. The mysterious ferryman. As Wang Chuan exited Wanshou Temple, the old monk's words reverberated in his mind, yet he could not grasp their meaning, ultimately deciding to dismiss the thoughts altogether. Within the bustling confines of Jincheng, the most vibrant and lively place was undoubtedly by the Qinyuan River, where the waters flowed gently, meandering between banks lined with taverns, ornate buildings, shops, and workshops, bustling with countless tourists, renowned scholars, and beautiful ladies enjoying leisure and merriment. Wang Chuan made his way to this locale and entered a grand establishment named Wangfula. Ascending to an elegant room on the upper floor, he chose a chamber with a view of the street and the water, though the price was steep. Yet, he still had some silver on hand. As the food and drink were served, Wang Chuan sat alone, indulging in his wine while listening to the songs emanating from the opposite building. Below Wangfula, several flatboats floated gently, with a few ferrymen casually seated upon them, awaiting patrons. On the opposite bank, a splendid building faced Wangfula, where a group of elegantly attired individuals listened to a songstress cradling a pipa. Her sweet melodies occasionally met with applause. Wang Chuan could only hear her sing, speak of the heart's sorrow, the thoughts that sever the soul. A lone swan amidst autumn waters sings of her beloved. The charming one sings, a handsome young man, riding the winds with an air of grandeur. The heart is also intoxicated. The fair beauty, spring winds and rain gather in 1,000 friendships. With a kiss and tears glistening, she rises in her crimson attire, as the red walls bloom in spring, dancing in vibrant garb. Then she begins anew. Your heart weeps, a cup of wine, entering the troubled heart breeds melancholy. Recalling the lovely visage, how many times of laughter, like a dream, the heart feels shattered. The clear and melodious voice, resonating in his ears, captivated Wang Chuan. Suddenly, a startled cry jolted him from his reverie. A frown creased his brow as he set down his wine cup and gazed outside, his vision piercing. There, within the painted tower, stood an overly eager young man, drunkenly attempting to entice the singer, who, filled with shame, struggled, her sobs barely audible, while none dared intervene. Upon witnessing this, Wang Chuan's brows arched in indignation, a flame of unnameable fury igniting within him. Just as he was about to rise, a burly man bellowed like thunder, "How dare you act wantonly under the bright sun?" Another individual also stood, saying, "This young sir, dressed elegantly and standing 7 feet tall, how can you torment a weak woman?" This person exuded the aura of a scholar. As these two men spoke, a group of burly servants rushed forth, each a seasoned fighter, surrounding the two in a menacing display, all under the command of an elderly man in a yellow robe. Yet the duo, undaunted, stood firm. The burly man sneered maliciously, while the scholar, witnessing the scene, coldly laughed. "What do you intend to do? Do you not fear the authorities? The laws of the Great Tang will punish you." The young dandy persisted in his harassment of the woman, but suddenly faltered, on the verge of fainting. The elderly man in yellow changed countenance, reaching out to pat the young man's shoulder. Instantly, the dandy expelled a torrent of wine, his complexion becoming somewhat flushed. As he regained his senses, however, accustomed to his domineering ways, he flushed with anger and sneered. "You dare meddle in my affairs? Are you tired of living? Gualao, teach them a harsh lesson." The old man, upon hearing this, revealed a look of distress, hesitating. The young dandy, noticing, displayed his ferocity, saying, "Gualao, do you dare defy my word?" With a loud laugh, the burly man in blue remarked, "Look, even your own subordinates can no longer tolerate this." The scholar chuckled lightly. The dandy, feeling a mix of shame and rage, trembled with anger, pointing at the elderly man in yellow. Gritting his teeth, "Gualao, do you wish to betray your master? Remember how well the Pan family has treated you, yet you bite the hand that feeds you. Attack." The elderly man, unable to maintain his dignity, endured the humiliation, his face flushed as he shouted, At his command, a portion of the servants split off, charging towards the burly man in blue and the scholar, launching themselves at them. "Excellent!" the burly man exclaimed, pressing forward rather than retreating. His fists unleashed a torrent of power, resembling a whirling top, like a hungry tiger pouncing into a flock of sheep. The scholar, not to be outdone, engaged with several of the servants for a brief moment. But overwhelmed by numbers, he began to falter, stumbling as one assailant seized the opportunity, evilly grinning as he raised his fist to strike the back of the scholar's head. In fright, the scholar lamented, "My life is at an end." It appears that this scholar possesses limited combat prowess. However, his willingness to step forward is indeed commendable. At that moment, a sound reminiscent of something slicing through the air rang out, followed by a sharp crack. An object hurtled through the air, striking the malevolent black hand and alleviating the scholar's predicament. As the situation shifted, the scholar pivoted with alertness, only to hear the sound of fabric tearing through the air, fluttering ominously. "Who goes there?" exclaimed the elder in a yellow robe. "Humph, a wicked master and his vile servant, aiding and abetting tyranny. How lamentable and pitiable," Wang Chuan declared, simultaneously moving like the wind, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks that swiftly incapacitated the lackeys surrounding the scholar. At this juncture, the burly man in blue also finished dispatching his own cadre of henchmen, yet his expression bore a hint of insatiable desire as he provocatively regarded the elder in yellow. The fallen lackeys groaned like swine, and the burly man turned to Wang Chuan, inquiring, "Shall you take the lead, or shall I?" Wang Chuan, positioned behind him, could not help but chuckle upon hearing this. The elder in yellow, realizing he had become an object of choice, felt his face flush a deep purple with indignation and rage. Bellowing, "You shall all attack together." With that, he transformed into a swirling gust of yellow wind, charging towards the nearest burly man in blue. Wang Chuan, witnessing this, was taken aback, recognizing that this individual's martial skills were extraordinary. Contemplating his next move, he too dove into the fray, employing the principles of Tai Chi to counter the elder's aggressive onslaught, striving to neutralize the formidable force of the elder's punches. The elder was indeed formidable, leaving them with no choice but to adopt a defensive stance. The burly man bore the brunt of the assault while Wang Chuan positioned himself strategically, their techniques flowing seamlessly as they maneuvered beneath the elder's peculiar martial arts. The elder's punches were bizarrely swift, akin to a yellow wind, ensnaring both Wang Chuan and the burly man in a relentless struggle, forcing them to resist with all their might. Suddenly, a voice pierced the tension. "What a rare and exquisite display of the mysterious method of Yellow Dragon Fist. I wonder what connection the elder has with the legendary Guojia. Guo Wenghua of your? Who are you?" the elder in yellow demanded, his expression shifting dramatically as he halted, scanning the surroundings but finding no one, and spoke coldly. Wang Chuan and the burly man seized the opportunity to retreat to a safe distance. Remaining vigilant, Guojia, Guo Wenghua, a figure from Jiyuan, was a renowned hero a century ago, known for his obstinate nature in his youth and his merciless disposition. In his adulthood, he devised his own martial arts, manifesting like a yellow wind and a dragon's ascent, his prowess commanding respect throughout the martial world and court alike. Ultimately, this incited trepidation within the emperor, who ordered a ruthless crackdown, leading to the annihilation of Guo's family. Yet, Guo Jia's corpse was never discovered. Legends suggest he had transcended into enlightenment, able to foresee the future, and had long since fled. Years later, for reasons unknown, the emperor met a sudden and untimely demise upon his dragon throne. However, whispers hinted that he fell victim to human malice, with traces of the yellow dragon fist lingering in the air, rekindling speculation about the elusive Guojia. After this incident, tales surrounding Guojia proliferated. Some claimed he perished under the siege of palace experts, while others insisted he shattered the void, ascending to immortality. The varying legends and incessant conjecture have rendered Guojia's fate an enduring enigma. In this moment, the atmosphere grew tense, with all eyes fixed on the elder in yellow, as the mysterious voice continued, "Just now, I heard that young man refer to you as Guo Lao, and your martial technique resembles the rising yellow dragon. Considering all these factors, could it be that you are a descendant of Guojia?" The aged man in the yellow robe remained silent, his countenance shifting between gloom and brightness, revealing the tumultuous struggle within his heart. At this moment, the stranger also fell silent, and a peculiar atmosphere, both tangible and elusive, enveloped the crowd, stifling their breath. Wang Chuan, feeling suffocated, discreetly circulated his energy to alleviate his discomfort. The debauched young master, weakened from excessive indulgence, turned ashen under the pressure, and with a retching sound, expelled a foul and pungent mass. His complexion easing slightly, weakly, he implored, "Old Gua, do speak. My family, the Pan clan, has treated you well. It is unexpected that you possess such a mysterious background. What I have witnessed today shall surely be reported to my father." Ignored by all, he suddenly collapsed, his eyes darkening, having been covertly rendered unconscious by the yellow-robed elder. The burly man in green standing beside Wang Chuan gasped for breath, sweat beading on his brow, his face a mask of astonishment as he exclaimed, "What force is this? The utmost manifestation of martial arts, yet it emanates such a pressure." The crowd, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of incredulity. "Ha ha ha! How delightful! Here we have someone with discernment." The long silent stranger suddenly laughed. "Humph! Your tricks are mere child's play. It is time to end this charade. Step forth," the yellow-robed elder declared darkly after a prolonged silence. Simultaneously, a sudden gust of yellow wind surged from his left palm, hurtling towards the pavilion below, aimed at an elderly ferryman seated in one of the small boats on the river. The attack came so unexpectedly that it surpassed everyone's anticipation, and it seemed certain the ferryman would perish beneath the elder's formidable wind. However, the ferryman, unfazed, calmly removed the hand-rolled cigarette tucked under his arm, secured it at his waist, and with a stooped posture, executed a remarkable maneuver that diffused the assault. He then leisurely placed the cigarette to his lips, taking in a satisfying puff, and smoke rings began to billow forth. This series of actions occurred with astonishing speed yet appeared to unfold in slow motion, as if the very fabric of space had thickened. It was then that the crowd realized the ferryman was indeed an extraordinary recluse. Moments later, the ferryman stood up serenely, turned to face the pavilion, and with a casual step, strolled forward as if in a tranquil garden. Suddenly, Wang Chuan felt a disorienting haze wash over his vision. When clarity returned, he found that another figure had joined the scene atop the pavilion, the peculiar, aged ferryman. The ferryman, puffing on his cigarette, spoke slowly, "Your yellow dragon's vital energy resembles that of the esteemed Guojie from days of yore, yet you have yet to grasp its essence, form without substance." The yellow-robed elder's pupils constricted. He could not penetrate the mystery of this old ferryman, feeling as if he stood on the edge of an abyss. Yet, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes as he smiled, albeit insincerely, and replied, "I have practiced the yellow dragon technique for decades, and am confident that I can traverse the world. To find myself outmatched by a mere ferryman is quite laughable. May I inquire your identity?" The ferryman chuckled and said, "If you deem me a ferryman, then so be it. Why pursue the matter further? We are merely fated to cross paths. Ignorance serves us well." The yellow-robed elder found himself momentarily speechless, at a loss for words. Chapter 18. The Farmer's Lament. The ferryman smiled once more and said, "I shall not inquire about your origins. You must leave this place at once. Settle the cost of the table, chairs, and tea, and be on your way." Upon hearing the words, the elderly man in the yellow robe exhibited a change in countenance once more. Ultimately, he commanded his subordinates to pay the requisite sum, escorting the young master as they hurriedly departed. After the tumultuous crowd dispersed, the singer disappeared without anyone noticing, leaving the painting pavilion far more spacious. Nevertheless, Wang Chuan and his companions remained vigilant, unwilling to let their guard down. The ferryman, clad in straw sandals, continued to smoke his dry tobacco, seemingly oblivious to the presence of Wang Chuan and the others. Wang Chuan furrowed his brow, resolutely deciding to step forward. However, someone else, unable to contain themselves, took the initiative and addressed them with polite courtesy. "Esteemed elder, we express our heartfelt gratitude for your timely assistance. May I inquire your esteemed name so that we might extend our thanks in the future?" The old man tapped his smoking pipe, then turned to face the trio, observing them for a moment before breaking into a smile. "I make my living by ferrying others across the waters. People refer to me as the ferryman. Having grown accustomed to life on the boat, I have long since forgotten the intricate formalities of this world. You are welcome to join me aboard my humble vessel, if you wish." Wang Chuan and the others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. The scholar spoke. "We shall certainly heed your kind invitation, esteemed elder. Please, lead the way." The ferryman chuckled, and with a fleeting motion, he vanished, only to reappear at the bow of the boat, standing solitary and serene, awaiting them with a gentle smile. Wang Chuan and his companions felt a chill run down their spines, recognizing the extraordinary prowess of this individual. Wang Chuan excused himself and leaped from the terrace, descending gracefully towards the boat like a cloud-soaring crane. Following him, The brawny man in green and the scholar employed their respective techniques to soar down, with the former appearing most at ease, while the latter seemed to exert a bit of effort, revealing the disparity in their cultivation levels. Once the three alighted, the ferryman readied the boat, lifting the bamboo pole to propel it forward, preparing to depart. Suddenly, Wang Chuan recalled something and, rising abruptly, retrieved a silver ingot from his bosom, flicking it towards the spot where he had earlier indulged in a drink. After their departure, a group of officials clad in uniforms stormed into the painting building, clamoring and searching, yet they found nothing of consequence. After a thorough inquiry, their leader left in disappointment. As twilight descended, the sun's vibrant visage transformed into a yolk-like hue on the western horizon, while countless colorful clouds drifted lazily across the sky. Wang Chuan, entranced by the evening glow, realized that he had encountered three individuals in this world: the green-clad giant, Chao Meng, the scholar, Li Wintao, and the old ferryman, whose true name remained unknown. The old ferryman, a gentle soul, had engaged them in numerous discussions, particularly on the subject of martial arts. Undoubtedly a recluse of remarkable insight, his profound understanding of martial arts left Wang Chuan and his companions deeply impressed. After their farewells, each took their own path. Wang Chuan altered his course to board the vessel, which sailed to a secluded area. After ascertaining the route, he unleashed his martial prowess along the narrow path, traversing the vast expanse of Jin City, dashing through uninhabited territory, occasionally spotting diligent farmers laboring in the fields. Before he realized it, he arrived at the western outskirts of Jin City, at a small village known as Zhang's Village. This settlement was predominantly inhabited by those bearing the surname Zhang, all ordinary farmers, save for one prominent family with the surname Liu. Nestled amidst picturesque mountains and rivers, the village boasted a commendable landscape. Suddenly, Wang Chuan noticed a gathering of people ahead, faintly hearing the sorrowful lamentations of a young woman. Observing the twilight hour, he pondered whether he should approach to discover the cause of the commotion. As he hesitated, a weathered peasant, caked in dirt, returned from the fields, carrying a farming implement. Passing by Wang Chuan, he was immediately hailed. With cupped fists, Wang Chuan inquired, "Old sir, might you pause for a moment? May I ask what commotion lies ahead?" The old man halted and glanced at Wang Chuan, noting his handsome features and refined demeanor. He replied, "It is the plight of a wretched household. The man has perished, leaving only a widow and her 2 children. At this moment, the creditors have come to demand repayment, but alas, they are destitute, their home stripped bare of all possessions. How can they possibly furnish the needed funds? Unfortunately, the creditors intend to seize the maiden as collateral for the debt." Sigh. With a heavy heart, the elder walked away, leaving Wang Chuan filled with indignation. "In light of this, I must intervene," Wang Chuan declared resolutely, his eyes gleaming with determination. At that moment, among the crowd, a destitute farmer's wife was on her knees, wailing, while beside her stood a frail youth, gaunt and emaciated, his sunken eyes devoid of sorrow but filled instead with a chilling hatred. Leaning against his mother for support, he appeared too young to bear such burdens. On the other side of the farmer's wife stood a sorrowful maiden clad in simple garments, tears streaming down her face, as if the world had left her with no refuge, her misfortune having only just begun. Among the throng were a few individuals adorned in silk and gold, their demeanor arrogant and self-important. One slightly portly man among them, with a thick, fleshy hand, pointed at the woman on the ground, boasting, "Considering you are but a lonely, helpless woman, my master has decided not to collect your debt. All we ask is that you send your daughter back with me to serve the Liu family. Yet, you persist in this wailing, acting like a rogue. Truly, it is preposterous, you wretched creature, blind to your own good fortune. Li Fu, I beseech you, recalling the kindness my husband showed you in life, please speak to the Liu family with decency. Request a few more days' grace, and I assure you I shall gather the funds to repay you. I implore you, do not take my daughter away." The farmer's wife cried out, kneeling in desperation. The onlookers sighed collectively, yet none dared to extend a hand in aid. "Ha! Do not be so ungrateful. Were it not for my earnest pleas to Lord Liu to reduce your family's taxes, you would have perished long ago. Now, I present you with this most generous solution, and yet you balk and protest, behaving like a petulant child, utterly oblivious to reason. I tell you, today, Lord Liu has decreed that your daughter must be taken, and your protests are in vain. Yield to this fate. Besides, what harm could the Liu family bring? Living in luxury, your daughter's talents would surely catch Lord Liu's eye, securing her a position as a concubine, and you could all look forward to wealth and prosperity. Yet, you remain ungrateful, accusing me of being heartless. The man named Li Fu spat his words with disdain. No, no, we are unworthy of such fortune. The three of us, an orphaned woman and her 2 children, would be content to live as we are. If only you would grant us a few more days, I promise to gather the necessary funds. The woman continued to plead, her voice breaking in sorrow. Upon hearing the phrase ingratitude, Li Fu's countenance shifted between shades of red and white, culminating in a furious indignation. He pointed at the woman on the ground, his eyes ablaze with rage, declaring, "You wretched creature, cease your nonsensical prattle. I, Li Fu, possess my own destined fortune, which is of no concern to others. The debt owed to your deceased husband has been repaid. Do not mention it again. Whether you acquiesce or not, you must either surrender 60 taels of silver, or I shall take your daughter with me. Consider your options wisely. My patience has run thin, and do not expect me to show mercy for past acquaintance." The woman on the ground, her tears long spent, choked out a plea to the heavens. "Oh, benevolent Lord of the skies, I implore you to open your eyes and save my unfortunate child." She lifted her disheveled hair and, glaring at Li Fu with bloodshot eyes, exclaimed with venom, "You heartless wretch, today you wish to take my girl? Very well, you must step over my body first. Otherwise, you shall not succeed. Even in death, I shall haunt you as a vengeful spirit." Wang Chuan, hearing her anguished cries from a distance, sighed deeply and hastened his approach. Upon hearing her words, Li Fu, already incensed, suddenly erupted in laughter, his fury escalating as he pointed at the widow and declared, "Excellent, excellent. Since that is the case, it saves me the trouble of further discourse. Come forth, separate the mother and daughter, and take this charming lass away." Several young servants, upon receiving his orders, rolled up their sleeves and swiftly moved to forcefully separate them. Despite their futile struggles, in that moment, the woman on the ground suddenly grasped a hairpin, its sharp point poised against her neck. A terrifying sight. With a fierce voice, she cried out, "If you dare to act recklessly again, I shall end my life here today. Come, come." In her frenzy, tears streamed down her face, and she abruptly turned to the frail boy clutching her sleeve, her voice imbued with both tenderness and sorrow. "My child, I am sorry. You and your sister are the very core of my being. I am powerless, but I can only show my blood to the heavens. My dear." She gently caressed the boy's dark cheek, a poignant display of maternal love that tugged at the heartstrings. "Mother, no. Please, don't." The boy implored. "I am willing to go, mother." The girl cried out in terror. The boy, however, shed no tears. His gaze remained steady, surveying the crowd, including Li Fu and his companions, without uttering a single word. Finally, he raised his frail hand and gently wiped away his mother's tears, speaking in a hollow voice. "Do not cry, mother. I shall remember these people." His words sent a chill down Wang Fu's spine, as a murderous intent flickered in his eyes. The woman gazed at him, embracing the boy, and with tears mingled with a bittersweet smile, said, "My children, you are so understanding, I cannot bear to part from you. You must support one another in the days to come. Do not forget each other in times of fortune." As she spoke, the hairpin was suddenly thrust with force. "No!" Wang Chuan shouted, but it was too late. The pin had already pierced her neck, sinking deep as crimson blood gushed forth, splattering the boy's face and staining the girl's garments. Their mother had taken her own life. "Mother!" The girl cried out, a heart-wrenching scream escaping her lips as she lunged forward, only to succumb to darkness, fainting in despair. In the boy's eyes, tears shimmered and cascaded down silently as he trembled, supporting his feeble mother. He opened his mouth, his voice quivering as he called out, "Mother, what is wrong? Please do not leave me, Junior." He shook with emotion, his face pressed against his mother's, tears streaming down and dripping onto her forehead, one drop after another. The onlookers, intimidated by their lowly status, dared not approach. Only a few women and children wept softly, while the men's gazes betrayed a simmering hatred. In her waning moments, his mother, filled with an unyielding hope, whispered, "Junior, you must save your sister in the future. Do you understand? You are the only man in the family now. Be brave." As her voice gradually faded, life began to ebb away. Chapter 19. Rescuing the siblings with a life extinguished, Li Fu found himself in a predicament. He recalled the teachings of old Master Lu, warning against provoking trouble. What was he to do now? He pondered a solution. Finally, gritting his teeth, he resolutely declared, "A life lost is of little consequence. Take the body away. Here is silver, find a place to bury her." He tossed several pieces of silver onto the ground, spitting in contempt. Wait! A voice rang out, cold as the frigid winds of winter, sending a shiver through the crowd. Everyone instinctively trembled. Who is speaking? Is it you? Or you? Li Fu quivered involuntarily, then surged with indignation, pointing fiercely at the crowd and shouting. The people shook their heads in denial. Retreating, Li Fu scanned the crowd, but found no one of particular note, silently questioning whether it was merely an illusion. Chastened by his own earlier rage and folly, he regained his composure and barked at his subordinates. What are you dawdling for? Lift her and leave this place. Stop! The voice rang out again, clearer this time. Li Fu recognized that the speaker was behind him, as the onlookers' attention was now wholly directed at him. Once more, he felt the sting of humiliation. Fury surged within him as he turned to confront a striking young man clad in a blue robe, his expression as cold as frost, gazing at Li Fu with utter indifference. Li Fu's heart involuntarily skipped a beat. The young man before him seemed like a shard of ice, radiating a chilling aura that froze him in place. Suppressing the strange sensation, he swallowed hard, his voice taut with defiance. Who are you? You have quite the nerve. Do you know who I am? Tread carefully, or you may find yourself in deep trouble. Wang Chuan regarded him with a complete lack of emotion. Directly walking towards the fallen woman in full view of the crowd, he gently placed his hand beneath her neck, checking her pulse as if he were a physician. After a moment, he stood up and approached the unconscious woman, unperturbed by the presence of the household servants, checking her pulse once more before retracting his hand. Facing the menacing Li Fu, he spoke calmly. You stated that 60 taels of silver would suffice to free that woman. Here are 60 taels. Take the money and leave. Wang Chuan produced a bag of coins from his bosom, holding it aloft. Li Fu found himself momentarily at a loss for words, ensnared in a predicament. He vividly recalled the imperative instructions of the patriarch of the Liu family, who had commanded him to return with this woman. The mention of silver was merely a fabrication on his part, for it was inconceivable that individuals of such humble means could possibly amass 60 taels. After all, this was the equivalent of 2 years' worth of income for a destitute farmer. However, unexpectedly, a formidable figure emerged from nowhere. Presenting before him the very sum of 60 taels in silver, Li Fu's eyes darted with calculation, weighing the gains and losses. Wang Chuan suddenly chuckled, and before the assembled crowd, he produced a small pouch, emptying its contents onto the ground. Here are an additional 40 taels of silver, totaling 100 taels. Take this and ensure that you and your lackeys depart far from here. Do we have an agreement? Wang Chuan tossed the pouch containing 60 taels into Li Fu's arms, which he instinctively caught, feeling its considerable weight. Ultimately, Li Fu succumbed to the allure of wealth, shoving the 60 taels into his bosom, and submissively replied, Very well, you have guts. We shall see. Cautiously, Li Fu gathered the scattered silver from the ground, abandoning the woman, and under the gaze of all, he retreated in disgrace with his cohorts. Wang Chuan let out a soft sigh before retrieving more silver. Addressing the onlookers, a mere trifle, I kindly request that a few of you strong gentlemen procure a fine coffin and assist these siblings in finding a suitable burial site for this woman, thereby accumulating virtue through good deeds. The remaining silver shall be shared among you. My thanks in advance. Upon hearing Wang Chuan's words, several robust farmers stepped forward to undertake the task. Wang Chuan dismissed the gathered crowd, shaking his head in resignation, lamenting the injustices of the world and the helplessness of fate. With a heavy heart, he approached the unconscious woman, gently lifting her and carrying her to their dilapidated, thatched cottage. Laying her on the bed, allowing her to sleep undisturbed. She desperately needed rest. Outside, a gaunt boy, bereft of his parents, remained seated on the ground, clutching his mother's lifeless form, pressing his face against her forehead to absorb the last remnants of warmth. The poignant scene stirred Wang Chuan's compassion, yet he resolved not to let the boy descend into despair. Approaching the sorrowful youth, Wang Chuan paused, moved by the boy's unwavering spirit. After a lengthy silence, he began to narrate a story. In my hometown, there exists a breathtaking place where the inhabitants lead a life governed by the rhythms of sunrise and sunset. One fateful day, calamity struck. The earth trembled, and countless homes collapsed, plunging many into despair. Lives were lost beneath the weight of shattered bricks, and many more were consumed by raging flames. In the aftermath, food and water were scarce, plunging the survivors into dire straits. Yet, the resilient souls banded together, tirelessly searching through the ruins for signs of life, refusing to relinquish hope. Countless others journeyed from afar, bringing with them water and sustenance. Countless separations and farewells, along with heart-wrenching true stories, can evoke tears even from the strongest of men. Among them is a 9-year-old boy named Lin Hao, alongside others. As the sun sets, casting its fading glow, the cold crows roost, and the shadows of trees dance gracefully. Autumn frost begins to fall. Wang Chuan speaks softly, and only when the sky is adorned with a multitude of stars does the frail boy start to smooth his mother's disheveled hair with gentle, tender movements. A faint smile graces Wang Chuan's calm visage as he bows his head to look at the boy and says, "A gentleman should conduct himself with the same fortitude as the heavens and the earth, unwavering and relentless. The movement of the heavens is vigorous. Thus, a gentleman must strive for self-improvement." Wang Chuan offers words of comfort and encouragement. At this moment, he has also relinquished his sympathy, having understood a profound truth himself. Reflecting deeply, he murmurs, "All things under heaven, life and death, rise and fall, are but minute meteors beneath the grand path." It is said that the Great Way is devoid of sentiment, yet humanity is filled with emotions. What is love? How can one endure it? There is no need to force it. Let it flow naturally. A gentleman should bear great virtue to support all things, seeking enlightenment to release the attachments and desires within the tumult of life, achieving ultimate understanding and extraordinary accomplishments. These reflections of Wang Chuan, born of contemplation and experience, illuminate his spirit, filling him with a sense of purity, ease, and joy, inspiring him with an urge to howl at the heavens. The slender, dark-haired boy releases his mother from his embrace, and in his previously indifferent gaze, a hint of contemplation emerges. He murmurs, "The movement of the heavens is vigorous. Thus, a gentleman must strive for self-improvement." Upon hearing these words, Wang Chuan smiles gently once more and replies, "The earth is expansive. Thus, a gentleman must bear great virtue to support all things." He gazes down at the entranced boy, lost in thought, and extends his hand to caress the child's forehead, tenderly asking, "Do you understand? There are many things you still need to accomplish. Do not succumb to despair." The slender boy, within his dark pupils, suddenly sparkles with a glimmer of clarity. He ultimately smiles, revealing his pearly white teeth. "Yes, big brother, what is your name? I shall remember you. You are a benefactor to my family, having saved my sister and me." At that moment, the boy indeed exudes a sense of masculinity in Wang Chuan's eyes. Wang Chuan smiles back, saying, "My name is Wang Chuan." Following Wang Chuan's suggestion, the villagers, without waiting for the woman to awaken, bury their mother, believing that the deceased should find peace in the earth sooner rather than later. In the village, after nightfall, families have returned home, and the entire settlement becomes increasingly tranquil amidst the occasional barks of dogs. Wang Chuan sits by the table, the flickering lamp casting shadows as moths flutter around the light, their silhouettes dancing anxiously in the wilderness. A few insects chirp softly. Beside him lies the sleeping slender boy, resting peacefully, while on the bed just a step away, a woman sleeps soundly. Suddenly, Wang Chuan is overtaken by an inexplicable sense of emptiness and loneliness. Unexpectedly, a moth falls without cause, landing in a corner, persistently beating its wings in an attempt to take flight, yet seems to be weighed down by an unseen force, unable to rise no matter how hard it tries, and the surrounding insect chorus falls silent in an instant. Wang Chuan, abruptly jolted from his reverie, rose to his feet with a newfound alertness. He discreetly pressed on the young boy's acupoint to induce a deeper slumber, casting a glance at the still sleeping girl before stepping out of the humble dwelling. Outside, darkness enveloped the surroundings, with even the distant lights extinguished, and an eerie silence prevailed. It seemed that beneath the vast sky, the only presence was the crescent moon, like a hook, shining down upon Wang Chuan's imposing figure. Tightening his resolve, he fortified himself against any unforeseen dangers. After a brief moment, he called out into the impenetrable darkness, "Mighty being, reveal yourself." His voice pierced the night, startling distant crows and sparrows into flight, yet failing to summon forth the hidden figure lurking in the shadows. Frustration simmered within Wang Chuan as he raised his voice once more. "If you have arrived, yet dare not show yourself, sneaking about like a coward is akin to a psychological aberration, if I may speak candidly." Upon finishing his declaration, he turned back into the room, when suddenly a rush of energy surged towards him, transforming into a sharp sword intent aimed at his back. Startled, Wang Chuan did not hesitate. He morphed into a shadow, evading the oncoming threat just in time. The sword's approach shattered the tranquil ambience reminiscent of the moonlight filtering through the pines, which had permeated the space. Wang Chuan reappeared at the edge of the forest, and like an arrow released from its bow, he darted forward to a specific point. "Oh!" exclaimed a strange male voice, filled filled with surprise. However, by the time Wang Chuan lunged forward, the presence had vanished without a trace, leaving him with an unsettling premonition. Without a moment to lose, he turned on his heel and retraced his steps to the hut, only to discover that the boy had disappeared, leaving behind only the girl, who remained deeply ensconced in slumber on the bed. The wave of irritation washed over Wang Chuan as he chastised himself for falling prey to a ruse. On the table, a note lay pressed down, which he picked up to read. The note, written in stark black ink on white paper, conveyed: "This boy possesses extraordinary potential and remarkable will. I intend to take him as my disciple. The sword I just wielded was a response to your affront. I take the male, you keep the female, until we meet again." With a scoff, Wang Chuan's heart burned with indignation, crumpling the note in fury. Yet, as his anger subsided, a determination took root within him. He resolved to diligently enhance his own strength, for in this foreign realm, true solitude was an unattainable luxury amidst the throng of formidable beings. Chapter 20. A sister recognized a soft murmur broke the stillness within the dilapidated hut, awakening Wang Chuan from his thoughts. Suppressing the anger that had flared within him, he re-entered the room. Inside, the moths that had previously settled had inexplicably resumed their dance around the flickering light. Wang Chuan observed the young woman in white, who had begun to stir, her gaze scanning the surroundings before settling on herself. A flicker of unease evident in her expression. As she laid her concerns to rest, Wang Chuan stepped forward and gently cleared his throat. "Who are you?" she exclaimed, resembling a startled rabbit as she leapt up, frantically grasping for anything within reach. Wang Chuan's brow furrowed slightly. His initially indifferent demeanor softened into one of reassurance as he spoke, blending sternness with warmth. "It is I who rescued you, and I am relieved to see you awake at last." The woman, clad in simple garments, her gaze filled with terror and frailty, beheld a dashing young man, whose amiable demeanor offered her words of comfort. Her racing heart found a moment's reprieve, but soon, as if struck by a sudden thought, she disregarded her weakened state and forced herself to rise from her bed, hastily making her way outside. She recalled that there resided two of the most cherished individuals in her life, and she yearned to see them without delay. Wang Chuan did not impede her. Instead, he stepped aside, permitting her to rush forth in her frenzy. Some matters, he believed, must be confronted directly in order to find liberation. Upon emerging into the night, she was met with an expanse of darkness, devoid of all life. The people had vanished, leaving behind only an infinite sea of memories. The woman's tears erupted uncontrollably as despair enveloped her. She felt the weight of eternal solitude, an everlasting loss, and pondered how she could continue, how she might navigate this world. Was her fate truly so tragic, so steeped in suffering? "Mother, brother, where are you?" She collapsed to the ground, mustering all her strength to cry out to the cold, starry sky, her voice echoing into the vastness of the night. Yet, what could it possibly achieve? Powerless, she could only scream and weep, sorrow saturating her surroundings. Wang Chuan, who had previously harbored no particular sorrow or joy, found himself stirred by her plight. He endeavored to suppress the swell of emotion within him, but it grew increasingly insistent. Finally, he sighed, acknowledging to himself that in this earthly realm of desires, one is indeed subject to the whims of fate. Quietly approaching the woman from behind, he spoke gently. "What purpose does sorrow serve? Fate is capricious and will only toy with us." The woman ceased her cries and turned to him, her face stained with tears. "You know where my mother is, do you not? And my brother?" she implored. Wang Chuan lowered his gaze to meet hers and replied, "You need not despair. Your mother has passed away. The villagers have taken care of her affairs. Your brother is safe, and you will reunite in due time. It is simply not the moment yet. Be patient. As time flows, it will wash away and transform all." With a sorrowful expression, she regarded Wang Chuan as the night breeze tenderly dried her tears. After a lengthy silence, she asked, "How long must I wait? Can you tell me?" Suddenly, a piercing cry of an eagle echoed through the vast, dark sky, slicing through the stillness of the night. Wang Chuan looked up and smiled, saying, "To soar high and embrace the vastness of the universe." His gaze turned cold, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as a sharp, mysterious sword energy coursed through his mind, accompanied by a lingering message. He would prepare himself, ready to seize the world for his own. He longed to stand atop the heavens, surveying all of humanity beneath him. The woman gazed up at Wang Chuan, an unusual brilliance igniting within her beautiful eyes. What thoughts occupied her mind? Why did a faint, ethereal smile seem to flicker beneath her dried tears? Soon after, under the cover of night, With the moonlight softly filtering through the trees, two indistinct figures traversed a narrow path, one following the other. After walking for a while, Wang Chuan suddenly inquired, "Do you have any distant relatives? I can offer you temporary shelter." As the night enveloped the surroundings, the woman shivered slightly, murmuring, "I have nothing left. Do you not wish for me to accompany you?" Upon hearing this, Wang Chuan felt a wave of headache wash over him, as a grave dilemma began to entangle his thoughts. Suddenly, he halted, causing the woman to nearly collide with him. She quickly sidestepped, burying her face in silence. With a sigh of resignation, Wang Chuan said, "You cannot follow me." The woman, sensing his hesitation, interrupted urgently, "Do you not want me anymore? I can cook and wash your clothes. I am capable of anything." Her desperate demeanor and pitiful gaze rendered Wang Chuan unable to refuse her. After a moment's contemplation, he finally replied, "Very well, I permit you to follow me, but you must adhere to my arrangements and refrain from disturbing me." The woman secretly rejoiced and nodded vigorously, "Yes, I will obey you in all things. I only ask that you do not abandon me." Wang Chuan could not help but shiver at her words, ultimately conceding, "All right, I shall take you to a place. We will take it one step at a time." Little River Village nestled within a picturesque valley, surrounded by mountains on three sides, resembling a hidden paradise. Wang Chuan and the woman hastened through the starry night, finally arriving at Wu's residence in the dead of night. Upon reaching the entrance, Wang Chuan glanced back at the woman, contemplating how best to provide for this destitute soul. As the saying goes, one should escort a Buddha to the West. Good deeds should leave no loose ends. After a brief period of reflection, he arrived at a decision. Turning to the woman, he asked, "We have arrived. What do you wish to be called?" The woman lowered her head and softly replied, "You may call me Xianger, my lord. I am eager to heed your commands, never to defy you, and with unwavering loyalty." Wang Chuan chuckled wryly and said, "I too am a wanderer without a home. There is no need for such formalities. Simply address me as Wang Chuan, nothing more." Upon learning the name of the man before her, an unfamiliar sensation stirred within her heart. Just as she was about to speak, Wang Chuan interrupted, "I have no means to provide you with a stable place here. Therefore, everything that follows requires your own efforts. Should you succeed, it will be your fortune. If you fail, I shall have no face to remain here, and I would have to leave with you to seek shelter elsewhere. To avoid misunderstandings and unnecessary troubles, from this point on, you shall claim to be my younger sister, and address me as your brother in the presence of others. Are you willing?" The woman bowed her head in silence for a long while. Wang Chuan sighed, and upon hearing this, she felt tears welling in her eyes, yet she managed to hold back, saying, "I am willing to heed your words, my lord. You need not worry." Her tears spilled over again, and Wang Chuan observed her sorrow with a heavy heart, but he felt powerless. He believed that this was a bond that should not have come to pass, merely adding to their troubles. Once the woman had regained some composure, Wang Chuan instructed, "Please wait here. I shall return shortly." The woman nodded, fear creeping into her heart as darkness enveloped them, yet she still managed to say, "Please return quickly." Wang Chuan nodded gravely, affirming, "Just wait. I shall be back." With his words barely spoken, he had already departed, leaving the woman in a daze, her mouth agape, poised to speak. Beneath the heavy veil of night, autumn's chill permeated the air. Particularly poignant for a homeless woman, a gust of autumn wind swept through, sending a solitary dry leaf spiraling downwards. Alone and vulnerable, she instinctively curled her body in a protective embrace. Wang Chuan floated into the Wu residence with ease. Navigating his way to the young lady's courtyard, which was devoid of any presence, he gently rapped on the door knocker, and the sound of a servant girl on night duty stirred from within. "Who is it? How dare you knock at this hour?" came a voice laced with reproach and discontent. Wang Chuan offered a wry smile. Clearing his throat, he replied, "Dear sister, please do not take offense. It is I, Wang Chuan. I have come at this late hour, feeling quite anxious. I seek Miss Suing regarding an urgent matter. Might you kindly pass along my request? I would be immensely grateful." Suddenly, a light giggle echoed from within, and the door swung open to reveal a graceful young woman standing at the threshold. Wang Chuan's gaze sharpened, and he realized that the very person he sought was indeed Suing. It dawned upon him that he had just been playfully teased by this spirited girl, and a look of unspoken embarrassment crossed his face. Suing, perceptive as ever, let out a soft chuckle. With a twinkle in her bright eyes, she regarded Wang Chuan with an air of seriousness and said, "Master Wang, why such theatrics? Pray, tell me what troubles you." Wang Chuan felt a rush of warmth to his cheeks, his heart quickening as he awkwardly explained, "You see, My distant cousin has recently faced upheaval in her family and now finds herself without a place to go. She has come to seek refuge with me. But I am in no position to assist her. I earnestly implore you, Miss Suing, to grant her a position within your household, a place of solace. I, Wang Chuan, would be eternally grateful. Upon hearing this, Suing regarded him with a mischievous smile. Wang Chuan felt a flush of heat rise to his face, feeling utterly exposed. This smile, in his eyes, seemed an egregious mockery of his plight. It was at this moment that he truly began to lament his tendency to meddle in the affairs of others. Under Su Ying's unabashed gaze, Wang Chuan felt decidedly uncomfortable and stammered, Miss Suing, please do not misconstrue my intentions. I mean no such thing. Before he could finish, Suing erupted into another fit of laughter, bending over in mirth. After a moment, Wang Chuan grew anxious, worried for the woman waiting outside in the inky darkness. Should anything go awry, he would bear the weight of culpability. Suddenly, he implored, Miss Su, I beg of you, please assist me. That woman is waiting just outside the gate, alone and vulnerable. The timing is precarious, and in these turbulent times, misfortune is all too likely. What? You are utterly insufferable. Leave at once, Suing exclaimed in shock, her small feet moving swiftly as she darted away. Wang Chuan followed in a state of distress, feeling both frustrated and tongue-tied, compelled to pursue her. Within the Wu estate, lanterns illuminated every 5 paces and pavilions adorned every 10, making the night path quite navigable. Before long, Su Ying and Wang Chuan arrived at the back entrance of the Wu residence. With a key in hand, Su Ying unlocked the door, and fortuitously, Wang Chuan and the young woman were indeed waiting just there. The iron gate creaked softly as it opened, and Su Ying hesitated, glancing nervously into the darkness. Wang Chuan stepped forward, leading the way to the predetermined spot where he found the disheveled girl, crouched in solitude, her head buried in her arms, trembling faintly in fear. Wang Chuan quietly approached her, and upon hearing the sound of footsteps, the young woman raised her tear-streaked visage. With a hint of remorse, Wang Chuan said, I have returned. Upon hearing the familiar voice, the girl suddenly sprang to her feet, poised to leap into Wang Chuan's embrace, yet she halted midway, her gaze tinged with melancholy as it drifted to his side. There stood Su Ying, gracefully advancing with her petite figure, shot an admonishing glance at Wang Chuan before approaching the young woman, expressing concern. You must be the one, right? It's all right, we're home now. Let us return. Taking the initiative, Su Ying gently grasped her hand and led the way, leaving Wang Chuan behind. A peculiar notion of punishment flickered in Wang Chuan's mind. The sisterly care that Su Ying exhibited gradually eased the girl's tension. The girl incessantly surveyed the vast and dimly lit estate, when suddenly, Su Ying halted and addressed Wang Chuan over her shoulder. You may go back now. I shall take care of this, sister. Rest assured. Her words, Wang Chuan felt as though he had been granted a reprieve, unable to contain his joy as he replied, Then I shall trouble you further, dear sister. I will take my leave now, and will certainly repay your kindness later. With that, he turned to depart, soon vanishing into the enveloping darkness of the night. The girl covertly watched his retreating figure, her eyes filled with concern, while Su Ying observed with keen awareness, sighing softly for reasons unknown. Chapter 21. The peril of Mount Jiaoyang. Wang Chuan returned to his secluded courtyard and reclined lazily upon his bed, his mind incessantly replaying the day's events, from the Wanshou Temple, to the tumult at the Painting Tower, and finally to the force of that singular sword strike. Wang Chuan acutely realized that with his current abilities, he found it exceedingly challenging to navigate the complexities of this foreign realm. Often feeling constrained by the circumstances around him, he understood that he must enhance his strength. As he pondered, slumber overtook him, and he sank into a profound sleep, utterly fatigued from the day's trials. Wang Chuan slept for an extended period, only rousing languidly around midday the following day. Meanwhile, the Wu residents had announced a new development. A steward had been appointed to oversee the procurement and distribution of provisions within the estate. This steward was none other than the unfamiliar young woman Wang Chuan had brought with him, whose name he had only just learned, Zhang Yixiang. Days later, while tending to the plants in the garden, Wang Chuan paused for a moment and returned to his secluded courtyard. He had neglected to lock the door upon his morning departure, and now, beneath the trees by the stone table, sat a solitary figure, a woman he barely knew from the estate. Approaching with curiosity, he was met with surprise as the woman sprang to her feet, turning with a bashful expression. Greetings, elder brother, I am Xianger, she said, bowing respectfully. Wang Chuan recognized her as the very woman he had saved the previous day. Why have you come here? He inquired, noticing a basket beside her. Xianger's cheeks flushed as she opened the basket, releasing an enticing aroma of wine and roasted meat that wafted through the air. She knelt solemnly, declaring, "In gratitude for your life-saving kindness, I have prepared some food and drink to honor you, elder brother." Seeing a young woman prostrated before him, Wang Chuan hastily intervened, urging, "Please, rise, Sister Xiang'er, I cannot accept such reverence." Xiang'er, however, stubbornly refused to yield, petulantly kneeling down. Wang Chuan, unwilling to accept such excessive reverence, firmly stated, "I cannot accept your grand gesture of kneeling. Therefore, your ostentation is of no avail. No matter how exquisite your offerings, I am not in a position to partake with that." Wang Chuan coldly instructed, "Please take it back." Xiang'er was taken aback by Wang Chuan's resolute demeanor. Her sincere intentions plummeted into despair. Tears began to well in her eyes. Wang Chuan, though aware of her plight, understood that a woman's tears or laughter often served as their most potent weapon. His heart softened once more, and he moderated his tone, saying, "Rise, I acknowledge your goodwill. However, do not prostrate yourself before me in such a manner again. I detest these conventional formalities." She rose and seated herself nearby, tears brimming in her eyes. She opened a basket filled with the enticing aroma of wine, revealing several exquisite dishes and a fine flask of liquor. Once everything was set before him, she softly said, "I understand your intentions, elder brother, but you must accept this meal. I shall take my leave now." With that, she grasped the basket and truly departed. Wang Chuan remained seated, ultimately pouring himself a glass of wine, inhaling its rich bouquet greedily. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming sense of callousness wash over him. With a bittersweet smile, he raised the cup to his lips and drank deeply. From that day forth, Xiang'er persistently brought wine and delicacies every few days, sometimes even washing and replacing Wang Chuan's garments, to which he acquiesced. Since Wang Chuan's last journey, over 2 months had elapsed, and now the world was adorned with vibrant blossoms. While the cold plum trees embellished the jade branches, it was already the 12th month of winter, and in recent days, the weather had been unusually pleasant, with warm sunlight gracing the winter days. During these 2 months, Wang Chuan's internal strength had significantly advanced. With each movement, he could emanate an intangible aura. Progressing rapidly in his original world, he might have already been considered an exceptionally rare master. Wang Chuan realized that he had mastered the first 3 forms of yin-yang harmony, reaching a state where his energy flowed with his thoughts. Yet he struggled with the 5th form, 5 hearts communication. Understanding that haste could hinder progress, he resolved to seek new opportunities. As for the esoteric Buddhist practice of wisdom illumination, he remained confined to the foundational level of mental visualization, having made no further breakthroughs, leaving him perplexed regarding the reasons behind this stagnation. On this day, as dawn broke, Elder Dong rose early and convened with He Chong and another individual within his quarters. The 3 engaged in whispered deliberations for a brief while before proceeding to the entrance of the estate. Under Dong's imposing presence, the gatekeeper, though reluctant, complied and opened the door, allowing the trio to pass without daring to inquire about their destination. The small village of Xiaohe is situated in the southeastern region of Jinsheng, surrounded by towering mountains that stretch endlessly in the northwest. Though there are ridges, the terrain is relatively gentle, with flowing streams and lush hills, making it suitable for habitation. Xiaohe village lies at the foot of these verdant hills, facing the majestic mountains. To the northeast of the village stands the Jiaoyang Mountain, a crucial passage between east and west. In this remote region, there exists a bandit hideout within the mountains, led by a group of martial artists who have rallied many followers, declaring themselves as local tyrants. Their leader, known as Hu Dahai, a remarkably young man with exceptional martial prowess, has taken the title of Slayer of 10,000 Mountains. Since their occupation of this place, mountain bandits have sent men to collect tolls from travelers, demanding more from the wealthy and less from the poor. Whenever they encounter the authorities sending heavy troops to hunt them down, they simply retreat into the dense mountains to evade disaster. The officials, helpless in the face of this cat-and-mouse game of pursuit and evasion, find themselves unable to act, and thus, over time, no one dares to intervene. On this day, at the gathering hall, Hu Dahai surveyed the assembled heroes with his fierce gaze. Suddenly, he sighed deeply, his expression one of profound sorrow. The assembled gallant figures looked on in confusion. Among them was a middle-aged man with a long beard, dressed in a golden-yellow long coat and black boots. His countenance serene, as if carrying the weight of many thoughts, exuding an air of confidence. He served as Hu Dahai's strategist, known by the name Lu Quan, and nicknamed Mr. Many Insights. He had come to join them later, initially lacking in martial prowess, but claiming to be full of wisdom and resourcefulness, self-recommending as a military advisor. Upon seeing his humble circumstances, Hu Dahai, moved by a sense of compassion, accepted him. Little did he know. This man would repeatedly offer wise counsel, outsmarting the officials and earning the respect of the crowd, his status and reputation rising in tandem, until Hu Dahai truly appointed him as his military strategist. Seeing the Lord's sorrowful demeanor, Lu Quan was stirred and respectfully addressed him. Chief, there is an ancient saying, men plow and women weave. The harmony of yin and yang is the true path of humanity, leading to both fortune and longevity. You, great chief, possess both wisdom and courage, capable of bearing great burdens, yet you remain alone, which is somewhat desolate. Upon hearing these words, Hu Dahai blinked habitually, feeling a flicker of joy within. Yet he sighed, your words ring true, sir. Consider the emperor, surrounded by 3,000 beauties in his harem, each dazzling and enchanting, while I, as the chief of a stronghold, am left lonely and uncared for, yearning for warmth and companionship. My heart is heavy with sorrow. I wonder what clever plan you might propose. Why, sir? Lu Quan replied, Chief, the bond of love between men and women, the interplay of yin and yang, signifies great fortune. Recently, I have been observing the stars at night. The Milky Way appears dim, while the figures of the cowherd and the weaver girl shine brilliantly, reflecting upon our Liangshan. This indicates that a destined companion will soon appear for you. Hu Dahai, upon hearing this, burst into laughter, exclaiming, Lu, you are indeed wise. This astrological insight is truly a blessing for our united stronghold. Please, enlighten us further. With a smile, Lu Quan stroked his beard and said, Chief, your destined lady is closely tied to you by the red thread of fate. Not far from here, in the village at the foot of the southwestern mountain, where exceptional talent and beauty abound, Hu Dahai was overjoyed, and the assembled heroes shared in his jubilation, loudly proclaiming, the chief is blessed with great fortune, and we pledge to follow him to the ends of the earth. After the laughter subsided, a robust hero with a tiger-like back and a bear-like waist spoke up, saying, Strategist, please devise a plan. We shall descend immediately and bring that lady back to the chief for marriage. Hu Dahai laughed heartily, saying, your reasoning is sound. But what is the name of this fair lady you speak of? And what is her family's situation? Just then, a melodious and clear voice rang out, belonging to a young woman with a jade-like face and an icy demeanor, her enchanting eyes reminiscent of spring. She wore a dress adorned with flowers and red boots, her age indeterminate, yet her words were seasoned, suggesting a mind more mature than her years. The crowd, upon hearing her, suddenly understood, nodding in agreement. Hu Dahai squinted and smiled, saying, Missy Bingbing makes a valid point. We cannot possibly invite all the unmarried women from Xiaohe village, can we? I implore Mr. Lu to further divine the heavens and illuminate our perplexities. Lu Quan, his fair face twitching slightly, replied with a harmonious laugh, Chief, as the saying goes, a match must be well suited. I command the forces of Qing Mountain, with over 3,000 loyal followers, whose strength rivals that of any local garrison. The destined beauty in question is none other than Miss Hanyu from the esteemed Wu family of Xiaohe village. Renowned for her beauty and intelligence, a paragon among women, a true scholar in her own right, and a match most fitting for our great leader. Lu's words, as always, were striking, leaving the gathered company astonished. Xiaohe village, though modest in size, was home to simple folk, with the Wu family standing out as a beacon of culture and virtue. Having frequently assisted their neighbors, earning widespread acclaim, Wu Hanlin, the head of the family, had recently been promoted to a high-ranking envoy to the Yuan II, a commendable achievement that garnered the admiration of those from humble beginnings. The valiant heroine, Zhibing, raised an eyebrow and laughed melodiously. I was wondering which fortunate maiden could be worthy of our great leader, only to discover that Master Lu has already secured the opportunity for Miss Hanyu of the virtuous Wu family. Indeed, it is a match of equal standing. However, we are outlaws, living perilously on the edge, with our lives hanging by a thread. We may very well meet our demise at any moment. Furthermore, the Wu family is closely tied to the imperial court. A noble and a bandit are as distant as heaven and earth. How could such a union be feasible? Hu Dahai, seemingly courageous yet lacking in strategy, hesitated upon hearing Zhibing's words. What you say is indeed true. We are mere mountain bandits, opposing the authorities, while Wu Hanlin hails from an esteemed family. Perhaps it is wise to reconsider our intentions. The assembled heroes nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in his words. For it is often said that officials and outlaws occupy separate paths, akin to natural enemies, and thus cannot be compared. Moreover, once one steps into the realm of banditry, there is no turning back. Seeing the hesitation among the crowd, Lu Quan rolled his eyes, rose, and suddenly burst into laughter, declaring, "Chief, your words are misguided. As far as I know, Wu Hanlin did indeed travel to Yuan 2 months ago on an official mission. But our Tang dynasty has always been at odds with Yuan Tuesday. He is but a scholar, filled with loyalty and righteousness, yet ultimately foolish. His journey to Yuan 2 is fraught with peril, and given the current state of corruption and treachery within the court, it is likely that his beloved daughter will soon face calamity. Our great leader, a paragon of heroism, unmatched in valor, is surely worthy of Miss Hanyu." As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Miss Jibing, and the assembled heroes exchanged glances, hesitant to voice their opinions further. Miss Jibing rose gracefully, her fair complexion tinged with frost, and said, "Chief, even if the Wu family cannot escape misfortune, it does not mean that Wu Hanlin will perish in a foreign land. Should fortune favor him and he returns home in triumph, only to find his beloved daughter claimed by the chief, would he not erupt in righteous fury and take up arms against us? His labors and sacrifices would surely earn him the court's favor, leading to a military campaign against Qing Mountain, leaving us in dire straits." The assembly nodded in agreement, echoing her sentiments, though a few wore expressions of disdain, while others remained ambivalent, clearly dividing the assembly into two factions regarding this matter. Chapter 22. Dong Buxian's treachery. Hu Dahai found himself in a predicament, surrounded by a cacophony of boisterous heroes, when suddenly a subordinate reported. "Report to the chieftain, there is an elderly man accompanied by 2 robust warriors at the foot of the mountain, seeking an audience to convey urgent matters." Lu Quan and Xin momentarily set aside discussions regarding marriage. With an air of authority, Hu Dahai inquired, "Who possesses such audacity to approach my Tongxin stronghold?" The subordinate replied, "This individual claims to hail from Xia village, surnamed Dong, given name Buxian. He is the chief steward of the Wu family estate, and states he has pressing matters to discuss." Hu Dahai mused inwardly, recognizing that he had no ties to the Wu residents, and pondered the purpose of this visit, troubled by uncertainty. Unperturbed, Lu Quan suddenly bowed and said, "Chieftain, this is a fortuitous opportunity. If we elucidate the advantages and craft a clever scheme, you may win the favor of Miss Hanyu, beget a son and a daughter, and when the time comes, with the rice cooked, even Wu Hanlin shall be powerless to intervene. What do you think?" Xin, alarmed by this proposition, prepared to intervene. However, Hu Dahai abruptly nodded, laughing heartily. "The strategist's plan is indeed brilliant. Since fate has presented us with this chance, we shall proceed step by step, allowing the currents to guide us. Strategist, you shall weigh the overall situation, and I shall reap the rewards. When our success is achieved, I shall host a grand feast for all esteemed heroes, with fine wine and sumptuous dishes, and none shall depart inebriated." The assembly of heroes responded with resounding applause. Xin, unable to prevent the proceedings, sat down in silent resentment, her gaze flickering, her thoughts a tumultuous sea of uncertainty. Meanwhile, Dong Lao and his 2 companions journeyed southeast, approaching Mount Jiaoyang, its vast expanse looming before them in the winter. The dense pine trees stood resolute, the mountains rising high and steep, their contours both winding and secluded. The mountain's base, sentries were stationed, vibrant banners fluttering until they reached the summit. The purpose of Dong Lao's visit to Liangshan remained shrouded in mystery. At the foot of the mountain, Dong Lao, accompanied by Chang Si and He Qian, anxiously awaited news. Chang Si, feeling restless, questioned, "Dong Lao, why have we waited so long without any word?" He Qian glanced at Dong Lao, both of them reluctant to be here but compelled by Dong Lao's intimidating presence. Now, confronted with the perilous stronghold, their resolve wavered, and unease crept into their hearts. Dong Lao himself was fraught with anxiety, yet finding himself in a precarious situation, he forced himself to rebuke, "You spineless wretches! You are not even worth my time. Have I ever deprived you of benefits? Should this endeavor succeed, you will rise from your misfortunes, and wealth and glory shall not elude you. Truly, you are simple-minded." Chang Si, flushed with embarrassment from the reprimand, retorted angrily, "Fine, fine. You may consider yourselves heroes. Yet, as the saying goes, men die for wealth, birds perish for food. However, one must not conspire with a tiger for its skin. Be cautious, for in the end, one may gain riches but lose their life in the process. Moreover, the Wu family has not wronged us. How can we betray them thus? Even if we achieve prosperity in the future, we will be subject to ridicule." Dong Lao, incensed by his words, shouted back, "You useless dimwit, short-sighted and brainless. If you lack the courage to ascend the mountain, it is not too late to return and serve as a loyal informant." Chang Si, unable to contain his frustration yet feeling timid, was aware that their schemes within the estate could lead to dire consequences, yet he dared not retreat, fearing retribution. Old Dong seemed to have secured his position. Knowing that Chang Si would not dare to return to the manor, he scoffed derisively, saying, "Ignorant child, were it not for my care within these walls, you would have long since descended into hell alongside your deceased sister. How ungrateful of you to utter such insolence." Qian, observing the scene with a detached gaze, turned to Chang Si, his expression suddenly shifting. The mention of the word sister ignited a fierce response in Chang Si. His eyes reddened as he pointed at Old Dong and shouted, "Do not speak ill of my sister. Whoever dares to say a word against her, I shall fight to the death." Upon hearing this, Old Dong's face contorted grotesquely, his eyes flashing with malice as he snarled, "You insolent brat, just like your sister. You are a worthless life." With that, he spat on the ground. Chang Si, filled with a mix of shame and fury, bellowed, "I will take you on." He lunged forward in a reckless frenzy. Despite being over 50, Old Dong still possessed considerable strength, and with his towering stature, he raised a foot and delivered a solid kick to Chang Si's chest. Taken by surprise, Chang Si staggered back and fell to the ground, struggling to rise when suddenly a shadow loomed over him, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. He was met with a relentless barrage of fists and kicks, leaving him in excruciating pain, curled up on the ground, only able to emit muffled groans. Mocking laughter and insults enveloped him like a shroud, for it was Qian who had unleashed his wrath. After a while, the assault ceased, and Chang Si lay on the ground like a puddle of mud, battered and bruised, his attire in disarray, his eyes swollen, and bloodied from his mouth and nose. He remained sprawled on the ground. Unable to rise in the midst of his despair, he heard a voice dripping with schadenfreude. "Old Dong, this fellow is a worthless waste. What use is he? Better to end it all." Old Dong pondered for a moment before replying, "No need for such measures. I have my own purposes for him. Spare his life." Qian immediately ingratiated himself, saying, "Old Dong, your strategies are unmatched. I shall serve as your loyal dog." Old Dong laughed heartily, and upon finishing, he approached Chang Si, kicked him, spat, and barked, "If you're not dead, get up and leave." With that, he casually tossed a silver ingot weighing 30 taels beside him. Chang Si, with great difficulty, extended his bloodied hands to grasp the silver tightly, his face a tragic mix of mud and blood, embodying a sorrowful and desolate image point. One could only wonder what burdens lay hidden in his heart, for a man of his stature should not endure such humiliation. As the saying goes, a man who faces disgrace draws his sword and fights. This is not true courage. The truly brave remain unfazed by sudden threats and unprovoked anger. Their aspirations are vast. At this moment, it was unclear whether Chang Si was a dragon or a snake, or merely a lowly and useless being. Just then, a young swordsman descended the mountain path, his demeanor cold and austere, exuding a charismatic elegance, with flowing hair and clad in a long blue robe, a fine sword hanging at his waist. He greeted the guards before adopting an air of arrogance to address Old Dong. "Our chief invites you all to ascend the mountain for a discussion. Please." As he spoke, he cast a glance at the despondent Chang Si on the ground, a glimmer of cold light flickering in his eyes. Old Dong and Qian, initially engaged in polite conversation, suddenly felt a chill run through their bodies, causing them to shudder with apprehension. The gallant figure sauntered over to Chang Si, while Dong Lao and the other man followed behind, visibly anxious. The knight cast a cold glance and inquired, "Who is this individual, and what a pitiful sight they present?" Upon observing that the indifferent young warrior did not exhibit hostility, Dong Lao, with a beaming smile, replied, "This is a person in my employ, who just spoke disrespectfully to me, and I took the liberty of administering a lesson." To this, the knight abruptly turned his head, glaring at Dong Lao, snorting disdainfully, which sent a shiver of fear through the elder. The knight crouched beside Chang Si, placing his palm upon the latter's shoulder, the purpose of which remained unclear. Chang Si felt a jarring impact within, collapsing to the ground, racked with pain, yet gripping silver coins tightly in his hand. Suddenly, he felt a weight pressing down on his left shoulder, akin to a human hand, emanating a gentle warmth that soon enveloped him like a spring, easing his suffering considerably. Realizing someone was extending assistance, Chang Si mustered the strength to open his eyes and catch a glimpse of his savior. A soft whisper reached his ears. "You have sustained internal injuries. It is unwise to move much. Rest and recuperate. Assistance will soon arrive." Upon hearing this, Chang Si nodded slightly, his parched lips quivering as if attempting to express gratitude. The knight withdrew his hand and coldly commanded, You all shall ascend the mountain with me." With that, he strode off, oblivious to those trailing him. Dong Lao and He Qian hurried after him, yet they struggled to keep pace with the figure clad in white, who appeared to stroll leisurely up the mountain. Growing increasingly distant, Dong Lao's heart raced with urgency. Fearing the loss of sight of the white-clad man, he ultimately resorted to a light jog. The winter chill was biting, yet they were drenched in perspiration, panting heavily like exhausted cattle. Within the gathering of Heroes' Hall, numerous valiant figures were congregating. Hu Dahai raised a massive cup crafted from an ox horn and, tilting his head back, downed a hearty draught of potent liquor. Laughing boisterously in our united alliance, when it comes to strategy, Mr. Liu reigns supreme. Regarding martial prowess, I am confident no one can rival me. However, if we speak of lightness of foot, it is none other than the elusive Long Yusheng, like a wisp upon the grass. From the audience, a robust man with a face full of beard, seated beside a colossal axe that seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, bellowed, "The leader speaks wisely. I have witnessed Lung's lightness of foot. Not only does he traverse treetops and swaying grasses with ease, but he dances effortlessly upon the shimmering waters, akin to a pair of swans gliding upon the surface." To the left of this giant sat a tall and handsome man, whose eyes sparkled with admiration as he remarked, "Lung's movements are indeed graceful. He ascends the mountain as if wandering through a garden, at ease and untroubled. His agility is beyond words, and his inner strength surpasses that of ordinary folk." Upon hearing this, Hu Dahai chuckled and added, "Shao, he is so engrossed in his own revelry amidst the mountains that he nearly exhausts those two who are climbing." No sooner had he spoken than a figure flickered into view. A man in white standing tall in the hall. It was Long Yusheng, the very guide they had sent forth. He entered with a bow, declaring, "I have fulfilled my mission. The individuals are here," Hu Dahai praised. "Brother Yusheng, your lightness of foot has reached new heights. It is truly remarkable, and we are unable to keep pace." Long Yusheng smiled faintly and replied, "A mere parlor trick, hardly comparable to the masterful prowess of the leader, who cleaves the waves with a chilling blade, exuding an aura like a surging tide." Hu Dahai let out a hearty laugh, setting down his wine cup, and said, "Brother Yusheng, please take your seat. I shall soon have guests. What audacity do you possess to venture alone to my mountain?" Outside the Hall of Alliance, Dong Lao and He Qian, panting heavily, supported one another as they were led inside by the ruffians. Upon entering, they beheld a gathering of notorious bandits, each more formidable than the last, with some bearing a fearsome countenance that sent a shiver of trepidation through them. He Qian dared not utter a word, while Dong Lao, being the elder, approached the esteemed figures with a trembling bow, subsequently recognizing Hu Dahai and forcing himself to compose his demeanor, stating, "I, Dong Lao, pay my respects to the great king." Upon hearing this, Hu Dahai suddenly burst into loud laughter, prompting the assembled heroes to join in the mirth. Dong Lao and He Qian, quaking in their boots amidst the laughter, dared not respond. Among them sat a tattered figure, with unkempt stubble and a disheveled hairdo, half reclining in a chair, feigning sleep while cradling a weathered sword in its scabbard. Beside him was a delicate maiden, her gaze as gentle as flowing water, who cast a sidelong glance at the man and suddenly covered her mouth, laughing melodiously. "How amusing! It seems we are in the Forbidden City, where Dahuai reigns as emperor, and we are merely his civil and military officials." Zhibing, initially incensed, found herself drawn into jesting as she replied, "Sister Chuqin, you speak the truth, yet we two women are perplexed as to what roles we should assume." Just as the maiden was about to respond, the sword-wielding man abruptly shifted his position, turning his back to her and drifting into a deep slumber, as if nothing in this world could pique his interest save for sleep. The maiden, her crimson lips poised to speak, instead shared a covert smile with Zhibing. In the meantime, Dong Lao was drenched in sweat, feeling the oppressive atmosphere of swords and knives surrounding them, while He Qian, trembling and timid, followed closely behind Dong Lao, mirroring his every step. Chapter 23. The storm approaches. Hu Dahai took another sip of his wine, placing the cup down as he gazed down at the two men, idly toying with his green jade ring, and inquired, "What brings you both to my mountain stronghold? Surely, you do not wish to join my ranks?" Dong Lao, his bald head glistening, devoid of a single hair, had indeed contemplated joining. Upon hearing Hu Dahai's words, he immediately bowed deeply, unable to contain his delight, and flattered. "I have long admired the esteemed reputation of your gang, renowned for its valor and might. However, I have been encumbered with mundane affairs and unable to present myself. Now that such matters are resolved, if the great king would not mind, I would be most grateful to be accepted as one of your followers." The assembled heroes wore expressions of disdain upon their faces. Hu Dahai laughed heartily and, once the laughter subsided, proclaimed, "In my Tongshin stronghold, we are all brothers who share our hearts and courage. Each hero here possesses exceptional valor and wisdom. Those who wish to join must undergo trials and contribute to the stronghold. Do you understand?" Dong Lao, bowing repeatedly as if counting, replied in a somewhat disgruntled tone. "I understand. I understand." Hu Dahai glanced at the strategist seated beside him, Lu Quan, who nodded in understanding. Lu Quan cleared his throat, rising from his seat, and addressed Dong Lao. "I am but a humble strategist of Tongshin Stronghold. Pray tell, esteemed elder, what qualifications do you possess to seek entry into our ranks? And who, pray tell, is the young man behind you?" He posed several inquiries, precisely those that were on everyone's minds. Elder Dong performed a respectful bow and spoke. "I hail from the quaint village of Shaha at the foot of the mountain, currently residing in the grand estate of the Wu family, where I serve as the steward, Dong Buxian. Accompanying me is my attendant, He Qian. Our journey to the mountain is one of sincerity and goodwill." Lu Quan chuckled. "Should you wish to join our mountain, we would welcome you with open arms. However, our village has established rules against accepting the inept. Are you aware of this, esteemed elder?" Upon hearing this, Elder Dong smiled and replied, "I come not empty-handed. I have learned that the village chief is a young and accomplished hero, yet remains unmarried. Thus, I have come to propose a match for the chief." The crowd gasped in surprise, and Hu Dahai pondered, "The matter of seeking a bride is currently under discussion and has not yet been announced. How could he possibly know? Could it truly be a divine fate bestowed upon Tongshin village?" Ji Nu, observing Lu Quan, felt a flicker of intrigue in her eyes, while the charming lady beside her smiled knowingly. Lu Quan, with his back to Hu Dahai, turned to Elder Dong and inquired with a grin, "Elder Dong, the chief's intention to marry is a matter kept in secrecy and has never been disclosed. How did you come by this knowledge?" Upon hearing Lu Quan's question, Elder Dong raised his head, noticing two piercing glances directed at him amidst the smiles, which made his heart flutter slightly. He quickly responded, "The chief is indeed a young and accomplished man, a hero of great renown, yet still without a wife. This is merely my conjecture. Even if he were to have a spouse, a man of stature naturally has room for additional partners." Lu Quan's intensity softened as he asked, "The chief seeks a bride of beauty and wisdom. Pray tell, what is the age and background of the woman you speak of?" Elder Dong, filled with trepidation, replied, "The lady I refer to possesses unparalleled beauty and talent, the esteemed Miss Hanyu of the Wu family. She has long admired the chief's heroic reputation. However, her father, Lord Wu, disapproves of the chief's humble origins. With Lord Wu away on business, Miss Hanyu has instructed me to seek her marriage to the chief, wishing to fly together as one and share a life of mutual support." Lu Quan nodded in acknowledgement, but suddenly, Hu Dahai erupted into boisterous laughter, exuding an air of grandeur and heroic spirit. After his laughter subsided, he addressed the assembled heroes below, joyfully declaring, "What fortune it is to have such a woman express her admiration for me. Since fate has brought us together, I shall embrace this opportunity and unite in matrimony. In the days to come, beneath the flowers and the moon, we shall weave a beautiful tale." The crowd of heroes erupted with mixed reactions. Some offered their congratulations, while others harbored concerns. Hu Dahai raised his cup and stood, proclaiming, "If heaven favors us, I, Hu Dahai, who have wandered far and wide, shall seize this auspicious chance for a family. I implore my brothers to lend me their strength. The time to act is upon us. Let us prepare splendid horses and treasures by noon tomorrow, and I shall lead the procession to seek her hand. I drink to this noble cause." With that, he downed his drink from a large rhinoceros horn cup. The heroes stood and raised their cups in celebration, pledging their support for the chief's noble endeavor. "Finally, there is joy to be had after such a long time," they exclaimed, each expressing their thoughts. Hu Dahai laughed heartily. "Excellent. United as brothers, we are as strong as iron." Lu Quan added, "The chief's joyous occasion is a matter for all brothers. With a shared heart, our wishes will be fulfilled." Hu Dahai laughed once more and downed another cup of strong liquor. Meanwhile, at the foot of Mount Jiaoyang, amidst the rustling leaves, in the waning light of a winter's dusk, the chill of frost began to permeate the air once more. Within the Wu residence, the scene remained unchanged. As Wang Chuan finished his work and strolled through the corridors, making his way back to his modest courtyard, by the artificial hill, the plum blossoms were in full bloom, illuminated by the soft glow of the moonlight and the gentle coldness of the evening. A few maids huddled together, chattering animatedly about some matter, and Wang Chuan, with keen ears and sharp eyes, overheard them distinctly. "The air is growing colder, my sisters," one remarked. "Indeed, it does feel a bit chilly at night." Another replied, "What about you? I feel it too. Oh, so do I. By the way, have you heard? Xiao Chun is reportedly getting married." "Really? Is that true? I've heard her family intends to wed her to a farmer. However, they say he is quite robust and comes from a wealthy family. Xiao Chun will be living a life of comfort." "Sigh, when will I ever meet my own match?" lamented a plump maid beneath the plum blossoms. A laugh escaped someone's lips. "Hey, did you know? Today, Master Dong left the estate early in the morning with He Qian and Chang Si, and they haven't returned yet. Is that so? It's been quite a while. Could there be a special errand?" "Well, I haven't heard anything." "Oh, look over there. It's my dream man. Brother Chuan is coming," exclaimed a young woman, her eyes sparkling. Instantly, the attention of the group shifted. The previously lamenting maid cupped her hands around her mouth, her plush lips forming a trumpet, and suddenly shouted with fervor, "Chuan, my perfect man, I shall love you for 10,000 years." Thud, thud. The sound of heavy bodies collapsing followed. Wang Chuan shivered involuntarily, quickening his pace to escape the scene. Once back in the garden, he finally managed to shake off the unsettling cries of spring and pondered. Master Dong's unexplained departure was rather peculiar. With a sense of suspicion brewing within, he unwittingly arrived at the young lady's chamber and gently rapped on the brass latch of the door. Shortly, a woman opened it, and upon closer inspection, he recognized it as Su Ying, the young lady's personal maid. Wang Chuan smiled and inquired, "Sister Su, I wish to ask you something." Initially, Su Ying felt irritated, wondering who dared to disturb the young lady at such an hour. Yet, upon seeing Wang Chuan, dressed elegantly in his long robe, her anger dissipated. Breathing in the fragrant air, her cheeks flushed with warmth as she cheerfully replied, "Ah, it's Wang Chuan. What brings you here?" Wang Chuan focused intently, ensuring no one else was around, and quietly asked, "Might I inquire if the young lady has given any orders for someone to leave the estate today?" Upon hearing this, Su Ying's brows furrowed slightly, for she had always been by the young lady's side, privy to all her affairs, and thus was well aware of the household's inner workings. A sense of foreboding washed over her at Wang Chuan's question. "Brother Wang, why do you ask?" Su Ying, though still youthful, was actually younger than Wang Chuan. He called her sister out of courtesy, mindful of the social dynamics. As he was a later arrival with a serious demeanor, Wang Chuan bowed his head and urged, "Sister Su, please tell me the truth." As Su Ying beheld Wang Chuan's grave demeanor, she mused to herself that although Wang Chuan spoke little within the manor, on the day of her lord's departure, he had been summoned into the carriage, undoubtedly entrusted with confidential matters. Thus, he must be a person of reliable character. With this thought in mind, Su Ying gazed at Wang Chuan with her bright eyes and remarked, "The provisions in the manor were ample a few days ago, sufficient for half a month's needs. The young lady has not instructed anyone to venture outside recently." Upon hearing this, Wang Chuan's brow furrowed in concern, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Su Ying, observing him, felt a surge of astonishment. This was a gaze so piercing, profound, and even wise. Such brilliance she had never witnessed in Wang Chuan's eyes before. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Chuan gravely replied, "Sister Su Ying, in these tumultuous times, with our Lord occupied with official duties and often away, we must exercise prudence in managing the household and remain vigilant against the treachery of domestic thieves and schemers." Having said this, as twilight approached, he took his leave, stating, "It grows late. I must return. Please, Miss Ying, stay back." With that, Wang Chuan departed, absorbed in his own thoughts. Su Ying, captivated by Wang Chuan's commanding presence, instinctively nodded in acquiescence, appearing quite obedient. Wang Chuan, satisfied by her response, nodded approvingly before taking his leave. It took Su Ying a moment to regain her composure, and feeling a flush of embarrassment for her earlier demeanor, she closed the door in the inner courtyard. Han Yu, adorned in a floral cloak with a delicate embroidered sash around her slender waist, wore a crimson jacket and small black boots. A pearl flower hairpin graced her head, and her petite earlobes were embellished with two radiant pearls. At that moment, she sat on a swing, lost in thought, seemingly burdened by unspoken worries. Su Ying entered and, upon observing the young lady, softly called out, "Miss, you appear lost in contemplation again." Su Ying had witnessed this scene more times than she could count. Startled from her reverie, Han Yu turned to her, her gaze reflecting the depths of a tranquil lake. And upon seeing Su Ying, she merely sighed. Approaching her, Su Ying expressed concern. "Miss, if there is something weighing on your mind, do not hesitate to share. I shall bear it with you." Han Yu's cheeks flushed slightly as she regarded Su Ying, a warm sensation blossoming in her heart. Yet, the lingering cloud of unease still overshadowed her, rendering her restless. She looked at Su Ying and smiled sweetly, but her clear eyes harbored a tinge of sorrow. Seeing the young lady in such a state of melancholy, Su Ying felt a pang of sympathy. Suddenly recalling Wang Chuan's earlier words, she said, "Miss, while I cannot alleviate your suffering, I must protect you. Just now, I encountered an individual." Han Yu, possessing both beauty and wisdom, recognized Su Ying's unusual seriousness and understood that she had something of significance to convey. She forced herself to dispel her heavy thoughts, straightened her posture, and inquired, "Su Ying, speak your mind. I am listening." Chapter 24. Unusual movements in the study. Eagerly, Su Ying relayed Wang Chuan's words to Han Yu, her bright eyes shimmering with anticipation as she awaited her response. Upon hearing the news, Han Yu's delicate brows furrowed slightly before a spark of realization illuminated her bewildered eyes, akin to a beacon encountered in the darkness. After a moment's pause, she declared, "Su Ying, I must meet this gardener at once. Please bring her to me." Seeing Han Yu's expression transform from worry to relief, Su Ying's heart swelled with joy, and a radiant smile graced her face as she leapt with excitement. Exclaiming, "Yes, miss," with that, she dashed off in jubilant spirits, leaving Han Yu deep in contemplation. The courtyard of Wang Chuan remains as simple and tranquil as ever. Inside, the warmth of the burning charcoal envelopes the space, while a pristine table and 2 stools stand in quietude. At this moment, a solitary figure occupies the seat before the table, where a pot of wine and a single cup rest, alongside a delectable roasted mountain chicken wrapped in lotus leaves, exuding an enticing aroma. With a contemplative expression, Wang Chuan lifts the wine cup, savoring its contents between his lips. Presently, this is his sole source of enjoyment, aside from the practice of martial arts, in moments of solitude. A man finds solace only in the company of women and fine wine. Yet, Wang Chuan is devoid of a woman and lacks understanding of their complexities. He perceives that women can sometimes evoke feelings of agitation or confusion, leaving him unsure of how to navigate their presence. Hence, he opts for the companionship of exquisite wine, and if only there were tobacco to accompany it, that would be even better, though such indulgence is not to be found here. Suddenly, a knock at the door jolts him from his reverie. Wang Chuan sets down the cup, glancing within to discover, to his surprise, that the wine has been completely consumed. The door swings open, revealing the petite figure of Su Ying, who intrudes upon his thoughts. Taken aback, he inquires, "Sister Su Ying, what brings you here at such a late hour?" Su Ying replies, "The young lady has urgent matters to discuss with you. We must go at once." Upon hearing this, Wang Chuan contemplates briefly, realizing that it is indeed time for their meeting. He adjusts his attire and freshens up before responding, "Very well, shall we depart now?" Su Ying inspects his attire, finding it quite presentable, and asserts, "There is no time to waste. We must proceed immediately." Wang Chuan acknowledges with a nod and closes the door behind them, under the dim light and the enveloping night. The two make their way to the young lady's private courtyard, entering quietly. Once inside, Su Ying instructs the night watch maid not to allow anyone else to enter. This courtyard is serene and elegant, infused with a subtle fragrance. A few wax plums bloom in the garden, their vibrant red and silver hues mingling with the delicate scent of the flowers, amidst the bountiful autumn chrysanthemums, which bloom in vivid splendor. The garden also boasts towering green bamboos, exuding a sense of noble integrity. Guided by Su Ying, Wang Chuan strolls through the garden, his mind wandering to ponder the character of the young lady, who seems to embody a blend of external gentleness and inner strength. "What are you thinking about?" A gentle tug from an unseen hand brings him back to reality, and he chastises himself for his momentary distraction. Su Ying casts a disapproving glance at him before turning to knock on the door. Recollecting his scattered thoughts, Wang Chuan surveys his surroundings. He finds himself within a modest garden, flanked by osmanthus trees at the entrance. With flower beds lining either side, it is late autumn, and the flower beds are adorned with various autumn chrysanthemums, red, yellow, purple, and white, evoking a sense of desolation. On one side stands a plum tree, while the other boasts slender, upright green bamboos. Wang Chuan muses, plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum. The young lady truly embodies the refined sensibilities of a gentleman. Su Ying halts at the door of a side chamber, gently tapping on the door and whispering, "Miss, I have brought Wang Huajiang." Wang Chuan, having regained his focus, awaits quietly. He suddenly notices that the door is inscribed with the words, "Qing Room." The door is slightly ajar, from which a warm and gentle breeze emanates, reminiscent of spring. After a brief moment, A tranquil and melodious female voice calls from within. Understood. Inger. Bring him in, and you may enter as well. Xu Ying playfully stuck out her little tongue at Wang Chuan and waved her hand, signaling him to enter. The inner room was quite warm, divided into two sections, with a pot of glowing coals in each. The blue flames licked at the black bamboo charcoal, producing no trace of smoke. The soft glow of the red lanterns illuminated the entire room, filling it with a peculiar fragrance that was both refreshing and soothing. Wang Chuan had often envisioned the scene of this boudoir. Yet upon entering, he was rather taken aback. The room did not embody the sentimental charm he had anticipated, the lavish adornments and the refined elegance of a noble lady's chamber. Instead, it was partitioned into two areas by a screen depicting the hues of a lotus pond in spring. Upon entering, there was a hidden compartment for placing one's shoes, after which one would don silk slippers and ascend 2 steps to tread upon a thick, cushioned floor, truly entering this abode. The inner sanctum was strictly off-limits to men, leaving Wang Chuan confined to the outer area. This outer section contained only a small table and a cushion, suggesting that anyone who entered could either sit upon the cushion or kneel. Aside from the wooden window at the main entrance and the partition to the inner room, there was little else, lending the space a sense of spaciousness. This moment, as Wang Chuan found himself here for the first time. He was at a loss, aware of his status as a servant, standing there somewhat awkwardly. Xu Ying, noticing his discomfort, offered a gentle smile, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. She quietly remarked, "Young Master Wang, you must remove your boots before climbing the steps." As she began to slip off her embroidered shoes, her voice, though soft as a whisper, was clear to Wang Chuan. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of her red socks. He smiled wryly, shifting his gaze elsewhere, feeling a touch of embarrassment, secretly thinking, "This is indeed quite unimaginable." At that moment, a voice emanated from the inner room. "Inger, come in. Young master, please take a seat." The way she addressed him as young master, despite his status as a mere servant, took him by surprise. However, he did not display any astonishment. Rather, he responded with a calm demeanor, neither affirming nor denying. He slightly bowed and politely replied, "Thank you, Mississippi." He then sat upon the cushion. Having arrived, he decided to make himself comfortable. Wang Chuan appeared at ease, while within, Miss Hanyu felt a peculiar sensation. This individual exhibited a steady demeanor and striking features, handling matters with composure, unlike an ordinary servant who would grovel in subservience. Hanyu could not help but wonder what kind of person he truly was. Why had her father called him to the carriage before his departure? What secret did they share? She had heard various rumors about him, often dismissing him as someone unremarkable, with the mundane advice to avoid entanglements with Wang Chuan. Yet, now that she beheld him in person, his appearance and temperament did not align with her initial impressions. Could this be the true essence of him? Wang Chuan sat in silence, and after a while, with no further words coming from the inner room, he could not help but inquire, "May I ask, miss, if you have any instructions for me?" A single utterance can awaken a dreamer. With a heart restrained, Hanyu, peering through the screen, inquired, "Might I ask, young Master Wang, at dusk, as reported by Inger, you cautioned her regarding the secretive words of the household's treachery. Is this true?" Wang Chuan secretly chuckled, finding his expectations fulfilled. Maintaining his composure, he replied, "Indeed, those words did originate from my lips." "What do you find amiss, miss?" Hanyu nodded slightly, her expression shifting as she bit her silver teeth and questioned, "Young master, you have carelessly spoken a grave and alarming phrase, inciting apprehension among the listeners. Is there perhaps a hidden meaning within? I implore you to clarify, for if it bears truth, I shall ensure you are richly rewarded." Wang Chuan smiled faintly, replying in an ambiguous manner, "Miss, this matter could be of great significance or triviality. The human heart is inscrutable. As a member of the Wu household, I am merely considering its interests. As for your inquiry regarding my words, I find it difficult to pass judgment." Hanyu let out a soft sigh, while Xu Ying beside her shook her head, her heart in turmoil. She both lamented her mistress's doubts and mistrust of Wang Chuan, and felt angered by his insincerity. At that moment, a voice from outside announced, and recognizing the tone, it was indeed the maid who had been on duty at the gate. She reported, "Miss, the evening's watch has informed me that throughout the entire estate, only Elder Dong, He Qian, and Chang Si are missing." Upon hearing this, the three within the room felt a jolt in their hearts. Wang Chuan's expression turned frosty, as a sense of foreboding crept upon him. Indeed, moments later, another report came in, and the messenger appeared in a state of panic. "Miss, it is dire. The lock on the master's study is broken, and it is in disarray inside." What? Humph. The moment those words were spoken, the room was engulfed in shock. At this juncture, Wang Chuan could not help but sigh softly. It appeared that Han Yu had arrived too late. Now, the situation was beyond remedy, and he could only wonder if any significant items had been stolen. Wang Chuan pondered deeply. The inexplicable disappearance of Elder Dong and the theft from the study seemed intertwined, hinting at a larger scheme. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching from beyond the screen. Han Yu emerged, adorned in a high-collared white silk gown. Her delicate hands grasping wide sleeves, draped in a magnificent red floral cloak, exuding an extraordinary elegance. As she stepped out from behind the screen, she was accompanied by the obedient Ingerd. Han Yu's countenance flushed with a delicate hue as she cast a glance at Wang Chuan. Revealing an urgent expression, she instructed Su Ying, immediately proceed to my father's study. Then, addressing the maid who had delivered the news, she commanded, quickly send someone to search the entire estate. No one is permitted to leave until the thief is captured. Understood, the maid replied, hastening away. Wang Chuan had never seen Han Yu's visage up close before, and at this moment, he was struck by her breathtaking beauty, as if a celestial being had descended, casting him into a dreamlike reverie, akin to wandering in an ethereal paradise, enveloped in mist, overwhelmed by the stunning grace of the immortal maiden before him. He found himself momentarily entranced. He suddenly recalled that in his previous life, due to financial constraints at home, he was unable to find a girlfriend. Whenever festive occasions approached, such as Valentine's Day, he would observe couples strolling hand in hand, exuding intimacy, and an indescribable pang of bitterness would swell within him. Alas, it was a society driven by wealth, and now, ensconced in this world, with a humble status, how could he ever be worthy of such ethereal beauty? Wang Chuan's heart grew anxious once more. This sense of unease and inferiority seemed deeply ingrained in his very bones. He felt a profound weariness in living, realizing he ought to relinquish his obsessions. With a pained smile, his expression was not lost on the eyes of the two individuals across from him. Han Yu and her servant. On Han Yu's gaze, Wang Chuan's earlier look had sparked her ire, altering her perception of him almost instantaneously. Yet just as she was about to chastise him, she suddenly discerned that his countenance did not reflect the loathsome desire she had anticipated. Instead, it bore the marks of anguish, a bitter emotion that stirred ripples in her heart. Ultimately, Han Yu addressed Wang Chuan, "You should accompany us as well." Su Ying cast a concerned glance at Wang Chuan, her lips moving as if to say something, yet words eluded her. Nonetheless, her eyes frequently darted towards him, filled with concern. Wang Chuan was quite familiar with the study of the master. He usually tended to the plants there with great care. At this moment, the study was brightly lit, and Han Yu, draped in a red cloak, was supported by Su Ying as they entered alongside a group of maids. The door to the study was ajar, the lock broken and hanging from the latch. Inside was shrouded in darkness. Without the young lady's command, no one dared to enter. Han Yu, observing the situation, felt a cloud of dread settle over her heart. She ultimately tugged at Su Ying's hand, who understood and called out, "Bring forth a person to open the door and light the candles. Only a few attendants from the household may enter. Others, unless summoned, must remain outside." Chapter 25. The theft at the Wu residence. The candles were lit, illuminating the entire study, which was divided into an inner and outer chamber. Wang Chuan followed the crowd into the room, and the sight that greeted them was one of utter disarray. Books were strewn across the floor, and the desk was cluttered with ink, brushes, and paper. Every drawer had been opened, clearly rifled through. Han Yu hurried into the inner chamber, followed by the group, each speculating on the value of the stolen items. In the inner chamber, Han Yu rushed to a more concealed cabinet. The lock on the cabinet was pried open, the damaged brass lock lying on the floor. Su Ying supported Han Yu, and Wang Chuan noticed that Han Yu's complexion had drained of color, her eyes filled with fear. Han Yu approached the cabinet and opened it, drawing the gaze of everyone present. Her hands trembled slightly as she opened the cabinet, revealing it to be completely empty. In disbelief, she reached inside to feel around, but found nothing. Han Yu's delicate frame quivered slightly, and a pall of gloom enveloped the group, the atmosphere growing heavy. Wang Chuan sighed inwardly and discreetly nudged Su Ying, signaling towards Han Yu. Su Ying, quick-witted, immediately understood and stepped forward to support Han Yu, calling out sweetly, "Miss," in a state of fluster. Han Yu heard the frantic calls of Su Ying, and her heart immediately awakened. No longer in a state of panic, with a composed demeanor, she quietly closed the cabinet, turned to face everyone, and calmly declared, "The scoundrel is despicable, having stolen a priceless masterpiece, yet at this moment, there is no remedy to our loss. Henceforth, I shall assign additional male servants to patrol the estate daily in order to prevent further thievery. Additionally, no one shall leave the estate without permission, and each steward is to report daily occurrences to Su Ying and Granny Zhang, who will relay the significant matters to me. Yes, miss, replied Su Ying and Granny Zhang in unison. Han Yu continued, Mama Wang, as old Dong is currently absent, you, being my wet nurse, shall oversee the household affairs. Yes, miss, Mama Wang responded, her heavily painted face and lips redder than a monkey's rear end betraying her flamboyant nature. Han Yu regarded her with a furrowed brow but ultimately remained silent. After a moment's contemplation, she entrusted a few tasks to Inger, for only she could handle them with assurance. Yes, miss, Inger acknowledged, comprehending her intent. Inger, please fetch a sturdy lock and take charge of the key. Instruct someone to clean this place thoroughly, secure the door, and ensure strict vigilance against any strangers coming here, Han Yu commanded. Yes, miss, Su Ying bowed deeply. After issuing these instructions, Han Yu's mood calmed slightly, yet an inescapable anxiety lingered in her expression, one that Wang Chuan observed keenly. Glancing out the window, he realized that night had already fallen. Han Yu then said, let the on-duty personnel remain. The rest should return to their quarters and rest. With that, she exited the study, surrounded by a throng of maidservants, while several household guards followed with lanterns to escort her. Wang Chuan was left to return to his own residence alone, pondering that the study must have contained important items that had been stolen. The story of the missing painting was likely a ruse. It was indeed surprising that a theft could occur that night, especially in light of old Dong's inexplicable departure from the estate, suggesting a deeper connection. Upon reaching his own villa, beneath the starry sky, remnants of small dishes and fine wine lay untouched upon the stone table, yet Wang Chuan had lost all desire to indulge. Chapter 26. Night raid. Pushing open the door, he entered without lighting a lamp or disrobing. Sitting cross-legged upon the couch, his mind unperturbed by the heavens, entering a state of meditation within him, a stream of vital energy flowed along a mysterious pathway, the Taoist tranquility merging with the Buddhist solemnity, manifesting on his fair visage. Since arriving in this world, these two practices had evolved from casual exercises for physical fitness to a rigorous daily regimen, coalescing into a singular force that had considerably strengthened within him. Wang Chuan was unaware of the extent of his current prowess. All he knew was that while practicing Tai Chi, he could generate a palpable energy that stirred the air around him. Reminiscent of scenes from his past life on television, where wind whispered and leaves danced wildly, he aptly termed it his momentum. The night deepened, the moonlight cascading down, creating a beautiful evening. Upon the summit of Qing Mountain, concealed sentinels abound, and the residences scatter artfully across the terrain. At this moment, within one of the chambers, a figure stands shrouded in darkness. Should one possess the gift of night vision, they would discern that this individual is clad entirely in dark attire. Even their visage is obscured by a black scarf, wielding a sword with only a pair of glimmering, watery eyes and a cascade of lustrous black hair visible. At this instant, those eyes radiate a piercing brilliance, emanating an imposing aura. The hour is now past midnight. With a silent whoosh, the concealed door creaks open and then closes, hardly making a sound. Inside the room, there is no longer a soul in sight. Where has she ventured? Why does she stealthily depart in the depths of night? The winter night is chill, the mountain even colder, and the stronghold remains eerily silent. The cold wind occasionally sweeps through, carrying with it a haunting whistle, interspersed with the distant cries of mountain eagles, as if the very trees and grass are on guard, creating a desolate and chilling atmosphere. Suddenly, from behind the original dwelling, a figure emerges slowly, donned in a flowing white robe, tall and graceful, with sparkling eyes and a handsome countenance. This individual cradles an ancient long sword in both hands, gazing at the retreating silhouette cloaked in black with a hint of melancholy, which ultimately transforms into a fleeting white shadow that follows in pursuit. A peculiar sound, seemingly from nowhere, pierces the cold night, infusing it with an eerie ambience. Ah, what a relief! This is quite the respite. A figure stumbles forth from a nearby thicket, trousers in hand, suddenly jolted awake, exclaiming with a sense of relief. This individual is garbed in tattered clothing, sporting an unkempt beard and disheveled hair, exhaling mist as they fumble to secure their trousers. The Wu residence has calmed the previously tumultuous atmosphere. In the night, save for the occasional patrolling guards, all is silent. Suddenly, a blurred shadow drifts down from the northeastern wall, landing behind a rockery with nary a sound, akin to a leaf descending. The shadow remains motionless for a time, until a group of patrolling guards passes by. The lurking shadow abruptly springs into action, swiftly incapacitating three individuals like phantoms, deftly dragging them into the hidden recesses, where faint whispers echo before tranquility is restored once more. The shadow vanishes into the darkness, heading towards Miss Hanyu's quarters in meditation. Wang Chuan is startled awake by an exceedingly faint, peculiar sound in an instant. Disbelief crosses his features. He swiftly retrieves a set of night gear from his bed, dons it with haste, pushes open the window of the courtyard, and leaps into the night, disappearing into the shadows. The night is profound. A dark figure descends into the courtyard of Miss Hanyu. The shadow hesitates briefly before stealthily advancing toward her chamber, with Wang Chuan trailing closely behind in a moment of desperation. He picks up a pebble, taking aim at the paused shadow, and hurls it with force. The stone slices through the air, hurtling toward the figure's back. Wang Chuan smirks, then lunges forward, producing a sound akin to a breaking wind. Eh? The shadow suddenly senses a hidden threat approaching from behind, swiftly rolling aside. Bang! The stone misses its target, landing in the mud. Clang! A glimmering, icy sword suddenly unsheathed, and the shadowy figure deftly unleashed a cascade of crystalline sword blossoms to confront the advancing Wang Chuan. Humph! Wang Chuan let out a cold snort, evading the oncoming sword chi. Lacking any weaponry, he realized he must engage closely to unleash his skills. Pausing momentarily to gather his breath, Wang Chuan noticed the cloaked figure suddenly springing into action, attempting to flee. Observing this, Wang Chuan thought to himself, "Just as well, this is not the place for confrontation, lest we alarm others." He swiftly pursued, and under the cover of night, the two figures raced closely together, darting out of the Wu estate and into the darkness. The cloaked figure pondered in astonishment. Why did the pursuer hesitate to strike? Yet this suited her intentions perfectly, for she was equally curious as to why such a formidable opponent resided within the Wu estate. With the intent of drawing Wang Chuan out for interrogation, she remained vigilant, quickening her pace as she evaded further. After a brief while, the two, like stars chasing the moon, found themselves in a forest, where their progress was impeded. The cloaked figure's momentum diminished significantly, while Wang Chuan's spirit surged, pressing forward rather than retreating, closing the distance in an instant. The essence of Tai Chi, which typically required stillness, was momentarily cast aside. He needed merely to hold the opponent at bay before employing his techniques to secure victory. As Wang Chuan advanced, his presence became imposing. He lowered his stance, extending his arm to strike the cloaked figure's rear shoulder. The figure, alert, reacted instantaneously, bending low without a backward glance, her left hand reversing to wield the sharp sword, aiming to slice at Wang Chuan's right palm. Wang Chuan's eyes sparkled with determination. He did not withdraw his hand, instead executing the Tai Chi principle of yielding to the force while countering with precision, weaving through the gaps created by her sword strikes, using her own momentum against her, and soon they were entangled in a fierce duel. However, in a fleeting moment, Wang Chuan began to regret his audacity. The opponent's sword chi was like a relentless tide, surging forth unceasingly. Had she not chosen to restrain her strength, he might have already fallen to her blade. What was her true intention, he wondered. Wang Chuan, shaken yet resolute, understood the peril he faced. He was riding a tiger, unable to dismount. With unwavering focus, he navigated the intricate web of swordplay, embodying the Tai Chi principles of yielding and countering, performing with remarkable finesse. Although the pressure bore down upon him like a mountain, he found a moment to breathe. The cloaked woman, astonished, realized that despite her superior skills, she could not seem to grasp the elusive figure before her. What an intriguing technique, she mused. By nature, she was not malicious. Unwilling to harm the innocent, she had held back, hoping he would retreat. Yet, the current situation suggested he was unyielding. After a moment longer, her patience waned, and irritation crept in. This individual seemed to regard her as a mere training partner, relentlessly entwining her within his peculiar evasive maneuvers. Humph! With a disdainful huff, her aura intensified, and beneath the night sky, her sword danced in a mesmerizing arc, emitting a delicate hum. Wang Chuan felt the pressure mount exponentially, his movements growing sluggish. Alarmed, he realized. She was enraged, and the consequences could be dire. Chapter 27. Fierce battle and severe injury beneath the moonlight. Amidst the dense forest, a resplendent sword danced gracefully in the night, accompanied by an enchanting figure, resembling a dark sprite weaving layers of sword light that coalesced into a flower-like form, blurring the line between reality and illusion. Wang Chuan found himself enveloped in this spectacle, feeling an overwhelming pressure descending upon him from all directions, akin to a mountain collapsing. A chill crept into his heart. It was evident that his opponent was determined not to let him escape. In a flash of thought, he relinquished all movement, descending into a profound stillness that was eerily unsettling. His gaze became as calm as a placid lake, yet within it flickered a resolute spirit. The woman in black, observing his demeanor, felt a surge of admiration. However, once the bow was drawn, there was no turning back, lest one suffer a backlash. Her sword surged downwards like a tempest, reaching a dazzling zenith. Wang Chuan, indifferent, closed his eyes, remaining as unyielding as a mountain. Relying solely on his acute sense of hearing, in the depths of his mind, he forgot the cold moon and the ominous trees, his body suffused with genuine energy. A sensation he had never experienced before, enveloping him like a protective cocoon. The fierce sword intent and domineering energy whizzed past him at a breathtaking speed, and in that instant, he moved. Harnessing the forces of gravity, he embraced the principles of Taiji, flowing with a natural intuition that was both profound and agile in this ethereal realm. Wang Chuan exerted himself to the utmost. Yet, due to the disparity in their skills, he was inevitably injured. Beneath the chilling sword light, he narrowly avoided fatal blows, yet his body bore numerous sword wounds, with particularly severe injuries to his abdomen and left shoulder. The pain from the sword strikes jolted him awake, and he realized that if he continued fighting, he would surely meet his end that night. Thus, enduring the agony, he unleashed a few desperate counterattacks amidst the vanishing sword light, seeking to exchange injury for injury to force back the woman in black. His expression resolute, the black-clad woman, compelled by his ferocity, was forced to retreat swiftly. Seeing her opportunity to seize victory slipping away, she could not let him go. Beneath her black veil, a glimmer of amusement flickered. She had no intention of killing him, only to capture him. With renewed vigor, she pursued him, her movement reminiscent of a butterfly flitting through flowers, utterly enchanting. Wang Chuan, his vital energy depleted and body battered, felt the fabric of his clothing unrelentingly slicing into his wounds, sending waves of excruciating pain deep into his bones. Blood flowed incessantly from his injuries, and as he began to succumb to excessive blood loss, a chill spread through his body, accompanied by a sense of dizziness. Glancing back, he saw the black-clad woman drawing ever closer, and a wave of despair washed over him. Damn it! Wang Chuan couldn't help but curse inwardly. He felt utterly exhausted, questioning whether he was truly destined to lose his life. The woman in black approached slowly, a sly smile hidden beneath her veil, reveling in the thrill of capturing her prey. "Humph! Where do you think you can run? You're finished. Surrender now," she taunted, her voice sharp. Wang Chuan, feeling faint, swayed slightly but remained coldly defiant. "If you have the ability, then come and catch me. Spare me your nonsense." Her laughter rang out like silver bells, piercing through the darkness. "Don't you find it amusing? You are now at the end of your strength, yet you still resist. I wonder how long you can hold out." In the shadows of the night, her mocking laughter echoed in Wang Chuan's ears, reminiscent of forlorn spirits weeping in the dark. Wang Chuan, summoning every ounce of willpower, faced a harrowing choice: to succumb to death and put an end to this cursed dream. Yet, even in such despair, he could not allow others to humiliate him. For a man, fleeing represents the utmost failure of character. The cold, silent night deepened the desolation of the human heart, rendering it mournful and sparse. Wang Chuan was compelled to halt. He was utterly spent, waves of dizziness crashing over him like relentless tides. Having lost too much blood, an overwhelming fatigue relentlessly assailed his senses, and though his eyelids yearned to close, an inner voice cried out insistently, "You must not." A woman clad in black stood 3 zhang away atop a building, silently observing the dying Wang Chuan below, waiting for the moment her prey would fall. Suddenly, a disturbance caught her attention. She turned her gaze toward a shadowy corner nearby and called out coldly, "Who is there? If you do not act soon, he will truly perish." A chilling voice emerged from the shadows, and as the words faded, a young man dressed in white appeared, the very one who had followed her. Leaning against the wall, amid the dimness, Wang Chuan sensed the presence of his adversary nearby. The night had grown eerily still. Was death upon him? Why could he hear the whispers of phantoms, their approach growing ever closer? As they advanced, the young man in white remarked, "He seems to have lost consciousness." "Humph, that's even better. It saves us trouble. I hadn't anticipated such a person hidden within the Wu residence," the woman in black replied. "Indeed, his movements are peculiar, and his essence even more so. It seems he possesses more than one type. What do you intend to do with him?" "I refuse to bear the burden of a man." What are you doing?" she exclaimed, as she withdrew a pill from her bosom. intending to place it in Wang Chuan's mouth. Upon hearing the comments, she was momentarily rendered speechless, but then disaster struck. Without a sound, a swift hand seized her left wrist, constricting it with iron-like strength, cutting off her pulse and leaving her powerless to retaliate. Simultaneously, another hand darted toward her eyes with lethal intent. Should she be struck, not only would her life be forfeit, but she would also risk blindness. In her astonishment, the young man in white acted without hesitation, swiftly capturing the hand that threatened the woman's eyes. Encountering no resistance in that fleeting moment, both were drenched in cold sweat, their minds reeling at the sight of this nearly unconscious individual, whose subconscious instinct for self-defense had been triggered. The woman in black felt a fine sheen of cold sweat form on her brow. She had indeed been frightened, for the thought of losing her sight was akin to a fate worse than death. Through gritted teeth, she muttered, "How infuriating to save him, yet I nearly fell victim to his plight." The young man in white, non-committal, pressed his hand against Wang Chuan's Baihui acupoint. The unconscious Wang Chuan instinctively emitted a muffled groan, his body slumping as he descended into complete oblivion. "Now that it's settled, administer the medicine. It's unwise for him to die without cause," he stated, retrieving a small bottle of healing salve from his robes and applying it to Wang Chuan's grievous sword wound. The woman in black, incensed, stamped her delicate foot, then removed her veil, revealing a visage as exquisite as jade in the dim light of night and the soft glow of the moon. She appeared so pure and beautiful. She crouched down, examining her left wrist that had just been grasped, revealing several bruises of a reddish hue, causing her considerable discomfort. After a brief moment of rubbing it, she seized Wang Chuan's chin and forcefully inserted a pill into his mouth, compelling him to swallow it. Once this was accomplished, both of them allowed Wang Chuan to collapse onto the ground, enveloped in silence, the atmosphere growing somewhat oppressive. The man in white could no longer contain his curiosity and broke the stillness, saying, "I must admit I am perplexed. What were you doing sneaking into the Wu residence? If you would be so kind as to enlighten me." The woman regarded him for a moment before responding, "Why should I divulge that to you? This is my affair." The man in white smiled, locking his gaze onto her eyes, and suddenly spoke in a mysterious tone. "Are you, perchance, in search of something?" Upon hearing this, the woman's expression flickered, her demeanor shifting unpredictably. After a pause, she replied, "It seems you have deduced my intentions. Indeed, I am in pursuit of that very clue. I did not anticipate that such a clandestine matter would be known to you. I am beginning to question your true identity." The man in white chuckled softly and replied, "My identity is of little consequence. What truly matters is that our objectives align. What are your thoughts on this?" Chapter 28. Severely wounded and unconscious, a bride abducted. The masked woman's demeanor darkened at his words, her delicate features resembling frost, her eyes shimmering with intensity. The man in white maintained an air of feigned ignorance, smiling enigmatically. After a moment, however, the woman's gaze shifted, and she coldly chuckled, saying, "Long Yusheng, it would be wise for you not to follow me again, lest you regret it." "Humph, the matter is quite simple. You pursue your own agenda, and I shall pursue mine. We shall not interfere with one another." The gentleman named Long Yusheng, upon hearing this, displayed a hint of surprise, but after a moment's reflection, he responded with a smile, "Indeed, Bing Bing, you are truly unique. Since you are unwilling to collaborate with me, I shall not insist. The night is growing late. I shall take my leave." With that, he departed without pretense, his form vanishing into the darkness. On this wintry night, a chilling cold enveloped the air as Wang Chuan lay unconscious, lost in a deep slumber, stirring briefly yet failing to awaken. Bing Bing stood beside him, contemplating how to address the predicament at her feet. She had no desire to take the life of the innocent. Her earlier jesting had sufficed. This man's martial prowess was peculiar, reminiscent of the principles of Wujidao, yet distinctly different. Wujidao, tracing its lineage to the ancient sage Laozi, embodies the notion of the boundless, the way that seeks unity between man and the Tao, returning to the essence of existence, declaring, "This world is I, and I am the world, boundless and infinite," with mastery promising a state of formlessness and boundlessness at its zenith. He Bing Bing reflected on her limited understanding of such knowledge, uncertain of its veracity. However, the emergence of this enigmatic individual during her nocturnal visit to the Wu residence felt like a significant discovery. His unique skills warranted further inquiry, and she resolved to take him back for thorough interrogation. With this thought in mind, she gazed at the prostrate Wang Chuan, her beautiful eyes glimmering with an inquisitive light. Yet, she ultimately dismissed this notion, deeming it unnecessary. At this moment, as she looked upon Wang Chuan, Her mind was filled with schemes, her expression fluctuating between shadows and light. Finally, her gaze hardened, and she retrieved a small green porcelain vial from her satchel. Uncorking it and pouring forth a glistening green pill, with a heart full of regret, she cast a glance at Wang Chuan lying on the ground and lamented, "Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon your unfortunate circumstances. However, I shall arrange a good resting place for you in the future, where you may enjoy your twilight years." As she spoke, she delicately pinched the pill with her onion-like fingers and directed it towards Wang Chuan's mouth. Yet, an odd sensation engulfed her. In the stillness of the night, she caught a whiff of alcohol. To her horror, she realized that she was rendered immobile, as a silent assailant had struck a pressure point on her lower back. Before she could utter a word, an icy finger pressed against the smooth skin of her nape. As consciousness slipped away, a chilling voice echoed in her ears. "Child, you have gone a bit too far. Little girl, I wonder if you hail from that family, perhaps a tad too spoiled." The man muttered to himself. He glanced at Wang Chuan on the ground, noting that his inner energy remained steady, and he was no longer in peril. He then lifted the unconscious Ji Bing and vanished into the night. Enveloped in shadows, the tranquil winter night passed quietly, and by the dawn of the next day, the servants of the Wu residence commenced their bustling routines, some sweeping, others preparing meals. Xiao Wuzi, as per his usual custom, made his way to the garden to tend to Wang Chuan. "Good morning, Brother Chuan," he called out to the garden, yet was met with an eerie silence. Puzzled, Xiao Wuzi wondered, "Is Brother Chuan not here?" Shrugging it off, he resolved, "Well, I shall tidy up myself." After all, Wang Chuan did not visit every day. On less busy occasions, he would simply instruct Xiao Wuzi to manage things every now and then. At midday, the small village of Xiahe was as bustling as ever, with wisps of smoke rising gently into the air. Within the Wu residence, the kitchen had begun serving meals, and Xiao Wuzi set aside his hoe, washed the mud from his hands, and dusted off his clothes before heading to the kitchen for a meal. The kitchen was already filled with numerous individuals, both men and women, creating a lively atmosphere. "Oh, Xiao Wuzi, why was it that this morning I only saw you in the garden? Where is your master?" inquired a beautiful and delicate young woman. "Oh, it's you? Sister Zhang. My master did not come to work today. Do you need to see him for something?" Xiao Wuzi replied, a hint of bashfulness evident in his gaze. This sister was named Zhang Yixiang. Hailing from a humble background, it was said that her family was forced to sell her to the Wu residence, rendering her plight quite pitiful. She harbored a silent affection for her master, and she was indeed a kind-hearted person. Hardworking, lovely, and considerate, always eager to lend a helping hand in her spare time, she often visited the courtyard to chat with them, and it was rumored that she washed Wang Chuan's clothes. However, for reasons unknown, her master seemed to keep his distance from her, sometimes purposely avoiding her. Zhang Yixiang would merely smile in response, and in Xiao Wuzi's eyes, she was as warm and approachable as an older sister. "Oh, is that so?" Zhang Yixiang replied, her brow furrowing in confusion. "Yes, what is it, Sister Zhang?" Xiao Wuzi tilted his head in inquiry. It's nothing." "Xiao Wuzi, you look so frail. Have you once again saved your monthly allowance to send to your mother? Here, take this bowl that I haven't touched. Do not deprive yourself," Zhang Yixiang said gently, ruffling Xiao Wuzi's hair before walking away, her expression laden with concern. "How can that be?" Xiao Wuzi exclaimed. "Sister Zhang, wait, whose family is carrying a bridal sedan chair?" Xiao Wuzi, startled and flustered, exclaimed that he heard the sound of a wedding procession approaching from outside. "Niu Shunzi, your sister is getting married." Suddenly, a rotund man interjected with a mischievous grin. "Pa, your sister is the one getting married," retorted a lanky individual at the opposite table, seething with indignation. "Oh, is she not your sister? Do you even know who it is?" The chubby man inquired with a smirk. "If you ask me, who should I inquire? Could it be your sister who's getting married?" The lanky man shot back with sarcasm. The chubby fellow, incensed by the reply, rose abruptly. Just then, someone burst in from outside, admonishing them. "Stop your bickering. A situation has arisen. The carriage is halted at our doorstep, and it seems quite sudden. The young lady, accompanied by several household managers, is currently outside negotiating with these individuals. I fear their intentions are not benevolent. Everyone, put down your bowls and chopsticks immediately and lend a hand." Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback, and they all hastily set down their utensils and rushed towards the entrance of the mansion. The grand entrance of the Wu residence. A multitude had already gathered. Miss Hanyu, her hair styled in a coiled bun adorned with a golden phoenix crown, wore a floral embroidered robe, with a delicate ribbon cascading down her slender waist, and red boots that accentuated her long and graceful figure. At this moment, Hanyu glared frostily at a figure across from her, her countenance radiating fury. The elderly women behind her also regarded the individual with an expression of enmity, prompting many of the newcomers to inquire about the unfolding situation. Perhaps the hour was not yet late, for mounted upon a steed was a tall and imposing figure, who chuckled, "Miss Hanyu, indeed you are beautiful. Even your anger possesses a unique charm." Upon hearing this, Hanyu's indignation intensified, and the elderly Li retorted angrily, "You scoundrel, do not dare to insult our young lady. My lady is of noble lineage. How could she harbor any feelings for you? Someone must be scheming against her." The mounted man, unfazed, continued to speak with a light-hearted demeanor. "Hanyu, I only ask you this. Do you wish to accompany me? I am from the Xinhong stronghold, and I assure you, as my wife, you would not be treated poorly." Hanyu regarded him with calm eyes, her voice steady as she replied, "As a humble maiden recently returned from a long absence, I must commend your gallant demeanor, Hu Daxia. However, matters of marriage are significant and require the consent of a matchmaker. If my father were to betroth me to you, I would harbor no grievances. Yet at present, my father is on a mission to the western regions and has not returned for quite some time. I kindly ask you to wait until he returns, at which point you may personally propose your intentions, and we can discuss this matter further. Would that be agreeable to you?" The man on horseback was none other than Hu Dahai, today clad in rare red attire, though his large blade still hung from his saddle. His wedding procession was armed with weapons, creating a rather peculiar atmosphere. Hu Dahai, upon hearing Hanyu's suggestion and gazing at her exquisite countenance, felt a stirring within him, albeit with hesitation. He understood that his arrival was not merely for a wedding but rather to seize her. Having heard praises of Miss Hanyu's beauty, he found her indeed extraordinary. Yet, he was not a heartless brute. He simply sought to use this opportunity to achieve a hidden agenda. Hu Dahai was a man of both brawn and cunning. Hu Dahai gazed intently at Hanyu, a woman of remarkable intellect and exquisite beauty, evoking a sense of tender admiration. As a man of great stature and strength, he was reluctant to impose undue hardship upon her, thus finding himself in a dilemma. His peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the strategist, Lu Quan. Dressed in a scholarly robe and grasping a fan, Lu Quan exuded an air of profound wisdom, seemingly indifferent to Hu Dahai's glance. With a slight cough, he spoke in a frigid tone. "Miss Hanyu, my lord possesses a status of great renown. Personally visiting your esteemed residence to seek your hand in marriage is a monumental favor bestowed upon you. Do not be so ungrateful." Upon hearing his words, Hanyu remained unperturbed, responding coolly, "May I inquire, who are you, sir, that you speak so discourteously?" Lu Quan, with a derisive chuckle, retorted, "I am Lu Quan, the strategist of the Qing Mountain Tongshin stronghold." Hanyu, undaunted, smiled and replied, "Ah, so it is the esteemed strategist I am honored. However, what merit do I possess to be worthy of the king? I implore the king to seek a more suitable match. I humbly offer my respects." With that, Hanyu slightly bowed, her delicate hands, akin to jade, reddened by the chill of the air. Lu Quan erupted in hearty laughter, and after his mirth subsided, he regarded Hanyu with keen interest, stating, "Miss Hanyu, as the saying goes, a fine bird chooses the right tree to perch upon, and a beautiful woman deserves a devoted suitor. My lord is benevolent and has never harbored feelings for any woman. However, he has promised his brothers to take you as his wife. Thus, it is imperative that you accompany us to the stronghold today. I kindly ask you not to decline." Upon hearing his words, Hanyu's complexion paled. Beside her, Granny Zhang, upon listening, was incensed, exclaiming, "You scoundrel, clad in the guise of a scholar, your true nature is that of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Your intentions are treacherous. You would do well to leave at once and cease this folly. Otherwise, when my master returns, who holds the esteemed title of a high minister, he shall undoubtedly lead the imperial forces to apprehend you." Lu Quan, upon hearing this, let out a cold snort and replied icily, "The court is currently in disarray. Whether your Lord Wu can return is uncertain. Humph, do not mistake our hospitality for weakness." With a disdainful scoff, he signaled the henchmen, who brandished their weapons menacingly, a palpable aura of danger enveloping the scene. The members of the Wu household gasped in shock, and some timid individuals even burst into tears. Hanyu's face turned ashen. Lu Quan's words struck a painful chord within her. From the moment she received a letter of warning and learned of the loss of significant items from her home, unease had plagued her. Now, as rumors materialized into reality, a wave of sorrow washed over her. Observing her disheartened demeanor, Several maidservants and elderly women offered words of solace. After a moment's pause, Han Yu collected herself, contemplating the individuals present in her household, realizing they were innocent bystanders who ought to lead tranquil lives. Father, I fear I cannot wait for your return. Perhaps this is fate, she mused silently. Ying, unaware of when she had arrived, stood beside Han Yu, clasping the young lady's hand. She felt that the lady's hand was icy cold, and as she gazed upon her helpless demeanor, tears involuntarily streamed down her cheeks. My lady, do not fear, for we have the master. We can seek assistance from the master's friends. Yes, let us turn to Su Yushi for aid. Their voices were low, yet they distinctly reached Lu Quan's ears. Lu Quan laughed heartily, exclaiming, Su Yushi has been imprisoned as of late, and now his family is scattered. According to reports, Wu Shangqing will not return. You are utterly isolated and defenseless. Your only option is to enter my Tongxin camp. At that moment, a gleam flashed in Hu Dahai's fierce eyes. The members of the Wu household were taken aback, and some began to retreat. Han Yu, with a solemn expression, made a resolute decision, yet with a heart full of grievance. She cried out, let the word spread. From this day forth, the Wu household shall disperse its kin. Everyone may collect a sum of silver from the treasury. Go, save yourselves. Her declaration stunned the crowd, and they collectively cried out, my lady, no. Many among them were tied to the Wu household, and countless others were left homeless. What good would silver do them, when they had nowhere to belong, drifting like leaves upon the wind? Han Yu's body swayed slightly, and Suing supported her. Resisting her sorrow, Han Yu spoke again, dear friends, please do not panic. Though our family faces misfortune, the household will provide you with silver to sustain your livelihoods. You may engage in trade, and perhaps the day my father returns will be the day the Wu family rises again. At that time, you may return, for my father will surely take you in. Now, I implore you all to disperse, to prevent any bloodshed. My lady, do not send us away. Many cried out in anguish. Suing gripped Han Yu's hand, weeping profusely. My lady, if we leave, how will you manage? Old Madame Zhang asked through her tears. Han Yu gazed calmly towards the west, lost in thought, and said, I will wait for my father to return. He will surely come back. My lady, please do not say such things. Inger pleaded, tears brimming in her eyes. Old Madame Li, also tearful, spoke with the wisdom of experience, knowing the grim reality Han Yu would face alone after the servants departed. My lady, I have a son who is married and resides in the distant Pingqing. Why not come with me? I will look after you, and when the master returns to manage the household, it will be well. Tears glistened in Han Yu's eyes, yet she smiled as she replied, Old Madame Li, good deeds are rewarded. I must remain here, hoping for a change in fortune. As she spoke, her expression was one of despair. Alas, is this fate? Heaven, please open your eyes. Old Madame Li could no longer contain her grief, weeping uncontrollably. Han Yu turned her forehead towards the tearful Suing, a tender look gracing her features, and addressed Old Madame Li, Old Madam, as I bid farewell, I have but one request. Old Madame Li, suppressing her sorrow, trembled as she replied, My lady, I am but an old woman, yet I wish for you to have divine protection in your endeavors. Whatever you wish to entrust to me, I shall do my utmost to fulfill. With tears glistening on her cheeks, Han Yu gently lifted her delicate hand to caress Su Ying's hair, speaking softly, I have neither sisters nor brothers. The songbird grew up alongside me, akin to a sister. Ever by my side, I implore my elder, please take her and escape to safety. It would indeed be a commendable refuge, and my heart would find solace. Do not, my lady, I cannot bear to leave you. Suing exclaimed in terror. When the opportunity arises, I shall seek you out. Take care, my lady, come with me, child, Granny Li urged, pulling Suing away. Chapter 30. The abduction of Han Yu and the healing breakthrough. Han Yu stood forlornly outside the gates of the Wu residence, listening to the cries and observing the throng around her. At that moment, her heart was remarkably tranquil, amidst the cacophony of terror and shouts that merged into a singular tumult. Many fled, scattering like frightened birds, leaving the once bustling Wu estate eerily desolate. A delicate young woman, seemingly feeble, confronted a group of armed bandits atop their steeds with remarkable composure. Hu Dahai gazed at Han Yu from below, rendered speechless for a while. Lu Quan regarded her with a mocking smile, while the faces of the soldiers betrayed a sense of shame. Many among them were wretched souls who had suffered greatly. The gravity of the moment stirred within them a profound sense of guilt. Lu Quan glanced at Hu Dahai, noting his silence, and after a pause, commanded, Summon Miss Han Yu to the palanquin. Let us return to the mountains and celebrate the king's fortune in acquiring a wife. Han Yu appeared oblivious to his words, instead gracefully moving her delicate feet, stepping into the palanquin under the astonished gazes of the bandits. Within the Wu residence, in a secluded courtyard, a woman with a look of terror clung to the door. For outside, a tumult of chaotic shouts echoed as if marauders were invading, instilling her with dread. Yet, moments later, tranquility returned. The bandits did not raid the Wu estate. Now, the vast courtyard lay silent, devoid of life. What was amiss? What had transpired? The abruptness of the events flooded her mind with a torrent of questions mingled with fear. This poised and graceful woman was none other than Zhang Yixiang. She had come to the home of Wang Chuan to collect soiled garments and to inquire about his well-being. However, upon her arrival, she found it peculiar that Wang Chuan was absent, the back window ajar, and the house unchanged. Where could he have gone, and why was he nowhere to be found? Whenever she could not see or locate Wang Chuan, a sense of loss enveloped her heart, leaving her feeling hollow. Eventually, Zhang Yixiang quietly opened the gate to Wang Chuan's courtyard and stepped outside. The path beyond was devoid of any presence, yet it lay in disarray, littered with various articles, including scattered pieces of silver. Could it be that bandits had indeed plundered the Wu estate? Who possessed such audacity? With a heart laden with suspicion, she unwittingly approached the grand entrance of the Wu residence. "My lady," she dared not call out. Zhang Yixiang was utterly astonished to see, in the distance, a flower-laden palanquin being escorted by numerous bandits, gradually making its way towards Jiaoyang Mountain. Realization dawned upon her. Her lady had been captured by the brigands of Jiaoyang Mountain. What should she do? Report to the authorities. She hesitated, tears streaming down her cheeks. In the desolate Wu residence, Zhang Yixiang found herself seated at the entrance, leaning against the door, having waited for an eternity. She appeared to have endured far too much. The bitterness and anguish of the world seemed to assail her in an instant. Overwhelmed with fatigue and weariness, she realized that she was now utterly alone, pondering where her path might lead. Her gaze, vacant and listless, wandered through the world, and in the haziness of her thoughts, the image of a striking figure emerged, stumbling towards her. The voice grew increasingly close, and in that moment, she experienced an unprecedented sense of security, allowing herself to drift into a gentle slumber, her face reflecting tranquility. Time slipped away unnoticed, and the winter dusk arrived early, enveloping the surroundings in a deepening chill. The cold, distant stars had blanketed the sky unbeknownst to her, while the mournful cries of night ducks echoed through the frigid pond. Standing at the threshold of the estate was Wang Chuan, his gaze desolate as he surveyed the disarray around him. He murmured softly, mingled with a sigh, "What is meant to come has indeed arrived." This solitary figure, a lonely silhouette on the distant road, bore wounds that were not grievous, having received the application of fine healing salve. Though his wounds had begun to heal, he was pallid and weary from excessive blood loss. His memories of the time following his unconsciousness were a blank slate. He was unaware of who had rescued him. Awakening in a dilapidated earth temple, he found his injuries manageable and, despite his pain, he had mustered the strength to return, only to be confronted by the sorrowful sight of the Wu residence. Seeing the woman on the ground at the entrance, Wang Chuan's heart, heavy with solitude, was stirred by an indescribable emotion. He gently lifted her into his arms and entered the crumbling estate, closing the door behind him as he made his way to his courtyard. Not far from there, he laid Zhang Yixiang on a soft couch, covering her with a thick, warm blanket. He then seated himself on the ground, the pain from his sword wounds compelling him to circulate his vital energy for healing in a state of clarity. Wang Chuan envisioned a sphere of Buddhist essence forming at his navel, akin to a swirling relic of energy, seeking to absorb the energies of the universe. He settled into a lotus position, fingers forming a mudra, channeling this essence to promote the motion of the energy sphere, drawing in vitality and spirit, circulating it through his veins and the warmth of the evening. He lost himself in the process, achieving a profound connection to his own essence, unlocking his 7 openings, cleansing his marrow, and entering a state of healing transcendence. Wang Chuan teetered on the edge of desirelessness, his consciousness merging with the void, envisioning the essence at his navel blossoming like a mystical lotus, while a divine presence hovered above him. In that dimly lit room, a faint golden radiance emanated from his being, his vitality and spirit intertwining as they cycled through one another. He practiced his enlightened technique, perhaps by destiny or the natural unfolding of events. The fundamental practice of the yin-yang harmony technique began to operate autonomously. Within the sea of his consciousness, above the azure void, a point of light surged forth, penetrating Wang Chuan's crown, illuminating his entire being as it traversed through his brow, heart, and base chakras, casting light upon his inner organs and meridians. That moment, akin to the merging of waters, he experienced a profound integration. Wang Chuan's consciousness and spiritual center expanded dramatically, several times larger than before, while his meridians widened significantly. The circulation of his vital essence accelerated, feverishly absorbing the energies of the cosmos, reaching a state of saturation within mere moments. At this moment, Wang Chuan finally opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air. The sword wounds upon his body had all scabbed over, the smaller ones having already healed. He paused briefly, instantly comprehending his own condition, and a faint smile graced his lips. He inwardly sighed. Between gains and losses, there are myriad scars, yet fortune and misfortune are interdependent. Chapter 31. The mysterious Xian Jado? Wang Chuan's gaze shifted to another person in the room, who was presently regarding him with a look imbued with sentiment and profound meaning. A gaze that conveyed an essence of admiration. Wang Chuan observed her and calmly remarked, "You are awake?" "Yes, indeed. Thank you." Zhang Yixiang momentarily froze, a slight blush appearing on her face as she spoke. Wang Chuan continued to gaze at her, his expression remaining neutral. His tone slightly softened as he inquired, "You have seen everything, haven't you?" That I did not intend to." Zhang Yixiang began, her voice tinged with tension as she sat up. Wang Chuan interrupted her, stating, "No need to fret. I merely wish to ask, do you know what transpired in the mansion? Why is it that you alone remained unconscious at the door?" "I am uncertain. When I emerged, I merely caught sight of a group of bandits carrying a bridal sedan chair, gradually making their way towards Qing Mountain. After that, I lost track of everything." Zhang Yixiang remained seated on the warm couch, while Wang Chuan rekindled the candlelight. The small room was enveloped in silence, save for the gentle sound of breathing and the flickering candle flame. Wang Chuan sat at the table, contemplating for a moment before abruptly rising and declaring, "We must leave this place immediately." "Can you walk?" Zhang Yixiang had indeed contemplated departing, yet previously she had been alone, and now with the presence of the man she admired, her heart swelled with joy. Thus, she beamed a cheerful smile and replied, "I can." Seeing her expression, Wang Chuan felt reassured and gently instructed, "Please prepare some convenient, ready-to-eat food and a change of clothes. We shall depart after the time it takes to burn a stick of incense." "Understood." Zhang Yixiang nodded obediently, and upon finishing her words, she lifted the covers and got out of bed. However, as her delicate feet touched the ground, she suddenly cried out, "Ah!" Wang Chuan, alert and swift, rushed over and caught her, preventing her from falling. The softness of her form, warm and fragrant, surged towards Wang Chuan's senses. "How delightful!" he mused, unconsciously tightening his embrace. Zhang Yixiang, enveloped in his arms, felt her heart race, the wild aura of the man disorienting her, rendering her limbs weak. Realizing the situation, Wang Chuan quickly released her, grasping her delicate arm to steady her. He spoke, "Miss Zhang, are you all right?" Zhang Yixiang, coming to her senses, felt her face flush with shyness, lowering her head as she stammered, I feel better now. My legs were a bit numb earlier, but I am fine now." Upon hearing this, Wang Chuan released her and said, "That is splendid. Please do prepare. We shall return here in the time it takes to burn an incense stick and then depart." "All right." Zhang Yixiang departed, leaving Wang Chuan to sit alone at the table, lost in deep contemplation over a series of events. From Old Master Wu's mission to the western regions, the mysterious disappearance of Dong Lauer, the alarming secret messages, the theft incidents, to the unsettling encounter with the cloaked figures last night, culminating in the present desolation of the Wu residence. What threads connect these occurrences? It seemed as though layers of fog obscured Wang Chuan's perception, rendering the future indecipherable. His martial skills were still lacking. The battle of the previous night had profoundly impressed upon him the necessity of mastering practical combat techniques. Tai Chi appeared to him as merely a means of physical conditioning and defense, ill-suited for life and death struggles. The swordplay of the woman in black was exquisite and enigmatic, awakening a window within Wang Chuan's heart to glimpse a fragment of the world beyond, revealing the marvels of martial arts. This ignited a fervent desire to immerse himself in the tumultuous realm of the Jianghu, perhaps to discover a path forward. However, before embarking on this journey, Wang Chuan was burdened by another imperative. Miss Han Yu had been abducted to the mountains, and he had promised Old Master Wu to take care of her. With her disappearance, he bore the responsibility to seek her out, as a man. A promise made must be fulfilled, and Wang Chuan's gaze was resolute. The flickering candlelight danced in his eyes, reminiscent of stars igniting the cold night sky, a a reflection of the chilling reality of human nature. I, in the span of a single incense stick, Zhang Yixiang prepared clothing and simple provisions, then returned to the room where Wang Chuan awaited her, watching him in silence. Wang Chuan had also gathered his modest attire, slung across his shoulder. He gazed out at the desolate moonlight for a moment before stating, "Let us depart." With that, he stepped forward, and Zhang Yixiang nodded, following closely and silently behind him. At that very moment, in another location, Han Yu sat within her palanquin, her heart as still as water, the conveyance swaying steadily. Hu Dahai, atop a magnificent steed, remained silent, yet his eyes bore a solemn depth, hinting at unspoken concerns. Lu Quan, fanning himself, rode behind Hu Dahai and smirked slyly before regaining his composure. Suddenly, he coughed lightly and remarked, "Chief, we have acquired a fair maiden." "How delightful this is!" Upon hearing this, Hu Dahai smiled faintly and replied, "Lu Junshi speaks wisely, and his words resonate with me. Upon our return to the mountain, we shall feast with fine wine and delicacies to celebrate my acquisition of this fair maiden." Lu Quan laughed heartily, proclaiming, "Brothers, we share joys and hardships alike in Tongxin village. Let us revel together in the festivities upon our return to the mountain tonight, toasting and indulging in merriment." The soldiers dismounted, their spirits lifted by his words. Meanwhile, Han Yu, seated within the palanquin, had unknowingly clenched a lustrous white jade in her hand, its translucence concealing a subtle radiance. She recalled her mother's parting words at the end of her life. "Yuer, I must depart. What I cherish most is you. Mother, I will be good from now on. Can't you stay?" The young Han Yu wept against her bedside. Her mother, with tears in her eyes, smiled tenderly yet sadly, saying, "Silly Yuer, I need you to remember this one thing. You must never tell anyone, not even your father, understood?" "Mother, why shouldn't I tell father?" "Father." Han Yu tilted her head, her beautiful little eyes wide with curiosity. Mother smiled gently, feigning mystery, and said, "This, my dear, is a little secret between your mother and you. Do you know? Listen to your mother. Be good." "Oh, a secret. All right, mother. We won't tell father." Han Yu giggled, covering her small mouth and burying her head, her lovely little eyes sneakily glancing toward the door, fearful that father might overhear. Mother smiled once more, drawing close to Han Yu's ear with utmost tenderness, softly whispering a few words. Suddenly, the carriage jolted, startling Han Yu awake, the nostalgia of the past fading away. She gazed around in a daze, realizing that the sedan chair seemed to have come to a stop. Sitting within the chair, Han Yu steadied herself, ultimately reluctant to shatter this precious jade, for mother had said it was of great importance. Chapter 32. Approaching the mountain, Hu Dahai dismounted and personally approached Han Yu's sedan chair, standing still and cupping his fists in salute, saying, "We have arrived at our humble village. I, who, beg your pardon, and kindly request that the young lady descend." As he spoke, he gently moved closer and lifted the curtain. Han Yu slightly bowed in response, saying, "Thank you, kindest sire. Yes, this is my first visit and I am unfamiliar with the way. I beseech the valiant Hu to lead the way." Hu Dahai laughed heartily, replying, "No need to rush, Miss Han Yu, for you are of noble birth, and the mountain path is winding and distant. How could I allow you to ascend like mere rough men? Someone, bring my light sedan, and carry Miss Han Yu into our Tongxin village." Upon hearing this, Lu Quan squinted his eyes, habitually fanning himself with a feather fan, then pointed at the soldiers, commanding sternly, "You two, immediately ascend the mountain and report to the second in command that the chief has returned from the wedding. Quickly, prepare lights and decorations, and let the entire mountain welcome them. Additionally, ensure there is plenty of food and drink. For today we celebrate the union of our chief and Miss Han Yu. They will share their wedding night, and we shall indulge ourselves tonight." These words, Han Yu's complexion slightly paled, and she fell into silence. Hu Dahai's eyes glimmered with a fierce light, a hint of ominousness flickering within. After Lu Quan finished his orders, he glanced at Hu Dahai, who had his back turned, and smiled knowingly. Then, adopting a serious tone, he earnestly addressed Hu Dahai, "Chief, please forgive my presumptuousness." Hu Dahai's expression twitched involuntarily. He turned around, beaming with warmth, and replied, "Lu, your arrangements are impeccable. How could I hold it against you? We are brothers and trust each other without pretense. Whether right or wrong, ha ha ha." Lu Quan smiled and nodded, affirming, "Indeed, indeed." The two displayed a harmonious camaraderie, which resonated with many of the brothers nearby. Hu Dahai, still smiling, turned back, while Han Yu appeared oblivious, standing dazed amidst the chilly mountain breeze, ethereal and unparalleled. her jade-like complexion flushed yet silent, resembling a goddess within this cold mountain valley. Dahai's robust stature gazed intently at Hanyu, then shifted his gaze away, his smile vanishing in an instant, replaced by an aura of chilling ferocity. Lu Quan observed his silhouette, an unfamiliar chill creeping into his heart, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He glanced at the distant cold mountains and remarked, "The weather is growing colder." On the frigid slopes of Jiaoyang Mountain, a man clad in pleated garments, with a green pouch slung across his back and a sword at his side, adorned with a heroic topknot and a few strands of hair cascading down his forehead, stood at the entrance of the mountain steps. Upon observing two soldiers huffing and puffing as they ascended, their faces etched with confusion, he inquired, "Pray, what brings you here with such urgency?" The soldiers, upon recognizing the individual addressing them, hastily saluted and replied, "We have come at the behest of the leader, second in command. The lady of the stronghold is arriving from the foot of the mountain, and Master Lu desires a sedan chair prepared, lanterns strung, red candles lit, and a feast ready." Listening to the soldiers' breathless and fervent report, the second-in-command's expression shifted from perplexity to astonishment before settling into silence. He muttered to himself, words tumbling out in a bewildered haze. Could it be? The two messengers appeared quite distressed. One of them, wearing a pained expression, spoke, "Second in command, that is indeed the situation. The leader awaits your presence down below." "Oh, how delightful!" The second in command, in a fit of indifference, stretched lazily and paid them no heed. The two messengers exchanged glances, their faces contorted in frustration. Suddenly, a melodious laughter, akin to the tinkling of silver bells, cascaded down from above. Startled by the sound, the second in command leaped away, leaving the two messengers in a state of dismay, unsure of how to proceed. At that moment, a woman appeared, none other than the enchanting lady from before. Upon closer inspection, she was equipped with twin butterfly blades, her striking phoenix eyes accentuated by a crimson jacket and red boots. Her raven hair was adorned with a golden flower and butterfly ornament. This captivating woman was none other than the renowned beauty, Chu Qing. The two messengers, upon seeing her, immediately knelt and declared, "We have the honor of meeting Lady Butterfly." Lady Butterfly gave a slight nod, her gaze fixed upon the two men, and smiled. "What urgent matters do you wish to convey? Speak to me." The two, heads bowed and exchanging glances, eventually nodded, with one of them stating, "Today, the stronghold leader descends the mountain to welcome his bride. The new lady is currently at the foot of the mountain, and the leader has instructed us to report back, to prepare for the festivities, with lanterns and a sedan chair ready for her arrival." Upon hearing this, Lady Butterfly's expression shifted to one of surprise as she pondered. The matter of marriage still requires deliberation, yet the sea of emotions appears so impatient, so uncharacteristic. Could there be something more to this? She then inquired, "Aside from the leader, who else accompanies him?" "Master Lu Quan is also in attendance." "Oh, so it is Lu Quan." Lady Butterfly chuckled softly, her delicate fingers gliding over the twin butterfly blades at her waist. Turning to face the rugged cliff, she gazed down upon the mountains, where the wind whispered, creating a symphony of sweet sounds. After a moment's contemplation, she turned back, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wisdom, and said, "You may go now. I shall make the necessary arrangements." "Yes." The two men departed. Lady Butterfly once again directed her gaze towards the depths of the mountains, observing the solemn pines and the lingering snow. As the northern winds howled and the towering peaks loomed majestically, cloaked in a vast, ethereal expanse, she suddenly smiled again, her gaze turning sharp and cold. Extending her finger like a sword, she revealed a crescent-shaped blade, as large as a willow leaf, glimmering with a brilliance akin to a butterfly poised to take flight. As a fragrant breeze wafted by, her flowing sleeves danced, and in an instant, a streak of cold light shot through the air with a crash. In the distance, outside the grand hall, a massive inverted bell in the courtyard was struck, emitting a deafening clang that echoed incessantly. After the butterfly lady finished her laughter, she leaped away, like a butterfly flitting through flowers, disappearing into the building. Moments later, within the gathering hall, it was a bustling assembly of chivalrous women and heroes, their vibrant presence illuminating the space. The heroines were radiant as dawn, their spirits rivaling that of men. The heroes stood tall and imposing, their courage encompassing the heavens and the earth. The butterfly lady, her garments billowing gracefully, entered the hall and noticed the heroes had arrived. With a visage as lovely as a blossoming flower, she cheerfully announced, "Esteemed brothers and sisters, I, the young lady, am here to declare an important matter." The Great Sea has descended the mountain and has just escorted the lady here. Initially, we were to attend to her with a cloud sedan, lighting red candles to honor the heavens and celebrate with a joyous feast. However, as the ancients say, in auspicious times and beautiful scenery, one must raise the offering in harmony. Presently, we merely need the cloud sedan to carry the lady up the mountain, with fine wine and sumptuous dishes awaiting her, in anticipation of a propitious moment to unite in matrimony. Today's affairs require careful deliberation, and I hereby announce to all, should there be any dissent, feel free to voice it. Chapter 33. Butterfly Dance and Flying Blades. The Ice Orchid Maiden below immediately concurred. Sister speaks wisely. Since time immemorial, marriage has relied on the words of a matchmaker, oaths under the moonlight, and the intertwining of lives. The Great Sea, in his eagerness to propose, has acted hastily, contravening the principles of ethics. Today is not a fitting day for marriage. It is prudent to choose a propitious date. The butterfly lady smiled at her and nodded in acknowledgement. You women are often narrow-minded and lack vision. The king's marriage is his destiny. In our Unity Village, no woman can be compared to a queen in status. We hold them in great esteem. Why delay any further? A man of striking appearance, with a hawkish jaw and piercing eyes, broad shoulders, and clad in azure, brandished a long black blade at his waist, radiating an aura of authority and intimidation without needing to raise his voice. His name was Xiong Fei. He was fierce in his disdain for evil, with a temperament as volatile as a tempest. Indeed, our Unity Village is filled with valiant warriors, driven by loyalty and righteousness, their swords soaring through the clouds, balancing love and enmity. What do conventional norms matter? Love and hate intertwine, and when two hearts resonate, pledging lifelong fidelity, that is the mark of true heroes. The speaker was a young man dressed in coarse clothing, unremarkable in appearance, yet possessing an unyielding spirit and resolute demeanor. Known simply as a Fei among familiar faces, he had a wild air about him, holding deep affection for loyalty and justice. A Fei? You chatterbox. Jibing shot him a glare, her teeth clenched. You, be quiet and leave, she admonished. Displeased, a Fei huffed and exited the gathering hall. Xiong Fei held high esteem in Unity Village, serving as the left protector, his words wielding considerable influence. Yet, the butterfly lady, being a woman, along with Jibing, could hardly stand against a band of rugged men. Humph! Butterfly lady, with her exquisite beauty akin to the chill of frost, found herself in a moment of discord. In an instant, a gleaming curved blade appeared between her fingers, dancing at her fingertips like a butterfly poised to take flight. Her gaze was sharp and icy as she regarded Xiong Fei with disdain. Xiong Fei, maintaining his composure, offered a cold smile, seated calmly while observing Butterfly Lady. His own sword remained sheathed, yet it felt as if it had already been drawn. The onlookers, sensing the tension, hurriedly exchanged pleasantries and jovial remarks, striving to restore harmony. However, neither party was swayed. Their mutual disdain was palpable, and neither was willing to yield. Jibing watched Butterfly Lady with growing concern, while the butterfly dart in her hand seemed to leap with even greater exuberance. A mere illusion of motion. Left Guardian, I have heard of your exceptional swordsmanship, wielding a long black blade like a dragon soaring through the skies. Unmatched by FEW.as a humble woman, I wish to witness your prowess. I kindly request your guidance. Butterfly Lady spoke, each word enunciated with chilling precision. Ha ha ha, I, Xiong Fei, traverse the rivers and lakes with a single sword and a single man. I have carved my path through tumultuous waves and thorns, establishing a modest reputation, hardly worth mentioning. Yet, you, the renowned butterfly heroine, are a name that resonates like thunder. I am but a fool to attempt to showcase my skills before you. I would be honored to exchange a few moves, but let us keep it light. Should we clash and cause injury to your delicate self, I would be deemed a scoundrel for assaulting a lady. Henceforth, I would lose all face in the martial world, Xiong Fei remarked, casting his gaze towards the spectators. Jibing's concern deepened. While others remained oblivious, she was aware of Xiong Fei's formidable reputation as the left guardian of the United Hearts stronghold. He was a man of notable skills, having once avenged his brother Yen Quan, who had met a tragic fate. In a fit of rage, he single-handedly challenged over 30 factions of the Jiangnan water gang, staining the waters of the Li River with blood. Standing at the bow of his boat, long hair flowing, tears streaming down his face, he had declared, I, Xiong Fei, once a mere farmer, weary of a mundane life, bravely ventured into the martial world, where blades glimmer and blood spills, without a single true friend to rely upon. Yet, during the fateful battle at Heishui Bend, when I was ensnared in peril, It was the scholarly Yin who, by chance, came to my aid, binding our fates in that moment of crisis. Such a bond is as deep as the heavens and the seas. Now, to think that someone would harm my brother. How can a man of honor stand idly by, letting cold steel drink warm blood? Blood debts must be repaid in kind. At that moment, Butterfly Lady regarded him with a frigid gaze, her flying daggers poised for action. Xiong Fei, unyielding, met her stare with equal intensity. He thought to himself, I am a man, a guardian no less. What does a mere woman have to contest with me? Should I concede to her? How could I ever hold my head high before my brothers again? He silently scoffed, contemplating the challenge of her butterfly daggers, assured that his own blade was far from a mere ornament. With her fury ignited, Butterfly Lady suddenly slammed her palm on the table. Flipping her right hand, a slender silver fish darted forth like lightning, aimed directly at Xiong Fei's left shoulder. In the stillness of the moment, the supernatural was indistinguishable in the blink of an eye. Amidst the brilliance of lightning and fire, it left no room for contemplation. Clang! The blade was unleashed, golden light piercing through the chaos, suddenly resembling a fleeting ray of sunset. Ding! The sounds of impact resonated. With the flying knife pressed against the blade, the force unleashed was fierce, causing Xiong Fei to be astonished as he was unexpectedly forced back several steps. Humph! Taking advantage of his retreat, Xiong Fei lowered his waist and grounded himself, letting out a thunderous roar to halt his movement. Clink! A single butterfly flying knife, its momentum spent, lay at Xiong Fei's feet, the blade gleaming and sharp. Upon closer inspection, the tip of the knife had already curled. The onlookers held their breath, watching the duel unfold, their hearts already reaching a verdict. Xiong Fei stood firm, his anger flaring as he glared at the butterfly mistress seated before him, wishing he could rush forward and eliminate this woman. Yet, he restrained himself, gritting his teeth in silent fury. The butterfly mistress gazed at him calmly, though her heart was tumultuous. Her flying knives were unparalleled in both power and speed. Yet, the individual before her had managed to counter her blade's force with merely a long knife. Even though he had acted in response, his keen and decisive speed was commendable, affirming the rumors about him in the martial world were not unfounded. The butterfly mistress offered a cold smile, her clear, dark eyes fixated on Xiong Fei. Lightly laughing, she delicately tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing a glistening jade pendant dangling from her petite earlobe. With a flourish, she produced another flying knife, playfully twirling it in her hand, before coldly inquiring, May I ask, Xiong Hufa, how did my previous knife fare? My flying knife also possesses techniques. That was but a mere flying knife inquiring about love. Since you managed to block my knife, I shall slightly temper my disdain. Suddenly, her expression shifted as her gaze locked onto the entrance of the gathering hall. The crowd, noticing her unusual change, turned to the doorway. There stood a figure, shrouded in mystery, the taciturn second-in-command of Tongxin Stronghold, who now stood at the entrance, sword in hand, his narrow gaze surveying the crowd. Dahai has returned from the wedding. You are forbidden to engage in private duels. Should you disobey, do not blame the sword for its ruthlessness. The butterfly mistress chuckled lightly and bowed her head. Xiong Fei snorted coldly, sheathing his knife and standing to the side. Chapter 34. The Conspiracy at Cloud Pavilion. Yi Xiang is abducted. The second-in-command observed for a moment, then turned his gaze to the crowd, pausing slightly on Xiong Fei before shifting his attention away. Suddenly, a chill enveloped Xiong Fei. His body tensed, and although he retreated momentarily, his heart quivered with a sense of trepidation. The wedding plans are temporarily postponed. Butterfly mistress, please prepare a fine guest room for our esteemed guest. With that, the second-in-command leaped away, his lightness of foot astonishing. Meanwhile, Hu Dahai was busy arranging the sedan chair to ascend the mountain when he suddenly heard the second-in-command's voice. Dahai, please step aside for a detailed discussion. Understanding the implication, Hu Dahai replied, the mountain is cold. Ensure the young lady is well accommodated. I shall return shortly. With that, he took to the AIRD, at Jiaoyang Mountain, at Cloud Pavilion. Hu Dahai gracefully landed at the entrance, smiling as he inquired, brother, what brings me here? The second-in-command, Guan Yuhai, turned to face Hu Dahai, saying, Dahai, take a look at this. He then retrieved a piece of paper from his bosom and handed it to Dahai. Hu Dahai accepted it, unfolding it to read intently. Despite having some forewarning, after a considerable time, his expression darkened with clouds as he asked, Elder brother, is this matter truly authentic? Guan Yuhai nodded and said, in our Jiaoyang Mountain Tongxin Stronghold, my fellow brothers, we have always welcomed those of strong ability and pure character regardless of their origins. However, we must inquire into one's background, as the court has become corrupt and has repeatedly attempted to eradicate us, though we have thus far evaded their grasp. This matter has long been the subject of gossip within the imperial court, and there are surely those who harbor resentment towards us, their desire to annihilate us unquenched. Therefore, while one may easily evade open threats, it is the hidden dangers that are most insidious. This individual is indeed a spy, and now, they seek to use our hands to eliminate the entire Wu Hanlin family. Wu Hanlin, under imperial command, has no choice but to risk his life to negotiate, leaving his daughter, Han Yu, isolated and vulnerable, an ideal target. This person possesses a heart as treacherous as a venomous snake, and we must remain vigilant. It is a case of killing two birds with one stone. Do you have any plans? Hu Dahai? Hu Dahai, filled with righteous indignation, yearned to strike down this scoundrel immediately. However, with Guan Yuehai present, he could not act recklessly, for his elder brother would ensure that all matters were handled with care. Hu Dahai exhaled his frustration and said, "Elder brother, you have my full trust to handle this. I will voice no complaints." Guan Yuehai smiled and, looking at the towering figure before him, patted Hu Dahai on the shoulder, saying, "I have already devised a plan. Just watch closely." With that, he prepared to leave but abruptly turned back to add, "When it comes to Miss Han Yu, do not act rashly. Soon, everything will be revealed." Upon hearing this, Hu Dahai could only manage a wry smile, as the sun set, casting its last rays upon the old trees where crows settled. The biting cold enveloped the land, and the mountain winds continued to blow. Meanwhile, the Tongshin stronghold was ablaze with festivity, adorned with lanterns, the sounds of drums and gongs ringing out, the aroma of food wafting through the air, and laughter echoing all around, a scene of jubilant revelry. Within the bridal chamber, red candles flickered alongside fragrant incense, golden hairpins and cloud-like adornments, phoenix crowns and embroidered silks, all set against the backdrop of a beautiful maiden seated gracefully. Hu Dahai, donned in an official hat and a grand robe with wide sleeves, busy engaging in a drinking contest with his brothers, was in high spirits. He raised a wine jug, filled his cup, and, emboldened by the wine, strolled over to Guan Yuehai's table, pouring drinks generously and proclaiming, "Come, today marks the beginning of my new marriage. I shall not rest until I am fully intoxicated. Dahai, the spring night is worth a fortune. Do not drink to the point of losing your senses," came a gentle admonition. "Ah, you are mistaken. As men of our kind, we must seize the day and indulge in wine, reveling in the rivers and lakes, carefree amidst the world's turmoil," replied Lu Quan with a chuckle, suddenly interjecting, "But let us not forget the saying, a good marriage often faces many trials. We should stir up some mischief to prevent Dahai from achieving his desires too easily. What do you think of this plan?" "Oh, that is an excellent idea. Allow me to drink a few more cups, and let us all partake together," Guan Yuehai agreed. Upon hearing this, Hu Dahai immediately erupted. "You all, how can this be? I shall not let you have your way with that." He lunged at Guan Yuehai, ready to engage in a scuffle. However, the butterfly maiden, seated opposite him, deftly tapped her chopsticks, sending a glimmer of green light that struck Hu Dahai, causing him to freeze in place, his ability to move rendered useless, leaving only his eyes to blink in bewilderment as he was rendered immobile. "Ha ha! Excellent!" exclaimed Xiong Fei, who was drinking merrily, witnessing the butterfly maiden's swift action. Hu Dahai's sudden transformation in response to her move inspired admiration, and his earlier grievances melted away like snow in the sun. As the revelry of wine reached its zenith and the dishes had tantalized the palate, the gathering began to disperse. At this moment, Hu Dahai, having just relieved himself, proclaimed in a haze of inebriation, "Ladies and gentlemen, let us indulge in some merriment." A chorus of laughter erupted, and Ah Fei, attempting to rise, stumbled and fell back, snoring thunderously, completely intoxicated. "Ah, it's that rascal again. Let him be. We shall take our leave," replied Guan Yuehai, leading the way as the crowd, in a spirited uproar, made their way to the western courtyard. With the wine flowing and worries dissipating, Lu Quan clasped his fists in a gesture of apology, uttering, "Forgive my transgressions," before hastily departing. That moment, none noticed that the recently fallen Ah Fei suddenly sprang to his feet. His eyes gleaming with clarity, betraying no signs of drunkenness, he seized the sword resting on the table and, glancing swiftly outside, set off in pursuit of someone. The night sky was ominous, with thick clouds obscuring the moon, and a chilling wind swept through, accompanied by the hoarse cries of crows. In a certain inn within Jin City, Wang Chuan returned from outside, only to find his room door ajar. Inside, the disarray suggested it had been rummaged through. A pang of anxiety gripped his heart as he wondered, where is Zhang Yixiang? Could someone have abducted her? Do I have any enemies in Jin City? A robbery? Unlikely. Could it be the son of the Liu family? Upon this realization, Wang Chuan swiftly descended the stairs and inquired of the innkeeper, pray tell, do you know where the Zhang family woman has gone? Who has entered my room? The innkeeper, engrossed in his ledger, let out a wry smile upon hearing the question and replied, esteemed guest, earlier today, the young master of the Pan family visited. Upon beholding the lady's beauty, he became quite enamored and, accompanied by a group of ruffians, they stormed upstairs, seizing the woman from your room. I beg your forgiveness, and as an apology, I shall not charge you for your stay. You are still young, and the future is long. The Pan family wields considerable influence. Perhaps it would be best to— Enough, Wang Chuan interrupted, his brow furrowed. Take the silver. I am not unreasonable. This matter I shall handle myself. Kindly inform me of the Pan family's whereabouts. With a sigh, the innkeeper shook his head. To the east of the city, take a left turn. They are the first estate. With that, he returned to his ledger. Wang Chuan nodded, tossing some silver coins onto the counter. No need for change, he declared, before striding out, heading eastward. As he walked, thoughts swirled in his mind. He had initially suspected the Liu family, but now another contender, the Pan family, emerged. Such affluent families seemed universally detestable, as if none possessed a modicum of virtue. The innkeeper raised his gaze, shaking his head and sighing deeply. In the eastern courtyard of Jin City, the residents were either wealthy or noble, dressed in a simple blue garment. Wang Chuan blended into the night as he approached the gates of the Pan residence, which stood firmly shut. Outside, a young servant slumped against the door, drowsily nodding off. Observing the expansive courtyard, Wang Chuan contemplated. To charge through the front would surely alert the guards. While ordinary servants may be manageable, should there be skilled protectors lurking, I might find myself outmatched. Thus, a more discreet approach is warranted. I shall infiltrate and seize the opportunity as it arises. Wang Chuan turned away from the main entrance, making his way to a concealed spot. With a graceful leap, he landed within the courtyard, crouching beneath the veil of night. In the distance, he discerned the hazy outline of an artificial hill. The pavilions and towers stood silent and tranquil in the darkness. Further away, flickering lights hinted at the presence of a rear courtyard. Wang Chuan mused silently. He lurked in the shadows, stealthily advancing with agile movements. Suddenly, he spotted a young servant approaching along the long corridor, lantern in hand. Wang Chuan swiftly sprang forth, seizing him with a decisive grip, dragging him deep into the foliage. With a fierce glare, he hissed in a low voice, "Speak no nonsense, perish." The servant, gasping for breath and already terrified, trembled in fear, nodding vigorously. Wang Chuan relaxed his hold slightly, feigning ferocity as he inquired, "Where is the woman you forcibly brought here today? Where is she housed? Is she well? Speak." The servant hastily replied, "Hero, spare my life. The woman was brought in through the back door today, and she is currently locked in the young master's east wing." After questioning him about the directions of arrival and departure, Wang Chuan struck him with a palm, rendering him unconscious. Just as he was about to depart, a cunning idea struck him. He stripped the servant of his outer garments and donned them himself, grasping the lantern to transform into the guise of a mere Liu family servant. Wang Chuan hurried to the east wing, pushing the door open. A brief glance revealed that the courtyard was unremarkable, consisting of 3 spacious rooms. The main room glowed with light, and through the crack in the door, he caught sight of a woman seated in the left foreground, her hands bound behind her back. Indeed, it was Zhang Yixiang, yet the young master of the Liu family was nowhere to be seen. Wang Chuan hesitated momentarily before making a resolute decision. He quietly approached an adjacent room, straining to listen. Indeed, someone was inside, breathing heavily, likely an elderly steward, perhaps the young master's personal attendant, who was soundly asleep. Wang Chuan skillfully opened the door and slipped inside, discovering a man in deep slumber, aged around 50, dressed in steward's attire. Without a second thought, he delivered a swift palm strike, knocking him unconscious. Wang Chuan gently closed the door behind him and proceeded to another slightly larger room. He quietly opened the door and was immediately struck by the sight of 2 broad knives resting on the table. His heart raced as he stealthily approached, holding his breath. To his surprise, there were indeed 2 individuals within, both warriors, yet they snored thunderously, the scent of alcohol lingering in the air. Wang Chuan dared not let his guard down. He slowly made his way to the foot of one bed and, finding no movement, struck decisively with a hand chop. The man groaned softly in his sleep and fell unconscious. Alarmed, one of the men in the corner stirred from his slumber. about to shout. Wang Chuan would not allow him to call out. He swiftly closed the distance, executing a powerful left kick. The man, unable to withstand the force, let out a cry and tumbled away. Wang Chuan followed closely, his right palm poised like a blade, descending with ferocity upon the back of the man's neck. Instantly, the man's eyes rolled back, collapsing to the ground, unconscious and unresponsive. Wang Chuan's heart raced as he bent down to check for breath, relieved to find he was still alive. Having dealt with the two, Wang Chuan retreated from the room, closing the door behind him, clad in the servant's attire, unnoticed. After subduing the left and right guards, Wang Chuan exited the room and made his way straight to the main house. He pushed the door open to find Zhang Yixiang. Her hair disheveled, her mouth stuffed with cloth, and she was bound tight with ropes, unable to move. Upon seeing him enter, she was taken aback, her eyes wide with shock and joy, tears streaming down her cheeks as she whimpered in desperation. Wang Chuan felt a pang of sorrow in his heart and immediately stepped forward, signaling for silence. He retrieved the object from her mouth, untied the ropes, and took a moment to assess her condition. Aside from her pallor, she appeared relatively unharmed, which brought him some relief. Zhang Yixiang, reflecting on her tumultuous fate, having been captured twice, found herself once again rescued by Wang Chuan. Overwhelmed by her emotions, tears streamed down her face, and she collapsed into his embrace, consumed by profound sorrow. Wang Chuan was momentarily taken aback. Such scenes were common in the films of his previous world, yet to experience it firsthand felt surreal, as if he were caught in a dream. After a brief pause, fearing further complications, Wang Chuan disregarded Zhang Yixiang's feelings and swiftly led her away. Before departing, he took care to search the dwelling and, to his astonishment, discovered a substantial cache of silver notes, approximately 10,000 taels, which he hastily pocketed. Exiting the western courtyard, he and Zhang Yixiang made their way toward the rear gate, where two young servants stood guard. Wang Chuan easily incapacitated them and opened the gate, allowing them to slip into the night. Once outside Jin City, Wang Chuan found a secluded farmhouse to shelter Zhang Yixiang, providing some silver to the elderly farmer for his care. The farmer readily agreed, secretly leaving 4,000 taels for Zhang Yixiang, advising her on what to do should he fail to return. With that, Wang Chuan vanished into the encroaching darkness as he traversed the narrow path alone. He sensed an unusual presence. A large contingent of soldiers was marching through the dense forest. Wang Chuan dared not make a sound, fearing he might alert them, so he cautiously followed from a distance, gradually realizing that their direction aligned with Qing Mountain. A stroke of fortune, he mused, as if the heavens were aiding him. The night deepened, and a mist began to rise within the woods at that moment. Along a concealed path, the soldiers marched briskly, their weapons glinting menacingly. This path led directly to Qing Mountain, revealing the intentions of their commander with stark clarity. Among the riders in this troop, if Wang Chuan were present, he would undoubtedly be astonished to recognize one of the young masters from the Pan household. This young man had never endured such tribulations. The cold mist and biting air made him shiver, and he cursed his father for a wretched fate, compelled to earn military merit by leading an assault against the bandits of Qing Mountain. Were it not for this, he would be reveling in the company of the woman he had captured earlier that day. The thought of her sent his mind racing. This Zhang Yixiang was inexplicably entwined with that insufferable young man. He wondered if she had been touched by anyone else. There was a certain allure about her that captivated him, and he imagined indulging in her charms once this affair concluded. Just as he was lost in these reveries, his horse came to an abrupt halt. What is the meaning of this? He thought in frustration, when suddenly a messenger approached swiftly, presenting a fragment of bamboo to the commander of Jin City. The commander opened the lid, retrieving a scroll, and after a moment of contemplation, issued a military order, commanding the messenger to relay his decree. Hasten forth, march on Qing Mountain and assault Tongxin's stronghold without mercy. At this moment, Wang Chuan, clad in a green robe and a bamboo hat, hurried along alone. His mind set on a calculated plan. Wu Hanlin had entrusted him with the care of Hanyu before his departure. However, now that Miss Hanyu had been captured by the bandits of Qing Mountain, he was left unaware of her current whereabouts. Fortunately, the garrison of Jin City was engaged in subduing the mountain, presenting a perfect opportunity for him to ascend and rescue Miss Hanyu amidst the chaos. Contemplating, Wang Chuan observed the numerous soldiers and mused. The Jin City garrison is well equipped. Even though Qing Mountain is easily defensible yet hard to assault, they are unlikely to withstand a prolonged siege. I sincerely hope to rescue Miss Hanyu, and after this endeavor, with my current cultivation steadily advancing, I shall roam freely across the vast world. After the banquet at Qing Mountain, Lu Quan seized an opportunity to slip away, prompting Guan Yuehai, Hu Dahai, and the likes of Butterfly Lady to halt immediately. Guan Yuehai spoke in a grave tone. According to intelligence reports, Jiaoyang Mountain is currently beset by both internal strife and external threats. It appears we may have inadvertently exposed our tracks to Lu Quan. Reports indicate that the Jin City garrison consists of 5,000 soldiers, along with their commanders, servants of the court, who are not devoid of skilled fighters, and they are surrounding us. This situation is unlike any previous. The rear mountain is besieged, and apart from us, the soldiers within the mountain would find it impossible to escape. What, brother, has the situation deteriorated to this extent? Indeed, it seems Lu Quan has long conspired with the soldiers, laying a web to ensnare us. This ruse involving Dahai was devised solely to lower Lu Quan's guard, allowing us a chance to flee. Today's grievances shall be avenged another day. Guan, we may manage to escape, but what of our comrades scattered across the mountain? As their leaders, how can we abandon them in their time of peril? Should we forsake our brothers' lives for our own survival? How shall we stand in the martial world thereafter? I, Xiong Fei, have truly been blind to have conspired with Lu Quan. Xiong Fei exclaimed in anger. There is no need for reproach, my brother. Who among us is without fault? What matters is our willingness to amend our ways. We cannot turn a blind eye to the lives of our brothers. Letting them be slaughtered, Guan Yuehai reassured. Here, I possess some medicinal pills, each one for you to keep close. We shall assault the rear mountain where the defenses are comparatively weak. I am willing to forge a path for our brothers. These pills are to be consumed only in dire circumstances. Remember, preserving one's life takes precedence, and we must not gamble it recklessly. Should Jiaoyang Mountain's fate be sealed, we must not linger in battle. Chapter 36. The outbreak of war. Upon concluding his words, Guan Yuehai produced a jade vial from his bosom, uncorking it to release a fragrant aroma that involuntarily stirred the true energy within the others. Innate medicinal pills, gasped Butterfly Lady and the others in astonishment. Guan Yuehai was indeed extraordinary, his identity shrouded in mystery. Quickly, take them, Guan Yuehai urged without further comments. A chill ran through the hearts of the crowd as they each took one, standing firm thereafter. After imparting his instructions, Guan Yuehai turned his gaze towards Hu Dahai, his brows furrowing slightly. Moments later, he spoke solemnly. This incident has caused Miss Wu Hanlin undue suffering, which is a grave oversight on our part. Dahai, remember this. As knights-errant, we must act on behalf of justice and refrain from troubling innocent civilians. For now, we shall entrust Miss Hanyu to Butterfly Lady. Once we break free, she can release her. Hu Dahai raised an eyebrow, resigned, and ultimately nodded in agreement. Among the group, several bewildered heroes of the martial world soon realized that the true mastermind behind Jiaoyang Mountain was this rarely seen Enigmatic second in command. The group prepared to take action. That moment, a piercing sound echoed through the dark night sky, followed by 3 swift whistles, as 3 points of luminous light surged upwards into the heavens. Alarmed by this sight, Guan Yuehai's heart raced. The crowd stirred restlessly. The bandit leader of Tongxin village, under orders from the court, proclaimed that you have taken the mountains as your domain, disturbing officials and civilians alike, jeopardizing the region. Now, the garrison of Jinsheng has received orders to encircle you. You are already surrounded. Should those within the village surrender, they may escape the fate of death and be transported to Qingzhou, while those who resist shall face execution. Those with profound abilities, transmitting their voices across great distances, filled the mountains with echoes that rendered direction indistinguishable. The court had surprisingly managed to recover such elite masters. Many on the mountain displayed expressions of concern. Regarding Hai, he offered no comment, deeming it mere trifles. With a furrowed brow and eyes gleaming with intensity, he suddenly shouted, "The court's hounds assist tyranny. Corrupt officials run rampant, trampling upon human lives and framing the loyal. You, possessing extraordinary skills and standing as elite masters, disgrace yourselves as you stoop to become lackeys. I vow to slay you. Slay you. Slay you." The final word pierced through the clouds and shattered stones, instilling terror in the very vegetation around. Below, among the garrison, at the commander's mount, a figure in black robes let out a muffled grunt, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his expression one of horror. "Gualao, what has happened to you?" the commander exclaimed in shock. "Commander, there exists within the mountain an unparalleled master who has transcended the innate stage. Just now, this person directed their voice towards me, pinpointing my location and employing sound attacks against me. I could not withstand the assault and sustained injury." "What? Even you, Gualao, cannot withstand him?" the commander chuckled incredulously. "In this world, while individuals of my caliber are indeed rare, they are not without precedence. However, this person atop the mountain is even more exceptional, likely having transcended the innate stage, focusing on secluded training. If my estimation is correct, he belongs to this category, at least half a step into the innate stage, possibly even an innate master already. In my view, this encirclement may face significant obstacles. Commander, you must deliberate further. Should such a talent escape, it would pose endless troubles. Oh, haha, a mere little Jiaoyang mountain harbors such masters. If that is the case, do not blame my mercilessness. Bring forth Lu Quan for a discussion. The commander remarked with a cold smirk. Guolao and the others exchanged bewildered glances as they followed the commander into the tent. Moments later, a figure entered from outside. Upon seeing him, the crowd noted he had a long beard, donned the attire of a scholarly gentleman, wore a golden yellow robe and black boots. His demeanor was calm, his gaze shrouded, exuding a profound and steady presence, as if he had already formulated his plans. This person was none other than Lu Quan. After entering the tent, Lu Quan stood firm, directing his gaze towards the commander. Clasping his fists in a slight bow, he inquired, "Commander Du, what business do you have with Lu?" Hearing this, Guolao and the others grew increasingly perplexed at the man's grand demeanor. Yet, Commander Du appeared unfazed, responding amiably, "Lord Lu, please take a seat. I summoned you for a matter requiring your assistance." Lu Quan nodded slightly, seated himself, and asked, "Commander Du, please speak freely. I have come under the orders of Lordly to encircle Jiaoyang Mountain, and I am already well versed in all matters concerning this mountain, fully prepared." "What difficulties do you face?" Commander Du chuckled, stating, "In this operation to eliminate this bandit den, we have discovered that there exists an unparalleled master aiding the bandit leader. I fear that during the encirclement, the casualties among the soldiers may be substantial, which would be challenging to report. I ask for your assistance, Lord Lu, in devising strategies." Du Sholing embellished Guolao's earlier words with dramatic flair. Upon hearing this, Lu Quan gently stroked his long beard, inwardly contemplating. "Since it has come to this, I have no choice but to resort to such a desperate measure. Ichu Dahai, do not blame me. It is merely a matter of differing paths that cannot align." With a cold smirk, Lu Quan declared, "Do not be anxious, my lord. I have discreetly dispatched individuals to crucial locations in Jiaoyang Mountain, laying numerous thunderous fire bombs. Even an adept of the innate realm would not escape unscathed. They shall be reduced to ashes, perishing on the spot." Hearing this, Du Sholing erupted into hearty laughter. "Excellent! Lu Lao possesses such foresight. Indeed, one cannot underestimate the favored aid of Li Qinsui. Once we achieve success in this campaign against the mountain, I shall certainly recognize Lu Lao's paramount contributions." Du Chong abruptly rose, retrieved his command tablet, and bellowed, "Convey my military orders. Chang Qianjun and Zhao Qianjun, each take 2,000 elite troops and split into 2 routes to assault Tongxin Stockade." "This subordinate accepts the orders," replied Du Chong. He continued, "Guolao, please lead the Eagle Guards to provide support and eliminate the bandit leader and his accomplices." "I shall carry out the command," Guo replied. Within Tongxin Stockade, Guanyuehai and Hu Dahai, along with numerous inhabitants of the stockade, had retreated to the rear mountains. Suddenly, several figures sprang forth from both sides of the path, blocking Guanyuehai and the others. Clad in uniform flying eagle attire, adorned with phoenix sashes and wielding long embroidered blades, these individuals were none other than the Eagle Guards led by Guolao, each a skilled practitioner of no less than second-rate prowess. Concurrently, a multitude of imperial soldiers surged forth from both sides. Faced with this situation, Guanyuehai did not hesitate. An ethereal shield enveloped him as he bellowed, drawing his sword. With a flourish, he unleashed a dazzling display of swordplay, charging forth with fierce intent. The chilling glimmer of his blade and the rapidity of his strikes resulted in the swift demise of the 2 nearest Eagle Guards, their throats sealed and lifeless on the ground. Witnessing this, the other inhabitants of Tongxin Stockade, be they heroes or soldiers, surged forward in a frenzy, engaging in combat. Each displayed their skills, and in an instant, the air was filled with the clash of blades, the ringing of metal, and the echoes of battle cries, weaving into a tumultuous chorus. The flames of war erupted across Jiaoyang Mountain. At this moment, beneath the moonlight, a fierce battle erupted on the front mountain of Jiaoyang. Wang Chuan, amidst the chaos, took advantage of the fray to advance swiftly as he moved. He found that the soldiers of Tongxin Stockade wore mismatched attire, rendering him indistinguishable from friend or foe. Consequently, they did not attack him. Rather, the guards of Jincheng mistook him for a bandit and assaulted him. With his prowess, Wang Chuan effortlessly deflected blades and spears, repelling those who dared to obstruct him. After a span of time equivalent to a fragrant incense stick, He finally breached the defenses of Tongshin Stockade, only to discover that it lay deserted. Without a moment's hesitation, he followed the path through the rear mountains, hastening his steps. Moments later, he indeed heard the clashing of swords and the sounds of shouting. Under the night sky, the moon's halo was shrouded by clouds, and taking advantage of the moonlight, Wang Chuan descended cautiously. He did not concern himself with the identities of those engaged in battle. He only discerned the presence of women. Fixing his gaze, he caught sight of the valiant butterfly maiden embroiled in fierce combat alongside the perilous Hanyu girl. Without delay, Wang Chuan lunged forward, calling out loudly, "Miss!" At this moment, the butterfly lady found herself in a precarious situation. Outnumbered by the enemy, she was not only engaged in battle, but also had to safeguard Wu Hanyu's well-being. Struggling under the weight of her responsibilities, suddenly, a fierce shout pierced the air, and out of nowhere, a young man lunged towards them, aiming directly at Wu Hanyu. Startled, she prepared to strike, only to realize that this individual had no intention of harming Wu Hanyu. Instead, he unleashed a relentless assault on the advancing troops of the Jin city guards. With fists and palms flying, his movements were both slow and swift, embodying a harmonious blend of softness and strength. As each opponent he struck was sent reeling, blood spilling from their mouths. Wang Chuan, having suppressed his emotions for far too long, felt an exhilarating rush of vengeance coursing through him. At that moment, his heart brimmed with boundless ambition, and he moved with instinctive grace, his attacks flowing seamlessly, like the currents of a river, evoking a sense of unity in his martial prowess. Within a radius of 2 zhang, no one dared to approach, save for Wu Hanyu. What a remarkable technique! The butterfly lady silently admired, astonished by the exquisite skill of this man. The heroes of the Tongshin stronghold, unfamiliar with Wang Chuan, could not help but express their admiration. How is it that such remarkable figures abound in Tongshin stronghold? The government's Eagle Guards were taken aback. Meanwhile, Guan Yuehai, Zhibing, and a swordsman clad in white were momentarily stunned, each harboring the same thought. How could it be him? Grateful for Wang Chuan's timely intervention, the butterfly lady exclaimed, "Thank you, young sir." With her hands freed, she seized the opportunity to catch her breath, her aura rising as she unleashed a flurry of icy brilliance, reminiscent of twinkling stars. A collective cry of anguish erupted from the government troops as several were struck, many losing their fighting capability. Wang Chuan smiled gently, focusing on the Eagle Guards while ensuring Wu Hanyu's safety. Initially, he had contemplated revealing Wu Hanyu's identity to the officials, but he reconsidered, given her circumstances of being wrongfully accused. Disclosing her true identity could lead to dire consequences. Wu Hanyu, recognizing her rescuer as Wang Chuan from her own household, felt a surge of gratitude, finding some solace in knowing a family member was there to protect her. It is worth noting that the warriors of Tongshin stronghold were not without merit, having withstood numerous government crackdowns unscathed. Although the Eagle Guards were numerous, prolonged combat had taken its toll, leading to considerable casualties among them, hinting at a potential breakout. Observing the situation from a distance, the Eagle Guard leader, Gualao, bellowed, "Archers, prepare." Upon hearing this command, the remaining Eagle Guards began to retreat. Wang Chuan's heart raced with alarm at the warning, and without a second thought, he enveloped Wu Hanyu and dove behind a large protruding rock, shielding her from harm. "Be careful," someone from Tongshin stronghold shouted. Suddenly, the air was filled with the ominous sound of arrows whistling through the dusk. Cries of despair echoed as many were struck by the rain of arrows. As the onslaught subsided, a pall of sorrow fell over the battlefield, leaving Tongshin stronghold gravely wounded, with a significant toll of casualties. With the night deepening, a flare rose from the rear mountain, followed by another from the front. A heavy gloom descended upon the remaining members of Tongshin stronghold, casting a shadow over their spirits. Under the cover of night, the remaining heroes of Tongshin village, still shaken from the battle, beheld the remaining Eagle Guards retreating from the fray, blocking the path ahead. A commanding shout. The soldiers hurled multiple black spherical objects, and the warriors of Tongshin village, taken aback, watched as these items landed amidst their ranks. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion ensued, sending sand and stones flying, and in an instant, casualties abounded, including several renowned martial artists from the village. The scene was one of utter devastation, with severed limbs strewn about and the air thick with the scent of blood. "Retreat!" Guan Yuehai exclaimed, his brow furrowed in distress, with no other recourse, his voice laced with frustration. The remaining members of Tongshin village hastily withdrew up the mountain, and Wang Chuan, left with no choice, followed suit with Wu Hanyu. At this moment, the mountain gate of Tongxin village was engulfed in flames. As Hu Dahai led the group towards the perilous heights of Jiaoyang Mountain, where the terrain was treacherous, with ample boulders and vines offering refuge and a defensive position, rendering it impossible for the enemy to swarm in. Wang Chuan and Wu Hanyu sought shelter behind a massive rock at the precipice, observing the unfolding chaos as they rested. Wang Chuan surveyed the surrounding landscape, desperately seeking an escape route, yet disappointment washed over him. This place was indeed a dead end. Although they had the advantage of holding a strategic position, it was all too easy for the enemy to block their escape, leaving Wang Chuan engulfed in a sense of despair. Wu Hanyu clutched the hem of Wang Chuan's garment, her frail form betraying signs of fear and fatigue. Wang Chuan sighed internally, recognizing the toll this calamity had taken on the pampered Miss Hanyu. Softly, he reassured her, "Do not fear. Everything will be all right." Initially gripped by panic, Wu Hanyu felt a wave of calm wash over her upon hearing Wang Chuan's words. She suddenly perceived the man beside her as a pillar of strength and reliability. Unconsciously, she raised her gaze to scrutinize Wang Chuan's face, noting his striking features, stern and serious, with defined contours and clear, composed eyes. "Quickly, someone assist us. Push this stone to block the entrance," Hu Dahai bellowed. The others, understanding the gravity of his command, rallied together. In the darkness, a dozen individuals, all esteemed martial artists from the Jianghu, among them Guanyue Hai, Xiong Fei, and Butterfly Lady, stepped forward. Pooling their strength, Hu Dahai instructed, "We shall channel our energy from this position. Together, we will push this stone to seal the exit. Dahai, this plan is indeed brilliant. This way, we can hinder the Imperial soldiers from entering, allowing us a moment to catch our breath and devise our escape. Humph! Should I manage to escape this time, I shall repay this enmity in the future. The commander of Jincheng and the court's hounds will face my wrath. One shall fall for every one they kill." The group steadied themselves, taking firm stances, their palms pressed against the massive stone. A shared resolve glinted in their eyes. Hu Dahai shouted, "Lift!" With their inner strength surging, a powerful gust swept forth, and the immense stone was uprooted, crashing down with a thunderous roar, rolling down the slope to block the path. Now, the already narrow trail was reduced to a mere slit, rendering it impossible for those outside to enter, nor for those within to escape. At this moment, the garrison of Jincheng had already penetrated into Tongxin's stronghold, where the enemy troops were converging from both the front and the rear of the mountains. Presently, within the confines of Tongxin's stronghold, aside from Hu Dahai and his companions who were concealed on a cliff, all others had perished, leaving no survivors. The entire mountain was permeated with a thick stench of blood, wafting far and wide. Chapter 38. The Awakening of Hanyu, a visitor from beyond my Lord Liu. "Do you have any brilliant strategies?" The guard commander, upon hearing this, turned to Lu Quan, for this matter had always been orchestrated by this individual, and he felt compelled to inquire. Lu Quan, stroking his long beard with composure, smiled and said, "Indeed, they have fallen into my trap, my lord. I have already set up thunderous fire bombs there. You merely need to command them to surrender. Should they refuse, death awaits them." Upon hearing this, the guard commander secretly marveled at the ruthlessness of the plan and accordingly issued orders. At this moment, Guanyue Hai and his companions had finished their recuperation and were devising an escape plan when suddenly they heard a voice from outside the valley. "Those within the valley, heed this. You two are like turtles in a jar. This valley is rigged with thunderous fire bombs. If you do not surrender, we shall detonate the bombs, annihilating this valley and leaving you without a grave." "What? Thunderous fire bombs have already been buried here. That cannot be true." Hu Dahai and others expressed their disbelief. Guanyue Hai, deep in thought, suddenly froze as a realization struck him, and he bitterly smiled. Yes, in the past, Lu Quan covertly plotted to build an octagonal pavilion here, inviting craftsmen to survey the terrain. I had inspected the area and found nothing suspicious. Later, he deemed the scenery unremarkable for such a pavilion and shifted his plans to the Listening Rain Pavilion. It turns out he had already buried the thunderous fire bombs here. In retrospect, those craftsmen he hired were likely prearranged and not ordinary folk. How foolish of me to have been deceived by him. And now we find ourselves in this deadlock. Everyone listened to Guanyue Hai's words, their expressions a mix of shock and anger, finally seeing through Lu Quan's true nature. At this juncture, Butterfly Lady felt a stirring in her heart and proposed. "This area is abundant with vines. We can weave them into ropes, securing one end to a stone and letting the other end dangle down, allowing us to descend the cliff." Upon hearing this suggestion, the eyes of the crowd brightened, and they unanimously praised. This method is indeed commendable. Yet, Guan Yuehai shook his head and replied, "This cliff towers 1,000 zhang high, and the vines are slender and fragile. Even if we manage to tie them together, reaching halfway down the cliff would be a remarkable feat among us. Aside from myself, only 3 have the skill to escape. The rest face certain death. Moreover, beneath the cliff is not a lake. Should we fall, survival would be but a slim chance." Upon hearing this, a wave of sighs and despair swept through the group. "We could excavate these fire bombs and sever their fuses," someone suggested, a notion that garnered consensus among many. People began to search, but their efforts proved fruitless, as the bombs were buried deep and Lu Quan had planned meticulously. Meanwhile, outside the valley, torches blazed brightly, and the imperial forces were lying in wait, occasionally shooting arrows into the valley. However, those within were no weaklings. They were all renowned masters, and with adequate cover, the arrows could hardly inflict harm. The two sides found themselves in a stalemate. Outside the valley, the garrison commander of Jincheng had ascended the mountain. Seeing that the attempt to force a surrender had failed, he resolutely declared, "Ignite the fuses and detonate the valley." Moments later, under Lu Quan's guidance, they discovered the concealed fuse and ignited it with a torch in the valley. Guan Yuehai's ears perked up in alarm as he shouted, "Everyone, be cautious. They have ignited the thunder fire bomb." Indeed, carried by the mountain winds, a pungent scent of gunpowder wafted through the air. Within mere breaths, a deafening explosion erupted, shaking the valley to its core, causing rocks to crumble and mountains to tremble, dust swirling chaotically as debris filled the air. Accompanied by several anguished cries, in a moment of desperation, Zhibing grasped Long Yuxing's hand and shattered a jade talisman. A transparent barrier of mysterious energy enveloped them. Guan Yuehai quickly summoned the energy shield around him. Pulling the butterfly lady and Hu Dahai close as he too broke a jade talisman, conjuring 2 radiant shields. However, the others were not as fortunate. Wang Chuan threw himself over Wu Hanyu, shielding her as countless flying stones battered him relentlessly. The sound of cracking bones echoed amidst the onslaught, flesh tearing under the impact, as he spat blood. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, "Am I to perish?" Just before losing consciousness, Wang Chuan pondered, the blood cascading onto Wu Hanyu's clothes-fitting jade, sparking an unforeseen transformation. Suddenly, beneath his protective cover, Wu Hanyu's delicate form erupted in a resplendent glow, a miraculous sight amidst the chaos and darkness. Wang Chuan fell into oblivion, entirely unaware of the unfolding events. Wu Hanyu, her enchanting eyes flickering open and shut, gradually transitioned from confusion to clarity, her gaze profound and serene, as if stars were swirling within. She emanated a divine aura, resonating with the sounds of ancient chants, her body adorned with intricate runes. Wang Chuan lay in a deep stupor, oblivious to the mystic radiance that enveloped a 5-zhang radius, forming a formidable shield that shimmered in vibrant hues, repelling all shockwaves and falling debris. This spectacle captured the attention of others in the valley. Some displayed expressions of astonishment, while others' eyes gleamed with hidden thoughts. The explosions persisted, and the shields of Hu Dahai and Zhibing began to falter, their brilliance dimming before ultimately dissipating. The remaining survivors hastily employed their skills to evade the chaos, occasionally forced to repel incoming stones, their plight pitiful. After a while, the explosions ceased, leaving a cloud of dust in their wake. The valley, once vibrant, lay in ruins, scattered limbs and severed arms littering the ground. Among the few fortunate to survive, all bore wounds of varying severity. Guan Yuehai, though the least injured, had blood at his lips and a pallid complexion. The others fared worse. The butterfly lady, supported by Guan Yuehai, fared slightly better. Hu Dahai was bloodied and limping, and after the shield's collapse, Long Yuxing, having protected Zhibing, was now spitting blood, a wretched sight, supported by Zhibing. Xiong Fei lay half-buried among the rubble, his life extinguished, and upon surveying the scene, it was evident that no other souls remained. Only the remnants of their comrades, blood and flesh strewn across the ground, smoke rising in a mournful specter. All eyes turned in astonishment toward Wu Hanyu, still radiating a blinding light, obscuring the events within. Moments later, the brilliance receded, revealing Wu Hanyu seated in midair, enveloped in ethereal mist. Her hair glowing and flowing, embodying a dreamlike elegance akin to a celestial being. Before her lay the unconscious Wang Chuan, his grievous wounds visibly mending, bones knitting together, and gashes beginning to heal at that moment. High above in the heavens, several radiant arcs descended from a distant horizon. Figures cloaked in divine light hovered in the skies, and a male voice resonated through the realms. "Jade and Fairy, your true spirit has returned. Hasten and accompany us back to the sect." Upon hearing this, Han Yu's expression slightly faltered, and she spoke, "Elder brother, though these individuals are mere mortals, they have shared in our tribulations. I implore you to assist them in their plight." The figure from the heavens fell silent for a moment, then sighed, "Very well, fate has its design. You are entangled in this calamity, a consequence of karmic ties." Subsequently, a cascade of radiant light, akin to a waterfall, descended upon them, enveloping several individuals. The onlookers were momentarily dazed, and after a brief interval, the world spun around them, landing them 1,000 miles away, where they left Guan Yuehai and the others. Among them, Guan Yuehai's injuries were completely healed, while the others received elixirs. These beings, resembling deities, swiftly ascended into the sky once more. Chapter 39. Fortunate misfortune. Stranded in the Great Green Mountain. Meanwhile, the unconscious Wang Chuan was taken to a more distant location, beyond the desert pass, seemingly outside the borders of the Li Tang kingdom. Enveloped in the luminous radiance, Wang Chuan remained oblivious to the unfolding events. This individual appears to be cultivating a certain technique. Albeit faintly, the white-robed figure, referred to as Elder Brother, remarked with intrigue. Yu Zhan, who was formerly Wu Hanyu, spoke softly, "Elder Brother, during my reincarnation, he provided me with much care. I hope you will grant him your favor." The Elder Brother pondered for a moment. "Very well, this person will likely become one of our kind in the future. He is presently weak, so let us cultivate a benevolent connection." With that, a beam of white light surged forth from him, like a ribbon, infusing Wang Chuan's being. The flight speed of the others slowed instantly as the Elder Brother focused his energy, performing a cleansing ritual on Wang Chuan. Visible to the naked eye, Wang Chuan's wounds rapidly healed, his body flushed a vibrant red, akin to a boiled shrimp, as streams of black, viscous substance oozed from him. All the sticky remnants were swiftly refined by the true fire emitted by the Elder Brother, transforming into azure smoke. After a brief moment, Wang Chuan returned to his normal state. The Elder Brother then produced a fragrant pill and administered it to him. All done, a great deed accomplished. If this person were to comprehend the immense grace bestowed upon him, he would not know how to express his gratitude. The Elder Brother mused with self-deprecation. "On behalf of my sister, I extend my thanks to you, Elder Brother," Yu Zhan said, her demeanor transformed, her eyes sparkling with sincerity. "It is getting late. Let him be laid down. He will awaken in due time," the Elder Brother instructed. "Very well. He remains a worldly being, with earthly ties yet unfulfilled. Let him go." Yu Zhan, now embodying the essence of Yu Zhan, replied, her gaze fixed upon Wang Chuan. Unbeknownst to Wang Chuan, who lay in a deep slumber, he had encountered a tremendous stroke of fortune, a divine opportunity. Had he pursued his cultivation as he had planned, it would have taken him at least 3 years to reach the Qi refinement stage, transcending the mundane to attain innate status, becoming a solitary practitioner. Within the realm of the Yuan-Tu kingdom, existence was predominantly tribal, with city-states far from the grandeur of the Li Tang kingdom, comprised of small tribes affiliated with larger ones, largely living a nomadic lifestyle. Men took pride in their surnames and bloodlines, while women esteemed themselves through marriage to noble lineages and valorous warriors. The national character was fierce, valuing martial prowess. Many warriors excelled in horsemanship and archery, amidst a landscape of hills, deserts, grasslands, snow-capped mountains, basins, plateaus, and marshes. At present, nestled at the foot of the majestic Qing Mountain in the land of Yuan-Tu, there exists a small tribe known as the Qing tribe. This modest community comprises over 100 households, amounting to more than 600 souls, who sustain themselves by drawing from the resources of the mountains and rivers. The tribe is situated deep within the heart of Yuan-Tu, far removed from the capital. Within this community, the highest authority rests with the tribal chief, supported by a few second-rate warriors who stand guard. Their livelihood is primarily derived from herding sheep and raising horses, with occasional ventures to hunt on the outskirts of the Grand Qing Mountain, allowing the inhabitants to enjoy a life of tranquility. However, as the days pass, it is said that in the 8th month of autumn, snow descends upon the land. The vast desert is enveloped in a bitter chill, with ice and snow blanketing the terrain. On this day, Aunt Ulan of the Qing tribe, accompanied by her daughter Aruna, each carrying a wooden bucket, approached the edge of the frozen river, preparing to break the ice for water. Suddenly, they stumbled upon a figure lying motionless in the snow, clad in tattered garments. Alarmed, Aunt Ulan hastily set down her bucket and rushed forward to investigate, while her daughter, gripped by fear, remained at a distance. The individual lay still, breathing steadily, dressed in bloodied attire, with disheveled hair and a pallid complexion. seemingly suffering from severe internal injuries yet still clinging to life. Compassion welled up within Aunt Ulan, prompting her to call for her daughter to assist. Together, they laboriously lifted the stranger and brought him back to their tent, where they settled him in the space once occupied by her deceased son, tending to his needs with tea and water, ensuring his comfort. Once these tasks were completed, Aunt Ulan instructed her daughter to promptly summon Elder Batyud. At that moment, Elder Batu, the chief of the Qingshan tribe, was engaged in discussion with several others, including an elderly woman adorned in vibrant attire, bedecked with earrings, necklaces, bracelets, and rings, wielding a peculiar wooden staff. Suddenly, a guard announced from outside the tent, "Chief, young Lady Aruna requests an audience." Surprised, Bata pondered, knowing that Aruna rarely sought him out. What could be the reason for her visit today? Could it be that Aunt Ulan has fallen ill? After a brief hesitation, he replied, "Let her in." Upon receiving permission, Aruna entered, performing the customary greeting. "Uncle Batu," she said, "Mother has rescued a young man who lies unconscious in our tent." Batu was taken aback by this revelation. Not only he, but also the 4 others present, including the tribal warrior Bagan and 2 esteemed elders, Hada and Badr, wore expressions of disbelief. The elderly woman, a shaman named Utala, perked up, her eyes sparkling, as her staff jingled with its adornments. Their gazes met, and Batu immediately declared, "Let us go and see." Aunt Ulan was attending to the unconscious Wang Chuan when the sound of hurried footsteps approached, and the tent flaps were lifted to reveal Batu and his companions entering in a single file. Once inside, Aunt Ulan promptly recounted the circumstances surrounding her rescue of the young man. After listening, Bata pulled back the covers, but upon inspection, he found no significant injuries, which puzzled him. The young man's ragged attire, stained with blood, suggested he had endured a fierce struggle, indicating he was indeed a warrior, at least of the 2nd tier. The presence of such a young second-rate warrior astonished them. Could he be a beggar who had encountered a pack of wolves? Bata mused to himself. At this moment, the elder known as Hada pondered and spoke. "Batu? Could it be that he emerged from the great Qing Mountain?" Bata contemplated, nodding in agreement. "It is highly probable. Within the great Qing Mountain, myriad legends abound. Since ancient times, countless gifted individuals have ventured inside to investigate. Some returned with greatly enhanced abilities, while others emerged grievously wounded or in a state of delirium, driven to madness. Many more have ventured in and never returned, shrouded in mystery. This young man, brimming with youthful vigor and ambition, sought to delve deeper into the mountain in pursuit of opportunity. Unfortunately, he sustained severe injuries upon his exit, fortuitously rescued by Aunt Ulan. Perhaps he also encountered a pack of wolves and engaged in a fierce battle. If so, it is indeed his fate. Therefore, Aunt Ulan, please tend to him well. Once he awakens, let him decide his own path." After the tribal elders departed, Aunt Ulan instructed Aruna to take diligent care of him and went out to fetch water anew. Indeed, the great Qing Mountain is enigmatic and attracts numerous seekers of fortune. They have long grown accustomed to such occurrences. In the winter beyond the borders, the ochre desert lay bare, with sporadic trees in the distance, stark and shivering in the cold wind. Isolated, clusters of withered yellow leaves clung to the barren branches, quivering in the breeze, as the earth froze and the world fell silent. Inside the tent, the charcoal fire burned steadily, warming the water and the garments, fostering a comforting warmth in the hearts of the people. Chapter 40. Awakening in a Foreign Land. Commencing the path of cultivation 3 days later, in the morning, Wang Chuan awoke early, feeling an inexhaustible strength coursing through his body. Armed with an axe and rope, he ventured into the mountains to fell trees, and on his way back, he managed to catch 2 roe deer. Presenting the deer to Aunt Ulan, she and Aruna joyfully busied themselves with butchering the game, delighted at the prospect of another meal of wild delicacies. The family was in high spirits. Ever since Wang Chuan had awakened from his stupor and discovered that his injuries had healed, he felt a mix of surprise and deep gratitude for the care provided by Aunt Ulan and Aruna, often engaging in laborious tasks to repay their kindness. Of course, prior to this, Bata had visited upon hearing of his recovery, asking a few questions that he deemed inconsequential. With their consent, he temporarily stayed with them. Wang Chuan, confident in his capabilities, took on all the daily heavy work and frequently ventured into the mountains to hunt. The days for Aunt Ulan's family gradually improved with the support of Aman. This moment, Wang Chuan was outside, perspiring profusely as he chopped wood, meticulously stacking the logs. The axe in his hand felt light as a feather, its blade gleaming like a rainbow with a crisp sound. A hefty log was effortlessly cleaved in two, the cut smooth. He then made a vertical slice, dividing it into quarters before picking up another large piece of timber, preparing to chop again. After toiling for half the day and creating a substantial pile of firewood, Wang Chuan exhaled a deep breath, releasing a cloud of white mist, feeling his inner energy had progressed somewhat. At that moment, he heard a call from inside the tent. "De Chuan, it's time to eat." Coming. Wang Chuan tucked the axe into his belt and entered Aunt Ulan's tent. Inside, there was kumis, butter tea, mutton, and a bowl of fragrant roe deer meat, the aroma wafting through the air, filling the space with warmth. "A Chuan, come, wipe your face. Look at you, drenched in sweat. Oh dear, your robe is torn again. Take it off later, and I shall mend it for you." Aruna beheld Wang Chuan's entrance and warmly offered him a freshly warmed towel, sweetly inquiring if Aunt Ulan's back pain had subsided. Aunt Ulan, standing nearby, chuckled heartily. Wang Chuan smiled, cleansed his visage, and addressed Aunt Ulan. "Aunt Ulan, has your back pain improved? If not, I shall remedy it shortly. It no longer hurts, thanks to you." "Come, let us eat," Aunt Ulan replied, placing her hands on her hips and twisting slightly. Devoid of any discomfort, her gratitude evident. Wang Chuan nodded and teasingly remarked, "Runa, you have grown even more beautiful, resembling a snow lotus. Brother A Chuan, you jest. How could that be?" Aruna blushed instantly, yet her joyful demeanor belied her modesty, radiating delight. "Ha ha ha!" Aunt Ulan, witnessing this exchange, could not contain her laughter. "Enough of that, Aunt Ulan, you should eat as well." Indeed, Wang Chuan was quite hungry and began to eat heartily. Having recovered from his injuries, he now found his strength significantly enhanced. Along with an increased appetite and the rustic charm of the Yuan Tu kingdom, Wang Chuan felt a warmth akin to that of home, reminiscent of long-forgotten memories. The meal was consumed swiftly, and after dining, Wang Chuan returned to his tent, which originally belonged to Aunt Ulan's son. Sadly, her son had been conscripted and had yet to return, likely perishing in battle. The mention of this sorrow weighed heavily on Aunt Ulan's heart. Once inside the tent, Wang Chuan stoked the embers of the fire and added a few logs before settling down in a meditative posture. In the ensuing tranquility, he found himself reflecting on past events. Since regaining consciousness, he bore no injuries. On the contrary, he felt an inexhaustible vitality coursing through him, his skin as smooth as that of an infant. Furthermore, he discovered new knowledge within his mind, fundamentally altering his perception of the world. He had acquired a foundational cultivation technique known as the Taishang Gaining Pian, accompanied by a solemn charge to rescue his father, and should he reach the foundational stage, he could join the Taishan sect in Dongzhou. Taishan sect, Wang Chuan mused to himself. He meticulously studied the Taishang Gaining Pian, interpreting it as a primary method for cultivating qi. This technique shared similarities with his yin-yang harmonization skill, yet it was far more intricate. While yin-yang harmonization emphasized visualization, the Gaining method focused on the sensation of qi and its cultivation. In contrast, the Jiming skill was akin to a mental illumination technique, possibly akin to divine methodologies. The Taishang Gaining Pian articulated, "The Great Way is formless, giving birth to heaven and earth. It is devoid of emotion, governing the sun and moon. It is nameless, nurturing all things. Seize a fragment of true yang from the cosmos. Gather the energies of the sun and moon. Circulate true water within the furnace, for the qi cultivator refines original qi, not merely the breath from mouth or nose. The spirit cultivator refines original spirit, not merely the thoughts of the heart. Thus, those who refine spirit and qi are rooted in both heaven and earth, embodying the essence of all things. Those who obtain it thrive, while those who lose it perish. Refine it with yang fire, and it transforms into yang qi. Nurture it with yin talismans, and it becomes yin essence. By focusing the gaze, harmonizing the ears, adjusting the breath, and sealing the tongue, one achieves unity of the four symbols. Therefore, it is said that what can be seen cannot be utilized, and what can be utilized cannot be seen. Spirit, soul, and intent merge into one qi, imperceptible and nameless. Thus, it is called true essence. There is clarity and turbidity, movement and stillness. The heavens are clear and the earth is murky. The sky stirs while the ground remains still. The essence descends and the flow ceases, giving rise to all things. Observing the void as void, one finds that there is no emptiness within emptiness. What is empty is indeed non-existent, and the absence of absence is also void. The state of non-emptiness is perpetually tranquil. Tranquility is devoid of any source of disturbance. Can desire truly arise? When desire does not arise, one attains true stillness. The essence of truth responds to phenomena, and the true nature is realized. That which is constant remains tranquil, and thus tranquility is achieved. Thus it is. The practitioner refines their primordial energy, not merely the breath drawn through mouth and nose, but through the method of cultivation. Since Wang Chuan acquired this technique, he has felt as if he has obtained a treasure, diligently entering states of meditation daily, harmonizing spirit, breath, and body to resonate with the cosmos, listening to the subtle sounds of the Grand Tao. Today, he once again entered meditation, adhering to the secretive principles of his practice. Suddenly, in the depths of his mind, countless points of light converged upon him, flowing into his veins, circulating through his meridians, and ultimately settling in his dantian. The original true energy seemed to be drawn towards it, following a path of perpetual circulation, refining the course into the fine, eventually giving birth to a thread of exceedingly delicate white light. Upon its emergence, this white light seamlessly connected upon itself, forming a loop, perpetually circulating. The true energy was propelled by it, continuously refining, while the points of light that penetrated into his body increased significantly, merging into a force previously unseen, immensely powerful. Wang Chuan was taken aback. This was not quite as described in the Taishan Gaining Pian, was it? Then he pondered, could it be the dynamic practice of yin-yang harmonization following a circular path? Lost in thought, he found no resolution and decided not to dwell on it any longer, allowing it to unfold as it would. A thought crossed his mind, and he named it the locking immortal ring. However, at this moment, the true essence within him had completely vanished, replaced by a power akin to spiritual essence circulating within. Just then, a cacophony of voices erupted from outside the tent, interspersed with the cries of Aunt Ulan and the pleas of Aruna. Wang Chuan's gaze sharpened. He immediately rose, donned only a thin garment, and exited the tent. Outside, 5 ordinary warriors from the Qingshan tribe were dragging Aruna, their actions reminiscent of a brazen abduction. Wang Chuan's anger ignited in that instant. Why now? Some had noticed him. 2 of the warriors advanced toward him, their gazes cold and menacing, seemingly issuing a warning. Wang Chuan could not remain passive. He stepped forward, gathering his strength, his entire being twisting into a formidable fist. He advanced with a swift motion, causing the 2 to falter, stumbling to the ground, falling into the dust in a state of disarray. Wang Chuan passed between them, swiftly covering the distance to Aruna, and bellowed, "Halt!" The 3 young warriors, taken aback by the scene, hesitated momentarily, allowing Aruna to break free, her body covered in snow, resembling a startled rabbit as she sought refuge behind Wang Chuan. With a stern countenance, Wang Chuan instructed Aruna, "Take Aunt Ulan back to the tent to rest. I will handle this." Upon hearing his words, Aruna promptly assisted Aunt Ulan back inside. Chapter 41. The Days of the Qingshan Tribe. The warriors recognized Wang Chuan, though their interactions were infrequent. "Wang Chuan, I advise you to mind your own business. This is beyond your control. If something goes awry, can you bear the consequences?" One of them threatened. "Oh, is that so? Today, I shall see whether I can indeed manage this matter." "Pray, enlighten me," Wang Chuan replied coldly, his voice laced with frost. At this moment, the 2 warriors who had been knocked down had rejoined their 3 companions, their expressions fierce yet wary as they regarded Wang Chuan. The group displayed evident discomfort, as if burdened by unspoken apprehensions. It is as follows: "Wang Chuan, we are also left with no choice. It is the shaman who instructed us to take away the maiden Arjuna." "Take away Arjuna?" Wang Chuan exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed," explained a warrior, the shaman declared. "Arjuna shall be consecrated as a saintess, offered to the deity of the great Green Mountain. In the coming year, the tribe shall surely enjoy favorable weather and abundant harvests." One of the brave souls lamented, "We are merely following orders. To speak frankly, we do not wish to act in this manner. Both Aunt Ulan and Arjuna are good people." As he spoke, the others nodded in agreement, shaking their heads with sighs. Witnessing this, Wang Chuan felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness rise within him, pondering. It seems that in this world, oppression and conflict are still rife. In the course of a single lifetime, many are forced to succumb to the law of the jungle, resigning themselves to fate. In that moment, Wang Chuan's heart brimmed with an ardent desire for strength and power, longing to traverse this unjust world. "You cannot defeat me. Feel free to try," Wang Chuan sneered coldly. Upon hearing this, the 5 were filled with rage, muttering among themselves about his audacity. With a disdainful snort, they lunged forward like 5 famished wolves, forming a V formation with 4 flanking him on either side while 1 charged directly at him. Wang Chuan advanced, employing a series of fluid movements to evade the frontal assault, swiftly dispatching one adversary with 2 sharp strikes. He then darted left and right, crouching low to deliver powerful kicks. sending one opponent flying while expertly striking another at the nape of the neck, both collapsing to the ground with muted groans. Spinning, he delivered a fierce elbow strike to one warrior's abdomen, dodging a punch aimed from behind, before seizing the assailant's arm and tossing him aside. The last opponent crashed into the snow with a thud, blood spraying forth. Within mere breaths, Wang Chuan stood firm, his movements as graceful as flowing water, the outcome already decided. You may return and inform the shaman to refrain from troubling Aunt Ulan's family. Otherwise, I shall pay her a visit, he declared before turning back to his tent. Settling down inside, Wang Chuan reflected on how his cultivation techniques had enabled him to swiftly break through to the qi refining stage, estimating his overall combat prowess to be on par with top-tier experts. Yet, he remained oblivious to the intricacies of utilizing spiritual energy, relying solely on close-quarter combat. Brother Chuan, are you asleep? Arjuna's timid voice floated in from outside the tent. Arjuna, come in. Is there something you need? Wang Chuan replied, gathering his thoughts and speaking warmly. Wrapped in a thick blanket, Arjuna entered, trembling, yet remained silent, her head bowed. Wang Chuan smiled gently. Please, Arjuna, take a seat. Is there a troubling matter? Share it with me, and I shall stand up for you. At his words, Arjuna lifted her tear-filled gaze, and as she released her grip, the blanket slipped away, revealing a stunningly beautiful woman before him, her porcelain skin glistening like white lotus petals, leaving Wang Chuan momentarily speechless. Arjuna's eyes brimmed with tears, and as Wang Chuan snapped back to reality, he rose softly and stepped forward. Noticing her tension, he bypassed her to retrieve the fallen blanket, tenderly draping it back over her shoulders and gently assisting her to sit down. Wang Chuan gazed at Aruna, letting out a long sigh, pondering that this woman, having lived since childhood at the foot of the majestic Dakingshan in the northern desert, with her unique geographical surroundings, was as enchanting as the clear waters and pristine mountains, completely unlike the typical desert women. Instead, she had blossomed into a stunning beauty, possessing a delicate charm reminiscent of the petite jade girls of Jiangnan, exuding tranquility and grace. Had he encountered her upon first entering this realm, it was conceivable that they might have already forged a bond as intimate as that of husband and wife. However, after his encounter at Qing Mountain, he had truly witnessed the enigmatic side of this world, and his heart had since undergone a profound transformation. He yearned for the path of immortality and the cultivation of celestial arts. Even if he were not destined to become an immortal, he could still wield his sword and roam freely between heaven and earth, returning on the winds, such as life. How delightful it would be. Dear Aruna, you need not worry. With me here, you are assured safety. Go now. Wang Chuan spoke calmly, his gaze clear. No, Brother Chuan, I have feelings for you. Please accept me. I am willing to marry you, Aruna declared passionately. Do not speak foolishly. You must leave, Aruna. To be frank, I am already married, Wang Chuan replied, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Yet, a fragile figure suddenly flashed through his mind, prompting him to utter these words. Upon hearing this, Aruna stood as if carved from clay, her heart extinguished, and she rose unsteadily to leave. Watching her retreating silhouette, Wang Chuan sighed inwardly, feeling utterly helpless. Time was fleeting. Wang Chuan had remained in the Qingshan tribe for nearly 3 months. Ever since the shaman had attempted to capture Aruna as a priestess, only to be repelled by her martial prowess, there had been no further attempts. Wang Chuan surmised that the shaman had wisely chosen to retreat. Now, his injuries had completely healed, and his internal spiritual essence had significantly increased. The lock of immortality within his dantian operated autonomously, absorbing the vital energies of heaven and earth and refining his inner strength into spiritual essence. Even without deliberate practice, his internal essence continued to transform. Gazing at the distant, hazy, and towering Dakingshan, which had now become a snow-capped mountain, he noted that the winds of August had turned into the snows of winter, and the biting cold had set in. With the year drawing to a close in just a month, today was frigid and bleak, the winds howling and snowflakes drifting down like whispers of despair. At this moment, Wang Chuan felt the need to depart, to embrace the flow of life, as his existence now mirrored that of a drifting reed, rootless and solitary. When might he journey to the spiritual peaks of the Tai Xian sect? Is Brother Chuan here? Voices cut through the storm. Moments later, he discerned several figures. Yes, what brings you to me? Wang Chuan asked, recognizing the leader as Bagan, who moved gracefully through the snow, enveloped in a protective aura of inner energy, a master of his craft. The others, while notable warriors of the tribe, lacked such prowess. It is as follows. My father recently went to the Yoshung tribe to offer tributes, A falcon has delivered a message indicating he would return around the hour of the rabbit, but he has yet to arrive. With the heavy snow sealing the mountains, the journey is perilous, and we fear something may have happened. We have come to implore Brother Qingshan to accompany us in searching for him and to welcome his return, Bagan said, clasping his hands in respect. Wang Chuan pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well that I, Wang Chuan, have often relied on my brother's assistance. It is my duty to join you in this endeavor. Let us proceed. With that, he swiftly donned a fine garment, seemingly unbothered by the cold, as the snow swirled around him, leaving the others momentarily astonished. At his waist hung only a simple woodcutter's knife. Chapter 42. The Snowy Night Rescue. The Wolf King's gratitude upon witnessing the scene, Bagan exclaimed in astonishment, I never imagined that my brother Wang, at such a tender age, has already reached the realm of internal qi transformation. You have attained the level of a first-rate martial artist. A modest breakthrough, my dear Bagan, but let us prepare to set off. Wang Chuan replied with a light chuckle, offering a gentle reminder. Very well, let us proceed, Bagan commanded, and the group swiftly vanished into the swirling snow, their figures disappearing in an instant. The northern wind swept across the ground, bending the white grass. At that moment, the withered grass was nowhere to be seen, replaced entirely by a thick blanket of glistening white snow. The twilight was dim, and the swirling snow nearly obscured their vision. Wang Chuan could not help but circulate his true energy. Ever since he had broken through to the qi refinement stage, his true energy had considerably strengthened, transforming into spiritual essence that enveloped him. The usual chill of winter was of little concern to him. The mountain path was treacherous and the snow-laden ground treacherously slick. Unbeknownst to them, the group had ventured deep into the mountains. They had merely reached the foot of the mountain, where the path was not only slippery but the snow had risen above their knees, making each step arduous. Wang Chuan and his companions had no choice but to employ their lightness skills to traverse the landscape. All members of the party were at least of the second-rate master level, capable of walking upon the snow, while Wang Chuan and Bagan moved with such grace that they left no trace. Though the Qing Shan tribe resided at the base of the great Qing Mountain, it still required several hours of arduous trekking for Wang Chuan and his companions to arrive. At this moment, Bata Laupa's whereabouts were unknown, yet based on previous routes, their party should be traversing the very path Wang Chuan and the others were seeking. If fortune smiled upon them, perhaps they would encounter each other soon. However, with the current blizzard raging, the uncertainty of fate loomed heavily in Bagan's heart, casting a shadow over the group as they remained silent. The snow fell in flurries, crunching underfoot, while those with lesser strength gasped for breath, beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads. Their fur coats and warm garments were laden with snow, and the harsh weather rendered visibility nearly non-existent, causing their progress to be painfully slow. Suddenly, a chilling howl echoed through the air, followed by a chorus of howls. In the desolate wilderness, the grassland wolves were abundant, with the mountains blanketed in snow and food scarce. The wolves would prey upon any living creature in sight, including humans. A shiver ran down their spines. In such weather, the wolf pack was a formidable threat. Ahead, approximately 3 miles away, there was a disturbance among the wolves, a sound of predation. Bagan, seasoned and wise, assessed the situation from the howls and spoke in a low voice. Could it be Bata Laupa and his companions? Let us hasten our steps, Wang Chuan urged, not pausing to question the others. In a flash, he propelled himself forward, moving like the wind, leaving no trace upon the snow. Rushing ahead, Brother Chuan, wait for us, Bagan called out urgently, but it was too late. Wang Chuan's figure had already vanished from sight. Bagan steeled his resolve and commanded, you all follow closely. I shall pursue him. With that, he leapt into action, chasing after Wang Chuan toward the source of the howls. The sky was as dark as the bottom of a cauldron, snow swirling down from the thick black shroud above. The white snow contrasted sharply with the frigid air, one side revealing the desolate Gobi, while the other was lined with towering snow-laden pines amidst the majestic, undulating mountains that loomed silently, imposing a sense of oppression. In the distance, the great Qing Mountain soared to dizzying heights, merging into the darkness, exuding an overwhelming presence. Wang Chuan cast a fleeting glance, then turned his attention forward. His brow slightly furrowed as a faint scent of blood wafted through the air. Gradually, he advanced stealthily into the encroaching darkness, where pairs upon pairs, 5 pairs, perhaps even more, of cold, emerald silver eyes emerged, resembling the malevolent spirits of hell, surrounding some unseen prey. The air was punctuated by the sounds of arrows whistling and blades cleaving, accompanied by various cries of agony, both human and wolf alike, as if sensing Wang Chuan's presence. A portion of the wolves redirected their focus, slowly converging towards him. A smirk crept upon Wang Chuan's lips, revealing a hint of cold amusement as he unsheathed his machete. Like an eagle diving from the sky, he descended with ferocity, executing 2 swift slashes that formed a cross, channeling his spiritual energy into the blade, which glimmered with a chilling light. The snow beneath him was carved into deep gashes as the howls of the wild wolves echoed in despair, their hot blood and entrails spilling forth. This was the first time since his breakthrough that Wang Chuan unleashed his swordsmanship, and witnessing this scene filled him with a surge of confidence. He let out a triumphant roar, moving like a shadow, his blade's radiance akin to drifting fluff. As the wolves that approached him fell lifelessly in an instant, Wang Chuan transformed into a deity of death. In the distance, Bagan, who had been rushing to join the fray, was struck with astonishment upon witnessing the carnage. He too drew his curved blade and plunged into the pack, leaving a trail of blood and wolf carcasses in their wake. Which heroic souls have come to our aid? I, Batu, shall repay this kindness in due time. A weary voice emerged from the heart of the wolf pack. Upon hearing this, Bagan felt a surge of joy and shouted, "Father, we have come to rescue you. Hold on just a little longer." "Oh, how splendid. We are to be saved," someone exclaimed from the darkness. Within the span of a short tea break, several others arrived in succession, joining the battle. The pack of wolves was immense, as if the entirety of the wild wolves from the great Green Mountain had gathered. Periodic, rhythmic howls echoed from somewhere in the forest, stirring Wang Chuan's curiosity. Could it be the Wolf King? With this thought, Wang Chuan elevated his stature and darted towards the elusive source of the sound. "Hey, Qing Shan brother, where are you going?" Bagan called out in confusion. "Stay strong. I am going to slay the Wolf King." Wang Chuan's voice resonated from a distance. The snowfall seemed to intensify, blanketing the mountains and valleys, swirling gracefully in the night breeze, as the white snow cast a pale glow upon the night sky. Following the howls, Wang Chuan relentlessly pursued the Wolf King. After several misdirections, he finally intercepted the Wolf King on a hillside. It was a formidable silver wolf, towering and robust, exuding an aura of distinction. Upon noticing Wang Chuan's approach, the beast did not engage but turned to flee. Wang Chuan picked up a pine cone, deftly hurling it like a shooting star, aiming directly at the Wolf King. However, this creature moved with lightning speed, evading the projectile and turning to snarl at Wang Chuan, as if mocking him. In that moment, Wang Chuan felt a surge of frustration and fell silent for a brief moment. Gripping his machete tightly, he swung it with fierce intent, determined to eradicate this menace. The Wolf King emitted a series of short, sharp howls as it ran. Wang Chuan observed that the rest of the pack seemed to scatter as if receiving a command. Such intelligence! He marveled. Taken aback with renewed vigor, he unleashed 3 more slashes, the energy from his blade weaving a deadly web through the air, snowflakes swirling in a chaotic dance, as shards of rock and broken branches flew about. The Wolf King let out a piercing howl, a crimson streak appearing on its hindquarters, blood seeping and staining the pure white snow. Its speed diminished significantly, and Wang Chuan thought to himself, "Now, there's no escape for you." With his machete raised, infused with spiritual energy, its cold glimmer shone brightly in the night. The Wolf King, sensing the imminent danger, let out a mournful cry, its eyes reflecting a tragic understanding of human sorrow. Wang Chuan felt a tremor in his heart, hesitating for a moment. Finally, he set down the firewood axe and gazed at the Wolf King, without inquiring whether it understood him, and said, "You may leave, but do not harm the innocent any further." With that, he sheathed his weapon and turned to depart. The snow-white Wolf King exhibited an unusual glimmer in its eyes, and ultimately let out a low whimper. At that moment, the pack of wolves scattered in response to the sound, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Not far away on the desolate Gobi, a group of individuals exchanged greetings. Having survived the ordeal, Wang Chuan emerged from the shadows. "Who goes there?" Someone questioned warily. "It is I. Badu. Are you well?" "Ah, it is my brother Wang Chuan. Thank you for saving my life, young brother Wang," Badu expressed gratefully, albeit in a disheveled manner. "It was but a mere act of kindness. If it were not for you sparing my life back then, I would not be here today," Wang Chuan replied with a smile. "You have entered the realm of innate energy and begun your cultivation?" Badu exclaimed in astonishment. This revelation startled those around them, who regarded Wang Chuan with the awe reserved for a creature of legend. "Innate energy cultivation, I suppose. Have you witnessed it, father?" Wang Chuan responded calmly, having assumed that no one could discern his true nature, only to find that Batu, with his discerning eye, had seen through to his essence. Indeed, I have encountered such masters in the past, and I envy you greatly. I have devoted nearly my entire life, enduring countless hardships, to barely attain the level of a first-rate master. Yet you, so young, have effortlessly shed your mortal form and ascended to the innate realm. You have embarked upon the path of enlightenment, placing you leagues apart from us. Batu lamented, his spirit seemingly diminished, though not be sorrowful. Father, the weather is treacherous, and this place is fraught with danger. We should return swiftly, Wang Chuan suggested, not being particularly eloquent himself and unsure how to console him. Bata nodded in agreement. Thus, the group set off on their journey homeward, their hearts heavy with solitude. However, Wang Chuan keenly sensed that these individuals regarded him with reverence and unspoken admiration. Upon their return to the tribe, dawn was approaching. Following that night, the attitude of the Qing Shan tribe towards Wang Chuan underwent a remarkable transformation. Everyone treated him with great respect, including the elders, women, and children. Later, Wang Chuan learned that it was Batu who had decreed that everyone should honor him with the respect due to a sage, and that no one was to disturb the family of Aunt Ulan. Subsequently, upon learning of the matter concerning the Holy Maiden, Batu was incensed and personally dealt with the issue of Utala. He wrote to the shaman temple, and unexpectedly, the very next day, a new shaman envoy was dispatched. This time, it was a male shaman. Batu accompanied the new envoy and personally apologized to Aunt Ulan and Aruna, bringing with him a substantial amount of living supplies. On that day, the new shaman envoy, adorned in divine garments and a ceremonial hat, held a drum in his left hand and a mallet in his right. He stepped forward and addressed Wang Chuan. Wise one Wang, the leader of our faith has requested that you visit our temple at your convenience. Please accept this badge. As he spoke, he presented an object to Wang Chuan, a small badge depicting a fierce golden figure with fiery horns and glaring eyes, which Wang Chuan accepted graciously, responding, "Please convey my gratitude to the leader of the temple. Should fate allow, I shall certainly pay a visit in the future." After that day, life returned to tranquility. Wang Chuan, who usually practiced meditation and martial arts, found that the true essence within him had entirely transformed into spiritual essence. Within the Dantian's purple palace, the crystalline locking immortal ring produced a magnetic force that actively absorbed the vital energy of heaven and earth, drawing it into his meridians and circulating autonomously in a state of deep meditation. Wang Chuan twisted his wrist outward, curling his little finger inward, with his palm facing inward, intuitively comprehending the movements as he formed the first seal of the Ji Ming Gong. He envisioned a lotus flower blooming in his heart, atop which rested a sacred relic that rotated effortlessly at his navel, emanating a dazzling light that illuminated his entire being. That moment, the locking immortal ring trembled, and Wang Chuan heard a melodious chant resonating within his soul. The vital energy surged forth, and the locking immortal ring grew stronger and larger, inhaling and refining the spiritual energy, continuously condensing at its core. After a considerable duration, a lotus flower seal emerged, radiating divine light, as light and delicate as snowflakes. This seal, once formed, detached from the ring's core and began to orbit around it autonomously, while the locking immortal ring released a trace of spiritual essence, which incessantly refined it. That night, stirred by an impulse, Wang Chuan awakened from his meditation, exhaling a breath of turbid air. His starry eyes sparkled with sharpness, and in a moment of thought, he twisted his right wrist outward, curling his little finger inward, with his palm facing inward. The spiritual energy within him guided swiftly toward his palm, gushing forth from the Laogong acupoint, coalescing into a radiant spiritual essence lotus flower that shimmered with brilliance, slowly rotating. Wang Chuan rose and stepped outside the tent, distancing himself from it. Facing a nearby spot, he softly chanted Hung, and the lotus flower shot forth, striking the ground with a resounding bang, causing an explosion that sent frozen soil and rocks flying. A pit measuring a yard in both length and width, with a depth of 3 feet, was revealed in the earth. Wang Chuan was immediately astonished, his heart brimming with joy. What a powerful attack! The first layer of Ji Ming Gong's first technique had been achieved. So this is the lotus seal. Wang Chuan mused, stroking his chin. Suddenly, he turned to return, but a wave of dizziness struck his mind. It was then that Wang Chuan realized his true energy had been completely depleted. He bitterly smiled. Recognizing the immense cost of that last move, in future battles, I should reserve this as a trump card. Unless it is the final moment, I should refrain from using it. Otherwise, if I exhaust my spiritual essence without hitting the enemy, what can I do next? I would be left defenseless. Fortunately, it was late at night, and his caution had kept him far from the tribe, preventing any disturbance. Weak and weary, he returned to his tent, entered meditation once more, and did not awaken until dawn, finding his spiritual essence significantly increased and his cultivation advanced. Afterward, Wang Chuan sat in his tent, feeling a wave of ennui wash over him. Questions surged within him. Why had he come to this world? Was it merely a coincidence? Perhaps he should seek this answer. His parents were waiting for him to return. They were aging. They had toiled tirelessly to raise him, and he should care for them. Suddenly, a longing for home enveloped Wang Chuan, and he rose to his feet, realizing with clarity that he ought to leave this place. Days passed, in the depth of winter. Beyond the northern borders, by the banks of the Seleng River, a grand city stands, the capital of the Yuan-Tu kingdom. Following a heavy snowfall, the sun shines brilliantly, and the streets are bustling with pedestrians. Among the crowd, a young man clad in a long robe, with a waist belt holding a hatchet, navigates through the throngs. At the city gate, guards diligently inspect passers-by. The young man, full of curiosity, observes the street vendors, as their shouts and the melodious sounds of the horsehead fiddle intertwine, creating a lively atmosphere. This young man is none other than Wang Chuan. Overcome by a surge of homesickness, Wang Chuan had bid farewell to Aunt Ulan and some members of the Qingshan tribe. Embarking alone on his journey to the capital. It is said that this place is the imperial city of the Yuan-Tu kingdom, renowned for its vibrant grandeur and exotic charm, which naturally piqued Wang Chuan's interest. With little more than a hatchet and a few pieces of silver, he ventured forth. Although the weather was bitterly cold, it was of no consequence to Wang Chuan, who had recently entered the realm of innate energy. After a bit of effort, Wang Chuan finally entered the city, where cavalry patrolled intermittently, occasionally stopping wandering martial artists for questioning, casting a somewhat tense atmosphere. Nevertheless, this did not dampen the enthusiasm of the merchants. "Look, there is the imperial edict. Many people are gathering around," someone exclaimed. "Indeed, let us go take a look. Perhaps something significant is unfolding," responded another. Many rushed to investigate, and Wang Chuan, intrigued, followed the throng as he squeezed through the crowd. He discovered that the commotion was due to the sudden illness of the princess of the Yuan-Tu kingdom, who was seeking a physician. It was promised that should the doctor succeed in her treatment, they would be generously rewarded with gold and silver, and their most feasible wish would be granted. Wang Chuan, upon hearing this, clicked his tongue in contemplation. "I wonder what sights lie within the imperial palace of the Yuan-Tu kingdom. If I could gain entry for a tour, it would not be in vain. However, despite my musings, I am hesitant to trespass. Having just entered the innate realm and possessing merely the first level of Qi training, my strength is still limited, and who knows what formidable experts might be stationed within the palace. To fall into their hands would be disastrous." As noon approached, Wang Chuan, feeling rather aimless, arrived at an inn named the Camel Inn. He deliberately chose a room adjacent to the street with a windowsill, ordering some food and drink to be enjoyed in solitude. As the hour progressed, patrons began to fill the inn below. With his enhanced senses resulting from his recent advancement, Wang Chuan could hear the laughter and chatter of the diners below with remarkable clarity, providing him with a sense of comfort. That moment, Wang Chuan found himself drawn to the hushed whispers of a nearby table. "Have you heard? The Princess Huaning's illness is shrouded in mystery," one man said. "Oh, what do you mean?" Another inquired. "I have a brother who serves in the imperial palace, and he mentioned that just a few days ago, the palace was attacked by assassins. Goodness, one must be cautious with such talk. It could lead to imprisonment," another warned. "Yet, it is strange that the palace has been on lockdown these past few days." Sure, listen closely to my brother confided that there was more than one assassin that day. Some say there could have been 5, each a top-tier expert, possibly even those on the verge of innate mastery. Heavens, these individuals are rarely seen. Why this sudden interest in the palace? Could they be assassins sent by the Li Tang kingdom? According to the analysis, unlike the assassins of the Li Tang dynasty, they did not launch a surprise attack on the sovereign. Initially, they were searching for something in the library, but were soon detected by the adept warriors of the palace, leading to a fierce battle. The Princess Huining, having trained in martial arts since childhood, displayed remarkable prowess and thus led a group of palace masters in an effort to capture them. However, this group was exceedingly formidable. One adept clad in black wielded a long sword, frequently tossing flying darts that scattered like a shower of stars. Many of the palace's elite were struck, while others, possessing either extraordinary swordsmanship or extraordinary agility, attempted to engage, yet the assailants managed to evade capture. Princess Huining herself was grievously injured by one of them, who, as he departed, delivered a devastating palm strike from a distance, leaving her bloodied and unconscious. It is no wonder that Princess Huining fell gravely ill. She had trained under esteemed masters since her youth, possessing an extraordinary innate talent, and had become a first-rate expert before reaching her 20s, impervious to ailments. How could she possibly fall ill? This analysis indeed raises suspicions regarding the involvement of innate masters. Moreover, Princess Hui Ning's formidable combat abilities were unexpectedly overwhelmed by a single palm strike. It suggests that the assassins might possess innate skills. Rumors later circulated that at least one of the assassins was a half-step innate master. They spoke not a word, appearing and vanishing like shadows. Hearing this, Wang Chuan's heart stirred. The mention of a long sword and flying darts reminded him of a certain individual. During the skirmish at Qing Mountain, there had indeed been a woman in colorful attire wielding a curved blade, guarding Wu Hanyu, from whom he had taken on the burden of protecting Wu Hanyu. This woman had also utilized flying darts in the ensuing combat. Was it merely coincidence? Yet, it seemed unlikely, as there were many adept practitioners in the martial world skilled in hidden weapons. Wang Chuan mused. Yet, what were they doing here? What were they searching for? Before he could ponder further, the group at the table below whispered amongst themselves, lowering their voices to express startling revelations. Subsequently, an investigation within the royal palace revealed that the library had been ransacked, and a book had gone missing, reportedly a map of the Dakingshan region, along with some remnants of clandestine lore. The sovereign was infuriated by this news, and the crown prince, who shared the same mother as Princess Huining and had been practicing at the shaman temple, upon hearing of the incident, rushed back to the palace day and night. Upon discovering his sister gravely injured, he was seized by wrath, vowing to capture these ruffians and slay them with his own hands. He then led a multitude of experts from the palace and the shaman temple, but to this day, he has yet to return. It is better not to mention it. Speaking of Dakingshan indeed brings forth numerous legends. I once heard a tale that long ago, Dakingshan did not exist. Then one day, under a clear sky, a sudden tempest arose, accompanied by thunderous quakes and booming celestial sounds, subsequently freezing the northern lands. After the clouds dispersed and the rain ceased, Dakingshan inexplicably emerged. Since then, reports of various masters entering the mountain to investigate have surfaced, yet none have returned. Some who emerged afterward were driven mad, rambling about phantoms, monsters, living dead, graves, and corpses strewn about. Others spoke of it as a paradise, filled with extraordinary flora and fauna, where celestial maidens instilled both dread and longing. Indeed, how did the conversation shift to Dakingshan? Alas, I fear many more skilled individuals may meet their demise. Such secrets are best left to whispers. Our strength is but feeble, so let us not dwell on them. For today, let us indulge in the pleasures of the moment, toasting to the present. Upon hearing this, Wang Chuan listened to a few more trivial discussions, ultimately choosing to disregard them and turning his thoughts to another matter. Wu Hanyu had left him a message to rescue his biological father, Wu Hanlin. Now, finding himself in the Yuan-Tu imperial city, how might he ascertain their whereabouts? Yet, calculating the time, Wu Hanlin ought to have already arrived here. How curious that he is here. Wang Chuan suddenly spotted a familiar figure passing by outside the window. Without hesitation, he set down his cup, pushed open the window, and leapt out. His cultivation had greatly advanced, allowing him to swiftly pursue the individual like a shadow, exclaiming, "Li Wintao, my brother, it has been quite some time. How have you been?" The young gentleman ahead abruptly halted, turning around with a look of surprise at Wang Chuan. Before him stood a youth clad in the common thick robes of the Yuan-Tu kingdom, a broad blade sheathed at his waist, his demeanor spirited and graceful, reminiscent of a past acquaintance. Wang Chuan smiled and reminded him, "Qing Yuan River, the marvelous Huanglong fist." The young gentleman paused, a look of realization dawning upon him. "Wang Chuan, brother Wang, it is you." "How?" Wang Chuan promptly interjected, "This is not a place for idle chatter. May we converse at my lodgings?" "Very well, please lead the way," Li Wintao replied. The two returned to the inn where Wang Chuan was staying. He ordered some food and drink, and they began to reminisce over their cups. As the wine flowed and spirits lifted, Li Wintao inquired, "Wang Chuan, what brings you to this place, dressed as you are?" Wang Chuan offered a faint smile, saying, The tale is rather lengthy. On that day, I was engaged in rescuing Our Lady during the battle at Qing Mountain. After sustaining grave injuries, I escaped to this locale." He recounted his experiences succinctly, omitting the pivotal details of his cultivation journey. "Alas, brother Wang, your loyalty and sense of honor are admirable," Li Wintao remarked, raising his cup in a toast in my time of distress. "I was aided by Wu Hanlin, and within the Wu household, I received ample care from the father and daughter of the Wu clan. Thus, my arrival here is to assist Lord Wu, a way to repay my debt of gratitude. Yet, I find myself in a quandary, uncertain of how to proceed." with not a single clue in sight. Wang Chuan responded contemplatively. Li Wentao sighed deeply, remaining silent as if harboring some hidden concern. After a moment, he seemed to arrive at a decision, suddenly rising to the door to listen intently, ensuring their privacy, before returning to the table and speaking in hushed tones. Brother Chuan, I must confess, we have come precisely for this matter. Wang Chuan raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued, and nodded slightly, encouraging him to continue. Li Wentao elaborated. Brother Wang, Wu Shangqing is a loyal minister of the court, held in high esteem. The abduction of Wu Hanlin has left officials across the realm deeply unsettled. Upon learning of this, the emperor was enraged, declaring, "This is a disgrace to our nation's honor, a betrayal to our forebears." He subsequently issued a decree to rescue Lord Wu, and it is for this purpose that we have arrived. Ah, I see, Wang Chuan responded. If what you say is true, then this emperor is indeed a wise ruler, and Lord Wu's journey here for negotiations has not been in vain. Indeed, Brother Wang, you speak rightly. Yet, treacherous ministers hold sway, and both internal and external troubles beset us. Within the court, factions have formed. The faction led by Wu Hanlin advocates for a strong stance, urging the expulsion of the Tatars and the defense of our homeland. On the other hand, the opposing faction, predominantly composed of high-ranking officials and nobles, represents the conservatives who advocate for peace negotiations. The two factions are embroiled in relentless conflict, with the conservatives gaining a slight upper hand. It is under such circumstances that Wu Gong is compelled to come forth for discussions. The army of the Yuan-Tu nation is formidable and robust, making it implausible for them to consider peace talks. Wu Hanlin's journey is, in truth, an exercise in futility, leading to his downfall at the hands of treacherous individuals. Wang Chuan nodded and inquired, "Given this, dear brother, do you have any progress? Wu Hanlin has shown me kindness, and I ought to lend my support." Chapter 45. The rescue of Wu Hanlin. Li Wentao chuckled softly and remarked, "I too am a practitioner of martial arts. I perceive a brilliant light in your eyes. Wang brother, it seems as though there is an ethereal aura emanating from the heavens, and a subtle energy surrounds you. This is an illusion of unity between man and heaven, indicative of a significant enhancement in your abilities. Have you ascended to the ranks of a top-tier master?" Wang Chuan smiled lightly, sipped his drink, and replied, "To speak candidly, my dear brother, I have encountered certain fortuitous opportunities and have indeed reached the pinnacle of a top-tier master." "Congratulations, Wang brother. Such an achievement is commendable," Li Wentao exclaimed, raising his glass. His initial intent was merely to offer a casual compliment, yet Wang Chuan's astonishing declaration struck him like a thunderclap, leaving him utterly astounded. He accidentally choked on his drink, staring blankly at Wang Chuan, for it was remarkable that someone so young had already attained such a level of martial prowess. Wang Chuan regarded him with a calm and carefree smile. After a prolonged silence, Li Wentao sighed. "It seems, dear brother, that you shall soon tread a path apart from us. Achieving the pinnacle of a top-tier master is no small feat. Many spend their entire lives without reaching such heights. You, at such a tender age, have already accomplished this, and with ample time ahead, might even progress further, perhaps even attaining the prospect of transcending to eternal life. Dear brother, there is no need for such sentiments. Life is but a fleeting moment, akin to a white horse passing through a narrow gap. Why burden oneself so?" Wang Chuan replied. "Even if I were to live a few more years, it would merely be an additional struggle within the mundane world. One must savor life to the fullest, lest the golden goblet remain empty under the moonlight. Let us raise our glasses in celebration. Indeed, life must be enjoyed to the fullest, and we must not let the golden goblet remain empty under the moonlight." Li Wentao exclaimed, his spirits lifted upon hearing these words. "Brother Wang, with your ascendance to the peak of top-tier mastery, our endeavor to rescue Wu Hanlin stands a chance of success if you lend your assistance." "Oh? What leads you to such a conclusion?" "If it does not contravene the principles of heaven and righteousness, I am willing to contribute my efforts. The Yuan-Tu nation has detained Wu Hanlin and his entourage. As a representative of the Li Tang, I have already met with the sovereign of Yuan-Tu, requesting the release of Wu Hanlin and his party to return home, but my plea was met with refusal. Their excuse revolves around the assassination attempt on the royal palace, resulting in casualties among the elite guards, with Princess Huining suffering severe injuries. This is utterly absurd. Such reasoning is nothing but unreasonable harassment. By their logic, would Wu Gong not be eternally barred from returning to Li Tang, spending his days in captivity here? What you say is indeed correct. We must argue our case with reason. Yet alas, in this foreign land, we are powerless, and at present, we cannot rescue Wu Hanlin." Wang Chuan nodded, his mind beginning to devise strategies. "However, dear brother, we feel that negotiations shall prove fruitless. Thus, We are resolved to plan a prison break and mount a rescue operation for Wu Shangqing. Li Wentao declared, his gaze turning icy as he spoke in a chilling tone. Must we resort to such desperate measures? The distance between Li Tang and the Yuan-Tu kingdom is vast, and the journey arduous. While the flat terrain of Yuan-Tu favors its cavalry, allowing for the potential rescue of Wu Hanlin, does my esteemed brother truly possess such confidence in escaping Yuan-Tu? Wang Chuan scrutinized Li Wentao, his disbelief palpable. Li Wentao sighed inwardly, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. With a voice as dry as dust, he spoke with the resolve of one prepared to face death. Our sovereign has entrusted us with a heavy responsibility, hoping that the esteemed Wu may return to rescue the common folk. We are willing to brave fire and water, whatever the cost. Wang Chuan, witnessing this, felt a surge of admiration, reflecting, regardless of the era, there will always be those pure-hearted individuals willing to sacrifice themselves for ideals and the welfare of others. With a genuine desire to inquire further, Wang Chuan asked, your noble intentions are commendable, dear brother, but unless we are truly at the end of our rope, do not adopt a mindset of facing death without fear. Is there truly no other recourse for you and your companions? You are unaware, Li Wentao replied despondently, solutions do exist, yet we find ourselves powerless to act. Wang Chuan, intrigued, pressed on, pray tell, brother, for two heads are better than one. Perhaps I could devise a plan. Upon realizing Wang Chuan's earnest desire to assist, Li Wentao elaborated, the Yuan-Tu kingdom has not outright rejected our plea. Rather, they have alluded to a potential course of action. The Princess Huining is gravely injured and bedridden. If we could heal her, they might consider our request. However, who among us possesses the means? Huining's internal injuries require, at the very least, the rare Tianshan snow lotus for internal use, and a practitioner of extraordinary skill to perform the healing, both elements being essential for success. Yet we currently lack both. While the snow lotus might be procured, the latter is irreplaceable. The princess herself is a top-tier expert, likely surrounded by others of her caliber in Yuan-Tu. They may not have sufficient numbers, but only those with innate abilities can meet the requirements, and such prodigies are exceedingly rare, preferring to remain hidden from the world. We have no alternative but to resort to a prison break. Wang Chuan felt a spark of inspiration and said, dear brother, heed my advice. Seek the Tianshan snow lotus by any means necessary. I happen to know a peerless expert. Perhaps he is already an innate master. I shall approach him and implore his assistance. Li Wentao regarded Wang Chuan with suspicion, suddenly recalling how Wang Chuan had recently ascended to the pinnacle of expert status, suspecting there was more to his success than met the eye. Perhaps he had received aid from an innate master. With this realization, a smile broke upon his face, and he exclaimed with uncontainable joy, Brother Wang, you must not jest. If it is indeed possible, we would spare no expense to procure the divine medicine. The world is vast, and the Tianshan snow lotus is not an impossibility. It should not be too difficult to obtain. Wang Chuan, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, dear brother, it is worth a try. It is certainly better than walking a path to certain death. Would you not agree? He then poured a cup of wine for both Li Wentao and himself. Li Wentao paused, momentarily taken aback, before suddenly raising his cup and downing its contents in one gulp, declaring fervently, let us heed Brother Wang's words. May fortune favor the righteous. Very well, we shall seek the medicine, while you endeavor to summon the expert. Wang Chuan stood, assuring him, do not worry, dear brother. This venerable individual, a compassionate soul, is also of the Li Tang lineage. With my plea, he is likely to lend his aid. Regardless of the outcome, we shall discuss it afterwards. Very well, since that is the case. I shall prepare to orchestrate matters concerning the elixir. Dear Brother Wang, do you have any means of contact? I shall remain here, and you may also send someone to the royal palace to gather information. In 3 days' time, I will reach out to you again. This is splendid, Brother Wang. I take my leave. Li Wentao is not one to indulge in affectation, and he clasped his fists in farewell, farewell. Wang Chuan also clasped his fists, watching him depart. Shortly after Li Wentao left, Wang Chuan rose to exit. Innkeeper, tidy up the room, will you? Wang Chuan tossed out a silver ingot. Certainly, the esteemed guest may rest assured. Our humble establishment will ensure the guest room is spotless. The innkeeper replied, beaming with delight as he received the coin. Wang Chuan wandered through the capital city of Yuan-Tu Kingdom, acquiring a set of black robes and a mask, returning to the inn only by the hour of you. After requesting some tea, he did not venture out again, opting instead to rest and rejuvenate his spirit. Chapter 46. In silken garb under the night sky, the first encounter with Princess Huining. It is unclear how much time passed, but the sky had turned an inky black. Outside the window, The streets echoed with the sound of jingling bells, and the occasional whispers of night travelers punctuated the stillness. As the night deepened, a chill settled in. Around the hour of Cho, Wang Chuan suddenly opened his eyes. The room was enveloped in darkness. He rose and approached the window, drawing back the shutters to behold the profound night. Silent and still, as a wave of cold air rushed in the distance, the royal palace stood solemnly, its structures rising in orderly succession, exuding an air of gravitas. With a focused thought, Wang Chuan summoned the spiritual essence from his dantian. Enveloping himself in an invisible aura that dispelled the cold, he slipped through the window, moving like a shadow, silent and undetected, akin to a night hawk as he swooped toward the palace. As a practitioner of innate strength, he harmonized his energy with the heavens, establishing a preliminary communion with the natural forces, his vitality inexhaustible. His destination was the Huaining Palace, which lay in silence yet bore an air of cold menace, indicative of the formidable guardians within. The palace was adorned with rows of lanterns illuminating the corridors, its walls and towers arranged in splendid formation, with high and intricate steps, exuding an imposing presence. Wang Chuan, unsure of the direction, seized a palace maid and, with a show of intimidation, demanded the whereabouts of Princess Huaining. After extracting the information, he swiftly rendered her unconscious, fearing for her life in the cold, and he placed the dazed maid in the woodshed before proceeding with his task. With agility and grace, he soon arrived at a side hall where the lights flickered more abundantly. Here, palace maids flitted in and out, while eunuchs stood vigil through the night, creating a scene of bustling activity. Wang Chuan observed stealthily, concluding, "This must be the right place." Crouched upon the rooftop, he focused his attention as he overheard a conversation between two women. "Princess, look at you, that I have told you time and again not to be reckless. How could those people inflict such severe injuries this time? I assure you, it is nothing grave, merely a slight injury. A physician has attended to me, and I shall recover," the princess replied lightly. "Humph, princess, you always treat such matters as if they were trivial. With so many guards in the palace, your absence would not be missed. Yet you insisted on confronting those assassins, resulting in such grievous wounds. The royal physician has declared that this injury is not to be treated with mere medicine. It requires at least 100-year-old snow lotus from Tianshan, ingested, along with the assistance of an extraordinary expert to push the blood through. Otherwise, princess, you may suffer lasting repercussions, which could also affect your future prospects of motherhood. What shall we do about this?" A woman reclines upon a bed, adorned in a flowing white gown, with a cerulean butterfly belt cinched at her waist. Her complexion is fair, reminiscent of delicate orchids, and upon hearing a remark, a trace of sorrow flickers across her graceful brow. She muses, there are words in books that speak of the fickleness of men and the tragic fates of beautiful women. Yet I aspire to be a strong woman, to seize my own destiny. The path I tread is one I shall not regret." "Princess, you speak in riddles again," interjects. "You fail to comprehend, for within the imperial household, women are often prisoners of circumstance, mere pawns in a game of interests." The princess replies, "Be cautious, lest the sovereign overhear and be displeased." Warns, "Humph, what of it if he is displeased?" Princess Huaining asserts defiantly in an instant. She recalls something and leans against the bed, her gaze softening as she confides, "Indeed, this time the assassins appear to be of a different ilk. They are evidently in pursuit of something of great value. They have scoured the entire library, leaving no stone unturned in their quest for accounts related to the great Qing Mountain." "Ah? What is it? Who are you?" Princess Huaining is taken aback to find a young man standing in her chamber, clad in black, with a calm demeanor and an air of distinction. His steady gaze examines her, exuding an aura of purity and tranquility. Startled, Huaining attempts to rise, but inadvertently aggravates her injury. A gasp escapes her lips as blood seeps from the corner of her mouth, reminiscent of a bloodied cuckoo. Her delicate visage pales, the severity of her wound evident. Unable to withstand the pain, she collapses back onto her flower-embroidered pillow, her gaze resolute. With a swift motion, she draws a jade hairpin from her hair. Its sharp tip poised against her alabaster neck, her beautiful eyes fixed in a wary glare at Wang Chuan. "Whoever you may be, this is the Imperial Palace, a haven of skilled warriors. You shall inevitably be discovered, and within a quarter of an hour, the guards will uncover your presence. You shall not escape," she threatens, holding her head high as she confronts Wang Chuan. "Indeed, Princess Huaining, you are truly beautiful, embodying grace and elegance." Wang Chuan replies with a gentle smile, unfazed. "You are indeed Huaining. I have not erred in my search. What is it that you intend to do? Huaining, unable to decipher Wang Chuan's intentions, cautiously probes, her heart racing yet her countenance remains remarkably composed. Princess Huaining is indeed no ordinary lady, she muses inwardly. Wang Chuan takes a seat on a nearby stool, a delicate teacup before him, its fragrant steam rising enticingly. Such exquisite tea, he remarks, pouring himself a cup. He inhales the aroma, savoring the faint sweetness, and with a small sip, the flavor envelopes him, bringing a wave of comfort to his limbs. I come not with malice, Princess Huaining. I have learned of your grave injury and came to see for myself, he states, placing the teacup down with a sense of ease. Are you a physician? Huaining inquires, her brow furrowed in confusion. Not quite, Wang Chuan replies, raising his hand to form a lotus gesture, activating the mystical energy within him. The lotus mark glimmers, and from his hand blooms a resplendent lotus flower, transforming his demeanor with an ethereal radiance, a being of innate prowess. Huaining was utterly astonished, while a flicker of frustration and helplessness blossomed within her heart. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with incredulity, a medley of emotions swirling within her. She marveled at the fact that this individual, seemingly of her own age, had already attained the realm of innate mastery. Princess Huaining, I wish to attempt to heal your wounds, Wang Chuan stated plainly, having retrieved the lotus flower. Heal me? Why? Huaining regained her composure and inquired, a transaction. Should I succeed in healing you, you will assist me in liberating someone, Wang Chuan replied with candor. Are you sent by the Li Tang to rescue Wu Hanlin? Huaining grasped the situation instantly, aware of the significant matters at play within the palace walls despite her injury. I am not sent by Li Tang. This is purely a personal desire, Wang Chuan asserted solemnly. Can you truly save me? Huining's concern for her injury resurfaced as she pressed for clarity. We can certainly try, Wang Chuan acknowledged with a nod. Very well, I accept your proposition, Princess Huaining declared resolutely, discarding her hairpin. Faced with such a legendary figure, she saw no room for resistance. Since he was not an assassin, proposing conditions seemed harmless. Why not acquiesce and allow Wu Hanlin to go free? Such a trivial condition could lead to her recovery. What was there to lose? Splendid. Wang Chuan praised. I kindly ask you to dismiss those present. Princess Huaining smiled brightly, reminiscent of a blooming jasmine, yet with a hint of exasperation, she remarked, my personal maid has been rendered unconscious by you. How am I to instruct anyone to convey a message? You can relay it verbally, Wang Chuan shrugged, resolutely refusing to awaken you heir. Who knew what trouble might ensue should this maid venture outside? You? Huaining, incensed, felt her chest rise and fall slightly. Wang Chuan couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback by the sight. Realizing her indignation, Huaining retorted, Humph, you are but a lecher. Princess, I implore you to send the message swiftly. Wang Chuan remained unyielding, indifferent to her ire. Chapter 47. Cultivating energy to heal Humph, Huaining reached towards a concealed compartment beneath the bed, and with a gentle tug, Wang Chuan faintly heard the sound of bells, prompting him to remain alert. All right, no one will come now, Huaining declared, extinguishing the candlelight, plunging the room into instant darkness, in the pitch blackness. With only one man and one woman present, Wang Chuan found himself at a loss for words. Simultaneously, he noticed that several lights outside had also been extinguished, a realization dawning upon him. He had been rather reckless, unaware of such mechanisms. Had he exhibited the slightest hint of malice, a conflict might have erupted today, heightening his sense of caution. This is quite advantageous. Wang Chuan remained composed, nodding in approval. He then rose and approached the bedside. Instructing, Princess, please adjust your position to sit upright. I shall place my hands on your back to facilitate your healing. At this juncture, Princess Huaining had no choice but to obey, shifting her posture. Wang Chuan settled himself behind her, pressing his palms against her back through her clothing to heal her wounds. Instantly, Huaining felt her body tense, but within moments, a warm torrent surged from behind her into her being, akin to soaking in a hot spring, eliciting an involuntary sigh of relief. Huaining quickly centered her thoughts, immersing herself in tranquility to assist in the healing process. Wang Chuan's spirit guided the true essence within him as he discerned the condition of Princess Huaining. The meridians within her body were misaligned, many had ruptured, the heart meridian was damaged, and the dantian was in disarray, rendering her unable to gather qi. Additionally, her internal organs were injured in multiple places. The severity of her injuries was indeed grave. The fact that she had managed to endure until now might be attributed to the royal family's use of rare medicinal stones to sustain her, and it was likely that a skilled practitioner was supplying her with energy. Otherwise, she would have succumbed long ago. As Wang Chuan's innate spiritual essence entered Huaning's body, the meridians responded as if parched crops were receiving the life-giving spring rain, absorbing nutrients and autonomously healing themselves. Unlike true qi, spiritual essence possessed the remarkable ability to invigorate life, highlighting the distinction between innate and acquired energies. Wang Chuan's spiritual essence flowed ceaselessly, cleansing Huaning's entire being, mending her meridians while simultaneously refining her physical body. Dark stains seeped from within her, and her condition visibly began to improve. After the passage of 3 incense sticks, Wang Chuan concluded his efforts. Closing his eyes in meditation, it was then that he experienced a moment of enlightenment. Refining the physical body would strengthen his own meridians and the purple palace. Immediately, he began to cultivate qi, enveloped in a mist of spiritual essence that ebbed and flowed around him. The spiritual essence stirred the surrounding energy field, causing the fabric in the room to flutter noisily, and Wang Chuan appeared as a venerable monk in deep contemplation. Princess Huaning, feeling much better, rose from her bed and stood to the side, her delicate eyes surveying the young man before her. She could not quite fathom why, at that moment, an unusual feeling blossomed within her heart. She scrutinized him closely, taking in his hairline, hairstyle, brows, and nose. Around the hour of the tiger, a sudden stillness enveloped the room, and Wang Chuan opened his eyes, which shimmered with brilliance, making it difficult to gaze upon him directly. His presence exuded a robust and commanding aura, as if imbued with immense power. Wang Chuan felt a surge of joy. He had reached the pinnacle of the early stage of qi cultivation, merely a step away from integrating his spiritual essence into the Tongshu acupoint, thus advancing to the mid-stage. He caught sight of Princess Huaning standing gracefully beside him, exquisitely charming, captivating in her allure, and extraordinarily ethereal. With a smile, he remarked, "Since my healing has proven effective, this journey has not been in vain. Should you possess any rare celestial treasures to assist internally, I can utilize my inner strength along with spiritual medicine to expedite your recovery." Princess Huaning intended to respond but found herself at a loss for words. She could only nod in agreement. "I am grateful for your assistance. If you do not mind, please consider staying within the palace. I shall send someone. I shall leave at once, but I will return. I trust you will uphold your promise." Wang Chuan replied, and in an instant, he vanished, moving with such swiftness that he was nearly indistinguishable. Princess Huaning sat in stunned silence, pouring herself a cup of tea, savoring it thoughtfully under the night sky, lost in her own contemplations. Upon returning to the inn, Wang Chuan fell into a deep slumber, for healing others had drained a considerable amount of his spiritual essence and energy. The following day, upon awakening, he felt rejuvenated and sensed a newfound increase in his spiritual essence. A thought struck him. It seemed that healing others could also augment his own power. With this in mind, Wang Chuan formed a lotus seal with his hands, rotating his spiritual essence and gathering it into his right hand. The essence coalesced, and the lotus seal was completed. Upon inspection, he realized that this one seal had consumed a significant portion of his spiritual energy. However, it was a marked improvement from before. At the very least, it possessed the strength for another fight. Elated, he refreshed himself. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Wang Chuan inquired, "Who goes there?" "Young master, I come on the orders of my master to seek an audience. There is an urgent matter to discuss." Wang Chuan opened the door, only to behold a figure clad in the attire of a Yuan Tu, whose well-defined muscles indicated formidable prowess. Wang Chuan nodded, seated himself beside the visitor, and inquired, "What brings you here?" The man replied, "My lord has commanded me to inform you that he has procured the rare and exquisite snow lotus elixir. I am to ask how matters stand here." Upon hearing this, Wang Chuan was filled with elation and responded with a smile, "This is indeed splendid news. You may instruct your lord to deliver the snow lotus to me today. I have my own methods to handle it." The man acknowledged this and took his leave to report back to his master, urging Wang Chuan to stay. With nothing pressing on his hands, Wang Chuan closed the door, channeled his true essence, and resumed his cultivation. In the afternoon, while in deep meditation, he sensed the presence of 3 individuals approaching. Awakened, Wang Chuan opened the door to find Li Wentao, clad in sturdy attire, accompanied by 2 subordinates. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Wentao got straight to the point, saying, "Brother Wang, we have received news that the Yuan Tu Palace has shown some flexibility regarding our negotiations. It is said that we have the support of a great master. We come here with the resolve of sacrifice to rescue Lord W. By heaven's grace, with your assistance, this endeavor can surely succeed." Wang Chuan chuckled, "My brother, you underestimate our bond. Your affairs are my own. Moreover, I am equally inclined to undertake this mission. With your support, it is indeed providence at play. Wu Hanlin's fate is not destined for demise. The righteous shall always find divine favor. Ha ha, Brother Wang. Your forthrightness is refreshing. I shall not be coy. Within this jade box lies a millennium-old snow lotus, acquired at great expense by many discerning individuals from the Li Tang kingdom. We entrust it to you, and we shall await your favorable news. Wang Chuan accepted the box, feeling an icy chill emanate from it, and pondered silently. It was indeed no ordinary medicine, brimming with spiritual essence. He assured, "Rest assured, brother. Wu Hanlin is one I must rescue. You may relax your worries." Subsequently, Wang Chuan, along with Li Wintao and the other two, partook in food and drink, engaging in lively conversation and revelry until the night grew late, at which point Li Wintao and his companions took their leave. Wang Chuan instructed the servants to clear the dining table and, alone in his chamber, began to circulate his spiritual energy, feeling the intoxicating vapors dissipate gradually as he entered a state of meditation once more. As the night deepened in the desolate northern skies, obscured clouds veiled the moonlight, casting fleeting shadows amidst the profound silence as the darkness descended. Chapter 48. Night Raid and Counterattack. The first strike. It was unclear how much time had passed when Wang Chuan suddenly opened his eyes, furrowing his brows in contemplation. After a moment, he secured the ornate box tightly with a sturdy piece of fabric, fastening it around his waist. Satisfied with the tightness, he left a few silver coins on the table, donned his attire, and slipped through the window, merging into the night in a certain darkened location. A faint voice of an elderly man emerged. "This man is on his way, Jia Lao. We must depart swiftly. Let us pursue this subordinate." "No worries. Ahead lies Gongli and Bao Jinwei blocking the path. He cannot escape. We shall remain concealed here and strike at the critical moment with a lethal blow." Jia Lao, truly shrewd, he chuckled. Under the cloak of night, Wang Chuan moved swiftly, scaling rooftops with agility until he reached a crucial passage to the palace, gradually slowing his pace as he ventured farther from the dwellings. Suddenly, a dozen figures clad in black and masked obstructed his path. Wang Chuan felt a chill of realization. The anticipated confrontation had arrived, and he mused, "I knew it could not be so easily accomplished." He concentrated his spirit, his gaze scrutinizing the individuals before him. Among them, 2 were first-rate masters, while the rest were above second-rate, each emanating a profound aura, unmistakably not mere amateurs. "Who dares to obstruct our path?" Wang Chuan inquired coldly, simultaneously realizing that among the followers of Li Wintao, there were hidden spies from the conservative faction. "Esteemed sir, kindly set down the jade box in your possession. Please, make yourself comfortable. We shall not impose upon you," spoke a figure dressed in brocade and wielding a sword, his tone grave. "And if I refuse?" Wang Chuan replied with a light chuckle, "Then we shall rush forth and strike you down without hesitation," declared another individual, half of his face veiled, his countenance pale and eyes icy, albeit somewhat effeminate. This person, with slicked-back hair and a sinister glint in his gaze, donned a traditional round-collared robe as he retorted. Wang Chuan speculated that this individual was likely a court eunuch present in the Li Tang kingdom. Non-committally, Wang Chuan narrowed his eyes and took a step back. The tension among the dozen or so individuals immediately eased. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Chuan's form suddenly surged forward like a ferocious tiger, a gust of wind striking his face. "Those who stand in my way shall perish," Wang Chuan bellowed. Once upon a time, in this life and the last, he had endured until now. Since that fateful night when he departed with the jade, he had discovered an unknown world, igniting an indescribable impulse within him in this life. One should ride the winds and break the waves, indulging in vengeance and affection alike, to truly realize one's heart, making rapid strides forward. Now, he sought to resolve unfinished business, severing ties with the mundane before departing once more. As Wang Chuan charged forth, his innate spiritual energy enveloped him, and he hurled a fist toward the brocade-clad guard. The guard, seeing this, shouted in alarm and swung his sword. Wang Chuan deftly dodged, transforming his fist into an open palm, slapping the back of the blade. The brocade-clad man felt a jolt in his left hand, as if the steel blade might slip from his grasp, startling him into tightening his hold. Seizing the moment, Wang Chuan aimed a knife-hand strike at the guard's neck. Realizing the grave danger, the brocade guard attempted to retreat, but Wang Chuan would not allow it. Like a shadow, he followed closely, his figure blurring in black as he collided with the man's shoulder. With his left hand, he seized the guard's left arm and executed an over-the-shoulder throw, slamming the man forcefully to the ground. A cloud of dust erupted as he swiftly disarmed the guard. In the blink of an eye, the brocade-clad man lay defeated, blood spilling from his lips as he collapsed, unable to rise. The others were caught off guard, unable to come to his aid, momentarily stunned, encircling Wang Chuan in trepidation. Wang Chuan stood firm, his gaze cold and indifferent, brandishing the steel blade as he scrutinized the onlookers. At this moment, he was a far cry from his former self. His combat prowess significantly enhanced. "Come at me together," the effeminate man hissed. With that, a dozen figures surged forward, swords clashing and blades glimmering, aiming for Wang Chuan's vital points. Wang Chuan's breath sank into his dantian, his spiritual energy erupting as he infused it into his right hand, swinging the steel blade in a sweeping arc, its light extending over 3 yards. Clang, clang. A series of metallic clashes ensued as the masked assassins, possessing keen insight, swiftly evaded. Some of their weapons were severed, and seizing the opportunity, Wang Chuan sprang into action, leaping out of the encirclement with a deft flick of his toes, then sweeping the blade horizontally once more. Wang Chuan was not a martial artist. At this moment, his disadvantages were evident, relying solely on the immense power of his spiritual energy. These assassins had long been immersed in martial techniques, each strike aimed to be lethal. Had it not been for Wang Chuan's superior realm, enabling his swift movements, he would have likely met defeat long ago. Some individuals, clutching half-broken weapons, revealed expressions of shock yet refused to yield. It was the only weapon they possessed. Wang Chuan pondered a strategy to vanquish his foes when, quite suddenly, a peculiar smile crept upon his lips. Stealthily, he slipped his right hand into his bosom and retrieved a copper coin. Seizing the opportune moment, he infused it with his spiritual essence, aimed it at an adversary, and with a swift flick of his wrist, hurled it forth. A resounding explosion of sound echoed as the projectile sliced through the air, and in the blink of an eye, the man collapsed, blood seeping from his chest, a grim indication of his impending demise. In that moment of triumph, Wang Chuan felt as though he had discovered a new world. Pulling forth another handful of copper coins from his robe, with a flurry of movements, he unleashed a barrage of over 10 coins, each accompanied by a thunderous crack, causing several more to fall, either dead or grievously wounded, leaving them bereft of any combat capability. The remaining few, upon witnessing this chaos, were struck with sheer terror, hastily retreating to shield themselves, fearing they might be caught in the onslaught. With a cold smirk, Wang Chuan produced yet more coins, his gaze locking onto a particularly effeminate figure. He flicked a coin toward him, resulting in another explosive sound, followed by the clattering of metal. The effeminate one, drenched in sweat, found his sword shattered, his complexion paling drastically as he trembled violently. A single drop of blood fell, followed by another, revealing a copper coin embedded deeply in his forehead. You used a hidden weapon?" he gasped before collapsing, his breaths growing shallow as he faded away. The remaining 3 regarded Wang Chuan with palpable fear, as if awaiting the arrival of death itself. "Speak. Whom do you serve?" "I shall grant you mercy," Wang Chuan inquired in a chilling tone, idly toying with a copper coin. The 3 exchanged wary glances, their mutual apprehension evident. Suddenly, one of them fell to his knees, trembling as he declared, "I am but a humble servant sent by the esteemed Li Tang." Upon hearing this, Wang Chuan grasped the implication and turned to depart, leaving one lifeless body on the ground while the other 2 met their ends, their eyes wide open in horror, their expressions frozen in fear. They would never comprehend when Wang Chuan had struck. As he hastened away in a determined direction, the night promised to be anything but tranquil. Moments later, Wang Chuan abruptly halted, his senses ablaze with the keen awareness of an ambush. With a glint of confidence, he addressed the shadows, "2 gentlemen trailing me at this late hour, though we are strangers. What business do you have?" After a brief silence, a raspy voice emerged, "Young hero, I have great admiration for your prowess." From the depths of darkness, 2 figures slowly emerged. Wang Chuan discerned their features. One, with graying hair and a stout build, bore a hawk-like nose. The other, slender with triangular eyes and a pointed chin, presented a striking contrast. Though they were elderly, they lacked the frailty typical of their age, their breaths steady and their strides resolute, exuding an aura of formidable presence clad in simple blue robes. Another pair of elite masters, to deploy 2 at once. This esteemed lord must be quite intent on the demise of Wu Hanlin. Wang Chuan mused inwardly, a chill running down his spine. "What brings you to follow me?" he asked, his tone somber. "I advise you, young sir, to cherish your youth and refrain from meddling in this matter. It would be a grave mistake to lose your life over it," spoke the rotund elder in a soothing manner. "Oh? And does this mean you intend to obstruct me?" Wang Chuan retorted, his gaze sharp. Humph! A foolish child who cannot recognize kindness. We possess a genuine concern for your well-being, yet you remain oblivious to the peril that lies ahead, the triangular-eyed elder warned coldly. Humph! Wu Hanlin, a loyal subject and patriot, a virtuous minister of his time, while you all are esteemed masters in your own right, basking in glory and renown, yet you willingly choose to become the eunuchs and lackeys of others, subject to their whims. What face do you have to criticize me? Wang Chuan retorted with scorn, his voice laced with derision. We harbor unspeakable burdens, which we cannot disclose if you, young man, refuse to heed our counsel. Do not blame us for what follows. It is a pity that yet another extraordinary talent is about to fade from this world, lamented the round-faced elder. Old Gua, do not speak too much. Time is of the essence. Go take another's wealth and dispel their misfortunes. This person may prove as formidable as we are, though we know not to whom he belongs. Let us act swiftly to resolve this matter, urged the elder with the triangular eyes. Upon finishing his words, he advanced, his powerful palms striking forth with the might of a crashing mountain. The round-faced elder, seeing this, ceased further dialogue, clenched his fists, and joined the fray. Wang Chuan, not particularly skilled in martial arts, found himself besieged by two first-rate masters. Were it not for his innate agility granted by his celestial entry, he would have long since succumbed to their blows. Yet even so, the fierce winds generated by their strikes left him gasping for breath, despite the protection of his spiritual essence. Perhaps having previously witnessed the prowess of Wang Chuan's hidden weapons, the two elders, upon closing the distance, unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, employing underhanded tactics and lethal moves that left him unable to defend himself, ensnared in their grasp, forced to fight and retreat simultaneously. With no other recourse, Wang Chuan maneuvered amidst the chaos, and seizing an opening between the two, he unleashed a surge of spiritual energy from his right palm, releasing a blinding wave of lethal light. With a thunderous crash, he broke free from their clutches, leaving them startled and wary. Seizing the moment, Wang Chuan leapt 3 zhang away, reaching into his bosom to retrieve a handful of copper coins mixed with several fragments of silver. He intended to employ this strategy to extricate himself from the predicament. Infusing his spiritual essence into the coins, he flicked his wrist, sending a flurry of shimmering projectiles hurtling towards the two. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the two unable to evade. They hastily conjured their protective energies, channeling their true essence into their arms, sweeping their sleeves to form a barrier, their robes swelling with defensive energy. Yet all that could be heard were the punctuating sounds of the projectiles piercing their garments. With cries of agony and muffled groans, the two were struck. Astonishment etched upon their aged faces. Then, from 3 zhang away, a resplendent lotus flower coalesced in Wang Chuan's right hand, the seal of the lotus taking shape, its runes dissipating in a dazzling display. Radiating brilliance, vibrant and lifelike, revolving in his grip, divine essence cascading forth. Wang Chuan, with a stern and chilling demeanor, cast a penetrating gaze upon the two, as if death itself were scrutinizing them. Innate, someone murmured in realization, though it was already too late. With a sharp command, Wang Chuan declared, "Out." The lotus seal shot forth like a meteor, an evasion utterly impossible. Boom! The lotus seal descended with such swiftness that there was no time to evade. With his intent, it erupted. A blinding brilliance accompanied by the overwhelming force of nature surged forth. The two were struck as if crushed by a mountain, their bones fracturing in multiple places, blood spewing from their mouths, sent sprawling far from the impact, rendered incapacitated and grievously injured. Wang Chuan, resolute, initially intended to retreat should the seal fail to deter his foes. However, upon witnessing their current state, he pondered the power of the lotus seal while slowly approaching to inspect the two. Finding them bloodied and unconscious, yet still alive, gravely wounded, Wang Chuan, feeling a stroke of luck, extended his hand, the light flickering between his fingers. He hesitated internally, contemplating whether to eliminate the two men. Suddenly, a feeble voice broke the silence. It was the round-faced elder, who had awakened, gazing at him with lifeless eyes, and weakly said, "A congenital practitioner and a postnatal master. A chasm as vast as that between heaven and earth. We are fortunate enough to witness this in our lifetimes. The ancients do not deceive us, alas, both of us shall never tread such paths. How lamentable." The other man also regained consciousness, utterly weakened, his breath barely a whisper, crimson blood oozing forth. "To perish at the hands of a congenital practitioner is our fortune. Young man, do what you must." The round-faced elder grimaced at Wang Chuan. Upon hearing this, Wang Chuan's heart ached at the thought of taking lives, especially in such circumstances. He withdrew his hand and coldly declared, "You too obstructed me, and I should have slain you. However, the heavens demonstrate mercy towards life. I shall spare your lives for now. Henceforth, endeavor to perform good deeds. As the saying goes, one must break before they can rebuild. Perhaps this will bring you some benefit." The two men were taken aback, overwhelmed with shame, lamenting that despite their years, they were less open-minded than a mere youth. After Wang Chuan finished speaking, he turned to leave. But the round-faced elder, disregarding his severe injuries, called out, "Young man, do not depart." He produced an item from his bosom, wrapped in fine silk, glancing at the triangular-eyed elder, who nodded in resigned agreement. The round-faced elder then said, "Young man, as a token of gratitude for sparing our lives, we cannot repay your kindness. Your magnanimity is beyond our comprehension. This item is something we acquired while pursuing a certain individual years ago, having stumbled into an ancient cave in the depths of the mountains. After more than a decade of contemplation, we have reached the pinnacle of rare mastery, yet we cannot break through the final barrier, rendering it useless to us. Thus, we bestow it upon you, young man, as a token of our gratitude for your mercy. Please accept it." Wang Chuan felt a stirring in his heart and reached out to receive it. He glanced at the two men, and with a wave of his illuminated arm, he sprinkled a few glimmers of light upon them before departing. The two men felt a surge of warm energy flooding their bodies, their grievous wounds feeling as if they were being quenched by a gentle rain. The constriction in their chests instantly alleviated. They hastily began to cultivate their energy, recognizing this as a fortuitous opportunity. The young man had unleashed the essence of the heavens and earth. Before long, Wang Chuan, under the moonlight, arrived at the quarters of Princess Huining. Also a master of exceptional caliber, she instantly sensed his presence and, understanding the situation, instructed her maidens, "You may leave. No one is to disturb me." "As you wish, your highness." The two maidens complied and exited. After a moment, Wang Chuan pushed open the window and climbed in. Princess Huining stood within the room, her expression disapproving as she regarded him. "In all my life, this is the first time a man has dared to scale my window. Pray tell, who are you? For saving my life, I shall certainly inform my father, granting you riches, honors, and high positions. Choose as you will." Wang Chuan appeared unfazed, surveying Princess Huining, and smiled. "It seems my method has proven effective. Your injuries have greatly improved." Princess Huining frowned slightly. Observing a pot and cups on the table, Wang Chuan suddenly felt thirsty. He approached, unwrapping the package he carried and placing it on the table, unceremoniously pouring himself a cup and drinking heartily, savoring it, a fine tea indeed. He then added, "On my way here, I encountered a few small dogs, which delayed me somewhat. Princess, healing is of utmost importance. Let us commence without delay." Upon witnessing the situation, Huining could hardly acquiesce. Having been born into royalty, she was accustomed to having her wishes fulfilled and rarely faced anyone who dared to impose their will upon her, save for her father and a select few individuals. The moment this person entered the room, without her consent, engaging in conversation and partaking of tea, it was as though he had stepped into his own courtyard, which greatly displeased her. Chapter 50. Huining's recovery and the summoning of Wang Chuan. "Who on earth are you? And what is your background?" Huining inquired, her dissatisfaction palpable. During the day, she had dispatched someone to sketch a portrait of Wang Chuan based on her recollections, directing them to investigate. However, the search yielded no results. It was as if he had materialized out of thin air. Even the spies who had been embedded in the Litang for years found no valuable information regarding him, discovering only that he was the gardener of the Wu residence, which left Huining feeling quite perplexed. The more enigmatic he appeared, the more her curiosity regarding Wang Chuan intensified. "The princess overthinks?" Wang Chuan responded, "I am but a humble villager. Wu Hanlin has shown me kindness, and I am bound to render assistance." As he spoke, he unwrapped a parcel to reveal a jade box, lifting the lid to disclose a palm-sized, resplendent white snow lotus, its pristine condition suggesting it had been freshly picked, exuding a delicate fragrance intertwined with a hint of coolness. "This, dear princess, is the Tianshan snow lotus, a rare gem born of a millennium, exceedingly difficult to harvest, and worth its weight in gold. It is a celestial treasure, a premier medicinal herb, sought after yet seldom found. It is said to heal internal injuries, invigorate the blood, extend life, and preserve youth. I have learned that it must be consumed directly, dissolving upon the tongue. There is also tea available. Please take it before we proceed with your healing." Wang Chuan said, deftly pouring tea into a delicate cup. Hui Ning felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, instinctively knowing that her inquiries would yield no fruitful answers. With a huff, she cast a sidelong glance at Wang Chuan and seated herself, delicately plucking a petal from the flower and placing it in her mouth. As she gently chewed, a burst of sweetness and fragrance enveloped her senses, utterly enchanting. Before long, she had consumed the entirety of the snow lotus, savoring every moment as she followed it with a sip of tea, reveling in the experience. Suddenly, a warmth ignited within her abdomen, causing her cheeks to flush with a rosy hue. Hui Ning recognized the onset of the medicine's effects. Wang Chuan, sensing the change, urged, "Princess, you must seize the opportunity to heal forthwith." Acknowledging the urgency, she set aside her reluctance and prepared herself. The two settled into position, with Wang Chuan placing his palms against Hui Ning's back, focusing his energy as it flowed between his hands into her body. At that moment, a wave of heat enveloped her, leading to a cascade of fragrant sweat, discomforting yet invigorating. Suddenly, a refreshing chill surged from his hands into her spine, creating a juxtaposition of heat and cold that elicited an indescribable pleasure, prompting her to emit a soft gasp. "Princess, please endure. Refrain from speaking or moving," Wang Chuan quickly cautioned. Wang Chuan had not anticipated that the medicinal power of the snow lotus would be so formidable. He guided his spiritual essence to circulate the medicinal force throughout Princess Hui Ning's body, penetrating her dantian. After a considerable time had passed, her injuries were fully healed, and he had also successfully opened several of her vital acupoints. With just a few days of rest, she would fully recover. However, a substantial portion of the potent medicinal energy remained. What was to be done? If left unchecked, it would wreak havoc within Hui Ning, potentially leading to her demise. After much contemplation, Wang Chuan decided to channel this surplus medicinal power into himself. His spiritual essence transformed into a locking immortal ring, devouring and refining the medicinal force, converting it into a steady stream of vital energy. Suddenly, there was a resounding explosion within him as he broke free from his internal restraints, flooding his middle dantian. At that moment, Wang Chuan officially entered the mid-stage of Qi cultivation. Qi cultivation is divided into 10 levels. The first 3 levels constitute the initial stage, which is relatively easy to attain. The mid-stage consists of layers 4, 5, and 6. To progress further, one must rely on external aids or sudden enlightenment, such as rare elixirs or spiritual energy. Otherwise, relying solely on personal accumulation can take a lifetime, and some may never break through to the mid-stage. The late stage of Qi cultivation is divided into 3 layers, 7, 8, and 9, with the final layer representing a significant threshold that requires opportunity. Opening the top gate, connecting heaven and earth with oneself, allowing one to subsist on spiritual energy alone, transcending the need for earthly sustenance, and achieving a truly sacred existence. Around the hour of the tiger, Wang Chuan gradually concluded his work. Outside the window, the distant crowing of roosters could be faintly heard. Princess Hui Ning, unbeknownst to him, had already risen and was seated nearby, sipping tea as she quietly observed Wang Chuan conclude his practice. "Thank you for saving me. I am now fully healed and feel that my strength has notably increased," Hui Ning remarked with a hint of gratitude after taking a sip of tea. "There is no need for thanks, Your Highness. My intention in saving you was driven by a purpose. I hope you will release Wu Hanlin." Wang Chuan stated candidly, "I will not trouble him. In fact, he is quite safe with me. We hold his talents and character in high regard and treat him well, merely claiming he is imprisoned." Hui Ning replied with a smile. "Oh, is that truly the case?" Wang Chuan questioned incredulously. "Indeed, it is true. As a princess of a nation, how could I jest? Do you not think that should I release him now, it would rather endanger him? There are many in the Li Tang dynasty who wish for his demise," Hui Ning elucidated. That is indeed a valid point," Wang Chuan conceded. After a moment of silence, Hui Ning inquired, "What are your plans, sir?" Wang Chuan hesitated, genuinely unsure of where to go next. Perhaps he would wander about. Hui Ning, perceptive and insightful, sensed his uncertainty and tentatively proposed, "If you have nowhere to go, why not stay with me and pose as my protector for a time? I grant you the freedom to come and go as you please. What say you?" Upon hearing this, Wang Chuan contemplated the suggestion carefully and found it agreeable. After all, he had nowhere else to turn, and he thought highly of Princess Hui Ning's character in that case. "I am most grateful for the princess's generous offer," he replied. "Ha ha, you jest. You have saved my life? This is but a trifling matter. Since you are to stay, however, you must bear with me and change into appropriate attire, as we are in the royal palace and there are many eyes and ears." Princess Hui Ning expressed joyfully upon hearing Wang Chuan's willingness to remain at "It shall be as you say. I shall comply, Your Highness, Wang Chuan replied dutifully. Wang Chuan jestingly remarked, there is no need for such formalities between us. It is merely a performance for others. Hui Ning quickly waved her hand, expressing her delight at having attracted such a remarkable individual. Then, I shall defer to your wishes, my princess. Wang Chuan responded with a smile. Hui Ning gracefully moved her lotus-like steps, reaching for the gauzy drapery by the bed, and tugging at a slender red string, which upon closer inspection, seemed inconspicuous. With a gentle pull, Wang Chuan faintly heard the sound of bells from a distance. Instantly, he understood that this was a clever and discreet means of communication. The two engaged in casual conversation, predominantly about martial arts, and Wang Chuan shared his insights on cultivating inner energy, causing Hui Ning's bright eyes to shimmer with appreciation. Princess, is there something you wish to summon Yuer for? A maid outside inquired softly. Come in. I have a task for you, Hui Ning replied with poise, her crimson lips parting gracefully in that fleeting moment. She exuded an air of elegance and authority, and Wang Chuan felt a subtle awe, recognizing her royal bearing. Yes, my princess. The maid, Yuer, entered, her expression one of surprise upon seeing Wang Chuan standing nearby, yet she remained dutifully bowed. This is my newly appointed bodyguard, Wang Huwei. You are to immediately prepare a guest chamber for him, along with the necessary garments and daily essentials. Inform the staff that Wang Huwei is my personal attendant and must not be treated with disrespect. Understood, Your Highness, Yuer replied before departing. Why, princess, given your recent recovery, you should not exert yourself too much. I shall take my leave now, Wang Chuan said in preparation to depart. There is no need for formality, for it was merely a trifling matter that Hui Ning was fortunate to have resolved. Please wait a moment. Once the preparations are complete, you may leave, she insisted. Then, I shall defer to your wishes. Wang Chuan acquiesced. Hui Ning smiled in satisfaction, attempting to discern more about Wang Chuan's background. However, he maintained that he was a commoner from the Qing Mountains, who had followed his master to learn martial arts since childhood. After his master passed away, he practiced diligently alone until he reached the level of a renowned martial artist, as described by his master, before finally emerging from seclusion. Chapter 51. The initial practice of the earthly fiend technique. With a shift of her gaze, Hui Ning inquired, May I ask the name of your esteemed master? Wang Chuan's heart raced, prompting him to fabricate further. My master never disclosed his name to me. He once mentioned that in his youth, he had been a monk and later a Taoist priest, but grew weary of such life and sought a secluded place to dwell. Hui Ning assumed Wang Chuan was reluctant to divulge more details and refrained from pressing further. Nevertheless, she noted the mention of a monk and a Taoist priest, pondering the strength of such a master, concluding that he must surely be a figure of considerable repute, possibly a renowned expert living incognito. She resolved to send someone to investigate later. Moments later, the maid returned to report that everything was ready, prompting Wang Chuan to take his leave and follow her. Exiting the princess's courtyard, they traversed a breezy corridor adorned with water pavilions, then turned through an archway into a garden in the soft glow of lanterns. Wang Chuan perceived this to be a tranquil and modest courtyard, featuring rockeries, a small bridge, and a pond. Within stood a spacious yet cozy two-story dwelling, exuding a rustic elegance, serene and tidied. At that moment, the flickering candlelight within cast a gentle illumination. The maid gently pushed open the door and introduced, Guard Wang. This is the small courtyard where the princess resided during her childhood. Known as Jingzhuxian. Although the young lady hails from the Yuan-Tu kingdom, she has a profound affection for the gardens of the Li Tang dynasty. Therefore, the emperor specially commissioned this garden, and the young lady has instructed that you be accommodated here. At that moment, a wave of inexplicable emotions surged within Wang Chuan. In this foreign realm, he experienced for the first time the sensation of being valued, which unexpectedly kindled a desire to remain. As the night breeze swept through, bringing a chill, Wang Chuan shook his head, shifting his thoughts and returning to his usual demeanor. I understand. I am grateful for the princess's generous hospitality. You may leave. I have no need for a bamboo charcoal stove. Just some tea will suffice. Wang Chuan replied amicably. Yes, Guard Wang. The maids bowed respectfully, carrying the charcoal stove and lantern as they turned to depart. Wang Chuan entered the room and securely shut the door. Standing within, he was enveloped by a faint and elegant fragrance. He settled onto the couch, entering a meditative state for cultivation. As the night passed, the following day dawned. Wang Chuan sat in tranquil contemplation, his inner spiritual essence swirling. After a considerable time, he opened his starry eyes, which gleamed with a brilliant light, deep and compelling. A surge of joy welled up within him as he realized his progress. His cultivation had reached the fourth layer of qi refinement. Currently, He was practicing the yin-yang harmonization technique and the Jiming skill, merging the two forms of spiritual essence into a unique cycle, which he whimsically dubbed the locking immortal ring. With no mentor to guide him, Wang Chuan had to rely solely on his own insights to navigate this arduous path of cultivation. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He retrieved an ancient tome from his bosom, its peculiar, yellowed pages exuding a sense of antiquity. Thick and substantial, he opened it to peruse its contents, discovering notes of insights within. Upon further inspection, he realized that the book was crafted from some kind of beast hide, the cover obscured and illegible due to the ravages of time, while the main text remained relatively clear. It bore the annotations: 36 methods of the celestial prowess, 72 techniques of the earthly fiends, along with various other remarks. The latter portion contained specific instructions for rituals, and on the final page, there were additional writings indicating that the author was a wandering Taoist with mediocre innate talent. During his travels, he stumbled upon an ancient cave and acquired this book. He later discovered that the tome was impervious to water and fire, resistant to ordinary blades, and thus regarded it as a treasure. At that time, he also obtained several elixirs, yet most had deteriorated, leaving only one with slight efficacy, which enabled him to advance into the realm of Qi refinement. Subsequently, he sought a secluded place to cultivate, but due to his limited aptitude, although he had entered the foundational stage of Qi refinement, he made no further progress. Sensing that his time was short, he found a hidden mountain, constructed a cave dwelling, and concealed himself within, leaving this message for the fated. Please cherish this, written by Pinjiangzi. Beneath this, there was a supplementary note. My secular name is Yin Xioping. When I departed home in search of the Tao, I abandoned my wife and children, my son's name being Xiuan. I also have elderly parents, and our family possesses a modest estate located in Yizhou, Kaiyuan Prefecture. Should any fated individuals encounter my kin, please convey to them that the unfilial son has returned. If they are struggling, I kindly ask for your assistance, though it is also acceptable if you choose not to go. A fleeting glance over the text. Wang Chuan returned once more to the homepage and delved deeply into the reading. The celestial method, which orchestrates the transformation of creation, inverts the principles of yin and yang, shifts stars and alters constellations, reverses the course of day and night, commands the winds and summons the rains, shakes mountains and quakes the earth, rides mist and soars through clouds, carves rivers into land, releases golden light upon the earth, stirs the seas and churns the rivers, solidifies the earth into steel, performs the great escape of the 5 elements, unlocks the mysteries of the 6 jia, foresees the future, whips mountains and moves stones, brings the dead back to life, flies through the air leaving no trace, tames the 9 breaths, extracts the primordial yang, subdues dragons and tigers, mends the heavens and bathes in sunlight, pushes mountains and fills seas, turns stone into gold, stands tall and casts no shadow, transforms the fetal into the formless, manifests desires both great and small, causes flowers to bloom in an instant, guides the spirit and controls the breath, perceives through barriers, reverses winds and rekindles flames, masters the 5 thunders, plunges into depths and compresses the earth, sends sands flying and stones racing, carries mountains across seas, turns beings into soldiers, and manifests the 7 arrows of the nailhead. The celestial method is beyond Wang Chuan's current cultivation, yet the earthly Sha method should be within his grasp. The earthly Sha method encompasses ethereal communication, spirit driving, mountain bearing, water prohibition, wind borrowing, mist deployment, prayer for clear skies, rain invocation, fire sitting, water entering, sun obscuring, wind mastery, stone boiling, flame exhalation, blade swallowing, heavenly pot, divine movement, water walking, staff resolution, body splitting, invisibility, head continuation, body fixation, demon slaying, deity summoning, soul pursuit, soul capturing, cloud summoning, moon acquisition, transport, dream marriage, fragmenting, staff delivery, stream severing, disaster warding, crisis resolution, finger transformation, corpse disintegration, scene shifting, allure, cloud tracing, beast gathering, bird tuning, breath prohibition, great strength, stone penetration, light generation, obstacle wearing, guiding, consumption, avoidance opening, rock leaping, sprouting, climbing, water drinking, snow lying, sun, pellet playing, talisman water, medicine, timing knowledge, land recognition, and fasting. Wang Chuan, within the garden, held the book and read intently. The text mentioned ethereal communication, the operation of spiritual essence, placed within the eyes, focusing the mind, allows one to perceive ethereal spirits and communicate with the mystical. Spirit driving, as humans possess 3 souls and 7 spirits. One can guide the weak-willed using their own spiritual essence, driving away spirits and corpses. Great strength. Spiritual energy permeates the entire body. Hand seals are formed, granting boundless strength. Wind borrowing. Once qi is cultivated, entering the innate state, one moves lightly and swiftly, harnessing the power of the wind for rapid movement. These techniques each have corresponding incantations and seals, richly illustrated with images and text. Furthermore, there are additional pages with some newly added illustrations of commonly used talismans, such as tracking runes, signed by Yin Xiaoping, which Wang Chuan mentally noted. After a thorough reading, he ultimately filtered out the techniques of ethereal communication, spirit driving, wind borrowing, fire making, water entering, and guiding, all of which were feasible for him to learn. Some of these would greatly consume spiritual essence while others were less taxing, all of which he could currently employ. With spiritual essence circulating, he formed hand seals, the ethereal energy guiding the wind transformed into wind itself, merging body and spirit in harmony. Whoosh! Wang Chuan transformed into a fleeting shadow, moving with remarkable swiftness and lightness. After a breath, he stabilized his form, now appearing 10 zhang away. Chirp chirp in the distance, winter birds chirped from the branches. Halt! Wang Chuan formed seals, his spiritual light flickering, runes dancing and uttered incantations. Crack! Suddenly, the winter birds fell silent, plummeting. Whoosh! Wang Chuan, commanding the wind with his spiritual essence, shimmered with a faint glow as he reached out to catch the bird, which became as still as a wooden carving in his grasp. Unable to move, suppressed by the might of heaven and earth, fear evident in the bird's eyes. Begone! Wang Chuan, filled with compassion, unwilling to take a life, dispelled the spell and released the bird. Flap! The bird, in terror, flew away swiftly. Lord Wang, it is time for your meal, a maid timidly announced from outside Wang Chuan's courtyard, holding a food box. Thank you. Please come in and place it here, Wang Chuan replied courteously. The maidservant entered the courtyard, made her way into the room, opened the food box, and retrieved the meal, astonishingly finding wine among the delicacies. The aroma of the dishes was enticing, and the wine was fragrant. Wang Chuan strode to the table, sat down, and eagerly picked up his chopsticks and bowl, indulging heartily, nearly swallowing his own tongue in the process. His manner of eating was unrestrained and exuberant, prompting the maidservant beside him to stifle a giggle. Chapter 52. Court intrigues. After a brief while, having feasted and quenched his thirst, Wang Chuan patted his belly, basking in the satisfaction of the meal. The dishes were rich yet not greasy, a perfect balance of salty and sweet. Truly delectable. The maidservant obediently tidied the tableware and, as she departed, remarked, Guardian Wang, the princess wishes to discuss matters with you in the study. Very well. I shall rise and make my way there, Wang Chuan replied. Once the maidservant had left, his interest peaked. He felt a surge of energy coursing through his hands, a radiant glow emanating as mystical symbols flickered into existence. In an instant, an ethereal force enveloped him, transforming into a gust of wind, and he became a fleeting white shadow, hastening away. Navigating through several long corridors, Wang Chuan arrived just outside the study, pausing to adjust his attire and groom his appearance. He then approached with measured steps, and upon seeing him, the maidservant at the entrance hastily announced, Princess, Guardian Wang has arrived. A voice from within the study, belonging to Hui Ning, called out, Guardian Wang, please come in. You all may wait outside. Princess, I wonder what important matters require discussion, Wang Chuan inquired as he entered. Hui Ning was resplendent in her opulent attire, a grand crimson robe cascading down, adorned with embroidered golden patterns, complemented by intricately laced boots and a belt of gold inlaid with jade, a sword hanging at her waist. Guardian Wang, did you sleep well last night? Hui Ning asked, her captivating gaze shimmering as she rose to greet him. I slept quite comfortably, and I must thank the princess for your generous hospitality. Wang Chuan responded with a smile. Enough of pleasantries. I have urgent matters to present to my father today, and you shall accompany me. Acting according to my discretion, Hui Ning stated earnestly, at your command, Princess. Wang Chuan replied with solemnity. Let us proceed to the council chamber, Hui Ning exclaimed. The Yuan-Tu kingdom boasted an expansive palace, and after traversing corridors and halls, they arrived at the council chamber, guarded by elite warriors, all of whom were exceptional fighters, creating an atmosphere of stringent security. As Wang Chuan followed Hui Ning into the council chamber, he noticed that several individuals were already present, all clad in official robes, exuding an extraordinary demeanor as they occupied seats on either side, leaving only one spot available, behind which stood a palace guard. The table was laden with fruits and beverages, and upon Hui Ning's arrival, The attendees rose to pay their respects, to which she graciously responded before taking her seat near the imperial throne, with Wang Chuan standing behind her. During the exchange of pleasantries, Wang Chuan discreetly observed the attendees, noting that some returned greetings sincerely while others were merely perfunctory. He silently committed their faces to memory, especially those who had been insincere, as they awaited the sovereign's arrival. All court officials, including Hui Ning, maintained a tense silence. After a brief interval, a commotion arose from outside the hall, and a middle-aged man, exuding the charisma of a ruler, strode in, clad in a yellow robe and adorned with a golden crown. His presence formidable and imposing, followed by 4 guards with fierce gazes, akin to wolves, radiating an aura of ironclad ferocity. Upon witnessing the arrival of this figure, the assembly hastily knelt, proclaiming, "We humbly welcome the great Khan." The middle-aged sovereign entered the throne room, nonchalantly taking his seat. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon an individual, none other than Huaining, who was present in court. A wave of concern washed over him as he recalled her injuries. His eyes then caught sight of another person who remained standing, not bowing in deference. His expression shifted to one of astonishment, prompting the 4 armed guards to take note. 2 of them swiftly approached. One of them barked, "Who are you? Why do you not kneel before the emperor?" The other, with fingers like talons, menacingly directed his attention toward Wang Chuan. However, Wang Chuan was not one to be easily apprehended. He deftly maneuvered away, evading the grasp of the first guard. Observing this, the second guard's eyes gleamed with hostility, and without uttering another word, he advanced to seize Wang Chuan as well. The 2 guards, brimming with vigor, did not shift their stances, continuously altering their techniques, grasping, pecking, or whipping in contrast. Wang Chuan exhibited remarkable agility, his movements fluid and unpredictable, allowing him to evade their attacks with ease, his composure unruffled. Humph! The 2, incensed and humiliated, immediately transformed their tactics, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Wang Chuan felt a surge of anger, fearful of harming Huaining and the others. In a flash of white light, he darted past the 2 guards, traversing the hall with remarkable swiftness. "Halt!" A commanding voice resonated, causing the guards to freeze in their tracks, though their fierce gazes remained fixed on Wang Chuan. "Step forward. You 2 are no match for him," the middle-aged emperor declared. "Yes." The guards exchanged glances, then respectfully retreated, taking their positions behind the sovereign. Wang Chuan regained his composure, meeting the emperor's gaze without a hint of fear. Huaining hastily interjected, "Father, this is my newly appointed personal guard." There is no need for alarm. She genuinely had not anticipated Wang Chuan's obstinacy, and now hoped her father would not cast blame upon him. "Your Highness, such a guard displays great disrespect toward you. He deserves to die. Allow me to take him down," an elder seated opposite Huaining proclaimed, his features sharp and gaunt, with a receding hairline and a diminutive stature. He stood up swiftly. A flurry of footsteps followed as several soldiers rushed in, drawing their blades to encircle Wang Chuan. "You old fool, how dare you?" Wang Chuan retorted vehemently, his expression darkening. At that moment, his patience had worn thin. Even a clay figure would harbor some ire after being targeted for capture and execution twice. You dare speak like that?" the elder sputtered, his face flushed with indignation. "I speak the truth. You old wretch. What is it to you? You scrawny monkey, devoid of shame." Wang Chuan, audacious and unyielding, fired back with scathing remarks. "Such audacity! Do you even know who I am?" the elder fumed. "Your Highness," he implored, "I beseech you to execute this man publicly, to set the record straight and deter others." In response, Huaining quickly interjected, "Father, Wang Guard is inherently good-hearted. Having grown up in the mountains, he is unfamiliar with court etiquette. I hope you can forgive him, for ignorance is no crime." "Such a transgression cannot be overlooked," the elder, named Ascendancy, retorted sharply. "Enough of this quarrel. I have made my decision. There is no need for further explanation," the emperor asserted with authority. "Humph! You insolent brat, let us see how long you dare to defy me," Ascendancy muttered under his breath, visibly agitated. "Father!" Huaining exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. The Khan silenced her with a glance. "Ascendancy, let Ninger withdraw. I shall decide the matter," the Khan proclaimed. Within the grand hall, an air of tense tranquility enveloped the assembly. Some relished in secret delight, while others were consumed by worry. At this moment, Wang Chuan felt a resolute determination within him. His spiritual essence was in motion, ready to strike at any moment. Should the Khan issue a command to seize him, He would immediately eliminate Ascendancy and vanish without a trace. He perceived that Ascendancy was undoubtedly an adversary of Huaining, and thus, his demise would serve as an aid to Huaining. The Khan, in his folly, had spared him out of consideration for Huaining's father. The court officials awaited the Khan's decision with bated breath. The Khan surveyed the assembly and slowly declared, "I trust in what Ninger has conveyed, and will not allow Ascendancy to suffer indignities, for you two are my right and left arms, one of whom is my own son. While capital punishment may be avoided, lesser offenses cannot go unpunished. Ninger, upon your return, you must impose strict restrictions on this individual, compelling him to reflect upon his transgressions." He further insisted that an apology be rendered to Ascendancy, emphasizing the importance of harmony between the two. Enough of this matter. It shall not be mentioned again. Those who defy this edict shall face consequences. Upon hearing these words, the officials expressed their astonishment, while Ascendancy abruptly lifted his head, his face pale and trembling. Huaining felt a surge of joy at the Khan's decree, promptly expressing gratitude and signaling for Wang Chuan to return. She covertly cast glances at Wang Chuan, mingled with a hint of resentment. But he feigned ignorance. The assembled ministers bowed deeply, and the Khan continued, "The sacred festival of the Yuan-Tu nation is approaching, and I trust you are all aware of this. I wish to hear your thoughts on how we should proceed. The sacred festival is the grandest celebration for our people of the vast grasslands, and it should be organized with the full might of the nation. The adherents of the divine teachings will participate in the competitions," Ascendancy stated. "Father, the divine teachings have historically only presided over such events, but never have they participated. This matter must be deliberated further," Huaining countered immediately. Hearing this, Ascendancy furrowed his brow and retorted, "Great Khan, although the divine teachings have always merely overseen, and their involvement has been nominal, I implore you to allow them to compete this time, and I hope for your consent." "Absolutely not. Our Yuan-Tu nation is governed by law and order. It is through this that we have achieved our current strength. The divine teachings have never interfered, and should their adherents emerge victorious, they would be awarded positions and titles according to the law. This matter must be approached with caution," Huaining argued fiercely. The participation of the divine teachings in state affairs is a prevailing trend. Our Yuan-Tu is strong, and the masters within the divine teachings are akin to eagles soaring over the grasslands. They would be a tremendous asset, Ascendancy shot back, casting a dissatisfied glance at Huaining. "The sword has two edges. Consider our neighboring nation, Li Tang, which has a history of the divine teachings causing turmoil and deceiving the populace. We must learn from history. Our nation cannot set such a precedent." Huaining remained steadfast in her position. How can the insignificant Li Tang be compared to our Yuan-Tu? The Li Tang court is rife with treachery, and the country grows ever weaker. Our Yuan-Tu should embrace talent without prejudice. Within the divine teachings reside many capable individuals. If utilized well, the benefits will far outweigh the drawbacks. Come spring next year, we shall march south and surely conquer Li Tang, Ascendancy countered. Chapter 53. Court Deliberations. The sublime wisdom of Prajna Ascendancy's arguments resonated with reason, prompting a flurry of discussions among the ministers, some in agreement while others remained contemplative. Observing this, Huaining felt a sense of helplessness and stated, "Employing the divine teachings will have significant repercussions for future governance, for they produce many talents, and their adherents are often skilled in persuasion. This must be weighed carefully. I beseech you, Father, to exercise discernment." Seated upon the throne, the Khan found himself at an impasse, recognizing the gravity of the situation, and thus, he was compelled to proceed with caution. At that moment, a palace servant hurriedly approached Ascendancy and whispered discreetly. Ascendancy's expression fluctuated, and ultimately, steeling his resolve, he proclaimed loudly, "Great Khan, I have just received word that someone has unlawfully released the Tang envoy, Wu Hanlin. This individual must not be allowed to escape, for he is a rare talent of the Tang dynasty. If we cannot persuade him to surrender, we must be prepared to eliminate him." Upon hearing this, the great Khan was taken aback and was about to unleash his fury when Huaining interjected, saying, "Father, it was I who set him free." Wang Chuan, standing behind Huaining, instinctively braced himself, ready to act should the great Khan seek vengeance, intending to leverage the situation to protect the envoy, even if it meant stalling for time to ensure Wu Hanlin's escape. What madness is this? The great Khan's eyes narrowed, anger flaring within him. "Father, my swift recovery is entirely due to Wu Hanlin's assistance. I am merely repaying a debt of gratitude." Upon concluding her remarks, Huaining recounted the events surrounding her recovery and briefly revealed Wang Chuan's background. Describing him as a formidable expert who had emerged from the shadows of the Tang dynasty, coming to rescue her in exchange for the kindness shown by Wu Hanlin in the past. The people of the grasslands value loyalty and gratitude, and upon learning this, the Great Khan's gaze softened slightly as he regarded Wang Chuan. Initially troubled by Huaning's involvement in state affairs and concerned about her injuries, he was now overjoyed to discover her recovery. Ascendancy, witnessing this turn of events, was about to voice his discontent when the Great Khan raised his hand and stated solemnly, "In this matter, my son bears no fault. Should there be any consequences as a father, I shall bear them all." After a brief pause, he continued, "Furthermore, regarding the matter of the divine sect, I have decided." His gaze swept over the assembly of officials, momentarily lingering on Ascendancy before he declared, "I have resolved that we shall not rely on the divine sect. The sons and daughters of our grasslands possess both the ability and confidence to conquer the Tang with our own blades. This matter is settled. It shall not be raised again as you command." The ministers bowed in unison. Despite the simmering anger visible in Ascendancy's eyes, he found himself powerless to oppose. At that moment, the Great Khan rose, exuding authority, and proclaimed, "The shamanic festival shall be presided over by Huining. My requirement is that we identify true talents, loyal individuals." With that, he surveyed the assembly. The court session continued for another half-hour before it was adjourned. The Great Khan, seated in his elevated position, sipped his tea. At this juncture, some ministers rose to congratulate Huining, while others discreetly observed Ascendancy. His gaze fell upon Huining, surrounded by admirers, harboring resentment in his eyes. With a cold snort, he swept away, trailed by several courtiers who leaned in his favor. Meanwhile, outside the grand hall, among the waiting subordinates, a burly man clad in blue, a servant of Ascendancy, watched Wang Chuan closely, though Wang Chuan remained oblivious to this scrutiny. Once the courtiers aligned with Ascendancy dispersed, the Great Khan remained seated upon his throne, Wu Hanyu silent, while several loyal tribal leaders and ministers whispered among themselves. After a moment of contemplation, the Great Khan addressed the assembly, "My loyal subjects, you may all retire for now. I require some solitude. Should there be urgent matters, please relay them to Princess Huining." "Yes." The ministers responded in unison, departing swiftly. After the crowd had dispersed, Wu Hanyu rose slightly and approached the Khan with concern, inquiring, "Father, are you feeling unwell? Should I summon the imperial physician?" The Khan gazed at his most exceptional child, a rare smile gracing his features as he tenderly caressed Huining's forehead, exuding fatherly affection. He spoke slowly, revealing his worries. "I am troubled, for although the Yuan Tu kingdom appears stronger than the Li Tang on the surface, it is, in truth, fraught with internal strife and significant divisions. Firstly, there is Ascendancy, who has formed factions to oppose me. Now, there is also the rise of the shamanic religion, which fills my heart with unease." Huining smiled gently, replying, "Father, Ascendancy is not to be feared. Our true concern lies with the shamanic cult, which has garnered immense support from the populace. Moreover, it is said that within this cult lies an enigmatic power, making them difficult to confront. We must prepare ourselves for unforeseen circumstances, especially you, Father. Vigilance is essential. It seems my child has devised a strategy of her own. Do share your thoughts," the Khan responded, exhaling with a hearty laugh. "Father, if we consider battle prowess alone, given our current royal circumstances, we may indeed lack the strength. At this juncture, we must seek external assistance, for this is the moment to strategize and position ourselves. Delay may lead to unforeseen changes." Princess Huining quickly regained her composure, exuding the poise of a sage. "Oh," the Khan mused, his gaze flickering as he contemplated, "please, elaborate. For instance, the court should recruit extraordinary individuals to bolster our military strength. Additionally, we must promote the benevolence of the court among the common folk, offering aid to the needy and elevating loyal officials with suitable rewards. Furthermore, we could negotiate peace with the Li Tang in the south and, if possible, leverage their strength." Huining succinctly outlined her analysis. "Given this, I must reflect and strategize, my child. You may withdraw for now," the Khan replied, closing his eyes in contemplation. "Yes, I take my leave," Huining acknowledged, signaling Wang Chuan as they exited the court. Upon returning to the Huining residence, Wang Chuan and Huining entered the study where servants brought tea as they sipped. Huining cleared her throat and remarked, "Wang Guard, Wang Gongzi, I must apologize for the burdens this endeavor places upon you." "There is no need for such formality, Princess. If there are matters that prove challenging, please feel free to share. I shall consider them," Wang Chuan replied courteously. Huining smiled gracefully, nodding slightly as she continued, "The Yuan Tu kingdom celebrates the annual Shaman festival, a long-standing tradition filled with song and dance. While the performances need no elaboration, the festival also features wrestling, archery, martial contests, and horse racing. Ultimately, a champion will be selected, hailed as a hero and celebrated by the people. This champion holds great significance. Princess, I understand your implication. I am willing to participate, but I have one condition. Wang Chuan interjected, his tone turning serious. Please, do share, Huaining urged. Release Wu Hanlin, provide him with the necessary travel documents and a treaty for peace. Ensuring his safe return to the Li Tang, Wang Chuan stated earnestly. Huaining pursed her lips and stood up, saying, according to my investigation, you once served as a gardener in Wu Hanlin's household. While the Wu family treated you fairly, it was not to the extent that you would risk your life for Wu Hanlin. He has a daughter who has gone missing. Do you harbor feelings for Wu Hanyu? Wang Chuan, taken aback, discerned, Wu Hanlin is a loyal minister of the Li Tang dynasty. During my time of tribulation, I was graciously sheltered by the Wu family. Such kindness cannot go unreturned. Moreover, the Wu family has treated me generously, and this favor also deserves recompense. Therefore, now that the Wu family finds itself in distress, I must come to their aid, devoid of any personal sentiments. Wang Chuan fixed his gaze upon Princess Huaining. Furthermore, this is a personal matter. I urge the princess to exercise discretion. Princess Huaining pursed her lips and smiled, responding, I am aware of this matter and shall refrain from mentioning it further. However, I currently require your esteemed assistance. Prince Wang, pray, continue. Wang Chuan replied. In my Yuan Tu kingdom, we hold a grand, nationwide festival at the year's end, known as the Winter Send-Off Festival, featuring horse racing, martial combats, archery, tug-of-war, music, dance, and sacrificial rites. During this celebration, participants from the shaman sect will be present, alongside individuals from the Ashina Helu faction engaging in contests of strength. To uphold the dignity and honor of my royal family, I earnestly request your assistance in the martial competitions, Huaining stated, her beautiful eyes fixed on Wang Chuan. Understanding her intentions, Wang Chuan slowly seated himself, pouring a cup of tea for himself and taking a delicate sip. Under Huining's expectant gaze, after a prolonged moment, he lifted his eyes to meet hers and said, Princess, to be candid, I have become an outsider, and it is indeed inconvenient for me to partake in such worldly affairs. I harbor no desire for rivalry. I hope the princess can forgive my stance. However, should anyone disregard the boundaries of rank and resort to oppression, I would not hesitate to intervene and alleviate some of your burdens. Upon hearing his words, Huining felt a tinge of disappointment at his initial statement, but her heart soared with joy upon hearing the latter. She promptly replied, That is splendid. I extend my gratitude to you in advance. When the time comes, your efforts will not go unappreciated. The royal family of Yuan Tu is not devoid of gratitude and shall bestow generous rewards. Moreover, regarding Wu Hanlin, you need not worry. I shall discreetly send someone to escort him back to the Tang Kingdom, she added. Then I must thank the princess, and I shall not disturb your rest any longer. I shall take my leave, Wang Chuan said, finishing his tea and rising to take his leave. Huining escorted him to the door, watching as Wang Chuan departed before returning to her chamber. She seated herself, taking a gentle sip of tea while contemplating the subsequent implementation of her plans. Wang Chuan returned to the tranquil and elegant courtyard of Jingzhuxian, adorned with landscaped hills and flowing streams, flourishing bamboos, flower clusters, and pebble pathways, with a two-story building nestled within it, exuded an atmosphere of serenity and comfort. He ascended directly to the second floor, seated himself by the window, and began perusing an ancient tome. A thought struck him. His current cultivation level was approximately at the 4th stage of Qi training. With a more robust foundation of spiritual essence, he should be capable of mastering a wider array of formidable offensive spells. Subsequently, Wang Chuan meticulously studied the techniques within the Di Sha Shu, focusing on those he could wield, including spirit exorcism, mountain bearing, mist formation, wind control, flame breathing, clone creation, invisibility, binding, demon slaying, soul pursuit, soul capturing, staff projection, finger transformation, beast gathering, chi sealing, and strength enhancement, all intricate techniques at his disposal. Once again recalling the methods described in the tome, Wang Chuan immediately concentrated his soul power, his palms blossoming with a mysterious radiance. His consciousness merged with the spiritual energy, becoming one. He then unleashed a barrier technique, sealing the entrance to the courtyard and forbidding anyone from intruding. Subsequently, he settled into a meditative posture before the window, closed his eyes, and exerted his utmost control over his mental sea. In an instant, the spiritual essence within him surged, illuminating his entire being, as divine power radiated outward. The runes on his hands flickered with brilliance, at times forming seals, at times orchestrating the gathering and dispersing of spiritual energy, invoking the elemental forces of the universe to manifest a myriad of spells, each more splendid than the last, their luminous transformations unfolding as follows. Summon Spirit. Harnessing the power of his primordial spirit, he forms seals to command opponents or lower-tier spiritual entities. Mountain Suppression. During the Qi refinement stage, he forms seals to channel the forces of heaven and earth, exerting downward pressure. Mist Fabrication. By activating spiritual energy and forming seals, he communicates with the elemental essence to attract moisture, conjuring fog. Wind Manipulation. With the mastery of his primordial spirit over air, he forms seals to connect with the forces of heaven and earth, transforming into a swift, ethereal breeze. Flame Eruption. Focusing his mind and calming his spirit, he draws upon spiritual energy, refining and compressing it into true spiritual flames that blaze forth. Avatar Creation. Gathering abundant spiritual essence, he commands it with his will, forming intricate seals to manifest an avatar, capable of confounding perception and exhibiting some abilities of the original self, commencing at the third layer of Qi refinement. Invisibility. By employing his mental will to manipulate spiritual essence, he transforms it into a protective veil that cloaks his entire being, refracting light to render himself unseen to the naked eye. Binding. Utilizing his mental will to control spiritual essence, he forms seals with his hands, creating a crystalline ring of runes that isolates the forces of heaven and earth, entrapping adversaries. Demon Slaying. With his mental will commanding spiritual essence, he forms seals to conjure brilliant spiritual blades, shimmering with lethal light, to vanquish demons. Soul Pursuit. Through the fusion of mental will and spiritual essence, he connects with the elemental forces of heaven and earth to detect fluctuations of soul power, subsequently capturing and imprisoning them. Reliance. Employing formidable mental strength, he commands objects. Artifact Mastery. Merging thought with air, he concentrates spiritual essence in his fingertips, wielding them with the strength of a diamond, capable of cleaving mountains and shattering stones. Beast Gathering. Separating soul power like threads, he infiltrates the minds of insects, fish, birds, and beasts, exerting control over weaker souls. Energy Sealing. Utilizing his mental will to manipulate spiritual essence, he invokes the forces of heaven and earth to manifest chains that bind. Might. The fusion of mental will and spiritual essence allows him to form seals with his hands, manifesting runes that enhance his physical form, bestowing upon him divine strength. As Wang Chuan delved into his meditation and the evolution of his techniques, the atmosphere within the courtyard stirred with an energetic tempest, at times swirling with clouds and fog, at times whipping up sand and stones. A strong wind arose, clouds danced in the sky, and a bird in flight found itself immobilized, tumbling into the grass. Meanwhile, a fish glided through the water, its eyes reflecting an unusual expression, all orchestrated by Wang Chuan's control over the threads of his soul. Suddenly, several ethereal blades of spiritual energy materialized around him, runes steaming with life. With a mere thought, they shot forth, severing numerous plants. Observing this, Wang Chuan vanished from his meditative state, abruptly reappearing by the edge of the pool, enveloped in blazing flames, with a single hand raised, his fingers curled into a palm, the runes within it flickering to life, as the elemental essence coalesced, suddenly feeling as though laden with 1,000 pounds, crashing into the pool and creating a colossal wave, revealing a muddy expanse. Wang Chuan stood amidst it, akin to a deity, surrounded by flames, as if a divine being had descended upon the earth, impervious to all eye. In the courtyard of Princess Huaining, the contemplative princess was startled, her gaze fierce, suspecting an assassin. She stepped out to investigate, inquiring of her attendants about the commotion outside. Report to the princess, came the response. It is merely the disturbance from the garden of Guard Wang. A guard has already gone to assess the situation. A palace maid replied anxiously. Inquiring about the reason, Hui Ning was taken aback, her mind racing, as she swiftly leapt into action, filled with an overwhelming sense of urgency. Dashing towards Wang Chuan's courtyard, she was convinced that an assassin sought to take Wang Chuan's life and could not help but recall Ashur, Nahili. The wave of concern washed over her, intertwined with indignation, as she thought. How audacious of Ashur Nahili to dare attempt an assassination in broad daylight. Chapter 54. The Prince of National Defense. Wang Chuan's courtyard was not far from Hui Ning's residence, and in a matter of moments, she arrived. However, she soon discovered that the door had been locked from within, preventing her entry. Hui Ning dispatched orders to summon reinforcements. The courtyard walls stood nearly 3 zhang tall, and with a powerful leap, she soared over the barrier. That moment, Wang Chuan was deeply engrossed in his cultivation. It was fortunate that no one had managed to scale the walls, yet, in her fervor, Hui Ning leapt into the garden only to come to a sudden halt, confronted by a sight beyond her imagination, filled with an air of mystery. Before her, a figure was engulfed in flames, resembling a deity, standing resolutely by the water's edge, while chaos reigned around. Trees were charred, rockeries lay in ruins, and the grass appeared as if it had been ravaged by blades. Princess Huining dared not move, her heart racing as she gazed at the fiery figure, recognizing it as Wang Chuan. Sensing her proximity, Wang Chuan realized his oversight and gradually withdrew his energy. Once the tumult subsided, he beheld the devastating scene around him. Recognizing himself as the cause of the calamity, his gaze fell upon Princess Huining, who stood there, wide-eyed and astonished, and he felt a rush of embarrassment, quickly greeting her with an apology. "I truly apologize for what just transpired. Young master need not apologize. This residence shall henceforth belong to you, so there is no need for concern." Huining interjected, her eyes shimmering with determination, as she preemptively interrupted him. That moment, Wang Chuan's standing in her heart had ascended to an unimaginable height, compelling her to forge a strong alliance. "Princess, you are too kind," Wang Chuan stammered, feeling a mix of surprise and humility, akin to a child caught in a misdeed. "There is no need for apologies, for I am deeply grateful for your life-saving grace. This humble abode is but a token of my appreciation. Furthermore, from this day forth, you shall be the most esteemed guest of the Yuan Tu Kingdom, free from any constraints, with a status equal to my own. I shall immediately report to the king to formally bestow you with a title," Princess Huining continued earnestly. Indeed, Wang Chuan now held immeasurable value in her eyes, and for the sake of the Yuan Tu Kingdom, it was imperative to cultivate this bond at any cost. Once upon a time, Princess Huining had harbored an ethereal notion of cultivators. Now, their tangible presence before her signified something profound, which she found difficult to articulate in any case. Seizing this opportunity was paramount. It was a legendary chance for a celestial encounter, now tantalizingly close. "Thus, it is with heartfelt gratitude that I thank you, Princess, and I must trouble you to have this courtyard repaired," Wang Chuan responded, settling into the situation with calm assurance. "Of course, I kindly ask you to temporarily relocate to my other residence. Once the repairs are completed here, you may return," Huining replied. With a wave of his hand, a radiant brilliance flickered, scattering like stars, and the door's confinement was instantly lifted. A flurry of palace maids and attendants rushed in, accompanied by several skilled warriors from the inner palace. "Very well, you may all withdraw. There were assassins here moments ago, but they have since been frightened away and shall not dare return. You there, immediately send for craftsmen to restore this place post-haste," Huining commanded with a tone of authority, pointing decisively. "Indeed, I shall attend to it at once," responded a palace servant. The crowd then ebbed away like a receding tide. Wang Chuan followed Princess Huining to her residence, where he was arranged to stay in an exquisitely elegant and tranquil courtyard. After exchanging a few casual words with Wang Chuan, Princess Huining exited the courtyard and hurriedly set off to report to her father. The matters she had witnessed today required immediate attention. Within the royal palace, upon hearing the report from Huining, the Khan's eyes widened in astonishment. "Ninger, do you truly speak from your own sight?" "Father, I assure you, I have not erred. Wang Chuan has already attained a divine level of cultivation, having transcended the mortal realm to join the ranks of immortals, and his prowess is indeed formidable." Suggesting a future beyond our reach, Huining stated solemnly. The Khan, realizing the truth of her words, rose and began to pace back and forth. "Such a person, how should we honor him?" he murmured softly. "Father, as far as I understand, cultivators seek not wealth or power, but rather longevity and enlightenment. We might as well bestow upon him the title of Protector of the Nation and Master of Profound Mysteries." "Protector of the Nation and Master of Profound Mysteries, Protector of the Nation and Master of Profound Mysteries," the Khan repeated. "Very well, let it be so. Come forth," the Khan called. "I am here." An elderly palace servant entered and knelt. "Draft the decree. Wang Chuan has rendered great service to the nation. His name will echo through the ages. Thus, in accordance with the will of heaven, we hereby confer upon Wang Chuan the title of Protector of the Nation and Master of Profound Mysteries." "So decreed," the Khan declared, and once spoken, a sovereign's word is unalterable. "As you command," responded the old servant, departing to carry out the edict. At that moment, Wang Chuan was seated in meditation, immersed in his own thoughts. After an hour, he suddenly heard a servant relaying a message that an imperial edict had arrived in his courtyard. urging him to accept it promptly. Wang Chuan rose and walked into the garden, where he saw a senior palace servant holding a golden scroll, his demeanor respectful. Upon seeing Wang Chuan, he immediately stood at attention and began to read aloud. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees. Wang Chuan has rendered great service to the nation. His name will echo through the ages. Thus, in accordance with the will of heaven, we hereby confer upon Wang Chuan the title of Protector of the Nation and Master of Profound Mysteries. So decreed. Subsequently, the old servant personally presented the edict to Wang Chuan with utmost reverence. Wang Chuan accepted it and simply remarked, "Please convey my gratitude to the Khan." The old servant smiled in response. And then a procession of people filed out, preparing to post the royal proclamation for all to see. Holding the edict, Wang Chuan smiled serenely and instructed his personal steward to ensure the courtyard remained secure before returning to his chamber to resume his cultivation. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, several days had gone by. On this day, Wang Chuan received news that Wu Hanlin had been granted a special pardon by the Yuan Tu kingdom, provided with a swift steed, and had safely returned to the Li Tang kingdom, back to his home, where he was summoning his scattered retainers to reunite the Wu household. However, he had yet to locate Wu Hanyu, which left Wu Hanlin feeling increasingly anxious. Later, however, upon receiving a letter from Wang Chuan informing him that his daughter had been rescued by Wang Chuan, Wu Hanlin's spirits began to improve. He gathered his thoughts, focusing on matters of the court, and prepared to relocate to the imperial city to manage national affairs. Wang Chuan inquired about several individuals of concern to him and learned that Zhang Yixiang, Xiao Wuzi, and Suing had all returned to Wu Hanlin's residence, which brought him a sense of relief. The festival of the witch saints in the kingdom of Yuan Tu is fast approaching. This ancient celebration has deep roots. According to legend, in a time long past, the world was shrouded in chaos, tormented by malevolent spirits, and the cries of countless souls echoed in despair. Yet, amidst such suffering, courageous heroes emerged from humanity, continuously grasping the profound mysteries of heaven and earth. Earth, fire, wind, water, storms, thunder, darkness, and light. Gaining divine powers and evolving magical abilities, generation after generation. They led humankind to triumph over various evil creatures, improving their livelihoods, establishing clans and tribes, and thriving. Countless years later, as the revered saints faded into legend, the people, in memory of these holy figures, began to honor them every year on the 18th day of the 12th month, offering sacrifices to the heavens and praying for health and prosperity. This festival occurs every 3 years, presided over by the officials of Yuan Tu, celebrated nationwide, and divided into 3 main events: martial arts competitions, a lantern festival, and fasting rituals. All are meticulously supervised by the court. Among these, the martial arts competition is particularly spectacular, drawing participants of all ages and genders, with throngs of spectators. It can truly be said to be a gathering of the strong. With the streets filled to capacity, a grand event for the kingdom of Yuan Tu. The Great Yuan nation comprises 3 capitals, 6 prefectures, and 156 states, sprawling across a vast territory, rivaling even the grandeur of the Tang dynasty. What complicates the festival is the martial arts competition. Within the Great Yuan, martial prowess is highly esteemed, and all citizens can register to compete, regardless of their chosen discipline. The scale of the competition expands from the states to the prefectures and ultimately to the capitals, with an increasing influence and ever stronger competitors. The rules dictate that the competition begins at the state level, from which the top 3 participants advance to the grand prefectural tournament. The top 3 from each prefecture then proceed to compete in the capitals, culminating in the selection of the top 9 heroes. These 9 then enter the imperial city for the final showdown, where the strongest among them will be crowned the champions. It is indeed a moment of convergence and rivalry, a grand contest of martial prowess in the imperial city. Chapter 55. Qing Shan delivers news. Night visit to the shaman temple at this very moment, with more than a month remaining until the festival of the witch saints on the 18th day of the 12th month. The air is brisk and cold. Wang Chuan's courtyard has been meticulously restored, and he sits gracefully in a pavilion by the pond, clad in a white long robe, sipping from a pot of fine wine. It has been half a month since he last practiced the earthly subjugation technique. Among its various aspects, only the clone technique requires a higher level of cultivation. The other offensive spells can be executed, though their potency varies with the strength of one's spiritual essence. Since arriving in the capital, Wang Chuan has maintained correspondence with the Qing Shan tribe. However, yesterday he received troubling news regarding Aunt Ulan. This predicament left him perplexed, for it was quite delicate. A runa had been discovered by a wandering witch of the shaman sect, suspected to be a legendary medium. This witch deemed it significant and reported it, prompting the upper echelons of the shaman sect to take immediate action, dispatching a holy witch to investigate. After a thorough and rigorous examination, it was confirmed that Aruna was indeed a medium. The sect, upon receiving this information, sent 2 divine generals and a witch, who insisted on taking her away. After much pleading from Aruna, who promised a substantial sum to Aunt Ulan and issued a decree for the tribe to treat her with favor, she reluctantly agreed to leave. The following day at noon, while enjoying a meal and contemplating the situation, Wang Chuan realized he must return. Suddenly, he rose and addressed his devoted maid waiting outside. "Xiao Luo, I shall be departing for a time. Please inform Princess Huaning." Having concluded his speech, he took flight, vanishing without a trace. Xiao Luo, a trusted confidant and personal maid of Huining, was utterly dependable. Together with another trusted individual, they attended to Wang Chuan's daily needs. Having grown accustomed to Wang Chuan's remarkable abilities, they cleared away the dishes and wine cups, closed the garden gate, and instructed the guards at the entrance that no one was to enter without permission. Before heading towards Princess Huining's palace, Wang Chuan did not mount a horse but rather traversed the air, riding the winds with unceasing spiritual energy, moving with a swiftness that surpassed that of a steed. He avoided the main roads, steadfast in his direction, gliding effortlessly over rooftops and walls, never pausing day or night, until he finally arrived at the Qing Mountain tribe at dawn the following day. At this hour, the night was still deep and the sky yet unlit. Under the starlit canopy, Wang Chuan approached the courtyard of Aruna's home and gently tapped on the gate. Tap, 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 he knocked softly. "Who is it at this hour?" Aunt Ulan, startled from her slumber, murmured. "Aunt, it is I, Wang Chuan, I have returned," he replied. "Oh, it is Chuan Zi. Just a moment," came the joyful voice from within, accompanied by the rustling sounds that indicated Aunt Ulan was putting on her shoes and garments. With a creak, the doors swung open, and a warm aura enveloped Wang Chuan, evoking a sense of comfort, the feeling of home. Standing outside, he beamed shyly at the elderly woman at the threshold. "It truly is you, Chuan heir. On such a cold day, come in quickly," Aunt Ulan urged with concern. "Aunt, how have you been?" Wang Chuan inquired dutifully. Well enough, but alas, Nana has departed, and now I am left all alone." Aunt Ulan's voice quivered with emotion. "However, young people must venture forth. At least they treated Nana decently, which gives me some solace. Aunt, I have returned precisely for this reason. I must see Ru Na," Wang Chuan stated, taking a sip of the warm butter tea. Feeling its comforting warmth, "Do not go, child. Those from the divine sect are unreasonable. As long as they treat Ru Na well, I can manage on my own," Aunt Ulan implored. "Aunt, this matter cannot be delayed. Ru Na is such a good girl, a gentle soul in an unfamiliar place. If she were to be wronged, it would be too late. I must check on her. Do you not agree?" Wang Chuan reasoned. But they are not to be trifled with, Chuan heir." Aunt Ulan expressed her concern, fearing for Wang Chuan's safety. "Aunt, you need not worry. I am well aware of what I am doing. I will merely take a look, and nothing will happen. Please tell me where the shaman sect is located," Wang Chuan insisted, rising from his seat. "Alas, Chuan Zi, you must be cautious. They are situated at the foot of Black Mountain," Aunt Ulan cautioned. "I understand, Aunt. You should rest now. I shall return shortly." Without waiting for her response, Wang Chuan exited the house, heading northeast, enveloped by the night, moving swiftly with the wind. By the time Aunt Ulan chased after him, he had already vanished from sight. An hour later, around the hour of the pig, Wang Chuan halted his pace, gazing into the distance. The horizon revealed the hazy, undulating peaks of mountains, dark and profound in the night. That was Black Mountain, with a road extending from its center. At this moment, Wang Chuan stood upon that very path, observing intently. The darkness could not obscure his vision, and he beheld the scene clearly. Not far from Black Mountain lies a road that traverses a quaint town known as Black Mountain Town. At this moment, each household remained shuttered, with the townsfolk still enveloped in slumber. Occasionally, the sound of distant barking can be heard, while at the foot of Black Mountain, a grand ancient edifice looms, built against the mountainside. Under the starry night sky, it resembles a colossal beast lying in wait, exuding an enigmatic and imposing aura. The night is still deep, and the winter chill is biting. Puddles by the roadside have all frozen into shards of ice, rendering the path hard and unyielding. Wang Chuan swiftly approaches Black Mountain Town, soaring into the heart of the settlement, landing atop a building as he gazes towards the shaman temple nestled at the mountain's base, pondering how to gain entry and draw near to Aruna. Suddenly, a thought strikes him. How could he have forgotten this? Wang Chuan smacks his forehead and retrieves a divine token from his waist pouch, recalling that it was bestowed upon him by a shaman emissary from the Qing Mountain tribe, now proving fortuitously useful. Without delay, Wang Chuan rides the wind, moving as swiftly as a soaring hawk, and in an instant, he stands before the temple's entrance. Who approaches? Halt and state your name. A commanding voice calls out. Following the sound, Wang Chuan sees a figure emerging from the shadows. Clad in a shamanic hat and garb, wielding a sacred staff, the individual stands approximately 6 feet tall, slender in build, with a clean-shaven face, elongated features, thin lips, and dark skin. His fingers are blackened and emaciated, exuding a chilling glare from his eyes. A middle-aged man adorned with 2-pronged antlers atop his hat. Wang Chuan understands immediately that this man is a second-tier shaman. Unfazed, Wang Chuan presents the divine token with a flourish. The fire god token. A hoarse voice exclaims in disbelief, as the figure scrutinizes Wang Chuan with a mixture of suspicion and appraisal. The bearer may enter. Yet you must undergo a trial, for you are rather youthful, and the origins of this token are dubious. The shaman speaks coldly, offering no room for debate. I had presumed I could gain immediate entry. It appears I must partake in a contest after all. Wang Chuan replies nonchalantly, tucking the token back into his waist. Indeed. The shaman affirms it is an opportune moment to test your recent achievements. Wang Chuan stretches lazily, loosening his limbs in preparation. Please. He gestures courteously. Why apologies? The shaman retorts sharply. With that, the shaman thrusts his staff toward Wang Chuan, unleashing a torrent of energy that strikes with the force of a lance. A martial artist, a first-rate one. Wang Chuan notes inwardly, deftly evading the blow with an ethereal grace, reappearing behind the shaman. He strikes with his palm, aiming for the neck. The shaman, sensing a worthy opponent, instinctively bends his body, elbowing toward Wang Chuan's throat while simultaneously sweeping his staff. Wang Chuan retreats a good distance, standing still, casting a disdainful glance at the shaman. Not particularly skilled in physical combat, he resolves to employ his mystical powers. With decisive clarity, Wang Chuan focuses his gaze, emanating a faint glow as he channels his spiritual essence. He forms a series of intricate seals with his hands, as luminous runes materialize in the air, intertwining to create a crystalline ring that ensnares the middle-aged shaman. In an instant, the shaman's once mighty essence becomes ensnared in a quagmire, immobilizing him, as if bound by invisible chains, the very space constricting around him. Wang Chuan activates the seals once more, the light in his palms dancing as brown runes flicker to life in a heartbeat. He unleashes his divine energy, drawing upon the forces of heaven and earth to impose his will. Kneel. Wang Chuan bellows infuriated. In an instant, the middle-aged man felt an overwhelming force bearing down upon him, as if it sought to crush him entirely. Thud. He was compelled to kneel, unable to maintain his footing. In that fleeting moment, cold sweat cascaded down his brow, and a chilling dread surged within him. This individual was an extraordinary being, a congenital powerhouse. He finally realized he had struck an impenetrable barrier. Indeed. Wang Chuan uttered 2 words through clenched teeth, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Humph. Furrowing his brows in anger, Wang Chuan intensified his strength. Thud. The man suddenly collapsed, pressing himself against the cold ground, blood spilling from his mouth, staining the earth crimson. Hold on. Suddenly, within the temple, a sound wave resonated from a building, transmitting across 1,000 miles. It bore the essence of heaven and earth. Wang Chuan, on high alert, sensed the presence of an ally. Who are you? Do you also seek to trouble me? Wang Chuan echoed back, his voice reverberating like rolling thunder. As he too employed the technique of long-distance transmission, his presence immense, awakening numerous souls. In an instant, lights flickered to life within the temple complex, and shadows stirred in abundance. Fellow Taoist, may you be well. I harbor no ill intentions. Please, come inside for a discussion. Those unrelated, please withdraw. A voice from within the small building proclaimed, no longer concealing their intentions. Wang Chuan, sensing the surroundings, detected no other congenital beings, and with his mind made up, he responded, this is excellent. He then withdrew his magical power, riding the wind, arriving at the pinnacle of a building in the blink of an eye, entering through a window. Inside, the setting was simple. A wooden tea table adorned with a teapot and a cup. In one corner stood a coat rack, while on the opposite side, a standing lamp flickered with a flame the size of a soybean, illuminating the entire room. Facing the window, an emaciated old man sat upon a cushion, sporting a short, white beard, a face lined with wrinkles, draped in mystical garments and a divine hat, with a magical drum hanging at his waist. seated in meditation while observing Wang Chuan. Wang Chuan remained vigilant, scrutinizing him in turn. Chapter 56. A Reunion with Aruna, Legends of the Great Green Mountain's Secret Realm. Fellow Taoist, please take a seat. I had not expected you to be so youthful, the old man remarked with a tone tinged with bitterness. Being so young while he appeared so aged, with his modest cultivation, it was a stark reminder that comparisons could be disheartening. Wang Chuan understood this well. Senior, it is a pleasure to meet you, Wang Chuan greeted, and since the elder bore no malice, he decided to let go of the earlier incident where he had injured someone from the temple. Boldly, may I inquire, from which celestial realm does this young friend hail? The old man inquired. Wang Chuan, uncertain how to respond, replied ambiguously. My master has instructed me not to disclose such information. I hope for your understanding. I see. Very well. May I ask why you have come to my temple, considering we are strangers? The old man did not press further but shifted to inquire about Wang Chuan's purpose. I have come for a woman. Wang Chuan answered. Oh? The old man, upon hearing this, cast a questioning glance at Wang Chuan, pondering, could it be that one of my temple's female disciples is linked to this person? Brother, do not misunderstand. I seek a woman who was brought to your temple some days ago. Her name is Aruna, a member of the tribe at the foot of the Great Green Mountain. I do not know why she was taken to your temple. Wang Chuan spoke plainly. Oh, I see. You have come for this matter. The old man immediately understood. Yes, this woman is like a sister to me. She was forcibly abducted by you, and I demand an explanation. Wang Chuan's gaze flickered as he straightened his posture and inquired with intensity. Dear friend, do not be angered. My temple has stood resilient since ancient times. Although we have not produced any great figures, we are nonetheless a prestigious and righteous establishment, incapable of committing heinous acts. There must be a misunderstanding here. Allow me to elaborate. The elder hastily sought to placate Wang Chuan. Please, senior, continue, Wang Chuan responded, momentarily quelling his ire. The daughter of Aruna is favored by the heavens, possessing a spirit-sensitive physique imbued with mysterious powers beyond mortal comprehension. She resides within the temple, leading a life of luxury and privilege as a revered saintess, as a true disciple. I wish to pass on my teachings to her, guiding her into our sacred order to master the highest tenets of our divine doctrine, the celestial divination spell. We shall not forsake her mother. If our previous actions were lacking, I ask for your understanding. Moving forward, I shall personally draft a decree from the temple master, entrusting the esteemed Qing Shan temple to provide care and nurture for her in her twilight years. What say you? The elder spoke earnestly. Wang Chuan thought to himself, so this man is the master of the shaman temple. That explains much, senior. I wish to speak with Aruna in private. I kindly ask for your assistance in facilitating this. Wang Chuan expressed. Very well, the elder agreed. Upon hearing this. Please wait a moment. He began to move his lips subtly. Wang Chuan, with his heightened perception, noticed that amidst the cluster of edifices outside, a dwelling's lights had illuminated, and a group was escorting a woman toward him. After a brief interval, a knock echoed from the door. Come in, the old temple master called out. The door opened inward, revealing an elderly woman accompanying a stunning young lady. Indeed, it was Aruna. Brother Chuan, the young woman exclaimed in delight. Upon seeing Aruna, Wang Chuan's heart swelled with joy. She appeared revitalized, her radiant visage adorned in a moonlit gown, colorful garments, and jeweled hairpins, exuding an ethereal grace akin to a celestial being as she approached him briskly, signifying his importance in her heart. The temple master and the elderly woman discreetly exited the room, and Wang Chuan silently expressed his gratitude. Aruna, are they treating you well? Wang Chuan inquired. Brother Chuan, the people in the temple are very kind to me. But they teach me many peculiar things, Aruna pouted, her expression tinged with a sense of yearning. Upon hearing her words, Wang Chuan pondered deeply, finally articulating, let me put it this way, Aruna. The knowledge you are acquiring is indeed beneficial to you. Do you wish to continue learning it? Ani Ulan misses you. I know. They told me that I possess extraordinary talents and will go far, never to fall into the mundane. I do not fully understand, but I feel as though the things I am learning have a magical quality, as if I can remember them at a glance. I truly miss my mother, Aruna replied, her voice tinged with sorrow. Wang Chuan observed her, noting that even after merely a few days of practice, he could discern her transformation. Her skin radiant, imbued with a spirit energy that nourished her essence. Indeed, the spirit-sensitive physique was remarkable. Very well, Aruna. I shall take charge of this matter. You should return and rest, Wang Chuan declared, noting the encroaching dusk and wishing to avoid further discussion. Brother Chuan, I will heed your words. I shall retire now. I have learned so much today, and I am weary. Aruna obediently replied, departing with the elderly woman. The temple master re-entered the room, settling onto a mat, his gaze inquiring of Wang Chuan, "My young friend." "What is the matter?" the elder asked. "Master, I require your assistance in resolving a particular issue," Wang Chuan replied solemnly. "Speak freely, dear friend," the elder gestured invitingly. "Master, after all, Aruna has spent her entire childhood in a life of hardship. Never having left her mother, I hope to avoid any unfavorable consequences, and I require your assistance in resolving this dilemma. Furthermore, I hope the shaman temple will not impede her time in future, but rather provide her with the most essential resources, for I can sense that your temple may not be her optimal sanctuary. Rest assured, you shall not lose her. In the future, Aruna may ascend like a celestial being, far beyond what you can fathom, and her contributions to the temple will undoubtedly exceed your expectations." Wang Chuan spoke slowly. Allow me to contemplate for a moment." The elder expressed surprise, finding it difficult to digest such words. He was acutely aware that his temple was merely a minor sect within the cultivation community, overshadowed by many prestigious factions. Should Aruna choose to join them, her achievements would surely surpass anything attainable here. "You may ponder carefully," Wang Chuan said, sitting upright without pressing him further, maintaining a calm demeanor. As time passed, Wang Chuan engaged in serene meditation. An hour later, the elder opened his eyes. "Master, what have you decided?" Wang Chuan inquired with his eyes closed. "Young friend, at such a tender age, you have already attained remarkable accomplishments. You must be a person of extraordinary potential. I shall take a gamble. Thereafter, the resources of the temple shall be devoted entirely to nurturing Miss Aruna. The temple has been solitary for too long, and I hope to witness its splendor once more in my lifetime. Furthermore, the young lady's mother will assuredly be attended to by the temple, with regular meetings arranged for the two to alleviate their longing for one another," the elder stated, revealing that he had undergone a fierce internal struggle. "Ha ha ha! Senior, I hope you will live to see that day, and that it will not be too late." Wang Chuan laughed heartily, offering his praise. "Please excuse my impertinence, young friend," the elder replied, feeling a sense of shame, as he now appeared rather feeble compared to the youthful Wang Chuan, who had already reached the 3rd level of Qi training. Wang Chuan rose, preparing to take his leave. "Senior, I shall return to test your words. Do not disappoint me. Your words carry weight, young friend. I am, after all, the esteemed 85th master of the Shaman Temple, and I shall honor my commitments," the elder declared solemnly. "In that case, I entrust this matter to you, and please ensure that the precious pearl does not gather dust," Wang Chuan said, on the verge of departing. "Oh, not be hasty, young friend. I still have important matters to discuss," the elder hastily interjected. "Oh, please go on, senior." Wang Chuan paused, looking at the elder and resuming his seat. "Have you heard of the secrets of Mount Qing?" the elder inquired. "Mount Qing?" Wang Chuan responded, puzzled, uncertain of the elder's intent. "Please enlighten me, senior. I am all ears," Wang Chuan admitted, genuinely intrigued. Noticing the young man's confusion, the elder smiled and said, "If I do not share, you may take your leave. If you insist on remaining silent, I shall take my leave." Wang Chuan replied nonchalantly, "Oh, not rush. Listen as I recount the tale. Long ago, a cataclysmic battle erupted within the cultivation realm, shaking the very heavens and earth. The flames of war spread far and wide, engulfing countless star worlds. In this realm, there also raged a fierce conflict between the Taoists and great demons, where divine and demonic powers clashed, and magical artifacts soared through the skies, stirring the winds and clouds. Both sides fought fiercely, shaking the heavens and earth, with the void trembling and blood raining down. The battle raged on for an extended period until both factions exhausted their strength and perished together. In the final moments, a divine artifact fell from the heavens, one of which landed in the vicinity of Mount Qing. Since then, the vast expanse of the Great Green Mountain experiences a resurgence of tremors every 81 years, emanating a profound divine power, revealing an enigmatic portal to an ethereal realm. Such times, cultivators from this world will send forth their most esteemed disciples, those at the foundation establishment stage and below, to venture forth in exploration and vie for celestial treasures. The forthcoming occasion, on the 9th day of the 9th month next year, coincides with the peak of yang energy, marking yet another opening of the portal. I hope to accompany you, Wang Xiaoyu, in this exploration of the mysterious realm. Upon hearing the old hall master's words, Wang Chuan comprehended and felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. His journey began amidst the Great Green Mountain, and now he is to return. Could it be fate's design? Chapter 57. The sovereign of the Yuan Tua kingdom in control, the ethereal Taoist Piao Miaozi. Contemplating this, Wang Chuan resolutely replied, "It is indeed a matter of chance." "Very well, I shall accompany the esteemed senior in this pursuit of the hidden repository." "Ah, my young friend is truly a person of character," the old hall master joyfully declared. "Let us agree to meet again on the 15th day of the 7th month next year at the Divine Hall. Shall we?" The old hall master felt elated, aware that his lifespan was drawing to a close. Should he fail to procure the means of prolonging his life, he would soon become naught but a handful of dust. "Very well, the arrangements are set. I shall take my leave immediately. Take care, my elder brother." Wang Chuan concluded, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect, his form dissolving into the inky blackness of the night. He had numerous earthly matters to resolve swiftly and then prepare to seek a secluded place for a period of quiet cultivation. The exploration of the Great Green Mountain was imperative, and he needed to make ample preparations. At this moment, dawn was approaching. Around the hour of the Tiger Eye in the imperial palace of the Yuan Kingdom, within the imperial study, the great Khan rose early, devoid of any trace of drowsiness. Sipping tea and perusing books, he occasionally cast a distracted glance toward the entrance, awaiting the arrival of a most significant individual. After a short while, an elderly servant led in a figure of otherworldly demeanor. With a long white beard, silver hair tied in a bun, a ruddy complexion, a slightly gaunt round face, eyes that were deeply set yet sparkling with vitality, standing upright in an 8-trigram Taoist robe, cloud-soled shoes, hair bound with a jade hairpin, and holding a whisk in his right hand, draped over his left arm, entering slowly. "Your Majesty, the individual has been brought in." The old servant knelt and reported. "Serve tea," commanded the great Khan. "Understood." The old servant rose to pour the tea. "Very well, you shall stand guard at the door. No one is to enter." The great Khan gestured dismissively. "Understood." The old servant withdrew, closing the door behind him. Once the servant had exited, the sovereign of the Yuan Tua kingdom instantly became most cordial. "Taoistly, I have been awaiting you for quite some time. Please, take a seat." At this moment, the king extended a rare gesture of respect toward the Taoist. "Endless heavenly sovereign, this humble Taoist Piao Miaozi pays his respects to the great king," replied Taoistly, nonchalantly waving his whisk. "There is no need for excessive formalities. Taoistly, please be seated, and let us converse in detail," the great Khan replied, returning to his seat. Taoistly took a sip of tea, savoring its flavor, nodding in approval, and remarked, "Excellent tea, exquisite water." The great Khan smiled. "May I inquire, Taoistly, from whence do you hail and where do you practice your cultivation?" "Your Majesty, this humble Taoist practices amidst the Kunlun Mountains," Taoistly responded with a bow. Kunlun Mountains. It is said to be a legendary locale, inaccessible to mortals. To think that a Taoist such as yourself hails from there is indeed extraordinary. If I could gain your assistance, my ambitions would surely come to fruition." The great Khan expressed with delight. "I have come precisely to lend my support to the great king." Taoist Piao Miaozi nodded. The Taoist priest, addressing the king, stated, "Your Majesty, being but a mortal with ordinary eyesight, has never beheld the art of magic. Might I request that you demonstrate a glimpse of your powers to enlighten me?" Upon hearing this, Taoistly contemplated the situation, recognizing the king's desire to discern the truth from deception, and thus, with a flick of his Buddhist whisk, he rose and declared, "It is not customary to reveal magical arts to the common folk. However, since your Majesty wishes to behold, I shall reveal a modest display for your enlightenment." With that, Taoistly stepped to the center of the study, took his stance, waved his whisk, and murmured incantations. In an instant, a mist began to rise, enveloping the entire room. "Behold, your Majesty, this is the cloud mist technique." "Marvelous! Truly, this is the craft of the immortals," exclaimed the king, utterly astonished and offering genuine praise. As the mist dissipated, Taoist Li's eyes shimmered with a renewed focus, and he performed another spell. Pointing a finger towards a potted plant in the corner of the study, he directed his energy. Instantly, the wilted sword lily seemed revitalized, sprouting new leaves and growing at an astonishing pace until it filled the pot entirely. Indeed, Taoistly is a being of celestial origin. "I am convinced." The king laughed heartily once more. Taoistly appeared to be invigorated, and a flicker of something enigmatic passed through his calm gaze as he chanted softly once again, "Your Majesty, I beg your pardon." Taoistly suddenly exclaimed, his demeanor shifting from ethereal to menacing, his brows furrowing and his expression turning fierce. A dark beam shot forth, aimed at the unsuspecting king. Although the king sensed danger, it was too late. In an instant, he felt as if bound by an unseen force, unable to speak or move. his eyes betraying a growing urgency and fear. Daoist Li's gaze bore into the king, his hands weaving intricate gestures, glowing symbols swirling about him. In an instant, two beams of black light shot from his eyes, piercing the king's own, rendering him unconscious, as if he had fallen into a deep abyss, his body icy cold. What malevolent sorcery was Daoist Li conjuring? The dark light emanating from his eyes entered the king's gaze. Moments later, beads of sweat began to form on Daoist Li's brow, and as time passed, the dark energy abruptly ceased. Daoist Li immediately settled into a meditative posture, retrieving a pill from his robe to regain his strength, while the king remained motionless, his eyes tightly shut. After a brief interlude, Daoist Li, having slightly recovered, rose and approached the king, examining him closely with an involuntary smile. "The plan has succeeded. My teaching shall flourish," he proclaimed. "Your Majesty, please take your seat," Daoist Li instructed. As the king stood there, his eyes vacant and his expression blank, he obediently complied. Sitting down on the floor without hesitation, "Go. Prepare tea for me," Daoist Li continued. The king promptly rose and dutifully poured a cup of tea for Daoist Li. Standing still thereafter to "Go. Draft an edict to appoint me as the national protector mage. To accompany your Majesty," Daoist Li commanded, reclining comfortably while sipping his tea. The king immediately sat at the desk, took out a yellow edict, and began to inscribe. "Li Dao, renowned in this world, whose merits shall echo through eternity, in accordance with the will of heaven, hereby appoints Li Dao as the national protector mage." So decreed. Daoist Li observed with great satisfaction and instructed, "Send forth a proclamation to the realm. Bring forth a messenger," the king called out. The study was abruptly pushed open from the outside, and the old servant entered, drifting his gaze towards the ethereal figure seated nearby. "My lord, what summons you to call upon this humble servant?" Issuing a decree, proclaiming it to the world. The Khan casually tossed the imperial edict to the old servant, stating. Upon hearing these words, the old servant felt a sense of strangeness yet maintained his composure, silently accepting the edict. "Yes." He then withdrew without closing the door. Once outside, the old servant's eyes immediately revealed a look of confusion. The sovereign's actions were bizarre, marked by peculiarity and oddity. Meanwhile, Wang Chuan exited the shaman temple. Racing under the starlit sky, an inexplicable sense of solitude enveloping him, mingling with an unshakable longing. He paused atop a hill, leaning against a slab of azure stone, gazing upward at the starry expanse, yearning to locate the star that embodied his affection. "Are you all well?" Unbeknownst to him, his eyes grew misty. "I miss you dearly, father, mother, and my sister." After a moment, Wang Chuan gently wiped away his tears. Regaining his composure at that instant, a warning surged within him, and he abruptly froze, exclaiming, "Huh!" He noticed that a thick fog had inexplicably materialized around him, growing denser by the moment. Strangely, within the mist, there was a subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy, an unusual occurrence that heightened Wang Chuan's alertness. He swiftly concealed his form, extending his spiritual senses to search for hidden foes, uncertain of why anyone would wish to harm him. Wang Chuan focused his mind, activating mystical techniques, enveloping himself in a barrier of spiritual energy, a manifestation of the 72 earthly fiends' prohibitive laws, employing it as a defense. In the midst of the fog, visibility was obscured, yet his spiritual senses detected a surge of energy. From the shadows, a flying dagger hurtled toward him with incredible speed, silent and deadly. Wang Chuan's consciousness alerted him, and he swiftly sidestepped 3 zhong, simultaneously unleashing a radiant burst of light. Spiritual patterns erupted, runes danced, and 2 blades of ethereal light sliced through the air, targeting the direction of the incoming projectile. Thud, thud. A muffled groan echoed from afar. Someone had been struck. Wang Chuan, now acutely aware, lunged forward, propelled by the ethereal energy enveloping him. His consciousness extended toward the source of the disturbance, revealing a man clad in blue. With a flick of his hand, he summoned brilliant light, the mountain-carrying runes swirling and pulsating, invoking the tremors of the natural world. He bellowed in command, the earth trembling beneath his might. The man in blue, already wounded, sensed the impending threat and attempted to evade, but it was too late. He suddenly found the air around him solidifying into immense pressure, threatening to crush him. "Hey!" The giant bellowed in fury, unleashing all his true essence in a desperate bid for freedom. Yet, Wang Chuan would not grant him such a wish. He concentrated once more, conjuring the demon-slaying seal runes, transforming them into a flurry of glimmering spiritual blades that spiraled upward, descending with ferocity. The man, unable to dodge in time, was instantaneously cleaved in two, blood splattering and misting the air, meeting his end in an instant. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. "You dare! Come and take your life!" A voice, filled with rage and urgency, erupted from another direction, a blade of light slicing toward him, razor-sharp yet merely a mundane technique. Wang Chuan's senses locked onto the threat. His form already imbued with ethereal energy and surrounded by constantly shifting dark runes, he prepared to evade in the nick of time. That moment. An unfamiliar spiritual presence suddenly pierced through, targeting Wang Chuan's soul. A muffled grunt escaped his lips. Wang Chuan, beset by pain, felt as though his head might split open, his vision dimming and darkening, his spirit waning. In a moment of desperation, he bit down on his tongue, the pain jolting him awake, the metallic taste of blood igniting his senses. The glint of a blade was upon him, and with a resounding clash. The blade's aura was halted by his spiritual barrier, the force of it reverberating and pushing him back 3 feet. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Chuan instantaneously shifted his position. A sudden chill coursed through his shoulder, a searing pain striking him as a sliver of blade light grazed him, causing blood to spurt forth in vivid crimson. Wang Chuan retreated hastily. Yet again, an elusive mental assault surged towards him. In a moment of acute urgency, Wang Chuan realized that he too possessed the means of mental defense. With determination, he focused his energy, twisting his wrist outward, rotating his palm, and curling his pinky inward. Activating the Jiming technique. Visualizing the ethereal image of a purple lotus, he summoned a resplendent relic that radiated divine light. This manifestation of his mental prowess, honed over time, erupted into pure radiance, transforming his defensive stance into an offensive one as he chanted the incantation, staking everything on its success. With serene concentration, he envisioned the cosmos, his presence exuding solemnity. His incantation resonated with a profound hum, a unique melody intertwining with the celestial harmonies, vibrating the lotus relic. In an instant, golden light surged, and behind him, a blurred sacred visage materialized, a golden lotus blooming in grandeur, whirling with energy. One brilliant particle of divine light, now catalyzed, coalesced into the sacred mantra of the Buddha, manifesting as a cascade of golden symbols that surged forth to counter the incoming mental assault. A distant scream pierced the air, signaling success. Wang Chuan's eyes sparkled with determination, and he immediately activated the wind mastery technique, propelling himself forward. His right hand, fingers alight with brilliance, prepared to unleash his finger technique as he neared a shadowy figure amidst the thick fog. Seated and channeling energy, with a fierce resolve, he unleashed a battle cry that resonated through the heavens, forming hand seals to bind and suppress. In an instant, a radiant light erupted, inscribed with runes as he cast spell after spell without regard for his dwindling energy. The figure attempted to evade, but it was too late. Wang Chuan disrupted their focus, rendering them unable to move. In desperation, the figure could only summon a protective barrier of dark light. Closing in, Wang Chuan resembled a war deity, disregarding his injuries, blood-soaked garments making him appear like a vengeful specter. He extended a finger, a dazzling light coalescing into an unparalleled technique that effortlessly shattered the figure's protective barrier, piercing deep into their abdomen and through their chest. His spiritual energy transforming into a blade that obliterated their internal organs. With a sickening thud, the figure crumpled, their eyes dimming as they coughed up blood, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Wang Chuan regarded the fallen with the gaze of a reaper, watching as they lay defeated, his eyes chillingly cold. He casually retrieved a peculiar pouch from their waist, sensing a faint aura emanating from it as he tucked it into his own robes. This entire sequence of attacks had transpired within mere breaths. At that moment, another individual closed in from behind, only to be struck by the scene before them. Wang Chuan whirled around, exuding an aura of ferocity akin to a wild beast, his eyes ablaze with lethal intent, instilling terror in the newcomer. With a startled cry, the figure turned and fled in fright. Wang Chuan, consumed by rage, became oblivious to the pain coursing through his mind and body. All he could think of was that he could not allow this individual to escape. Otherwise, it might spell disaster for himself and those he held dear. He forcefully gathered his energy, transforming his spiritual power into a light, ethereal essence, channeling it into his legs for a frantic sprint, closing the distance between them with astonishing speed. In mere moments, he bridged the gap of several meters, which was sufficient. Wang Chuan activated his spiritual energy, runes shimmering as he invoked a spell, summoning a crystalline halo that connected him to the forces of heaven and earth. With a swift motion of his right arm, he murmured the word a binding incantation. He shot forward like a meteor, and the robust figure ahead suddenly faltered, collapsing forward. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Chuan closed in, his right hand forming a pointed gesture, radiating a brilliant white light. He unleashed another spell, striking the man, who let out a muffled groan. Blood gushed from his neck, and his head slumped down. He was dead. With the support of his magic dissipating, the thick fog gradually lifted. Wang Chuan sat down despondently, expelling a mouthful of blood, his entire body drenched in crimson, blood streaming from him. A sharp pain pierced his left shoulder, causing involuntary spasms. Amidst his fatigue, he surveyed the ground littered with corpses, then removed all the pouches from his waist and rifled through the bodies of the fallen cultivators, uncovering several vials of medicine. Without a second glance, he tucked them away, searched again, but found nothing more. Thus, he left the desolate scene behind. Unbeknownst to him, the horizon was already graced with the pale light of dawn. Wang Chuan stealthily sought a place to hide, coughing intermittently and occasionally spitting blood, his gaze unfocused and his body chilled. He realized he could not go on. He needed a safe haven to heal. Should he be ambushed again, it would surely lead to his demise. Wang Chuan's eyes scanned his surroundings before he staggered toward the forest, gathering his spiritual energy and enveloping himself in a protective aura, summoning his spirit to traverse the winds. This was also to ensure he left no trace on the ground, lest he be discovered. After traveling for several dozen miles, utterly exhausted, Wang Chuan arrived at the edge of a precipice. In the distance, mountains rose and fell, their peaks capped with glistening snow, the biting wind fierce. At the valley's bottom, snow-covered pines thrived. The valley was not large, and the slope was gentle, proving to be an ideal hiding spot. Relying on his agility, Wang Chuan leapt down into the valley, where he discovered a modest cave with a downward-facing entrance. Though small, it was just spacious enough to accommodate him with some room to move, allowing for a sense of comfort. After resting briefly, he ventured out again, and after some time, returned bearing 2 wild rabbits and a deer. All lifeless, he tossed them into the cave, unbothered by the cold, and hunched down inside. Unable to light a fire for fear of attracting pursuers, Wang Chuan entered a meditative state, channeling his energy to recover. His internal techniques circulated rhythmically, transforming into a celestial lock that absorbed the spiritual essence of the universe, infusing it into his being, healing his wounds. Time passed, and nightfall crept in unnoticed. The darkness had enveloped the sky, and by the time his spiritual energy had replenished to 80%, Wang Chuan opened his eyes once more, their depths glimmering with renewed vigor. He felt much more capable of facing another confrontation. The flesh wound on his left shoulder began to mend under the cleansing flow of spiritual energy, and aside from a lingering sharp pain in his head, he found himself in relatively good condition. Lost in thought for a while, he ignited a fire within the cave, skinning and roasting one of the wild rabbits until it glistened with grease. He devoured it ravenously, wiping his mouth clean afterward. Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, Wang Chuan reclined against the rock face to rest. Overcome by drowsiness, he sealed the cave entrance with assorted debris and gradually succumbed to a deep slumber. Weary from his exertions, upon awakening, he found that dawn had broken, approximately at the hour of Qin. Once again, Wang Chuan entered a state of meditation, practicing the profound art of prajna. His cultivation had advanced following the fierce battle he had endured. As the sun dipped below the western mountains, casting shadows of dusk, he roused from his trance, feeling considerably revitalized. He consumed some roasted deer meat, sitting in quiet contemplation, replaying the scenes of the previous conflict in his mind. Deeply reflecting upon them, survival demanded his utmost caution. Chapter 59. Enlightenment of the wisdom illuminating skill. Returning to the imperial capital after a considerable period, a spark ignited in Wang Chuan's eyes, his gaze radiating unusual brilliance. Indeed, the unity of Tao and Buddhism, the transformation of divine thoughts into form, the wondrous Dharma intertwined. A tremor coursed through Wang Chuan's heart as he immediately unified his consciousness, evolving the Buddhist teachings within his sea of awareness. Entering a state of enlightenment in the pivotal moments of life and death, great transformations unfolded. Wang Chuan's singular focus was unparalleled as he closed his eyes in meditation, resembling an ancient monk, a benevolent smile gracing his face, his hands clasped before him, shimmering with light, as he executed various hand seals with fluid grace, manifesting one after another. Wang Chuan's countenance was resplendent with dignity as he visualized himself, aligning with the cosmic order. Chanting Om, Ah, hung the previously unified spiritual essence transformed into brilliant gold, and in an instant, the cave was suffused with the emergence of lotus flowers. A golden radiance enveloped him, as true word symbols blossomed. Imprinting the void, sparkling vibrantly, a golden Buddha apparition materialized, with a halo revolving behind his head, illuminating the surroundings as he fervently delved into the sublime teachings, seeking self-realization. With his hands forming seals, he elevated them towards the heavens, aligning them with his dantian, while his right palm ascended from the side of his body to the crown of his head, descending along the midline of his brow to his chest, establishing a firm stance with fingers pointing skyward, warding off demons while entering meditation. The palm of his hand radiated with the rotating symbols of the 10,000 characters, the light within the seal coalescing, illuminating a lotus flower within his dantian, which cradled a sacred relic. With each breath, spiritual energy gestated within. This was the enlightenment of the wondrous prajna, as his soul's light trembled, and his consciousness focused anew, re-experiencing the wisdom-illuminating skill. Time slipped away unbeknownst to him, and as Wang Chuan concluded his intricate workings, he gradually withdrew from his practice, the extraordinary phenomena dissipating. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld clarity and brilliance, only to find darkness enveloping him. Through the cave's entrance, he glimpsed the starlight of the night sky and the colossal silhouette of the great Green Mountain, standing majestically on the horizon. Wang Chuan realized it was night. Though he could not ascertain the hour, gurgle, 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 his stomach seized the moment to announce its demands, a wave of intense hunger crashing over him. Wang Chuan swiftly ignited a fire, retrieving the deer meat from within the cave. Despite the biting cold, the meat remained unspoiled. He skillfully sliced off a leg, peeled away the skin, and skewered it with dry twigs to roast over the flames, until it sizzled and glistened, releasing an enticing aroma. Once thoroughly cooked, he devoured it with great fervor, and before long, only bones remained. Still unsated, he roasted another substantial piece, swallowing it whole until the gnawing sensation of hunger finally subsided, having increased his appetite to replenish the energy he had expended. It was time to depart. Yet, he pondered, when would that be? Wang Chuan murmured to himself within the cave. His injuries had completely healed, the intense pain in his mind had vanished, and the wounds to his consciousness had mended. At this moment, he began to ponder who might have ambushed him. His thoughts wandered to the shaman temple, but he quickly shook his head. Such a notion was implausible. Ultimately, he recalled the recent offense he had caused to Ashina Helu at the court of the Yuan II kingdom, and he couldn't help but feel a jolt of realization. This individual was quite likely to seek vengeance, potentially dispatching skilled fighters to ambush him, and astonishingly, he might even have summoned practitioners of the arcane arts. The depth of this person's influence was evidently considerable, hidden beneath layers of secrecy. However, this remained mere conjecture, devoid of certainty. Wang Chuan subsequently exited the cave, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. Channeling his spiritual energy, he infused his entire being with a lightness that allowed him to employ the wind-riding technique, soaring away with a velocity greatly enhanced from before, a testament to his significant advancement in cultivation. 2 days later, in the capital city, amidst the biting cold of winter, the throngs of people were undeterred, especially with the impending shaman festival. The streets bustled with liveliness. Various taverns and inns teemed with patrons, while the clamor of vendors hawking their wares and the sounds of bargaining created a vibrant atmosphere befitting the capital of the Great Yuan. Wang Chuan sought refuge in an establishment known as the Eastbound Inn, which offered comprehensive accommodations and dining options. Upon entering, he was greeted by opulent interiors. He casually ordered a selection of wines and dishes, savoring them alone. The beverages of this world, though less potent than those of his homeland, were imbued with a rich aroma, unmistakably pure. Unlike the concocted spirits of his own world, he found himself enamored with the sweet, crisp flavors of the drinks here. As the shaman festival approached, the capital resonated with the sounds of gongs and drums, with arenas set up by the court for duels where cheers erupted intermittently. Yet, Wang Chuan found himself captivated by the conversation of a distant table of diners. "Have you heard? Our great Yuan Empire has secretly dispatched troops. 20,000 elite soldiers left Yuzhou yesterday and clashed with the armies of the Tang Kingdom at Jinxi Pass. The battle was fierce, leaving the landscape strewn with corpses, only concluding at dusk." One exclaimed, "Indeed, I've heard as much. The court is still concealing this matter, likely because there were no notable victories to report. Consider that the Tang Kingdom is no pushover," another replied. "This news won't remain hidden for long. In such a conflict, casualties are inevitable. I reckon it will soon be made public. Just hope for peace between the two nations." Otherwise, the common people will suffer the consequences. Wang Chuan was taken aback by this revelation. The father of Princess Huaining had launched an attack on the Tang kingdom. Such a development was utterly unexpected. He then contemplated whether this was connected to his own inexplicable ambush. Since his arrival in this world, he had harbored no enemies. Those who had crossed paths with him were few and far between. Qing Mountain, the Wu family, the royal family of the Yuan, the Qing Mountain tribe, the Shaman Temple, and Ascendancy. The potential adversaries were, indeed, limited. Wang Chuan methodically analyzed his situation. First, Qing Mountain bore him no grudge, so they could be ruled out. The Wu family was equally unlikely to be involved. As for the royal family of the Yuan, could Princess Huaining betray him? Unthinkable. What of the others? Ascendancy emerged as a highly plausible and dangerous potential foe. The Qing Mountain tribe was not a threat, and the Shaman Temple had a mutual agreement to explore the secret palace. Thus they too could be dismissed. As he mulled this over, a previously overlooked enemy surfaced in his thoughts. The more he considered Ascendancy, the more suspicious he became, almost arriving at a certainty about this individual. Wang Chuan contemplated that it was time to seek an opportunity to verify his suspicions. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Wang Chuan reserved a guest room, arranged for toiletries, and upon returning to his quarters, he indulged in a refreshing bath. Donning a white round-collared robe and felt boots, he emerged feeling invigorated and handsome, exuding an air of distinction. In the depths of winter, when darkness fell early, Wang Chuan stealthily opened the back window after nightfall and nimbly slipped outside, vanishing into the night sky. His first destination was the Huaining residence, where he intended to meet Princess Huaining while ensuring his identity remained concealed. Wang Chuan sensed that the atmosphere in the capital had shifted subtly since his departure, compelling him to proceed with caution. The Huaining residence lay on the western side of the capital. Arriving at a secluded spot, Wang Chuan scaled the wall and silently made his way to the courtyard where Princess Huaining resided. Evading the maidservants, he was fortunate enough to observe a radiant silhouette moving within a brightly lit room. A surge of joy filled his heart as he harnessed his energy and glided through the door, appearing in the room like a specter. Who goes there? Intruder! Princess Huaining, a skilled martial artist herself, was taken aback by the sudden apparition. Despite being far from Wang Chuan's prowess, her instincts kicked in, and she instinctively called for help, only to have her mouth swiftly covered, stifling her cries. "It is I." Wang Chuan whispered softly, You have returned?" Huaining, regaining her composure, recognized his voice, and upon discerning his identity, she fully lowered her guard. "Indeed, you finally returned. Are you aware that much has transpired in your absence?" Princess Huaining spoke with a calm demeanor. "I have inquiries of my own," Wang Chuan replied enigmatically. "What matters?" Huaining asked, momentarily taken aback. "I was ambushed upon my return and sustained injuries. I have only just healed enough to come back," Wang Chuan declared, shocking her with his revelations. "You were injured? Ambushed?" Huaining's eyes widened in disbelief, a wave of surprise washing over her. In her mind, Wang Chuan, a transcendent cultivator, seemed invincible, and the notion of him being harmed was unfathomable. "Yes, I too am perplexed. I hold no enemies. Yet someone has been watching me from the shadows, even enlisting the help of other practitioners. This is not to be taken lightly. It seems I have been under scrutiny for quite some time. Who could it be?" Wang Chuan's gaze burned fiercely as he stared out the window, his voice laced with a chilling intensity. Upon hearing this, Princess Huaining furrowed her brows, deep in thought as she recalled the individual she had encountered recently, each showing signs of hostility, until a familiar figure emerged in her mind. Before she could articulate her thoughts, Wang Chuan continued, "However, do not be alarmed. The assailants who ambushed me have been dealt with. I eliminated them all, 3 in total, including 2 innate martial artists, all elite fighters." Wang Chuan's words were unwavering, radiating a palpable aura of lethal intent. The more Huaining listened, the more her astonishment grew. She marveled at Wang Chuan's formidable abilities while simultaneously feeling a sense of dread at the escalating nature of events, realizing the forces at play were beyond her control. After a moment of contemplation, Princess Huaining's gaze flickered with unease. "There must be a traitor within my residence, and in this great Yuan kingdom, only one person possesses such capability, Ascendancy," she posited. "Why do you suspect that?" Wang Chuan countered. "Your sudden departure was known to only a few, yet someone discovered it and laid an ambush. This alone signifies a deeper issue." Huaining explained. Chapter 60. The Golden Seal Treasure. The two formulate a plan. Huaining paced back and forth, her elegant brows slightly furrowed, pondering aloud. It is no wonder that Ascendancy has been absent from court due to illness these past few days. My informant reports that he is also missing from his residence, along with his family. Despite extensive inquiries, his whereabouts remain a mystery. Curiously, he has fortified his estate in Daming City during this time. Seemingly anticipating some threat in light of your account, it appears he is indeed wary of you. All those he dispatched to ambush you have been eliminated, which has left him distressed. Even if he cannot definitively ascertain your identity, the ability to slay practitioners is sufficient evidence that someone of extraordinary prowess is involved, and such a presence must not be underestimated. The wrath of a cultivator is not something he can easily endure. What is your plan? Wang Chuan inquired as he took a seat, pouring himself a cup of tea and drinking heartily. You must refrain from making any appearances for the time being. Certain matters have transcended the realm of mortals and require your intervention. Hui Ning replied as she too settled down, delicately sipping her fragrant tea while gazing at Wang Chuan. Wang Chuan smiled knowingly and added, I am aware of that, which is precisely why I have come to see you discreetly. By the way, have you engaged in warfare with the Tang Kingdom? Upon hearing this, Hui Ning's expression shifted to one of concern. This is yet another troubling matter, as my father seems to have changed unexpectedly. What do you mean by that? Wang Chuan probed, and my father is now quite indifferent towards me, as if he no longer recognizes me, and he refuses to heed my counsel in all matters. He aligns himself with Ascendancy. I was kept in the dark about the military actions and only learned of them after they transpired. Hui Ning expressed with frustration, Oh, this is indeed peculiar. I am inclined to meet your father. As I sense something amiss, Wang Chuan remarked, setting down his tea and stroking his chin in contemplation. And my father now refuses to see me, and even the concubines within the palace cannot approach him. According to my investigations, he appears to be closely associated with the Feng Xiandao sect. Hui Ning elaborated, playing with a strand of her hair as she looked at Wang Chuan. Feng Xiandao? Who is your father currently associating with? Who are his closest confidants? Wang Chuan inquired thoughtfully. It has traditionally been eunuch Ma, who has served my father since his youth. However, even eunuch Ma is now kept at a distance. My investigations revealed that after my father engaged in detailed discussions with a Taoist from Feng Xiandao in his study, he became increasingly unapproachable, Hui Ning explained. Hui Ning's eyes glimmered with contemplation as she continued, Perhaps the issue lies with this Taoist. Feng Xiandao is indeed the most suspicious. Wang Chuan suddenly rose, resolutely declaring, The more I ponder this, the more plausible it becomes. A person's disposition cannot undergo such drastic change in a mere few days, particularly that of an emperor, whose contrasting behavior raises suspicions. We must take action, for if we delay, the situation may spiral out of control, and it will be too late. I wish to meet this Taoist. Can you facilitate this discreetly? Wang Chuan stood, his eyes shimmering with intensity as he questioned Hui Ning. It will be challenging. Feng Xiandao is shrouded in mystery. Why operatives attempted infiltration but could only gather information from the periphery. Unable to reach the core, Hui Ning replied, holding her cup as she approached the window and gazed at the scenery outside, her voice soft and contemplative. Wang Chuan furrowed his brow upon hearing this, feeling increasingly constrained by circumstances. Hui Ning turned her gaze thoughtfully and then said, It is not entirely hopeless. I can only manage to send away the eunuchs and maidservants surrounding my father's study, dismissing those nearby. Ultimately, whether we can meet that enigmatic Taoist depends on you. Hui Ning looked at Wang Chuan, searching for understanding. This is the only course of action we have. Wang Chuan pondered for a moment and agreed, stating that after experiencing a great battle, his approach to problems had become considerably more straightforward. At worst, it would merely be a fight, where strength would determine the victor. Receiving a positive affirmation, Hui Ning approached the table, set down her cup, and softly remarked, Very well, I shall immediately set about this matter. Await my news. Stay here. Do not leave, for I shall return shortly. Wang Chuan nodded in response. Once Hui Ning departed, Wang Chuan found himself alone in the room, reflecting on the events of the past few days. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He retrieved a peculiar gray bag from his bosom and examined it closely. In an almost instinctive manner, he sensed a fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from the object. Could it be the fabled storage bag, capable of containing myriad treasures? But how to open it? With utmost caution, Wang Chuan directed a trickle of spiritual energy into the bag, instantly dispersing the foreign aura sealing its opening. In a moment of clarity, he glimpsed a space within, cluttered with numerous items. Piles of gold and silver, stacks of banknotes. Among them was a striking sword, its scabbard encrusted with jewels, the blade sharp and gleaming. A true divine weapon in the realm of mortals. In one corner lay an ancient box, along with jars and vials, dozens of jade stones, some garments, and various other items of indeterminate purpose. The estimated dimensions of this space were approximately 10 cubic feet, not vast, yet sufficient to hold a considerable amount of belongings, an essential for both home and travel. A wave of joy surged within Wang Chuan. With this treasure, the task of storing items would become significantly easier. As he withdrew his consciousness from the space, he also took out the ancient box, placing it on the table. Upon opening it, he discovered an aged, mottled metallic seal, seemingly made of bronze, radiating a golden sheen. Its composition mingled with other materials that Wang Chuan could not identify. Below the seal were mysterious characters, its surface marked with intricate designs of insects, fish, birds, and beasts, alongside various peculiar patterns. Wang Chuan picked up the seal, weighing it in his hand, and mused, could this be a magical treasure? He attempted to infuse it with spiritual energy. While the energy entered, there was no immediate reaction. Continuing to channel his energy, he soon faced resistance. Was it sealed? Resolutely, he concentrated his thoughts and summoned all his spiritual power, launching a forceful impact into the seal. In an instant, it felt as though something within the seal had been breached, allowing his energy to surge inside. Activating it. Suddenly, the seal emitted a gentle yellow light, floating lightly in his hand, as if weightless, spinning gracefully in accordance with Wang Chuan's will. He sensed that the seal had not yet fully unsealed and attempted another vigorous impact. But to no avail. Complete penetration was impossible. Ultimately, he relinquished his efforts, realizing that he would have to wait until his own cultivation improved to break the seal. After toying with the seal for a while, he left some of his spiritual energy within it before stowing it away, marking it as his first magical weapon. With this artifact in his possession, Wang Chuan felt a newfound confidence regarding his forthcoming endeavors. As he examined the 2 additional bags, which were mere cloth satchels containing a scant collection of items, some loose silver and a common remedy for injuries, he realized they had been left by the 2 warriors. Once Wang Chuan had tidied everything up, he casually closed the door behind him and settled onto a pearwood chair, entering a state of meditation to cultivate his skills. Ever since he had attained the innate stage, Wang Chuan had diligently pursued his training without pause, understanding that in this world, to seek true freedom and leisure, one's own strength must be sufficiently formidable. Otherwise, even the chance for survival would be precarious. Without fixed times or forms, he followed the flow of his heart, visualizing the harmonious balance of heaven and earth. With his hands forming the seal of liberation, he sat in lotus position, envisioning the 5 hearts connecting. A faint celestial chant seemed to resonate in his ears. The heavenly wheel at the brow, the heart wheel, and the divine wheel at the sea of the spirit. With each breath, he felt as if he were unlocking the hidden realms of the human body, his spiritual energy circulating along an intricate and mysterious path, cleansing and enhancing with every cycle. In the quietude, it felt as though boundless laws, endless knowledge, immeasurable power, and virtue were at his fingertips. Joy was unceasing. Laughter was unrestrained. Wang Chuan entered a profound state of visualization that was ineffable. As time slipped away, he gradually awakened, rising to discover, I have reached the 5th layer of Qi cultivation. I have broken through. His entire being brimmed with vitality, an overwhelming strength coursing through him, far surpassing his previous state. That moment, a knock resounded from outside the door. With a wave of his hand, the door swung open, revealing Huining standing there, accompanied by a maid bearing a food box. Please come in, princess, Wang Chuan greeted with a smile. You finally decided to open the door. Thank heavens, Huining replied, casting him an exasperated glance. Oh, what do you mean by that? Wang Chuan inquired, perplexed. Are you truly unaware of how long you've been in seclusion? I was worried something had happened to you. If you hadn't opened the door today, I would have had to force it open, Huining pouted playfully. How long have I been practicing? Wang Chuan asked, beginning to believe her words, feeling a bit embarrassed. You have been completely withdrawn for 3 full days without food or drink. The door seemed to be held shut by some unseen force. We couldn't open it. If there had been no response from you, I would have been compelled to use force to get in. Huining stated indignantly. Really? Oh, my apologies. Please, come in quickly. By the way, it smells delightful. What delicious food have you brought? I seem to be quite hungry, Wang Chuan exclaimed, his keen senses detecting the aromatic fragrance, a wave of insatiable hunger washing over him. Huining shot him a fierce look with her beautiful eyes as she placed the large food box on the table, revealing an array of dishes that were a feast for the senses. Fragrant chicken, exquisite fish, rich soup, and assorted delicacies, accompanied by wine. Wang Chuan, like a ravenous ghost, immediately seized a chicken leg, devouring it heartily, letting the juices flow, entirely disregarding his image. Ha ha! Huining couldn't help but laugh, hands on her hips, while the maids stifled a giggle. After satisfying his hunger and quenching his thirst, Wang Chuan exhaled deeply, feeling content, then looked at Huining sheepishly, saying, "It's only been a few days, but has the outside world been exhilarating? So much must have happened." Chapter 61. A fortuitous encounter with the mysterious old ferryman Huining dismissed the others, leaving just the two of them. "I'm surprised you still think of such things. I thought you had resolved to distance yourself from the mundane world and solely pursue the Tao," she remarked, clad in a red skirt, her bright eyes and pearly smile unable to hide her playful annoyance as she shot him another glance. Wang Chuan, feeling guilty, sheepishly touched his nose, refraining from further entanglement, and said, "Speak your mind. I shall do my utmost to assist you in overcoming any difficulties. It is preferable that the Great Yuan and the Great Tang coexist peacefully. I have also intended to depart, yet before I go, I must resolve this matter for you." Upon hearing this, Huining gazed at him, her heart fluttering with an inexplicable reluctance. Nevertheless, she composed herself, taking a deep breath to regain her tranquility. The conflict between the Yuan Tu kingdom and the Li Tang had reignited, a mere 2 days prior, now momentarily halted in a fragile truce. However, thousands had already perished on both sides, and reliable sources indicated that significant actions were imminent, foreshadowing a catastrophic resurgence of hostilities, with casualties potentially soaring into the tens of thousands. What a tragedy for the living. Who instigated this? Your father. Wang Chuan was taken aback, realizing the wrath of an emperor could indeed lead to rivers of blood. "It is indeed my father," he lamented. "He has grown increasingly obstinate, dismissing all counsel and refusing to meet anyone. Yet he has personally penned edicts and is governing from behind a screen. Consequently, the court has become exceedingly unstable. Ministers, fearing for their lives, feign illness to remain home, while generals are dispatched to war, resulting in utter chaos, with only Ascendancy thriving in this tumult." Huining's eyes sparkled with indignation as she stamped her delicate foot, exclaiming her frustration. Wang Chuan turned to face her, extending his hand as a golden seal spun forth from his bosom, hovering in his palm, radiating a divine light. "Where is that Taoist? I wish to confront him," he declared, brimming with determination. Huining's expression shifted to surprise, though she quickly regained her composure. The Taoist usually dons an 8-trigram robe and wields a whisk, known as piromiaozi. According to my inquiries, his strength within the realm of the Wei is not to be underestimated. Huining recounted after a moment of contemplation. "Is that so? I am indeed eager to meet him." "Where is he currently?" Wang Chuan inquired, unperturbed. "He has been appointed by my father as the Grand Marshal of the army, currently stationed with the troops. However, my investigations reveal he has not engaged in any military affairs, preferring instead to meditate in seclusion, leaving the matters of war to the generals. Oh, how curious. What, then, does he occupy himself with? This is fortuitous. I shall have the opportunity to meet him. To be why the way. How is your father faring? Can this Taoist be trusted? My father now conducts all his affairs from the study, which is guarded by other disciples of the Wei. Their provisions are managed by those of the Wei, making it nearly impossible for our people to approach. My father has decreed. Those who intrude upon military matters shall face the death penalty." Wang Chuan rose and paced thoughtfully before turning to Huining. "In that case, we shall first address your father. Tonight, I will covertly visit the imperial study. You must prepare accordingly. As for Taoist Li, he is beyond our reach. Even if he senses something amiss, it will be too late. What are your thoughts?" Huining shared his sentiment, slapping her palm on the table in agreement. "Indeed, my father seems akin to being under house arrest. Something is certainly amiss. We have no choice but to proceed in this manner. You may act freely. I will ensure everything is arranged within the palace. By the way, who is the strategist for the Li Tang?" Wang Chuan inquired casually. "This is precisely what I was about to tell you. You are acquainted with him, and I suspect you will be quite astonished." Huining raised her gaze to Wang Chuan, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. "Really? Who could it be?" Wang Chuan asked, astonished, fixing his gaze upon Huining, filled with curiosity. "Indeed, it is Wu Hanlin. After I allowed him to return to his homeland, I discovered that his situation is rather dire. Treacherous officials and wicked factions are in abundance, and the new emperor of Tang proves to be inept. Wu Hanlin has been appointed as a military strategist and dispatched with the troops. He is now but a pawn, as the Li Tang dynasty holds little hope for this campaign and has repeatedly sought peace. In former times, my father would have considered a truce, extorting wealth and resources, but given the current circumstances, my army is bound to advance with unstoppable momentum, trampling across the central plains. Wu Hanlin's demise is inevitable. Hui Ning spoke in a melancholic tone. You would not allow him to perish, would you? Wang Chuan, upon hearing this, turned to Hui Ning. Before I encountered you, the fate of a subject from an enemy nation was of no concern to me. Victors and vanquished are commonplace. However, now, after our army passes through, we shall not actively seek his death. But have you pondered the implications should he be rescued by our side? How would the Li Tang react? And amidst the chaos of battle, what unforeseen events might transpire? Hui Ning toyed with a lock of her hair, responding with a counter-question. Taking a deep breath, a cold light flickered in Wang Chuan's eyes as he slowly replied. Carrying the mission of defending our homeland yet facing defeat beyond the borders, a route of 1,000 miles would surely result in eternal infamy, perhaps even accusations of surrendering to the enemy. Given Wu Hanlin's loyalty and valor, only death can suffice to repay the world. Indeed, Wu Hanlin's demise is beyond question. How tragic, Hui Ning lamented. It cannot be so. I must go and rescue him. Wang Chuan declared resolutely. After a moment of contemplation, he looked at Hui Ning and spoke gently. I must trouble you to keep a watchful eye. Should Wu Hanlin find himself in peril, promptly inform me this evening. I shall make a visit to the imperial study. Hui Ning, feeling parched, poured herself a cup of tea, sipping it slowly and acquiesced. Very well. For now, this is the best course of action. I shall step out for a while and return by sunset. Wang Chuan, with matters weighing on his mind, desired solitude and thus stated. You may go. Hui Ning nodded. Wang Chuan wandered alone into the marketplace, indeed seeking a moment of peace. Having been in this world for less than 2 years, he had undergone a profound transformation. At tea times, he questioned whether he was ensnared in a dream. What is real and what is illusion remained unclear, as if an unseen hand were manipulating his fate, leaving him powerless to resist. In the bustling marketplace, throngs of people and vehicles filled the streets. Lively shouts echoed all around, creating a cacophony that spoke of vibrant life, seemingly untouched by the ravages of war. Observing this scene, an idea suddenly struck him. Perhaps it is the realm of mortals that reflects the essence of true existence. One must temper the heart amidst the turbulence of worldly affairs. Just then, a commotion erupted nearby. Alas, you old man, how can you dine without paying? Hey, young lad, do not be so hasty. Who said I, an old man, would not pay? Old man, it has been nearly 2 hours since noon. You have eaten and consumed 2 jugs of wine, yet you have not settled your bill. Are you penniless, attempting to dine and dash? Or are you merely waiting for lunch? The young attendant glared, visibly agitated. Young man, who accuses me of dining and dashing? I have plenty of money, just wait and see. Wang Chuan turned his gaze towards the source of the commotion, noticing a nearby inn where a relatively well-dressed, sprightly yet disheveled old man had just emerged from within, now standing before him, reaching into his own pocket. Wang Chuan's composure shattered, his pupils dilating sharply. An intangible aura erupted instantaneously, compelling him to retreat swiftly. Thoughts surged as he contemplated wielding the golden seal nestled in his bosom. Yet, his body remained still, immobile. Before him stood an elderly man whose visage seemed hauntingly familiar. A greasy hand emerged from his own embrace, producing a handful of silver coins which he tossed to the innkeeper. Then, with a grin, he remarked, Young man, you don't recognize this old fellow anymore. As he spoke, his large hands casually combed through his disheveled hair. Oh, is this not the boatman? Wang Chuan's recognition dawned upon him, flooding his mind with questions, silently pondering whether the man's attire was rather dubious. Nevertheless, he exclaimed, Senior, is it truly you? Indeed. You've finally recognized this old man, the old boatman replied with a childlike grin. How splendid. It appears you are faring well. Senior, what brings you here? Wang Chuan finally found his voice. Relaxing slightly in that fleeting moment of constraint, he comprehended that this elderly man was undoubtedly a reclusive master among practitioners. Not bad, young man. You've made significant progress. The old man scrutinized Wang Chuan, his gaze piercing, his formidable consciousness rendering Wang Chuan feeling utterly exposed, while he expressed admiration with sounds of approval. You flatter me, esteemed elder. I have merely gleaned a few insights, Wang Chuan replied respectfully. Hee, what brings you to this place, young friend? The old boatman inquired. I am here to rescue someone, but I find myself unable to extricate myself from the situation. Wang Chuan replied vaguely, I see. The old man's eyes glimmered. And what of you, senior? Wang Chuan countered. You are familiar with that mountain, I presume, the elderly man said, gesturing towards the direction of Dakingshan. I understand now. It is for the secret realm, Wang Chuan grasped the implication instantaneously. Indeed, this old man roams the seas, with no fixed abode. Now that the secret realm of Dakingshan is about to emerge, my time is drawing near, and unable to break free from my shackles. I must take a gamble. The old boatman chuckled mischievously, his expression enigmatic, casting doubt in Wang Chuan's mind regarding the veracity of his words. Nonetheless, Wang Chuan maintained decorum, nodding slightly. If there is any assistance I can offer. Senior, please do not hesitate to command. What business of yours is there? Very well, I have nowhere to go. I shall accompany you, young friend. You won't find my presence bothersome, will you? The old boatman pondered aloud. That would be splendid. Having your esteemed company is something I greatly desire. Wang Chuan replied with a heart full of joy. Subsequently, Wang Chuan guided the elder on a tour, visiting scenic spots until the celestial bodies shifted and night fell. The two dined at an inn, savoring food and drink, before returning to Princess Huiling's residence under the cloak of night, where Huiling had been waiting anxiously for some time, fully aware that the unfolding events bore significant implications for the safety of the Great Yuan Kingdom, leaving no room for her to be anything but cautious. Chapter 62. A nighttime visit to the imperial study. Princess Huiling waited impatiently, and suddenly, she spotted Wang Chuan returning with an elderly man. Her eyes reflecting a look of confusion, though she quickly regained her composure and greeted, "You've returned, and you've brought a guest." "Indeed. I must apologize for keeping you waiting, Your Highness," Wang Chuan replied courteously. "And who might this esteemed elder be?" Huiling inquired, her demeanor poised and polite as she looked toward the elder. "Oh, this is a venerable elder of mine who is currently traveling through the Great Yuan Kingdom. We fortuitously crossed paths this morning, and he has graciously accompanied me back for a short stay. I hope Your Highness does not mind." Wang Chuan promptly elucidated, "Oh, where, Senior, you may reside for as long as you wish. It is a pleasure to meet you, and I extend my respectful greetings on behalf of Huining." Princess Huining slightly inclined her body, smiling warmly, devoid of any semblance of royal arrogance, which rendered her exceedingly approachable. The elder, being a magnanimous individual, felt a profound sense of satisfaction upon witnessing that Huining, a princess of high standing, did not disdain to greet an old man like himself with such decorum. The elder, displaying an appreciative demeanor, chuckled, "Ha, I shall linger for a few days. I kindly ask the princess for her generous hospitality. If it pleases you, without any outsiders present, please refer to me simply as Huining." The princess said sweetly, her mind racing with the thought that this individual must possess remarkable prowess, and she was determined to cultivate a favorable impression. "Splendid, that is indeed delightful," the boatman replied, his eyes narrowing in a congenial smile. "In agreement." At that moment, Wang Chuan interjected, "All right, now that we are all acquainted, let us drop the formalities. Tonight, it is just the three of us. Huining, please share the crucial details we must be aware of." He spoke candidly and without reserve. Huining nodded, saying, "Very well, tonight's operation is of utmost importance and will decisively influence our situation ahead. I have a map here that you must memorize in detail." With that, she produced a scroll, unfurling it upon the table. It was a meticulously detailed topographical map of the Great Yuan Imperial Palace. "Look here, the Imperial study is located right here. Aside from the usual maids and eunuchs on duty outside, there are 6 individuals from the Fangxian Dao guarding this area, disguised as eunuchs. Each one is a top-tier master, having thoroughly cultivated their meridians and achieved liquid condensation in their internal arts. The specifics of their techniques remain unknown, and it is uncertain whether any transcendents are concealed among them. Furthermore, surrounding the Imperial study, there are 18 of my father's personal guards, each at least second-tier masters, each possessing unique skills. However, there is no need for concern at present, as you will primarily contend with the individuals from Fangxian Dao. I have already managed to stabilize the situation with the 18 elite guards, commanding them to remain on standby outside, just in case." Huining meticulously pointed at the map, providing a detailed and earnest explanation. "Such tight security, how do they communicate with the outside world?" Wang Chuan pondered, tilting his head as he inquired of Huining. She nodded, continuing, "That is precisely what I was about to address. The 6 individuals from Fangxian Dao are not fixed. There are 2 additional members, making a total of 8. They rotate in and out, changing every hour, with 2 departing each time. Typically, 6 of them, along with 2 maids, accompany my father in and out of the Imperial study, making it nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to approach him." "Understood. It seems the operation tonight will be quite challenging. It must be resolved within an hour, the sooner, the better, lest we alert the snake and attract even stronger adversaries," Wang Chuan stated with clarity, sitting upright. "Indeed, do you feel confident?" Huaining observed Wang Chuan's expression of concern and inquired softly. Had the senior not been present, I would have felt uncertain. However, now I do. Wang Chuan indicated toward the relaxed old boatman, offering a wry smile. How could I have overlooked that? With your remarkable abilities, the elder must surely be extraordinary, Huaining exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she gazed at the old boatman. Alas! I had intended to enjoy a peaceful slumber. Yet you, rascal, have sold me off in a heartbeat, and that young lady has taken an interest in me, dragging me along as a laborer. The old boatman, upon hearing his own mention, immediately puffed up his cheeks and feigned indignation. Princess Huaining, noticing this, hastily performed a bow, her voice sweetly pleading. I humbly request your esteemed assistance, dear elder. I shall forever cherish this favor and repay your kindness. Cease this at once. It has been ages since I moved, and my old bones are itching for some exercise. The old boatman felt a wave of frustration wash over him, unable to endure Huaining's coy demeanor, and reluctantly assisted her up. I am grateful for your immense kindness. Elder, Huaining exclaimed, unable to contain her joy. Excellent. Wang Chuan applauded, decisively stating, let us convene at the stroke of midnight. After their shift changed, in the vast desert, under a starry but sparse night sky, a majestic palace lay quietly beneath the twilight, adorned with flickering lights, while palace maids hurriedly passed by. Outside the palace, a pitch-black courtyard suddenly witnessed the emergence of two indistinct figures, which soon vanished into the night, leaving no trace behind as Wang Chuan stealthily advanced. He found the old boatman had disappeared upon reaching the palace, leaving him somewhat perplexed. However, calculating the time, he realized there was no room for delay. Thus, he took the initiative to soar into the palace, navigating through corridors until he arrived at the high walls of the imperial study, concealing himself in the shadows to observe intently. Wang Chuan focused his mind, finally attuning his spiritual senses, and detected several distinct breaths. He discerned that the heavy breathing from above belonged to a burly man, while the two adjoining chambers housed two individuals each. After identifying their positions, Wang Chuan patiently awaited their shift change, closing his eyes to rejuvenate. As midnight approached, Wang Chuan awakened from his meditation, hearing faint footsteps approaching from outside the imperial study. Two individuals were hastening towards him, indeed the ones on duty. The two men exited the courtyard, having awaited their turn, and with a series of knocks, they prompted the inside to respond. Is everything in order? All is well. Here you go. Very good, you may proceed. We shall keep watch. Wang Chuan, having entered the realm of innate qi cultivation, possessed night vision and observed them exchanging a discrete object, which he swiftly recognized as a signal flare. At that moment, he silently rejoiced, grateful for his restraint, for had he acted rashly, the consequences would have been dire. After a moment's wait, once the two men had departed and the courtyard's occupants returned to their quarters, Wang Chuan commenced his operation. Utilizing celestial techniques, he formed intricate hand seals, causing radiant light to emanate from his being, wave after wave dispersing into the surroundings, stirring the elemental energies of heaven and earth. A thick mist gradually enveloped the area within several dozen paces. Once the fog reached its peak density, Wang Chuan sprang into action. He first summoned the winds, darting towards the chamber of the two men who had just possessed the signal flare. As the spiritual light burst forth, a golden seal emerged, dazzlingly brilliant, swirling in the air. Before Wang Chuan could arrive, the overwhelming force of natural elements had already enveloped the space, and the technique of energy confinement exerted immense pressure, rendering the two men within immobile and silencing their voices. With deft precision, Wang Chuan manipulated his spirit energy to gently unlock the door, stepping inside. The two individuals within were already as pale as the earth, rendered motionless, panic-stricken, and their hearts racing as they beheld the door to the chamber eerily swing open. A thick mist enveloped the air, and Wang Chuan radiated a luminous glow, golden light swirling around him as if he were a deity descending from the heavens. Casting a watchful gaze upon them, the two, trembling with fear, revealed their terror. They found themselves unable to move, despite being at the pinnacle of their martial prowess, akin to livestock awaiting slaughter. Apologies for the intrusion, Wang Chuan declared, his eyes glinting with authority, his expression devoid of emotion. The pair shivered uncontrollably, blinking incessantly. Listen closely, I do not wish to engage in indiscriminate killing. It is not that I lack the capability to do so. Cooperate, and you may live. Resist, and it will lead to your demise. Wang Chuan's gaze turned frigid, his tone indifferent. You need only blink, he commanded. Now, I ask you, apart from the two of you, are there 4 others from Feng Xiandao? The two blinked desperately. Very well. Do they possess any means of communication? They blinked again. Are there any transcendent masters among them? Blink. Is the great Yuan Emperor well? Blink. Excellent. You may yet survive. Now, fix your gaze upon my eyes. Wang Chuan's voice was stern as he issued the command. The two complied, staring blankly at him, perplexed by his intentions. Wang Chuan regarded them intently as a luminous symbol flickered in his hand, purple runes manifesting and ultimately entering their pupils. Simultaneously, points of purple light shot from his own eyes into theirs. After a brief struggle, their heads gradually drooped, rendering them unconscious. Having subdued the two, Wang Chuan dispelled the field, instinctively patting their waist pouches to collect their belongings, unaware that an ancient pair of eyes in the sky had witnessed his every action. Chapter 63. Rescuing the Great Khan. Heading to Nanshan City, the mist lingered as Wang Chuan stepped through it to another chamber, employing the same methods with ease, effortlessly dominating those of lesser cultivation. The main hall, the Emperor's study, boasted 2 levels. Wang Chuan stood outside, gathering his focus amidst the swirling fog. At last, it was time for the final 2. Given the potential presence of practitioners within, Wang Chuan proceeded with caution, as Huining's father was also asleep upstairs. Once more, he unleashed his unique domain, his mental sea enveloping the area, and soon discovered that the 2 from Fang Xiandao were, surprisingly, asleep. Wang Chuan was taken aback, thinking it too coincidental that mere warriors were stationed here. Upon further investigation, he confirmed this to be true, swiftly incapacitating the 2 without effort. However, these 2 received less favorable treatment than the previous ones, having sustained bruises on their faces, a result of Wang Chuan's growing frustration with their weakness, compelling him to exercise undue caution. Each received 2 solid slaps, truly knocked unconscious, and in that moment, they inwardly lamented. If you're unhappy, don't strike our faces. Ultimately, Wang Chuan ascended to the 2nd floor, standing before the old emperor's bed, gazing intently. For reasons unknown, the old emperor had already been roused, though his mind appeared somewhat disordered. Wang Chuan's spiritual perception quickly discerned the underlying issue. The great Khan had been ensnared by a powerful being, reduced to a puppet. The old emperor regarded Wang Chuan with eyes that seemed to convey both a plea for help and astonishment. His gaze flickered with confusion, emotions, and turmoil. This was the old emperor struggling against the oppressive force of the practitioner's soul light, suffering immensely. It must be Pio Miaozi. I have long admired your esteemed reputation. Wang Chuan gazed at the dazed old emperor and softly inquired, "Who are you?" The old emperor, as if possessed, responded with a strange, eerie smile, "Do not ask me who I am. You and I are adversaries now. I have come to rescue him. Will you emerge on your own, or shall I compel you to do so?" Wang Chuan declared with a chilling aura, "Ha ha, do you not fear that I shall extinguish the old emperor's very soul, rendering him a fool for all eternity?" The old emperor retorted with a sinister grin, fixing his gaze on Wang Chuan as he threatened, "If you proceed with such intentions, I am powerless to stop you. But do not delude yourself. Should I obliterate this fragment of your spirit, you will undoubtedly suffer grievous harm, and perhaps never again advance an inch." Wang Chuan, being a practitioner himself, understood the intricacies of the 3 souls and 7 spirits, and replied with clarity, "Himph, you possess considerable knowledge. Which sect do you hail from?" The old emperor's eyes narrowed, countering with a question. Wang Chuan smiled, "The sect I belong to is not one you can afford to offend. I shall inquire once more. Will you come forth willingly, or must I forcibly extract you? The old king's time is up. We shall support the new king, and Princess Huining is quite suitable." Wang Chuan urged again, feigning indifference to the old emperor's fate. The old emperor's eyes glowed crimson, flickering with uncertainty. "Very well, I shall emerge, but on the condition that I do not harm the old king. Once I am out, you must not lay a hand on me. We shall keep to our own affairs. What say you?" The soul of the ethereal being proposed in negotiation. "Agreed. I swear by my sect's name that I shall not harm you." Wang Chuan replied, making a gesture of oath to deceive the ethereal being. "Excellent," the ethereal being responded with satisfaction. Immediately, the old emperor reclined onto the bed, closing his eyes and remaining motionless. Then, a blurred spiritual entity, small in stature, with a long beard and clad in a robe, emerged, radiating a faint glow. Upon its separation, this spiritual form floated in the air, observing Wang Chuan, while the old emperor slumped into a deep unconsciousness. Wang Chuan maintained a calm demeanor, pondering briefly before arriving at a decisive resolution. "Dear friend, as per our agreement, I must take my leave. Until we meet again." the ethereal being conveyed through recognizable spiritual waves. Suddenly, Wang Chuan erupted with energy, unleashing a field of spiritual power. His eyes emitted a soft, golden-purple radiance, and a mysterious golden ripple of divine light emanated from his brow, enveloping the diminutive figure in an instant. "You dare to breach our agreement?" the ethereal being exclaimed, suddenly ensnared, its spiritual waves turbulent with shock and fury. "Why, sincerest apologies, but I cannot allow your departure. It is quite unfortunate," Wang Chuan mocked coldly. "Furthermore, I must confess, I am a solitary cultivator, without a sect or affiliation." "Humph, you deceive me, despicable thief. May you meet a woeful end. Once my true form detects this transgression, I shall claim your soul and refine it for 49 days, so you may experience the taste of soul extraction." The ethereal being, brimming with arrogance, seethed with rage. Originally pondering how to deal with him, Wang Chuan found the perfect resolution in the face of such malevolence. Feeling no guilt, with a cold smirk, he summoned the swirling golden seal, which howled through the air, striking the spiritual entity with a single blow, piercing it. The spiritual form emitted a mournful cry, an oscillation unique to soul light, inaudible to mortal ears. Wang Chuan struck the golden seal twice with a flourish, causing his spiritual entity to dissipate into a delicate mist. He swiftly employed the Jiming technique to invoke the demon seal, extending his left hand with the palm facing upwards at the center of the Shinkei Luanhai, while his right hand assumed a knife-like posture before his chest. The golden light of the myriad character symbols swirled within his palm as he envisioned a lotus blooming, radiating brilliance all around him. With a decisive motion, his right hand unleashed a barrage of myriad character seals towards the mist. The golden light surged forth, resonating with celestial sound, until the mist ultimately burst apart with a soft pop, dispersing into spiritual particles under Wang Chuan's golden ripples. After all was accomplished, a profound silence ensued as Wang Chuan withdrew his energy, the violet light of his spirit returning to his sea of consciousness. Remarkably, the particles followed the ripples and merged into Wang Chuan's spiritual sea, and in that instant, he felt a subtle expansion of his soul, his mental acuity sharpened and clarity enriched. A sensation of fullness enveloped his being, and fragments of memory light from the ethereal child surfaced in his mind, the benefits of which were self-evident, leaving Wang Chuan utterly astonished. Having resolved the matter, Wang Chuan gazed at the slumbering old emperor, and a thought struck him. He sent out a mental wave to inform the waiting elite guards outside that success had been achieved and urgently summoned Princess Huaining to come forth, for the situation was now secured. The elite guards outside immediately received the message, their spirits lifted, and promptly sprang into action. Shortly thereafter, Princess Huaining arrived, leading a multitude of palace attendants and elite guards. Encircling the imperial study, they swiftly apprehended the 6 Taoist martial artists. Adorned in a traditional cross-collared skirt that flowed gracefully, Princess Huaining entered with an inquisitive gaze directed at Wang Chuan. He signaled that the elder was in good health but required rest, which put her mind at ease. Princess Huaining then commanded the captain of the imperial guards to immediately seal off the palace, instructing the elite guards to cooperate, and ordered that anyone attempting to intrude or approach be apprehended without exception. Furthermore, she commanded the city's nearby guards to maintain vigilance over the capital and capture the Taoist intruders. The forces at Huaining's disposal were unwaveringly loyal to the royal family. Once everything was in order, Princess Huaining turned to Wang Chuan and said, "An hour ago, a message was dispatched via carrier pigeon, reporting that conflict has erupted. You still have time to join the fray." "Very well, I must depart without delay," he replied. "Take care of yourself," she added. A rare display of femininity graced Huaining's demeanor, her delicate face resembling a crescent moon, with her enchanting eyes causing Wang Chuan's heart to flutter. He turned away, departing without a backward glance. "Wait!" Huaining's voice trembled slightly from behind. Wang Chuan halted. "Will you return?" she inquired softly, her lips parting gently. He turned to meet her gaze, his eyes locked onto her beautiful orbs, and for a fleeting moment, it felt as though he might relinquish everything. Yet countless thoughts flooded his mind, leading him to respond, "Perhaps, take care of yourself." The battlefield lay in the Nanshan Plain, beyond the southern city of Tang, with the capital 2 days' journey away, separated by the Tiantong River. Wang Chuan requested a fine steed from Huaining, a pure black stallion reputed to be a swift horse, muscular and striking, its coat shimmering like satin. Upon mounting, he galloped like the wind, covering the 2-day journey in just a day and a night, arriving at the outskirts of the Nanshan Plain, at the mouth of the Tian River. Between Tianhaku and Nanshan Plain flows a grand river, its waters presently gentle and shallow, for it is winter, and the river's surface is encased in ice, making it suitable for horseback riding. The dawn light graces the sky with a fishbelly white hue, marking the early morning. Wang Chuan dismounts, exhaling visible breath, while his steed snorts wearily. To safeguard his horse, he imparts a touch of vital energy. After crossing the river on foot, Wang Chuan glimpses a small village, inhabited by impoverished farmers, their homes constructed of earthen walls. Due to their proximity to the river, the villagers sustain themselves through fishing, with numerous dried fish and aquatic products hanging from their dwellings. The cotton garments worn by the villagers are mostly tattered and patched. They seldom venture outside, seeking refuge from the biting cold within their homes. Wang Chuan arrives at the village's only inn, ties up his horse, and orders a pot of hot wine, alongside some dried beef and buckwheat pancakes, indulging in a hearty meal. He also instructs the innkeeper to feed his horse with fodder and provide it with warm water, allowing for a brief respite of 1 hour. Chapter 64. The Great Battle of Nanshan City, the flag of soul refinement and spirit seizing rising. Wang Chuan inquires of the innkeeper, "What lies ahead?" "Dear guest, beyond here there are no more villages. This is the sole place for lodging. After passing Black Wind Ridge, you will reach Nanshan Plain. However, venturing into the heart of Nanshan at this time is unwise, as the Yuan and Tang nations are locked in fierce battle." "Understood. Thank you, innkeeper. There is no need for change with this silver." Wang Chuan exits the inn, mounts his horse, and gallops away, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. Black Wind Ridge is not extensive. It is a lush, wooded hill, verdant and thriving. Without pausing, Wang Chuan swiftly traverses the narrow path, soon emerging on the other side, where an expansive plain unfolds before him. Even in the depths of winter, the grass retains a vibrant green hue, albeit tinged with a slight yellow, stretching seemingly to infinity, with occasional solitary trees dotting the landscape. The grass rustles gently as the cold northern wind bites at his skin. Having heard tales of the two nations clashing in the heartland ahead, Wang Chuan contemplates the necessity of his horse, feeling reluctant to abandon it in the desolate wilderness. After much deliberation, he rides back to the small river village, where he offers a considerable sum to the innkeeper, requesting diligent care for his horse, promising to return for it in due time. The innkeeper agrees, leading the horse to the backyard and stabling it. After providing a few more instructions, Wang Chuan departs. Leaving the inn, he exits the village, channeling his vital energy, feeling light and agile as he rides the wind, leaping gracefully over distances, in a matter of moments. He reaches the opposite end of Black Wind Ridge. Gazing upon the vast grassland, an indescribable solitude envelopes him. Last, Wang Chuan lets out a long howl, his energy erupting as he soars into the wilderness, akin to a lone wolf of the north. After half an hour of vigorous travel, Wang Chuan arrives at an elevated terrain. His gaze sharpens, and he abruptly halts, spotting a sprawling encampment in the distance, stretching over 10 miles, with flickering torches illuminating the rows of tents, banners fluttering in the breeze, and the formidable presence of the army indicating it must belong to the Great Yuan. Wang Chuan deduces that on the other side of Nanshan Plain lies the Nanshan Pass of the Li Tang nation, where the forces of the Tang dynasty are undoubtedly stationed. Wu Hanlin must be within Nanshan City at this moment. If he ventures there now, he is certain to rescue him. To speak frankly, Wang Chuan harbors little optimism regarding Li Tang. From military affairs to economics, he pales in comparison to the Yuan dynasty, and defeat is merely a matter of time at this moment. Wang Chuan is not in a hurry to venture to Nanshan City, for the time is not yet ripe. He understands that even if he were to go, it would be futile, as Wu Hanlin would certainly not follow him, rendering such a move tantamount to a cowardly retreat, subject to the scorn of the masses and the ruin of his reputation. After a long journey from the capital to this place, with dawn yet to break, Wang Chuan pondered deeply. Rising from his thoughts, he stealthily circumvented the Yuan army and quietly entered Nanshan City. Within the city, Wang Chuan sought out an inn, where he settled in and patiently awaited the unfolding of events. He indulged in a refreshing slumber, only to awaken as night descended once more. He summoned food and wine, feasting heartily. Suddenly, a mournful horn sounded from afar, piercing the stillness with its desolate and fervent wail, an abrupt interruption to the night. The resounding beat of war drums followed, thundering in rapid succession. The Yuan army was upon them, preparing for battle. Outside, a panicked voice cried out, "Silence! Those who sow discord among the populace and the army shall face immediate execution." Came the stern reprimand from a patrolling Tang soldier. The streets cleared in an instant as the troops began their meticulous patrols, the sounds of galloping hooves, marching feet, and the creaking of carts merging into a cacophony. Wang Chuan swiftly rose, contemplating his next move, and promptly donned his night attire before leaping through the rear window. Once outside the inn, he summoned the wind mastery technique, swiftly gliding away. Before long, he had exited Nanshan City and returned to the wilderness. Evading various hidden sentries, he selected a discreet, elevated position, though it was somewhat distant, the dense underbrush standing taller than a man, providing both concealment and a commanding view of the battlefield in the distance. The Yuan army displayed their discipline, their formations meticulously aligned, weapons glinting menacingly in the dim light. They were prepared to march, soldiers igniting countless torches that illuminated the plain, the acrid scent of sulfur and tar wafting through the air. Various siege engines were rolled out, the war horses neighing, while a general issued military orders, the sound of galloping messengers echoing throughout. Turning his gaze to the Tang nation, Nanshan City stood resolute, its gates barred. Numerous torches flickering like beacons, figures bustling about. A general stood atop a carriage, surveying the situation. Wang Chuan surmised that the city was in a state of heightened alert, the troops ready to respond at a moment's notice. A great battle was imminent, both sides preparing for the clash ahead. In the darkness of the wilderness, the wind carried an eerie sound, and as Wang Chuan observed the unfolding situation, he suddenly sensed a subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from afar. Wang Chuan exclaimed in surprise, quickly suppressing his presence and retreating swiftly. Once a sufficient distance away, he concealed himself once more as his eyes scanned the night sky. Faint silhouettes descended, indistinct yet discernible. Wang Chuan recognized them as a flying war chariot, emanating waves of spiritual energy. Two figures disembarked from the vehicle, and upon their descent, one immediately began to sense the surroundings intently. There should have been a presence here just now, yet it has vanished. One of them mused, puzzled. Indeed. Could it be that he sent someone here? The other speculated that it's possible. Stop being so paranoid. Even if someone were here, could they truly pose a threat to us? They could very well be mere wild foxes or wolves. That's true. Let us proceed swiftly. Tonight, many shall perish here, and if we satiate it, our subsequent endeavors will surely yield great rewards. As he spoke, the individual struck the war chariot, which shimmered with brilliance, shrinking to a mere inch in size before being stowed away. This suspicious person waved his hand casually, and a ritual platform along with a lowly writing desk materialized. He commenced his incantation once more, and suddenly, a black ribbon of energy, imbued with an overwhelming spiritual pressure, soared forth and embedded itself upon the altar. It unfurled in the wind, rising to a height exceeding 3 zhong, with a black pole and black banner fluttering ominously, shrouded in dense, swirling black mist. What a formidable flag-type magical artifact! Yet, it seemed to possess an unsavory nature. Wang Chuan's discerning gaze caught this, and he could not help but secretly ponder, holding his breath in trepidation, fearing that any slip could expose him. Once the two had made all necessary preparations, the leader spoke. "We are ready now. Inform him to commence." "Understood." The other produced a piece of jade from his bosom and flung it forth, and Wang Chuan sensed that this item, a jade tablet, radiated a faint glow as it soared towards the Yuan army's direction. It was peculiar. Evidently, this battle was orchestrated by unseen hands, an unusual occurrence. Wang Chuan speculated. Before long, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The mournful sound of the Yuan army's horn resonated once more, as stone-throwing machines were rolled out, filled with incendiary projectiles, ablaze and being hurled one after another. The fiery trails sliced through the night sky, hurtling towards the gates of Nanshan City, crashing against the walls with a series of explosive impacts. In an instant, casualties among the Tang army became evident. Cries of alarm erupted from the battlements, some extinguishing fires, others wailing in agony, while officers shouted commands. The stone-throwing machines continued their relentless operation, launching a barrage of flaming projectiles into the Tang ranks, leading to significant losses. Generals attempted to instigate a counterattack with bows and crossbows, but their efforts bore little fruit due to the considerable distance. The mournful horn wailed long and low as the Yuan army began their assault. Shield-bearers, fortified by heavy shields, charged down towards the city. Behind them, axe and sword-wielders supported them, one hand holding shields while the other hefted ladders, swiftly reaching the foot of the walls, on the Tang battlements. Archers had long taken their positions, relentlessly unleashing a storm of arrows that rained down like a deluge, reaping lives. Boulders were also cast down, and the Yuan soldiers began to suffer losses. Some fell to arrows, others plummeted from the ladders, while yet others were crushed by falling stones. The scene was utterly harrowing, yet no one retreated. The Yuan archers began to retaliate, Chaos ensued as combatants fell continuously, blood splattering, and screams echoing, the stench of blood pervading the battlefield, a scene of brutal carnage. Witnessing such a sight for the first time, Wang Chuan felt a profound impact. It can commence. On the heights, the leader of the two sat cross-legged, his demeanor focused, continually casting hand seals, energy rippling forth, runes bursting into life, merging with the black banner. The black flag quivered, then shot into the night sky, soaring towards the distant battlefield. Wang Chuan observed as the black flag ascended above the battlefield. Concealed in darkness, controlled by the cloaked figure, it waved and swirled, raining down an enigmatic arcane light invisible to mortals, drawing forth the souls of the deceased visible only to practitioners below, leading them to it. Before being consumed by the black mist, Wang Chuan was taken aback, his heart shaken. This was soul refinement. Those souls being drawn in were likely doomed to eternal annihilation, thoroughly refined and devoured. Witnessing this scene ignited a flame of fury within Wang Chuan, yet he felt powerless. With limited options, he resolved to rescue Wu Hanlin first. Chapter 65. Visitors from the Mystic Realm. The battle of good and evil. Wang Chuan chose to retreat, heading towards Nanshan City. However, midway, he suddenly noticed two radiant beams of light in the night sky, soaring towards the two individuals performing a ritual. Torn by indecision, his curiosity ultimately compelled him to return and observe from a distance. Realizing that this night was destined to be extraordinary and captivating, Wei Wuxuang, it is you again, a lingering specter, returning to thwart my endeavors, one individual exclaimed in fury. The demonic path must be eradicated. The souls of the living must not be seized, for such acts defy the heavens. How long do you intend to live, Ho Fangcheng? As the two beams descended, three figures emerged. One man and two women, with the man being the one who spoke. Oh, Fairy Tsin and Fairy Luo, have you come to join the fray? Ho Fangcheng sneered. Friend Ho, we bear no enmity towards one another, yet your attempt to harvest souls today cannot go unchallenged. One of the women spoke coldly, her tone as frigid as ice, yet graceful. Ho Fangcheng raised his head and chuckled lightly, turning to the other woman, Fairy Tsin. Do you share this sentiment as well? Fairy Tsin, as cold as an icy blossom and exuding a fragrance akin to orchids, elegantly revealed a lotus talisman in the palm of her hand, its ethereal light swirling and shimmering. Forgive me, friend Ho, she uttered softly. Ha ha ha, do you truly think I, Ho Fangcheng, would be intimidated by you? The man who had set up the ritual laughed maniacally. In a flash, Ho Fangcheng swiftly cast a protective array around the altar, simultaneously summoning a formidable dark blade that glimmered ominously, slicing towards the trio. Disperse, Wei Wuxuang commanded, and the three moved quickly to evade the strike. The blade, imbued with the might of thunder, struck the ground with a resounding crash, sending dirt and stones flying. Fairy Tsin, you breach the formation and destroy the altar. Fairy Luo, we shall hold him off, Wei Wuxuang instructed, conjuring her peculiar treasure, a flat, circular artifact that shimmered like a golden disc. Meanwhile, Fairy Luo gracefully landed, deftly wielding an exquisite, radiant fan. Directing it towards Ho Fangcheng, a tempest of energy erupted, sweeping across the ground, sending grass and stones scattering, yet it was thwarted by Ho Fangcheng's protective aura. Wei Wuxuang, already poised for action, hailed from the esteemed Tianshan sect, a youthful prodigy with exceptional capabilities, ranked among the sect's true disciples. Affiliated with the Hall of Heavenly Kings, he inherited the divine arts of the Heavenly Kings, wielding the exclusive Heavenly King disc. Observing that Fairy Luo's initial strike had failed to achieve its aim, he formed the Heavenly King seal with his hands, unleashing a burst of golden divine light as the ethereal figure of the Heavenly King manifested. The first move, the eternal revolution of the Heavenly Wheel, saw the golden disc before him whirl into motion, spiraling forth with the majestic power of the Heavenly King, slicing directly towards Ho Fangcheng. Ho Fangcheng, a true disciple of the Heavenly Demon Palace, unleashed his formidable demonic arts, summoning a shadowy dragon that roared fiercely, charging forth with his dark blade. Both combatants unleashed their true prowess without holding back, launching lethal attacks. The collision of the golden disc and the black blade produced a cataclysmic shockwave, creating a massive crater between them. Wang Chuan felt a surge of awe within. Was this the essence of conflict among cultivators? Indeed, it was extraordinary and magnificent. Meanwhile, in the distance, the battlefield of two warring nations raged on. Wail, 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 boom, 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 boom. The Yuan army sounded the charge, while the arrows of the Li Tang rained down like a tempest. Interspersed with countless fire arrows, covering the wide-open city gates as numerous valiant soldiers of Li Tang surged forth, undeterred by the specter of death. The fierce battle escalated into a fray of intense fervor, with swords clashing and the roars of warriors rising like a tidal wave. They fought in a chaotic maelstrom, blood splattering, dismembered limbs occasionally soaring through the air, a scene of utter carnage. Suddenly, a shift occurred in the conflict. The enchanting Xianxi, as beautiful as an ice flower and untouched by worldly affairs, wielded a precious lotus that emitted ethereal light, unleashing waves of energy beams like the ebb and flow of tides, ultimately shattering the formation and revealing the altar and another practitioner of the demonic path. This unknown practitioner of the dark arts immediately conjured a protective aura. With a light reprimand, Xianxi focused her magical essence, her hand seals shimmering as she manifested a turbulent pool, the precious lotus ablaze with spiritual light, radiating brilliance as it surged forth with divine luminosity, unleashing a grand wave of blue energy that crashed down upon the altar, shattering it. The practitioner of the demonic path, caught off guard, barely managed to evade the onslaught, retreating in disarray, blood spilling from his mouth, wounded, but the severity of his injuries remained uncertain. Well struck. Wei Wuxiang was the first to exclaim in admiration. What audacity! Ho Fangcheng once more conjured a black dragon, his demonic blade imbued with dark energy, lunging fiercely at Xin Xiaoman. Xin Xiaoman's magical power flickered as ripples of water formed, allowing her to gracefully evade the strike, leaving behind a massive scar on the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Ho Fangcheng unleashed a jade slip, swift as lightning, and within mere moments, a figure emerged from the Yuan army, arriving with the speed of the wind. He is calling for reinforcements. We must swiftly subdue this individual, Wei Wuxiang remarked. Such a naive thought. Ho Fangcheng executed several hand seals, manipulating the black soul refining flag, which continued to absorb the battle spirits in the distant sky. Approaching the injured figure in black robes, Ho Fangcheng offered a medicinal pill. Are you all right? He inquired with concern. In no major harm. Let us hold out for a moment. Once reinforcements arrive, we shall confront them one-on-one, replied Ho Fangcheng coldly. Agreed. The two fortified their defenses while awaiting assistance. Wei Wuxiang and the two fairies, Luo Xin, unleashed a relentless barrage of magical treasures upon the duo, yet for the moment, they could not secure a decisive victory. However, Ho Fangcheng and his companion were also in a precarious position, passively enduring the onslaught, appearing quite disheveled. At that moment, reinforcements had finally arrived. Wang Chuan was astonished to recognize the familiar face of Piao Miaozi himself, clad in a Taoist robe, the sight leaving a deep impression on him. Upon Piao Miaozi's arrival, he wasted no time and launched a series of Taoist palm lightning strikes, unleashing 3 consecutive bolts. Though they were ordinary techniques, their lethality was not to be underestimated. The thunderous assault disrupted the offensive of Wei Wuxiang's side, granting Ho Fangcheng a much-needed respite. Piao Miaozi, my friend, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Ho Fangcheng expressed joyfully upon seeing him. I trust you are well, Ho Daoyu. Piao Miaozi nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, your timing is impeccable. My friend, I will take over for Wei Wuxiang. You two may choose your opponents. Tonight, I intend to perform a blood sacrifice for my demonic blade. Ho Fangcheng licked his lips stained with blood, his demonic intent surging forth, an overwhelming aura emanating from his being as his eyes reddened with murderous intent, fixed upon the 3 adversaries. This is dire. He has infused his blade with demonic energy, amplifying his attacks exponentially, making him exceedingly formidable. Wei Wuxiang, a discerning individual, observed, his expression shifting with concern. Wei Shixiang, are you also unable to contend with him? Surely, your Tianmin must possess the divine descent technique? Zhang Xinzi inquired. Zhang Shimi, it is not that I fear him, but rather that should I employ this technique, I would be left utterly exhausted afterward. If I failed to succeed, I would find myself in dire straits. Thus, this method cannot be wielded lightly unless absolutely necessary, Wei Wuxiang explained helplessly. Then what shall we do? Ho Fangcheng has collected countless mortal souls, committing heinous crimes. Are we truly prepared to desist? Zhang Xinzi projected a wave of energy, speaking hastily. Very well, since heaven shows mercy to living beings, today I shall risk it all. Zhang Shimi, Luo Shimi, my skills are lacking. After employing this technique, I will experience a period of weakness. If we still cannot prevail, you must not linger in battle. Take me and flee immediately, Wei Wuxiang resolved after careful consideration. Rest assured, Wei Shixiang, we shall support you. Over there, Luo Irin, the Luo Xinzi, evaded the ethereal Zhangzi's whisk, declaring, Excellent. Wei Wuxiang immediately unleashed divine radiance, hand seals flying, runic mist swirling. Before them, the Heavenly King's profound arts conjured an illusion of celestial realms, with the ethereal figure of the Heavenly King seated in the void, radiating golden divine light in the blink of an eye. Wei Wuxiang unleashed a barrage of rapid light wheels, launching them at Ho Fangqing with the force of a tempest. With bloodshot eyes, Ho Fangqing dodged frantically, incensed and shouting. The Heavenly King's law once more transformed, the Heavenly King's seal growing increasingly intricate and abundant, divine energy surging forth. The ethereal figure of the Heavenly King slowly rose behind him. Merging into one eye in that instant, Wei Wuxiang's demeanor became regal and focused, as if he were a sovereign surveying his domain. The golden disk spun, enveloped in brilliance, his every gesture imbued with the authority of a monarch, emanating an overwhelming aura. Ho Fangqing, meet your demise. Wei Wuxiang pointed, golden radiance exploding forth, the golden disk humming with densely packed runes, shooting forth like a rainbow, as if it could tear through all existence. Its brilliance blinding. Unyielding, Ho Fangqing roared, his golden hair billowing, pointing skyward and drawing the earth, summoning forth a black dragon infused with dark energy, which, guided by his command, opened its vast maw and dove downward. Boom! The clash of darkness and light ignited a great tumult, creating a vacuum of energy and unleashing shockwaves that swept across the gathered crowd. People hastily evaded, their spiritual lights flaring, each displaying their unique abilities. Zhangzi's whisk unfurled, transforming into a bagua diagram, with yin and yang fish swimming, dissipating the shockwave. The practitioner of the demonic path, with a technique most peculiar, drew forth dense black light, evolving it into a black hole that absorbed light and heat, devouring the waves, drawing astonished glances. Luo Xinzi manifested violet spiritual wings, showering down twinkling starlight, a cascade of shimmering colors, guiding her away from the impact. Zhang Xinzi, serene as a maiden, at that moment, resembled a goddess. In her jade palm, a lotus treasure shimmered, creating colorful ripples that isolated her from the world. I am a shameful dividing line. Due to the new book title The Rise of the Great Tao coinciding with another's, it shall revert to its original title, Record of Cultivation's Rise. I apologize for the inconvenience caused to the readers. There will be no further changes. Chapter 66, Marvelous Dharma, assisting Zhang Qiaoman in the distance. Wang Chuan lay concealed in the grass, dazzled by the spectacle before him, marveling and feeling an infinite yearning for this realm, wishing to engage in a contest of skills. Yet he restrained himself, fearing his own inadequacy. The shockwave conjured a tempest, vanishing in an instant, as dust and debris swirled through the air. With a graceful flick of her exquisite fan, Luo Yiren summoned a gentle breeze that dispelled the haze. Revealing the battlefield, where two figures stood, there, Wei Wuxiang appeared unsteady, his complexion ashen, utterly drained of energy. After all, he was merely at the qi refinement stage, his strength limited. The two women, Luo Xin and her companion, quickly rushed to provide cover, while Wei Wuxiang stubbornly consumed 2 medicinal pills to bolster his strength. Meanwhile, Ho Fangqing, with disheveled hair and an unkempt appearance, bore a waxen countenance, exuding weakness. Piero Miaozi and the nameless demonic cultivator drew closer to him, vigilant against any potential ambush. They could not be spared. Cover me. I shall summon back the black flag and annihilate them, commanded Ho Fangqing, disregarding his injuries. Understood, replied the nameless demonic cultivator. Piero Miaozi bowed in affirmation. This is dire. We must flee. That soul-refining banner is of considerable rank, potentially a spiritual treasure. We cannot contend with it, Wei Wuxiang observed, reading the ominous atmosphere, his expression shifting once more as he urged. At this moment, I am at my wit's end, my body frail. Attempt to escape? Not a chance. I was just lamenting the absence of a commanding soul, and you 3 are perfectly suited to be captured. With you, my treasure will be complete. Ho Fangqing laughed heartily. He gestured with his hands, and the black flag hovering above Nanshan City responded, dark clouds swirling ominously as a chilling wind swept in, accompanied by ghostly wails. From the black mist, malevolent spirits filled the air, ensnaring Wei Wuxiang and his companions, leaving them surrounded and isolated, their souls constrained by relentless waves of mental assaults that disrupted their focus. In the space controlled by the black flag, the trio struggled against the incessant onslaught of spirits, their souls battered with no effective means of counteraction. They could only endure, as if being slowly drained of life. Luo Shimi, Wei Shixiang. I have a method to break this realm, announced Xin Xiaoman, deflecting the invading spirits. Xin Shimi, does your method carry any risks? Wei Wuxiang inquired, his voice weak and pallid. There are risks, yet I am confident I can breach this realm. Luo Shimi, once the flag reveals a flaw, you must take Wei Shixiang and escape first. I can hold on for a moment longer. We shall separate. Ho Fangqing cannot cover both fronts, Xin Xianzi declared resolutely, her eyes shimmering with determination. The other two felt a sudden chill in their hearts, an unshakable premonition of impending peril. What do you think? Xin Xiaoman pressed anxiously, noticing their silence. Xin Shiji, Luo Yiren could hardly contain her tears. Her voice trembling, do not weep. Xin Xiaoman admonished. Let it be as proposed. Prepare yourselves. As she concluded her words, she sat cross-legged, forming seals and reciting incantations. The precious lotus trembled, emitting a resounding aquatic melody, as the essence of water enveloped her surroundings. In the vast expanse around her, runes ascended, radiating brilliance, gradually manifesting a chain of lightning spheres. The watery essence surged into a chaotic tempest, while a violet light surged forth from her brow, her hands cradling the lotus that shone ever more brilliantly. Transforming into a silver hue, electric arcs crackling upon its surface. Upon completing her incantation, the space suddenly froze. A series of cracking sounds echoed, followed by thunderous roars and howling winds. A blue energy storm erupted, intertwined with flashes of lightning, annihilating countless malevolent spirits. With a resounding crackle, the electric light tore through the 100-ghost purgatory, revealing a glimpse of the outside world. Time was of the essence, as agreed. Luo Xianzi had already retrieved the flying vessel, replenishing it with elemental stones. She took Wei Wuxiang aboard, and in an instant, they transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky and fleeing the scene. Xin Xiaoman was enveloped in an azure energy, crackling with lightning, yet she too unleashed a surge from another direction. However, fatigue had already taken its toll. She coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood mid-air. Having reached the 8th level of qi cultivation, she was exerting herself beyond her means. At this moment, she attempted to conceal her presence and gather her energy, employing a secret technique to channel her spirit essence for flight, though it could not last long. In the air, her spiritual light flickered uncertainly, her strength waning. The unknown demonic cultivator, witnessing this, flickered with dark light and immediately pursued Xin Xiaoman. Wang Chuan, realizing the dire situation, thought quickly, biting down hard, and ultimately decided to circumvent the battlefield to follow suit. Xin Xiaoman was, after all, merely at the qi cultivation stage, her internal energy depleted, rendering her incapable of sustained flight. Eventually, she exhausted her spiritual power and descended to the ground, breathing heavily, her complexion pale and weary. Upon landing, she swiftly concealed herself within the dense forest. After a brief moment, the nameless demonic cultivator also entered, sensing her presence and stepping closer. You cannot escape, the nameless practitioner declared. Who are you? Xin Xiaoman strained to maintain her composure. Her hand gripping the radiant lotus treasure, her expression wary. There's no harm in telling you. I am Shun Tu Lai, the nameless cultivator replied. Shun Tu Lai? Xin Xiaoman murmured to herself, racking her brain for where she had heard that name. But to no avail, do not bother thinking. I will not disclose my purpose here. Embrace your ignorance, Shun Tu Lai said with an impassive demeanor. Do you intend to kill me? You must die, Xin Xiaoman retorted defiantly. I beg to differ. A sudden light laugh escaped her lips, for an unfamiliar cultivator had transmitted a message to her. It was Wang Chuan, who had arrived just in time, concealed behind her dado? Shin Tu Lai appeared puzzled. Xin Xiaoman could no longer hold on. Darkness clouded her vision, and her delicate form collapsed, but she fell into the embrace of a young man clad in black. Startled, she struggled to resist. Oh, not worry. Take a moment to rest, I shall deal with him, Wang Chuan said, revealing his true form, gently setting Xin Xiaoman down against a tree. The sudden appearance of the young man in black put Shin Tu Lai on high alert. His eyes glimmered as he scrutinized Wang Chuan, refraining from making a move. Have you seen enough? Wang Chuan asked, standing firm at this moment. He dared not underestimate his opponent. He was cautious and began to channel his profound techniques, ready to employ his strongest methods in battle, both a test of self and a principle of confrontation. Who are you? Shin Tu Lai inquired, intrigued by this unexpected adversary. I am Wang Chuan. Prepare yourself. In an instant, a lotus phantom manifested around Wang Chuan, a protective barrier of black and white emerging. As radiant runes ascended, he swiftly unleashed several dazzling spiritual blades that spiraled and rushed toward Shin Tu Lai with ferocity. Shin Tu Lai, taken aback, immediately dodged with a flash of dark light. While his right hand formed a pointed gesture, summoning black arrows that shot toward Wang Chuan. Wang Chuan, already enveloped in ethereal energy, deftly evaded, while simultaneously altering his technique. Golden light shimmered, beautiful runes blossomed, coalescing into a lotus shape. He flicked his wrist, sending forth a meteor-like strike, invoking the wondrous method of prajna. Shan Tu Lai's expression shifted dramatically, hastily retreating as he invoked the dark arts of the demonic sect, a black sun materializing to shield his form. Wang Chuan seized the opportune moment to unleash the energy confinement technique. The crystalline ring, glimmering and ethereal, seamlessly connected at both ends. With a mere thought, it soared forth, bridging the extraordinary forces of the heavens and earth, effectively severing all energy, thus generating immense pressure that ensnared Shan Tu Lai in an instant. A most peculiar sight. Unprepared, Shan Tu Lai found his actions thwarted, his expression shifting dramatically in haste. He conjured a mysterious black hole through his dark sorcery, drawing in all things. The crystalline ring was torn apart by this enigmatic void, and Wang Chuan, with a swift maneuver, felt as though his efforts were absorbed by a cushion of cotton. The two were evenly matched. Seizing a moment to breathe, Shan Tu Lai summoned a long spear, its black shaft shimmering with a radiant aura, a formidable artifact. With a flick of his wrist, he propelled the dark spear towards Wang Chuan. In response, Wang Chuan quickly summoned the golden seal, its brilliance flashing as his mental energy locked onto the black spear, successfully intercepting it with a resounding clang. Both warriors felt a tremor of shock deep within, neither yielding to the other. Wang Chuan unleashed several spiritual blades, unhesitatingly expending his spiritual essence through the right-hand lotus seal to condense 3 more, launching them at Shan Tu Lai in a series of explosive assaults. Shan Tu Lai immediately sensed the intensity of his opponent, realizing that he was not inferior, but rather slightly outmatched. Wang Chuan pressed his attack, his gaze blazing fiercely. Suddenly, with an alteration of his technique, his countenance transformed into one of indomitable fury. He positioned his left palm upward upon the divine threshold, while his right hand rose above his head, gradually descending to his chest, forming a demon-subduing seal. Both palms shimmered with golden radiance as the runes within his right palm coalesced, dazzling in their brilliance. Simultaneously, a purple light flickered at his brow as he intoned sacred incantations. Om, Ah, Hung. In an instant, golden light surged forth, manifesting a colossal lotus throne, accompanied by the ethereal image of a golden lotus rising from the earth, resonating with divine chants. His right palm condensed a myriad character seal, rotating incessantly, remaining unspoken, as his mental energy launched an assault upon Shan Tu Lai, a force of unmatched ferocity. In the blink of an eye, the spell was completed. Shan Tu Lai, caught off guard, felt the impact of the divine sound assaulting his consciousness, letting out a pained cry as he clutched his head. The mysterious black hole collapsed instantaneously, and the black spear recoiled. Upon regaining his composure, he discovered a trickle of true blood seeping from his brow. Humph! Wounded, Shan Tu Lai glared fiercely at Wang Chuan before decisively retreating into the shadows. Wang Chuan did not pursue. Instead, he remained vigilant, the demon-subduing seal rotating with radiant brilliance as he coldly observed the retreating figure, only relaxing once he confirmed the enemy had truly departed. With a long exhale, he acknowledged the perilous nature of the encounter, recognizing he was on the brink of exhaustion. Realizing the inappropriateness of lingering in such a place, Wang Chuan turned to approach Qin Xiaoman, who had regained some strength and a modicum of spiritual energy, standing gracefully by his side, her gaze fixed intently upon him, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. Chapter 67. Meeting Qin Xiaoman and rescuing Wu Hanlin. Thank you sincerely for your assistance, young master. Qin Xiaoman expressed her heartfelt gratitude. No need for thanks. It is only right to help those in need. Wang Chuan replied, feeling a bit fatigued as he waved his hand dismissively. Faced with the beauty before him, he felt somewhat awkward, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. Qin Xiaoman offered a gentle smile and approached him. May I inquire about which sect you hail from? I would like to express my gratitude properly upon my return, she said earnestly. It is of no consequence. I am merely passing through, so there is no need. Wang Chuan responded, unable to meet the gaze of the ethereal maiden, betraying a hint of shyness. Noticing his demeanor, Qin Xiaoman was at a loss, perceiving the young man before her, not much younger than herself, to be somewhat inarticulate, exuding an air of elusive intimacy. At that moment, Wang Chuan looked at her and suddenly said, we should leave this place quickly to avoid their return. Very well. Qin Xiaoman gently nodded her head in agreement. Will you accompany me? Wang Chuan inquired. Please lead the way, young master. Sun Xiaoman suddenly found the person before her quite intriguing. All right, let us hasten our departure. Wang Chuan felt a twinge of anxiety, genuinely fearing that Hou Fangqing and his companions would remain undeterred and come to investigate. Wang Chuan summoned the wind manipulation technique, mysterious symbols shimmering around him, ethereal light flowing and sparkling like stars, enveloping his form, making him light and swift as he soared away. Sun Xiaoman followed closely behind. Graceful and elegant, surrounded by rippling water patterns, her runes dissipating like mist, ethereal as a celestial being, moving with a delicate charm. Upon realizing that the person behind her could keep pace, Wang Chuan exerted himself to the fullest. The wind technique symbols shifting from blue to purple, once again amplifying his speed. Sun Xiaoman was suddenly distanced, a look of astonishment appearing on her beautiful, ice-like visage. Wang Chuan's enigmatic nature stirred her once more, and she pondered that his silence, profound skills, and extraordinary background must surely be remarkable. Simultaneously, she accelerated again, her water patterns becoming denser, the runes vanishing at an increased rate, flickers of lightning dancing, her speed abruptly surging to barely catch up with Wang Chuan. Wang Chuan's intention was straightforward. He circled back to Nanshan City, returning to the inn where he was staying, successfully evading the patrolling soldiers. The two made their way into the inn. Do you stay here? Sun Xiaoman asked softly. Yes, just temporarily, Wang Chuan replied. For how long? It depends on the development of the battle. Perhaps until the Tang Kingdom faces defeat. Wang Chuan mused. Oh, you believe the Tang Kingdom will lose? Sun Xiaoman's voice was melodious, akin to the tinkling of a spring. Indeed, it is only a matter of time. Who are you waiting for? I am indeed waiting for someone, a person I must rescue. Now is not the time, Wang Chuan answered while pouring 2 cups of tea for them. May I inquire who that is? Sun Xiaoman seated herself and probed. It is no trouble to tell you. This individual is the commander of the 3 armies of the Tang Kingdom, Wu Hanlin. He has done me a favor, Wang Chuan confessed. I see. Sun Xiaoman nodded lightly, signaling her understanding, and refrained from further questions. After a moment, she spoke again. You have yet to tell me where you practiced your skills? I am a wandering cultivator, without a sect or school, Wang Chuan candidly revealed. A wandering cultivator. Sun Xiaoman's eyes brightened with intrigue, casting doubt on the notion that someone with such profound techniques could be merely a wanderer, suggesting he was either exceptionally fortunate or intentionally concealing his true identity. Indeed, Wang Chuan affirmed. How is it that you found yourself on the battlefield? It is no matter if you choose not to disclose, I merely observed your conflict. You were no match for them, and upon seeing you in peril, I acted out of righteousness. Wang Chuan shrugged and smiled. I understand now, Sun Xiaoman nodded. The two fell into silence, with Wang Chuan taking a cushion, sitting cross-legged in a corner of the room, closing his eyes to meditate and restore his energy. Observing this, Sun Xiaoman settled onto the couch, focusing her mind in tranquility. Young master, have you ever considered joining a sect? Sun Xiaoman suddenly broke the silence with her question. Not at the moment. Perhaps I shall contemplate it in the future. Wang Chuan reflected before responding. Very well. Time flows swiftly. 3 days hence, both the forces of Li Tang and Yuan Tu have sustained grievous losses, with countless casualties and many wounded. Throughout Nanshan City, the fallen soldiers are being transported, alongside those in critical condition. Yesterday, the black flag of Hou Fangqing absorbed the last remnants of souls and was taken away, allowing Wang Chuan's taut nerves to finally relax somewhat. This individual, who captures souls, is there truly no one to address this? Wang Chuan could not bear to remain silent and inquired, Do you know which sect he belongs to? Sun Xiaoman approached, her fragrant aura wafting through the air, her charming smile unwavering. How could a mere wanderer like me possibly know? Wang Chuan replied with a hint of exasperation. Let me enlighten you. This person is the young master of the Heavenly Demon Palace, a formidable force in the cultivation world. The Heavenly Demon Palace is the foremost among the demonic sects, and who would dare to offend them, turning a blind eye instead? Sun Xiaoman explained eloquently. I see now. The realm of cultivation is indeed fraught with rivalry. I had underestimated the complexities. Wang Chuan remarked, awakening to the truth. Booming drums and horns resounded once more as the battle raged on. The Tang army, bereft of reinforcements, ultimately fell after a day of fierce combat, yielding the city to the advancing Yuan forces. The remnants of the Tang troops fought valiantly yet tragically, embodying the loyalty and courage of Li Tang's warriors. But they ultimately met their fate upon the battlefield, paving the way for Yuan's victory as they trod across the central plains. Amidst the chaos, Wang Chuan appeared just in time, rendering unconscious the self-destructive Wu Hanlin from the besieged command post and escorting him away. With Sun Xiaoman accompanying him, her exquisite visage concealed by a piece of delicate silk. They journeyed swiftly, after which Wang Chuan hired a spacious carriage to transport the unconscious Wu Hanlin deeper into Litang territory. During this time, Xin Xiaoman received urgent news from her sect and parted ways, leaving Wang Chuan to continue alone with Wu Hanlin to the capital of Jiangdu. Days later, news arrived from Nanshan City that the Yuan forces had inexplicably retreated. Wang Chuan had his speculations but could not verify them. Dressed in the simple garb of a commoner, Wu Hanlin had come to terms with his situation, relinquishing thoughts of self-destruction. Grateful for Wang Chuan's intervention, he wept bitterly, expressing relief that he had not misjudged his trust, and inquired about the safety of his daughter. Wang Chuan reassured him that Wu Hanyu had been taken by cultivators but was faring well, urging him not to worry. Upon hearing this, Wu Hanlin was astonished, and combined with the remarkable skills Wang Chuan had displayed along their journey, he found himself convinced. "What are your intentions?" Wang Chuan asked him. "I desire to retreat from the world and cease my inquiries into its affairs. Yet my heart is unwilling to concede. Until the treacherous ministers and traitorous factions are vanquished, how can I face those valiant soldiers who perished?" Wu Hanlin pondered deeply. "Do you truly feel this way?" Wang Chuan pressed him again. "Indeed, I have devoted my life to public service, for the nation and its people, only to arrive at such an outcome. The bitterness is overwhelming." Wu Hanlin spoke softly, his expression one of melancholy. "Very well, I shall lend you my strength to eliminate all obstacles, restoring clarity to this world and fulfilling your wishes." Wang Chuan replied. After some contemplation, "Thank you. Once this task is completed, I shall withdraw from the world," Wu Hanlin promised, visibly moved. "Plan your strategy thoroughly and do not waste any time," Wang Chuan advised, settling into meditation nearby. Wu Hanlin nodded, retreating to the adjoining chamber to reflect. Wang Chuan chose not to disturb him as they took up residence in the Xiang Manyuan restaurant, the largest establishment in Jiangdu Prefecture, offering both food and lodging. Wang Chuan intended to rest briefly while also gathering information. After a night of repose, he meandered through the marketplace the following day. Jiangdu Prefecture, adjacent to the capital of the Tang Kingdom, Jianling, brimmed with prosperity. Even in the chill of winter, the marketplace bustled with caravans, horse traders, and the lively sounds of haggling and calls, echoing in a vibrant symphony. In the distance, towering ships, majestic city towers, grand bridges, and wide waterways graced the landscape, while the lively Qingshan River mouth thrummed with activity, a testament to the breathtaking beauty of the mountains and rivers. Nearby, a diverse throng surged, regardless of wealth, bustling to and fro. Wang Chuan wandered through the busiest streets of Jiangdu Prefecture. Clad in white attire, strikingly handsome and tall, he reveled in the bustling world around him, reminiscing about past experiences, suddenly feeling a pang of homesickness. During his journey, with a considerable sum of money in his storage pouch, he found himself drawn to exquisite handicrafts, trinkets, jewelry, and antiques, purchasing anything that caught his fancy and adding it to his collection. Sensing that Wu Hanlin might soon take significant action, Wang Chuan felt no need to rush. As he observed the thriving marketplace, thoughts of the scholarly Wen Tao crossed his mind. He wondered where his newfound brother might be now, recalling their earlier escapade in the Yuan Kingdom, where Li Wentao had been instrumental in rescuing Wu Hanlin. Reflecting on it, he recalled that Li Wentao often bore an air of melancholy, leading Wang Chuan to believe he was a man of intriguing stories, though it would be inappropriate to inquire further. Strolling leisurely through the vibrant streets of Jiangdu Prefecture, Wang Chuan, hailing from another world, experienced a profound sense of novelty. The ancient architecture, the picturesque boats gliding across the distant river, and on these vessels, people engaged in chess games, savored tea, and exchanged idle chatter, accompanied by the faint, timeless strains of a guzheng, all imbued with charm. Feeling hungry, Wang Chuan purchased a piece of osmanthus cake, warm and delectable, leaving a lingering sweetness on his lips. A pure and natural delight. Spotting a vendor selling flutes, he felt a surge of excitement, having cherished the instrument since childhood. Although he could not play, he adored it nonetheless. Thus, he approached the vendor and acquired the finest bamboo flute, its body crisp and adorned with natural blemishes, featuring a red tassel. The vendor informed him that this particular bamboo was quite rare, prompting him to make the purchase and take it in hand to admire. Suddenly, Wang Chuan was stirred by a throng of people, drawn by curiosity to follow suit. He soon found himself at the notice board in the city, where 3 servants from affluent families were gathered. One was beating a gong, while another affixed a notice to the wall, a striking red paper with bold black characters. Among them, a slightly higher-ranking servant, appearing to be in his 40s with a broad face, fair complexion, and a prominent mustache, stood at about 1.7 meters tall, animatedly speaking about something. Wang Chuan listened attentively for a while and scrutinized the notice, gradually piecing together the story. It turned out that the Huang family, a prominent local household, was the subject of the notice. Mr. Huang, the head of the family, ran a private school in Jiangdu Prefecture, imparting knowledge and earning a commendable reputation with numerous students. Mr. Huang had 3 children, 2 daughters and 1 son, the son being the youngest. However, as fate would have it, the heavens can be unpredictable, and one may encounter both fortune and misfortune. The esteemed young lady of the Huang family, Huang Wan, is a woman of remarkable talent, possessing both beauty and grace, and is well versed in the classics. Approximately a year ago, she suddenly fell victim to a peculiar ailment, rendering her delirious and unhinged. Despite the Huang family's efforts to summon numerous physicians to no avail, they eventually sought the assistance of an esteemed sorcerer. Upon entering Huang Wen's residence, the sorcerer was taken aback, retreating from the monetary reward, declaring himself incapable of providing aid and advising them to seek someone more capable. This pattern repeated with several others, one of whom attempted a spell but tragically perished 3 days later outside the city, his visage twisted in horror. Consequently, no one dared to approach the Huang family in hopes of treating their young mistress. Thus, the situation lingered for nearly 2 years, and now, undeterred, they sought the help of another gifted individual, offering substantial compensation. Chapter 68. Invited into the Huang family, a first encounter with Huang when Wang Chuan, in his youthful impulsiveness, suddenly felt intrigued and wished to remove the red notice, yet he hesitated. After much contemplation, he resolved that a true gentleman must act with courage and decisiveness. Channeling his spiritual energy, he parted the throng of onlookers and boldly approached, tearing down the notice. "How audacious! Who are you, and why have you defaced the announcement?" exclaimed a steward, who was passionately delivering a speech. Upon noticing the youthful Wang Chuan, who appeared to be of a similar age as their young mistress, the steward assumed he was a troublemaker disrupting their newly posted notice. Anger flared within him, but upon observing Wang Chuan's elegant white robe, black boots, striking features, and piercing eyes, he felt a chill of apprehension, suspecting the young man might possess influential connections, and thus refrained from confronting him directly, opting instead to reprimand him. 2 other stewards quickly joined, glaring menacingly at Wang Chuan. "What is the matter? Did you not wish to save your young mistress?" Wang Chuan was taken aback by their hostile reception despite his good intentions. Anger bubbled within him, and with a cold smile, he retorted, "And you? Are you a physician or a sorcerer? So young." The steward with a mustache hesitated, eyeing Wang Chuan. Realizing the implication of his youth, Wang Chuan mused that it was indeed a common adage that appearances can be deceiving. "What? Do I not seem capable? Very well, I shall take my leave. Should your young mistress's condition worsen, you shall bear the consequences." With that, Wang Chuan tossed the notice aside and prepared to depart. "Wait, please, stay your course." The mustachioed steward, in a fit of desperation, realized the gravity of having potentially chased away a gifted individual. "What do you mean?" Wang Chuan paused, casting a disdainful glance back. "My lord, please reconsider. I acknowledge my error. Forgive my lack of discernment. Regardless of whether your abilities are genuine or not, since you claim to possess the means to cure her, I implore you to visit the Huang estate. The young lady is most unfortunate. I have watched her grow. When she was but a child, I took care of her, and she was always so understanding. Now that she has matured, she has treated us kindly, yet fate has dealt her a cruel hand." As he spoke, the steward's eyes welled with tears, his voice thick with emotion. Wang Chuan, detecting the sincerity in the steward's words, waved his hand dismissively. "Very well. I shall spare you. Lead the way." "Ah, splendid. Please, this way." Wang Chuan followed the direction indicated by the steward, discovering a beautifully carved wooden palanquin adorned with intricate designs awaiting nearby, a gesture of earnestness. Intrigued, Wang Chuan hastened over, lifted the blue curtain, and settled himself comfortably within the palanquin. 2 slightly younger servants hurried forward, lifting a sedan chair, and the group promptly departed from the bustling marketplace, making their way towards the Huang family estate. The Huang residence was situated within a broader alley in the city, an area renowned for its distinguished families, each residence exuding an air of grandeur. The sedan chair turned into a courtyard and came to a halt before a grand mansion adorned with a vermilion gate. Wang Chuan alighted from the chair and stood at the entrance, observing 2 stone lions crouched at the threshold, their fierce expressions remarkably lifelike. Employing his spiritual perception, Wang Chuan discerned that the estate was vast, comprising 3 courtyards arranged in a traditional quadrangle layout. The main structure featured 5 rooms in a row, while an array of side rooms, auxiliary chambers, and both front and back courtyards were too numerous to count at a glance. Additionally, there was a small segment of water pavilion and a long corridor, with intricately carved corner gates and a rear garden, indicative of a distinguished household with an air of scholarly elegance. The housekeeper with a handlebar mustache knocked on the door, and soon after, the vermilion gate swung open. After exchanging a few words, the housekeeper instructed a young servant to hasten into the mansion, presumably to notify the master. Wang Chuan was cordially escorted into the courtyard, where he awaited in the front yard. After a brief period, a person from the inner courtyard arrived to announce that he could proceed inside. Following the housekeeper, Wang Chuan entered the inner courtyard, which was expansive, and was led to the reception area of the main house. At this juncture, a maid had already begun serving tea. Wang Chuan settled into a nearby chair, savoring the fragrant aroma of the tea, and could not resist taking a delicate sip, exclaiming in admiration, "What exquisite tea!" Just then, a lean, middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, with a height of 7 feet, entered the room. His demeanor was composed, dressed in the attire of a scholar, and his movements exuded a remarkable grace, radiating an air of intellectuality from afar. "Please take a seat, sir," the elder greeted courteously. "Thank you," Wang Chuan replied, reciprocating the politeness. Subsequently, the elder scrutinized Wang Chuan, gesturing for him to partake of the tea. Wang Chuan nodded in acknowledgement. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the master of this estate. May I inquire from which region you hail and what methods you intend to employ?" The Huang master spoke in a soft, measured tone, evincing a calm demeanor, his words imbued with the essence of a learned man, his comportment refined and dignified. Wang Chuan savored another sip of tea, nodding thoughtfully, and with an air of mystery, he replied, "The methods I wield can only be comprehended through intuition, not articulated, oh?" The Huang master expressed mild surprise, uncertain whether Wang Chuan was deliberately being enigmatic or alluding to something deeper. After a moment's contemplation, the Huang master continued, "As a father, I harbor great concern and hope for my daughter. I implore you, kind sir, to alleviate my worries. Might you share some insights? Please, dismiss the others." Wang Chuan spoke plainly. Upon hearing this, the Huang master paused, observing Wang Chuan's earnest demeanor, which indicated he was not jesting. Thus, he instructed, "Everyone, please leave. You are not to eavesdrop, otherwise the family rules shall be enforced." "Understood." The group dispersed, leaving only the Huang master and Wang Chuan in the grand hall. Wang Chuan nodded in gratitude, took another sip of his tea, and with a subtle shift of intention, radiant light enveloped him. The empty teacup immediately levitated, gently floating to rest upon the table before the Huang master. Within the cup, spiritual energy coalesced, shimmering with ethereal white light, blossoming into a pristine lotus flower, exuding an otherworldly brilliance, its luminous essence gracefully undulating, casting delicate rays of light, and it settled steadily upon the table. "What is this?" Clatter. The head of the Huang family was taken aback, startled to the core, not due to a lack of courage, but rather because this enigmatic scene left him utterly astonished. In a moment of distraction, he stumbled and fell to the ground, even toppling the bench. The commotion was significant enough to alarm the attendants outside, prompting several of them to rush in, concerned for the safety of the Huang patriarch. "Hold on, do not panic," he stammered, aware of their worries yet fearful of disturbing Wang Chuan. A group of attendants hastily helped him to his feet, their expressions laden with confusion. The Huang patriarch, momentarily losing his composure, quickly regained his resolve and, trembling with emotion, approached Wang Chuan. He knelt before him, tears streaming down his aged cheeks, pleading, "Sir, you are a true immortal. Heaven has opened its eyes, feeling pity for my child, and has sent a celestial being." As the Huang patriarch knelt, the entire room followed suit. Wang Chuan experienced an ethereal sensation, feeling the weight of admiration for the first time, and relished the moment. "Enough, Huang patriarch, please rise," he urged, assisting him to his feet. "Lead me to your ailing family member." "Of course, this way, follow me," the patriarch replied, his urgency palpable upon hearing mention of his daughter, convinced that salvation was at hand. The throng of individuals proceeded to the rear courtyard, navigating through the back garden until they reached a secluded and tranquil corner. Here lay a small garden, elegantly adorned with plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum. That a faint and delicate fragrance lingered in the air, emanating from the winter-sweet blossoms. Upon entering the garden, Wang Chuan suddenly halted, his demeanor shifting as he focused intently. His innate powers awakening, he proceeded cautiously, keenly scrutinizing the surroundings, his brow slightly furrowed. What is it? The Huang patriarch inquired, sensing Wang Chuan's unease. There is something amiss here. Instruct your family members to remain outside, including yourself. This place is unusual and perilous, Wang Chuan replied, his expression grave and his gaze intense. What an eerie aura! Cold, chaotic, malevolent, and decayed. He contemplated inwardly, feeling an unsettling chill. Wang Chuan surmised the cause of the disturbance. It was likely that the eldest daughter was possessed, and this spirit was no ordinary specter but possessed some degree of supernatural power. He approached the door of the side room, only to find it locked from the outside. Undeterred, the Huang patriarch followed closely behind, producing a key and cautiously unlocking it, ensuring that the servants remained outside, as per the family's strict orders. Upon the door's opening, Wang Chuan spoke decisively. Very well. Huang sir, you may withdraw and I shall enter alone. You all must wait outside and not intrude upon my work. There may be a significant disturbance, and unless I summon you, do not enter and jeopardize the proceedings. Ah, understood. Please, I implore you, take care of my child, the Huang patriarch replied, signaling for his attendants to wait at the garden gate. Wang Chuan stepped inside, securely closing the door behind him. His protective Tai Chi aura was already activated, with the golden seal concealed within his garments, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. The room was clearly a lady's chamber, divided into two spaces by a curtain of pearls and jade. Wang Chuan walked slowly into the inner room, where he beheld a beautiful woman lying silently upon the bed, her complexion deathly pale, lips chapped and devoid of color, her breathing faint. Wang Chuan stood before the bed, leaning down to observe in silence. The woman lying there seemed to sense his presence, weakly opening her eyes, devoid of life, and catching sight of Wang Chuan at that moment. Her mind was still clear, and with a feeble voice, she inquired, "Are you the great master summoned by my father?" Wang Chuan gazed at her and nodded, replying, "Indeed, you are Huang Wan." Huang Wan nodded slightly, her eyes lacking luster, yet she scrutinized Wang Chuan intently. This master was markedly different from those before. Youthful, radiating an ethereal glow, exuding an air of formidable power. "You appear to be quite youthful," Huang Wan remarked, lying frail upon the couch, her gaze vacant and her face drawn, as she questioned him. "Yes, I estimate I am not much older than you. Perhaps a tad more so," Wang Chuan responded with a smile, standing beside the bed and observing her. "I in my current state. My youth has long since faded. I merely wish for an end to this suffering." Huang Wan forced a bitter smile, coughing incessantly, attempting to rise but finding herself too weak to do so. "Do not attempt to get up. Lie down and allow me to examine you," Wang Chuan stated plainly, realizing time was of the essence as he sensed the life force of the young woman before him waning. "Very well, let us treat this dead horse as if it were alive." Huang Wan acquiesced with a nod, managing a sorrowful smile as she settled back down. Wang Chuan, though still young himself, felt a pang of sympathy upon witnessing her pitiable state, lamenting the cruel twists of fate. "Fear not. With my presence you shall recover," he encouraged, his demeanor reassuring. "Simply remain still and do not resist," he advised. "Understood." Huang Wan lay upon the bed, awaiting Wang Chuan's healing touch. Standing at the bedside, Wang Chuan's gaze turned solemn. Without hesitation, he enveloped himself in the protective aura of Tai Chi's yin and yang. His profound techniques began to resonate, and in an instant, radiant light enveloped him. He formed hand seals, the brilliance of his incantations flickering as runes ascended, coalescing into a phantom lotus. With his hands positioned in a downward and upward manner, he executed the demon-subduing seal, the myriad characters within his palm swirling, radiating a golden brilliance. Simultaneously, Wang Chuan summoned his spiritual awareness. The resonance of his soul echoing in rhythmic patterns, a purplish shimmer emanated from his brow, as he began the soul-capturing technique, directing his intent to scan Huang Wan from the crown of her head downward. As he delved deeper, he discovered anomalies that shook him to his core. Suddenly, he perceived the splendid essence of Huang Wan's soul, shimmering with extraordinary hues, revealing her exceptional innate talent. Moreover, his exploration of her physical form unveiled remarkably broad meridians and a vast, spiritual sea, interwoven with faint azure and silver glimmers, a testament to her extraordinary physical and spiritual foundations. In her current frail state, Huang Wan remained silent, her eyes wide as she beheld this wondrous spectacle, watching Wang Chuan as he performed his art. Struck by the grandeur of the moment, her heart trembled with hope, her gaze sparkling with newfound light. To her, Wang Chuan appeared as a celestial being, come to redeem her. This image etched itself into her memory, a figure she vowed to remember, Wang Chuan continued to focus intently on his incantations. His consciousness probed deeper when suddenly he paused, his eyes narrowing as he detected a foreign entity. At that moment, Huang Wen's gaze became unfocused, her expression shifting to panic and fear. In a sudden struggle, she hoarsely cried out, "It's coming! Be cautious." Wang Chuan felt a chill run through him. With a thought, he summoned the golden seal, which shimmered with light, flying forth to shield him. Meanwhile, Huang Wen's delicate visage twisted in violent convulsions, her entire body writhing bizarrely. Her eyes rolling as spasms racked her form, creating a scene of sheer terror. Wang Chuan, through his spiritual perception, discerned the faint glimmers of Huang Wen's fragile soul, which was being suppressed by a relatively powerful spiritual entity. Confined to a corner of her consciousness in an instant, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. A formidable demon had seized control of Huang Wen's physical form and was awakening to dominate this vessel. A wave of shock coursed through Wang Chuan as he grasped the entire causality. This ailing young woman, Huang Wen, possessed a unique constitution and extraordinary soul light, far beyond that of an ordinary person. Her exceptional talents had likely attracted the attention of this demon, intent on occupying her body or consuming her essence. How audacious it was for someone to dare attempt to rescue this girl while she lay in such a vulnerable state. At that moment, an extremely sinister voice emerged from Huang Wen's lips, akin to the sound of a bellows, eerie and relentless. Wang Chuan swiftly retreated 3 steps, his gaze growing cold and piercing. "To encounter me is your misfortune. Yet you dare to utter such arrogance, attempting to devour the souls of the living and seize another's essence, foolishly wishing to usurp a body. This is an affront that warrants annihilation. Watch as I deliver you to your reckoning." With a cold smile, Wang Chuan retorted, and simultaneously, a radiant light of demon-slaying brilliance erupted from his hands, casting a golden glow over the now transformed Huang Wen. "Who are you?" she exclaimed, her voice laced with incredulity. "You wield the Buddhist demon-slaying arts? Halt! I shall contend with you." Huang Wen's distorted eyes emitted a strange red light, her visage grotesque, as a gray aura surged around her, ominous and unending, accompanied by a furious roar. The spiritual entity within her was a malevolent spirit, which howled as shadows coalesced in the room, morphing into ghostly claws of obsidian light that lunged toward Wang Chuan. Even before they approached, the frigid aura of invasion was palpable, sending shivers down one's spine. In stark contrast, Wang Chuan radiated a vibrant yang energy. With a disdainful snort, he waved his hand, unleashing a brilliant flash of light that manifested as a demon-slaying strike. The blade of light shot forth, meeting the ghostly claws with a resounding clash. The force of the impact shattered several pieces of furniture in the room, creating a scene of chaos and disarray. As the malevolent aura receded, it quickly reformed into a spectral blade, even stronger than before. Wang Chuan, embodying the essence of the sun, summoned his spiritual power to form a lotus seal imbued with golden radiance, ready to counterattack. The clash of energies resulted in an explosive release, sending shockwaves that shattered more items, shaking the very foundations of the chamber. The spirit occupying Huang Wen's body, unwilling to reveal its secret, suddenly surged forth, determined to eradicate Wang Chuan. Huang Wen was of great significance to it, possessing remarkable roots and bones, a rarity that appeared once in a millennium. Should it completely usurp her, it could rise to become a formidable practitioner in the realm of cultivation. With this in mind, the ghost relentlessly pressed its assault, its spectral power overwhelming Wang Chuan's defenses. While fending off the ghost's attacks, Wang Chuan maintained his composure, skillfully forming hand seals as the incantation's light shifted and accelerated. Preparing a powerful spell, he aimed to achieve a decisive blow, swiftly casting a binding spell. As the sacred words flowed from his lips, radiant runes materialized, instantaneously halting the advance of the ghost-controlled Huang Wen. The spectral entity found itself ensnared by the mysterious runes, unable to escape, collapsing onto the bed in defeat. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Chuan radiated an enigmatic light from his entire being, executing the final hand seal of his technique. In an instant, a circle of demon-slaying runes gracefully ascended, spinning incessantly, unleashing an immeasurable purifying light akin to that of the Buddha. It appeared as though a Buddha was seated within, reciting scriptures. The blazing sun illuminated the surroundings, cleansing impurities. The malevolent spirits, caught in its radiance, were pierced as if by countless silver needles, their souls disintegrating in an instant, releasing streams of dark vapor. They emitted wretched wails, while Huang Wen, in her own agony, struggled, sweating and weeping, exuding an aura reminiscent of ink, black, Oily filth overflowed upon her smooth skin, thick and foul-smelling. Wang Chuan, under the luminous aura, felt his spiritual energy surging as he gritted his teeth, desperately persevering despite the tremendous drain on his strength and vitality. Eventually, after the span of a cup of tea, the dark vapors no longer emanated from Huang Wan. Another half cup of tea passed before the purification was entirely complete, the wails of the lingering spirits dissipating like ephemeral bubbles. Wang Chuan slowly withdrew his power, exhaling a breath of murky air, left with merely half of his original strength. He sank wearily to the ground, utterly fatigued, yearning for slumber. Huang Wan gradually returned to her original state, equally weakened, slowly awakening with tears brimming in her eyes. Noticing Wang Chuan seated on the ground in a state of exhaustion, she felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Beads of sweat glistened on her forehead as she mustered her strength, her voice faint and frail. "Let me guess. You succeeded, didn't you?" "Indeed. It was no small feat, but fortunately, I managed to endure," Wang Chuan replied, his handsome face revealing signs of fatigue. "Thank you." Huang Wan expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "No need for thanks. I must take my leave," Wang Chuan said, resting briefly before rising once more and waving goodbye. "Wait, I still don't know your name. Can you tell me?" Huang Wan called out from behind with urgency. "I am Wang Chuan, the Wang of Qing and the Chuan of Flowing River. Farewell." With that, Wang Chuan departed. Upon reaching the garden's edge, he observed the anxious demeanor of the Huang family patriarch waiting expectantly. Wang Chuan nodded at him with a smile, stating, "She is well now. There will be no more troubles. Is that so?" "Splendid. I bow to you, benefactor," the patriarch exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. "That won't be necessary. I have matters to attend to," Wang Chuan interjected, raising his hand to halt him as he walked away resolutely. "By the way, I suggest you abandon this residence and relocate your family elsewhere." After careful consideration, Wang Chuan felt compelled to caution this family against potential revenge from the malevolent spirits. "I shall remember. Thank you, benefactor. I shall see you off with respect." The patriarch ultimately knelt down, sincere in his gratitude. Exhausted, Wang Chuan returned to the inn without seeking out Wu Hanlin. Collapsing onto his bed, he fell into a deep slumber, not awakening until the following morning, feeling refreshed, his energy fully restored. Upon concentrating, he discovered he had reached the 6th layer of Qi training, unknowingly attaining the pinnacle of the intermediate stage. Excitement surged within him, realizing that great tribulations lead to great opportunities. After washing his face, Wang Chuan sought out Wu Hanlin in the adjacent room. That moment, Wu Hanlin appeared to have just risen, looking well-rested. "Uncle Wu, what have you decided?" Wang Chuan inquired. "Come in," Wu Hanlin replied, rising to close the door behind them. He then sat down, contemplating for a moment, gazing at Wang Chuan with a serious expression. "I have devised a plan, an all-or-nothing strategy to clear the court of its corrupt elements." With a determination that was unyielding, Wang Chuan found himself momentarily stunned, his gaze fixed in sheer astonishment upon Wu Hanlin, whose demeanor was deceptively earnest and harmless. Inwardly, Wang Chuan mused, "To clear the court of treachery, many lives will be lost. Could this elder truly have succumbed to darkness? Chuaner, allow me to speak frankly. It is precisely because of you that I dare to undertake this course of action. I have devised a rudimentary plan. Come, listen." Wu Hanlin beckoned with persuasive intent. "Dio share." Wang Chuan, his mind clouded with trepidation, felt a sense of unease, wringing his hands as he took a seat. "The plan is meticulous." Wu Hanlin began to elaborate. Stop, Uncle Wu. Let us keep it simple. Just a brief outline will suffice, I understand." Wang Chuan interjected promptly. Wu Hanlin, upon hearing this, smiled and showed no sign of anger. "Very well, to put it succinctly. While those court miscreants remain oblivious, we shall swiftly ensnare them all, showing no mercy." With that, Wu Hanlin concluded his statement, his gaze fixed on Wang Chuan. Wang Chuan, eager to hear more, awaited further elaboration, only to find that Wu Hanlin had fallen silent after that single pronouncement. "Is that it? Just that much? Finished?" Wang Chuan exclaimed, his thoughts in disarray. "Indeed, that is the essence of it," Wu Hanlin nodded. "Oh, I see. Quite ingenious," Wang Chuan remarked, somewhat bewildered, feeling as though the endeavor had not even begun before it had reached its conclusion. In the afternoon, in accordance with their plan, Wang Chuan and Wu Hanlin boarded a boat for Jilin Prefecture, the capital of the Li Tang dynasty and its political nucleus. To avoid drawing attention to themselves, they undertook a modest disguise. When next seen, Wu Hanlin donned a deep blue round-collared robe, a cap, a leather belt, and black boots, his square face adorned with a beard, He carried an abacus bag and exuded a shrewd air, fully embodying the persona of a merchant. Wang Chuan followed closely behind, clad in a black long gown, wielding a sword, presenting himself in a protective guise. He stood tall and handsome, though a scar marred the corner of his right eye, lending him an air of both menace and mystery. The Yishui River flowed from west to east, traversing the heart of the Central Plains, surging down from the distant Shizhou to the Qingshui River mouth before merging with the sea. Wang Chuan and Wu Hanlin journeyed upstream, savoring the picturesque scenery along the way, which predominantly featured vast plains bordered by fields and dense forests, with a brief stretch of rugged cliffs. Intrigued, Wang Chuan instructed the sailors to catch some river fish, and they prepared a delightful pot of fish dumplings, exquisite and savory, rich in flavor. The dumplings dipped in a fragrant fish broth, crisp and tender to the taste. Wu Hanlin feasted heartily, proclaiming that he had never experienced such a meal before. Jinling Prefecture surpassed Jiangdu in size, serving as the political, economic, and cultural heart of the Li Tang dynasty beneath the emperor's feet, guarded with utmost vigilance. The imperial guard frequently patrolled, and the streets bustled with nobility and officials, creating a vibrant marketplace filled with life. The city walls loomed impressively, divided into outer and inner cities, with the royal palace heavily guarded. Upon entering the city, one was subjected to thorough questioning. However, the aristocrats and high-ranking officials were granted passage through official passes, allowing them to proceed unimpeded. As Wang Chuan and Wu Hanlin reached the river dock and disembarked, uncertainty washed over Wang Chuan, fearing they might be denied entry. After careful observation, he noted that only 2 guards from the Imperial Guard were stationed for questioning at any given time. After much hesitation, Wang Chuan secured his sword, concealed the scar from his disguise, steeled his resolve, and instructed Wu Hanlin to remain silent, indicating that it was time to employ some tactics. Subsequently, Wang Chuan accompanied Wu Hanlin as they approached the city gate. Wu Hanlin led the way while Wang Chuan trailed behind. When it was their turn for inspection, he discreetly formed an intricate hand seal, emitting a faint glimmer of light. Following this, his eyes became profoundly perceptive, and mysterious runes flickered and vanished. The inspecting Imperial Guard, a soldier of considerable height with a round face, was about to question Wu Hanlin when Wang Chuan softly uttered a word. Capture. A strand of purple spiritual energy, imperceptible to mortal senses, entered the eyes of the inspecting soldier. The round-faced soldier suddenly halted, lost in a daze, appearing somewhat bewildered. After a brief inquiry, he allowed Wu Hanlin to pass. Wang Chuan's eyes emitted a subtle soul light as he silently concentrated. The round-faced soldier, still in a daze, absent-mindedly touched Wu Hanlin's garments and, with a vacant expression, uttered, "Pass." Wu Hanlin proceeded smoothly. When it was Wang Chuan's turn, another inspecting soldier approached. Wang Chuan swiftly directed a stream of soul light towards him, resulting in a momentary stupor on the soldier's face. The 2 soldiers watched as Wang Chuan advanced without uttering a word. It was only after several others had passed that Wang Chuan withdrew his influence. The 2 soldiers jolted awake, exchanging puzzled glances, uncertain of what had transpired, yet silently continuing their duties. Meanwhile, Wu Hanlin and Wang Chuan entered the city from the outskirts. First seeking a place to stay, Wu Hanlin was well acquainted with the surroundings, and Wang Chuan followed closely. They arrived at the entrance of a magnificent tavern, where Wang Chuan looked up to see the sign, "Drunken Laughter Inn," its characters flowing elegantly, exuding a grand demeanor. The establishment spanned roughly 1,000 feet, designed as a quadrangle with a 5-story structure, offering dining, lodging, and entertainment all in one. And upon entering the tavern, Wang Chuan reserved a Tian, heaven, room. Once inside, he realized the meaning of Tian, akin to a presidential suite, comprising 3 bedrooms and a living room, fully equipped, comfortable and immaculate, with exquisite and luxurious furnishings, ready for immediate occupancy. After settling in, the 2 ordered food and drinks, feasting until satiated. After refreshing themselves, Wu Hanlin took Wang Chuan out, intending to meet a reliable friend, someone whom Wang Chuan had previously encountered. Suda, the former deputy commander of Jinling City, was a man of unwavering loyalty, dedicated to his duties and maintaining a strict moral code. This straightforward military official, upright and untainted by corruption, had been persecuted by treacherous factions and assigned to escort Wu Hanlin to negotiate peace with Yuan II. Subsequently, he was placed under house arrest. However, upon Wu Hanlin's return, he was unjustly demoted 5 ranks. Unable to endure the humiliation, Suda resigned from his position and returned home, embarking on a modest trade for a living. The 2 traversed Jinling Avenue, turning at 2 intersections before Wu Hanlin led Wang Chuan into a narrow alley, populated by ordinary citizens. They arrived at the entrance of a residence, where Wu Hanlin knocked on the door. "Who is it?" A lively child's voice rang out from within. "Child, it is your Uncle Wu." "Open the door," Wu Hanlin replied gently. "Oh, it's Uncle Wu. Just a moment," the child exclaimed with delight. The door swung open, revealing a charming girl with her hair styled in horn braids, a round face, and fair skin with a rosy hue, dressed in a red jacket. Her large, sparkling eyes were irresistibly adorable. Wu Hanlin ushered Wang Chuan inside and closed the door securely. "Linger, where is your father?" Wu Hanlin inquired. "Uncle Wu, Daddy went out for business and won't be back until noon," the girl responded. "And what of your mother?" "The mother followed the father, leaving me and Ah Huang to guard the house." Little Linger, sweet and endearing, called forth an adorable little yellow dog with a fluffy appearance. "Here you go, little Linger," she said. To everyone's surprise, Wang Chuan produced some snacks, nuts, toffees, and floral cakes, to offer to Linger. "Thank you, big brother Xia." Upon seeing the treats, the child was filled with joy, leaping up in excitement, seizing the offerings to indulge in them, a sight that delighted Wang Chuan. With Suda absent, Wang Chuan and I had no choice but to wait at home. Before long, noon arrived, and Suda returned to find Wu Hanlin, his expression shifting dramatically. "What are you doing here?" Suda inquired. "Vice Commander Su, it has been a while. How have you been?" Wu Hanlin responded with a smile. "Linger, your mother is calling for you. Go take a look," Suda directed his daughter. After closing the door, the three of them sat down, and Suda expressed his profound disappointment with the court. "Do not refer to me as vice commander any longer. I am no longer in that position. I am now but a commoner," Suda said, his tone laced with melancholy. "The battle at Nanshan City led to the annihilation of our forces, a catastrophic rout. Rumors abound that you have perished, yet you too inexplicably retreated instead of seizing the opportunity to conquer the Central Plains," Suda suddenly remarked. "I am aware why return to the capital is to bring matters to a conclusion," Wu Hanlin stated ominously as he stood abruptly at a conclusion. "What do you intend to do?" Suda asked, perplexed. What could a man presumed dead, stripped of power, possibly achieve? Would he shed his own blood to seek justice for the emperor? To restore the integrity of the court? Wu Hanlin declared fervently. "What, have you lost your mind?" Suda exclaimed, rising in alarm. "I am not mad. I have come to seek your assistance," Wu Hanlin stated plainly. "Of course, you have a choice. If you wish to decline, then let this matter be forgotten. Once you step outside that door, act as though nothing has transpired and continue with your life. I trust you will not betray me," Wu Hanlin emphasized earnestly. "Since you entered my home, I have had no choice in these turbulent times. Where else can I go? This court requires a thorough cleansing, and I, too, harbor my own grievances," Suda revealed, a resolute expression emerging on his weathered face. "Thank you," Wu Hanlin said, deeply moved. "Now, tell me what I need to do," Suda urged, getting straight to the point. Wang Chuan cleared his throat and interjected. "First, ensure your family is settled," Wang Chuan reminded him. "Indeed." Wu Hanlin nodded in agreement after glancing at Wang Chuan. Suda looked at Wang Chuan with a hint of gratitude. "I shall send them back to our hometown of Dongyang today, and they shall not return," Suda said, watching the children playing outside, his eyes glistening with tenderness. Chapter 71. A fortuitous encounter with an old friend, a gallant act in the afternoon. Suda's wife, accompanied by their child, boarded a vessel bound for Dongyang. Wang Chuan made a special trip to the merchant house to deposit a lifetime's worth of funds for the mother and daughter, for which Suda was profoundly grateful, free from any lingering worries. Subsequently, Suda complied with the arrangements and took residence at the Zue Shaotian Inn. The three of them conspired and strategized through the night. The following day, Suda began his quest, setting the plan into motion by gathering intelligence on the court's movements. He returned around the hour of shun, weary from his endeavors, and took a refreshing drink of water. Having been distanced from the officialdom for a considerable time and deprived of pertinent information, this journey has indeed brought forth significant news. Next month, coinciding with the 70th birthday of the esteemed Lu Taifu, the social elite and dignitaries of Jinling will gather to celebrate and partake in a grand feast. Suda exhaled, affirming that such news is indeed splendid. "We must make elaborate preparations, as time is of the essence." Wu Hanlin, hearing this, approached with a sense of gratification, yet his brow furrowed in contemplation. Suddenly, from the main thoroughfare of Jinling, the resonant sound of official gongs echoed. Upon closer listening, the previously bustling street fell into an eerie silence, as if something significant were unfolding. Suda, having caught wind of the commotion, moved to the window to peer outside, and remarked to the two, "Do not be alarmed. This is the escort of a notorious criminal to the execution ground, set to be beheaded at noon." "Is that so? What a grand spectacle! Is it at the Kaishiku?" Wang Chuan rose and approached to inquire. Indeed. Do you know the identity of the criminal? Wu Hanlin pondered momentarily before asking. I just heard from a friend in the Ministry of Justice that it is a notorious bandit from the Jinqing Jiaoyangshan region, known as Zhangyang, Suda replied. What? Wang Chuan was taken aback. Momentarily stunned, Suda was also taken aback. It is said that several leaders of the bandits from Tongxinjia and Jiaoyangshan have met their demise, Suda added, somewhat perplexed by Wang Chuan's strong reaction, suspecting that there must be more to the story. When is the execution scheduled? Wang Chuan fixed his gaze on Suda, urgency etched upon his face. 18 noon. If we calculate the time, there is still an hour left. Suda responded, an hour? That is fortunate. Oh, be honest. I am acquainted with them. How could they have been captured? Wang Chuan confessed earnestly, as far as I know, they are not irredeemably wicked. On the contrary, they are quite honorable. It is said that they fell afoul of the Liu family, which led to this dire fate, Suda elaborated. I must go rescue them. Wang Chuan declared resolutely, I believe in their character. Please wait for me. With that, Wang Chuan unleashed his spiritual essence, and a gust of wind surged forth, his entire being enveloped in mystical runes, as he swiftly took to the air, vanishing from sight, leaving Suda in a state of astonishment. Mouth agape, Suda stammered, pointing at the spot where Wang Chuan had been, gazing at Wu Hanlin in disbelief. Given the circumstances, I shall not conceal it from you any longer. He is a practitioner of the arcane arts and quite extraordinary. It is precisely because of his assistance that I dared to entertain such bold plans. It seems we shall require more allies. Indeed. Wu Hanlin, unperturbed, turned and departed. Wang Chuan soon arrived at Kaishiku, where a throng of onlookers had already gathered. The execution site had been meticulously arranged, with the executioner seated upon the platform, and the guards of the Ministry of Justice standing resolutely at their posts. One by one, the prisoners, clad in prison garb, were brought forth to the guillotine, while the executioner, donned in a short-sleeved crimson tunic and a black belt, stood poised with his blade, awaiting the appointed hour. Wang Chuan focused intently and noted the presence of a delicate maiden and Hu Dahai. But where are the others? He mused inwardly. Regardless of the rest, there is no time to waste. To delay could spell disaster. Concealing himself in the shadows, Wang Chuan concentrated, his hands weaving intricate gestures. As ice flowers blossomed and glimmering runes flickered between his fingers, he intoned the incantation. Rise! In an instant, a cascade of celestial energy emanated from Wang Chuan, manifesting as shimmering starlight, rhythmically harmonizing with the primordial energies of the universe. This magical essence radiated outward, enveloping the entire Kaishiku within its mystical domain. Within the span of a tea break, the daylight appeared to frost over. Snowflakes began to fall, and a thick mist gradually ascended and deepened. How chilly it is! Snow has begun to fall, a gathering of onlookers murmured as someone remarked, the fog has set in. The crowd stirred restlessly. How peculiar! Just moments ago, the sky was clear. Hush! Speak not carelessly. Something unusual surely heralds a disturbance, perhaps a grievance. Whispers spread like wildfire among the throng. In an instant, a sense of unease, unsettling to the executioner, permeated the air. Silence, the executioner bellowed, striking the table with a heavy hand in warning. Yet, the fog thickened, obscuring vision. At that very moment, Wang Chuan, like a wraith amidst the mist, deftly maneuvered, striking silently in the blink of an eye. He reached the guillotine, incapacitated two executioners, and severed the prisoners' bonds. The two individuals, receiving Wang Chuan's silent message, promptly coordinated with him to escape amidst the chaos, retreating to a secluded corner. There, Wang Chuan produced 2 sets of clothing, offering them to his companions who quickly donned the garments, tidying their appearances in haste before following Wang Chuan away. As the fog dissipated, an uproar ensued. The 2 executioners lay sprawled on the ground, the severed ropes lay discarded, and the prisoner had vanished without a trace. The executioner, stricken with horror, found himself in a state of panic, feeling dizzy and overwhelmed, as if the sky itself were collapsing. Having lost the prisoner, calamity loomed over him. Wang Chuan led the pair away from the crowd to the Zue Shao Tian Inn, where they entered a guest room. Suda was left speechless. The swiftness of their escape from the execution ground was unprecedented, taking less than an hour. The two, Jiao Nyangzi and Hu Dahai, exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them, before they knelt with a thud. We owe you a debt of gratitude that cannot be repaid. From this day forth, we pledge to heed your commands, unflinchingly. Jiao Nyangzi, a woman of remarkable courage, declared with resounding conviction. Unflinchingly. Hu Dahai added, his rough voice filled with heartfelt gratitude as he gazed at his savior. Wang Chuan, please, rise. There is no need for such formality. Wang Chuan, taken aback, hurried to assist them. No. The life-saving grace you have bestowed upon us is no trifling matter. We implore you to accept our bow. Zhao Nyangzi insisted stubbornly, remaining on the ground, as did Hu Dahai. Wang Chuan could only smile helplessly and said, we are friends. There is no need for such gestures. I seek no reward. Let us treat each other with sincerity, regardless of status. Please stand. Wu Hanlin approached, echoing, yes, do rise. Come now. Su De moved to assist them. Reluctantly, Zhao Nyangzi complied, and Hu Dahai followed suit. Now that is better. Do you still remember me? Wang Chuan asked with a smile. Of course we remember you. When we were besieged at the Liangshan, you appeared unexpectedly, offering your aid. By the way, you were there to rescue the daughter of the Wu family, were you not? Hu Dahai remarked, his eyes gleaming. Cough. What? My daughter, cough? Wu Hanlin, who had been sipping water, was caught off guard and choked, utterly astonished. Oh dear, my big mouth. This gentleman is indeed Wu Gong. We committed a grave error in our village. Believing the slander of Lu Quan, and abducted your daughter to serve as our captive bride. I sincerely apologize. Yu Dahai, unable to contain his tongue, inadvertently confessed everything, while Zhao Nyangzi cast a look of exasperation at him, tugging at his sleeve and signaling him to be quiet. I take full responsibility. It was I who made the decision, driven by desire for your daughter's beauty, resulting in this foolish act. However, I swear I did not lay a finger on her. Hu Dahai realized he had misspoken, his face betraying his embarrassment as he reluctantly admitted the truth. What on earth is happening, Chuaner? Wu Hanlin was utterly perplexed. The unfolding events were simply beyond his expectations. Wang Chuan offered an awkward smile, signaling them not to be so tense and agitated. The situation was as follows. Wang Chuan meticulously recounted the sequence of events, leaving no detail unexamined, though he refrained from disclosing the ultimate fate of Wu Hanyu. He exchanged a few more whispers with Wu Hanlin, during which the young lady interjected several times, as she too was in the know. Upon finishing, Wu Hanlin was both exasperated and amused. He was vexed that so much had transpired in his absence, with traitors like Dong Lao and He Qian infiltrating his household. Truly, it is a challenge to guard against one's own kin. Amusingly, life is rife with serendipitous encounters. Here he was, meeting the very individuals who had kidnapped his daughter, and now they had become friends. Let bygones be bygones. All is well. Wu Hanlin had come to terms with it. Suda, standing nearby, gaped at Hu Dahai, a smile illuminating his face as he remarked, Brother, I may not respect my uncle, but I certainly respect you. Well then, our cohort has grown stronger. Esteemed masters, I ask you to heed my words. Wu Hanlin began to reiterate the purpose of their journey, leaving the decision to them. After listening, the two exchanged glances, their expressions shifting before settling into calmness. After deliberation, they declared, we are willing to follow our benefactor, to brave fire and water, and to establish our legacy. The young lady and her companion clasped their fists in salute, pledging their oath. Welcome aboard. Wang Chuan nodded in approval. Chapter 72. The Lu clan of Qingzhou's lack of humanity. Wang Chuan's murderous intent in the aftermath of the incident at the execution grounds. The court beneath the emperor's feet was thrown into turmoil, conducting extensive searches throughout Jinling Prefecture, yet yielding no results. After 2 or 3 days, the matter was left unresolved and subsequently shelved. One day, Wang Chuan, along with the disguised young lady and Hu Dahai, found themselves in the marketplace, enjoying some wine. Oh, by the way, how were you captured by the Lu clan? Given your capabilities, it seems improbable. What transpired? Wang Chuan inquired, for these two, though still young, possessed extraordinary talents and were martial arts prodigies, renowned figures in the Jianghu. They were not mere ordinary fighters, and even skilled officials would struggle to apprehend them. As long as they did not engage in a desperate struggle, they could easily evade capture. The fact that they had been caught must have some unusual explanation. Alas, Brother Wang, you are unaware. We were coerced into surrendering ourselves. Hu Dahai sighed after finishing a cup of wine. What? How so? Wang Chuan's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to dig deeper. The situation was thus. We traveled from Jincheng to Jinling Prefecture and encountered a case of women being forcibly abducted. Unable to bear it, we inquired further and discovered a shocking conspiracy. These bullies, under the guise of the court's selection of palace maids, were forcing women into submission, capturing these young maidens and delivering them to the Grand Tutor and the Lu clan for their own amusement. We could not stand idly by and intervened secretly, rescuing many trapped women. In the end, however, we were discovered by the Liu clan and the Grand Tutor's minions. They pursued us relentlessly, and though we managed to escape several times, they resorted to despicable tactics, threatening us with the lives of over 100 women. They demanded our compliance, or they would execute them all. Initially, we were skeptical, but their brutal methods resulted in the murder of 20 innocent women. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, we resolved to confront them, only to end up captured. Hu Dahai spoke in one breath, filled with indignation. How outrageous! Such injustice cannot be tolerated. They must be punished. Upon hearing such a shocking revelation, Wang Chuan's eyes flickered with fury, a palpable air of vengeance surrounding him. Are they still continuing this? Wang Chuan pressed again. They probably are. Such heinous acts have never ceased, Hu Dahai affirmed after taking a sip of his drink. How absurd. I initially intended to spare them, but they have brought this upon themselves, and I cannot allow it to pass. Wang Chuan flicked his chopsticks with a contemplative demeanor. Truth be told, as Wang Chuan's strength grew, he felt a burgeoning sense of heroism. With greater power came greater responsibility. At this moment, he yearned to eradicate those villains immediately, for with his current prowess, it was entirely within his capability. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart, as if everything was too straightforward, and he had yet to grasp the full extent of the adversary's hidden cards. By the way, why are there only the two of you? Wang Chuan suddenly inquired, turning his gaze towards the two. Alas, we do not know either. After the fall of Qing Mountain, we all scattered, and the whereabouts of the second captain and others became unknown. We attempted to search for them, but curiously, there has been no trace of them in the martial world, as if they vanished entirely. Hu Dahai replied with a hint of frustration and helplessness. Oh? Such a situation? Wang Chuan remarked, bewildered, as he looked to Chu Qing for clarification. Chu Qing's expression was clouded with worry, seemingly burdened by her thoughts. Upon meeting Wang Chuan's gaze, she quickly brightened and said, Dahai is not mistaken. We were once like brothers at Qing Mountain, intimately acquainted. However, after the stronghold fell, we dispersed, and now we cannot find any trace of the second captain, as if he has completely vanished. Wang Chuan felt a strange sensation upon hearing this, sensing that further inquiries would be futile. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the three returned to their quarters. For quite some time, Wang Chuan felt a gnawing guilt, as images of the imprisoned women haunted his mind, their wretched appearances etched in his thoughts. Thus, he turned to Wu Hanlin and said, Uncle Wu, the Liu clan engages in such atrocious deeds. This cannot be tolerated. Now that I am aware of this, my heart is unsettled, and my resolve wavers. I must act swiftly to uphold justice. Wang Chuan's gaze burned with intensity, a murderous aura emanating from him. Wu Hanlin was taken aback by his words and looked at Wang Chuan, noting the chilling determination in his eyes. Startled, he pondered for a moment before replying, Child, you may proceed. Cultivators must not act against their conscience. One should align with the heavens and the earth to achieve an unwavering heart and reach the highest realm. Wang Chuan felt as though he had received a sudden epiphany, his thoughts clarified in an instant. The wisdom in Wu Hanlin's words deeply moved him, filling him with admiration. Uncle Wu, had you pursued cultivation earlier, your accomplishments would surely have been remarkable. Wang Chuan could not help but express his sincere admiration. Wu Hanlin smiled back at Wang Chuan, neither confirming nor denying the statement. With the assistance of these two esteemed martial artists, Wang Chuan felt considerably more at ease. After delegating certain matters, that night, as darkness descended, Wang Chuan embarked on his journey to Qingzhou. Qingzhou, another prefecture within the Tang Kingdom, is located in the southern region of Tang, south of Jinling, a land abundant with fish and rice, blessed by fortune. The Liu clan, the foremost family outside of the royal lineage of the Tang Kingdom, is upheld by Empress Liu and enjoys immense power through the current Grand Tutor, who holds sway over the court. Their clan dominates Qingzhou, wielding tremendous influence, shrouded in authority, and displaying a lack of compassion. The people of Qingzhou dare not voice their anger, enduring great suffering. Wang Chuan's destination on this journey was the Liu clan, as he intended to eradicate this malignant tumor, harboring murderous intent. However, his aim was not to obliterate the entire lineage, but merely to excise those among them who were culpable. If heaven does not act, then I shall take action. In his past life, he harbored a profound disdain for these corrupt officials, who were affluent yet devoid of compassion. Now, this marked Wang Chuan's inaugural proactive strike. After 2 days of swift travel, Wang Chuan arrived at the borders of Qingzhou in Guangyang County by midday. Upon entering Guangyang, the population began to swell in the outskirts. Fields sprawled in every direction. Though it was the winter season, rather frigid, one could still observe the toiling populace, clad in coarse cloth, their poverty evident, faces gaunt and weary from labor. Within the bustling marketplace of Guangyang, Wang Chuan entered a two-story inn, bustling with patrons, ordered some food and wine, and sat alone, pouring his own drinks. Did you hear? The Zhao family from the east lost their daughter last night. She was their only child. This morning, they searched everywhere to no avail and reported it to the authorities. Wang Chuan overheard the local diners whispering from across the table. How could one not be aware? Over the past 6 months, many families have had their daughters vanish without a trace overnight. And the government is utterly powerless. It's truly bizarre. Indeed, families with daughters are now on high alert, fearful of them going missing. The traffickers are merciless and omnipresent. Many have already sent their daughters away from Qingzhou to avoid disaster. Have you heard about the incident not long ago? A renowned hero from the martial world could no longer stand idly by and began investigating in secret, perhaps uncovering something significant, but he was subsequently hunted down, imprisoned and transported to Jinling. He may have already been executed. Look at the state of the world now, alas. Do not speak carelessly. Be cautious. One man immediately cautioned, changing the subject. Hurry and eat, then let's leave. Wang Chuan remained seated, making no immediate move, though his mind was already formulating plans. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he felt invigorated. He requested a guest room, asking the innkeeper to prepare some beef jerky, 5 spice beans, and liquor. Once Wang Chuan shut the door, he stored everything into his spatial pouch to carry with him. After a brief rest, he departed the inn and purchased a fine steed in Guangyang City. Exiting Guangyang, Wang Chuan made his way directly to the Cheku Canal, the Lu clan's stronghold, their ancestral land. Along the route, he inquired and gathered a wealth of information. The Lu clan's crimes were egregious, their sins numerous. The people were suffering, and they deserved punishment. The galloping steed carried him swiftly, and after half a day, around the hour of Wu, Wang Chuan arrived at Cheku City, a grand and magnificent place, the largest city in Qingzhou. From a distance, Cheku City lay like a beast resting upon the plains. The city gates adorned with red lanterns were striking, and within, thousands of lights flickered warmly like a gentle breeze. Wang Chuan rode into the city and arrived at the foremost inn, Fenglai Gu, rumored to be a property of the Lu clan. With ample funds at his disposal, he requested a prime room, one facing the street, instructing the innkeeper to refrain from disturbing his rest. After nightfall, to facilitate his plans, Wang Chuan changed into his night attire and set out. His first destination was the local government office, the Cheku Yamen. Concealing himself, he moved with the wind, traversing rooftops with agility, and within a short span, reached his destination, this hour. Most officials had returned home, and only a few were on duty. Wang Chuan sought out the county magistrate and, upon closer inspection, was pleasantly surprised to find the man still present, not having left. The magistrate was a rather portly individual with a small mustache, appearing to be in his 40s, and at that moment, he was engrossed in reading within his study. As Wang Chuan seized the opportunity, he cast a spell of enchantment, invoking the soul-capturing technique. The fellow, in a dazed state, unwittingly divulged numerous secrets. However, regarding the case of the missing women, he seemed rather uninformed. The authorities were investigating, yet the Lu family had issued a warning to refrain from delving too deeply, and indeed, it was so. Did the court not catch wind of such a significant matter? Wang Chuan inquired. What use is the court now? The Lu family holds sway, and who among the civil and military officials dares to speak? Even if there were memorials submitted, they would be intercepted by the Lu family, preventing the matter from reaching higher authorities, thus incurring the Lu family's wrath. What benefit would there be in that? The rotund county magistrate, in a stupor, revealed the harsh truth. Are you all merely going to stand by and watch, allowing them to act with impunity? How can we account for the suffering of so many common folk? Manage it. Who has the audacity? To do so would invite doom upon oneself. Does anyone not have elderly or young ones at home? There was once a young official named Li Wintao, upright and capable, who received the backing of the loyal faction within the court. At a tender age, he ascended to the position of military governor of Qingzhou. Adept in both military and civil affairs, poised to counterbalance the Lu family, he took it upon himself to investigate this case, assembling a number of capable officials. Alas, he ventured forth and never returned, his fate shrouded in mystery. Li Wintao, which Li Wintao? Wang Chuan suddenly froze, taken aback to hear the name of a friend, and hurriedly pressed for more information. Li Wintao, Chao Meng, a comrade made in Jincheng. Memories of past events flooding back vividly. Chapter 73. Interrogating secrets, preparing for action. He was a scholar, proficient in both literature and martial skills, once dispatched by the court to aid Yu Hanlin in the kingdom of Yuan. Yu Hanlin had previously served as the chief military strategist guarding Nanshan City, yet later vanished without a trace. The portly magistrate continued to mumble. "What has become of Li Wintao now?" Wang Chuan inquired with urgency. "The undersigned is unaware. Oh, you know where the abducted young women have gone?" Wang Chuan pressed on, unknown. "There are those within the Liu family who are privy to the matter and have hinted to me that the Liu family is not to be trifled with. And the case of the missing women should not be pursued too deeply. The Liu family possesses enigmatic figures. To provoke them is to invite annihilation," the magistrate stated with startling candor. Enigmatic figures? Wang Chuan pondered this term. It is said they can soar through the skies and traverse the earth, beyond description, the magistrate added. Could they be practitioners of the arcane arts? This has become rather complicated. Wang Chuan mused, furrowing his brow. "Whom should I inquire about Li Wintao and the missing women?" Wang Chuan finally asked. This would likely necessitate a visit to the Liu family south inner court. The magistrate yawned, appearing somewhat fatigued. "Is there a name?" "A Liu family scion of considerable influence," Wang Chuan specified. "Let me think." "Liu Yuan. He is the chief steward of the Liu family, a direct descendant with considerable power, privy to many inside secrets," the magistrate concluded. "How can I arrange to meet him?" "Liu Yuan has his own private residence outside the Liu estate, located at the western edge of the city, quite substantial and heavily guarded. He often frequents the Tuowei Pavilion to enjoy melodies." "Very well, rest now." Wang Chuan withdrew his magical influence, and the portly magistrate promptly collapsed to the ground, sound asleep. Wang Chuan exited the government office, standing in the night's embrace, lost in thought. The Liu family indeed has both an inner and outer court. The waters run deep. There are practitioners involved as well. Wang Chuan felt he was inching closer to the truth. Regardless of the circumstances, I must proceed. Having encountered this, retreat is not an option, he resolved with a sense of determination. Immediately, Wang Chuan rose and made his way to the Tuowei Pavilion, a renowned establishment of pleasure in the vibrant district of Cheku. The Tuowei Pavilion of Cheku City is not merely an ordinary brothel. Within its walls, the women are well versed in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, possessing both extensive knowledge and captivating beauty, all while exuding an air of sophistication and cunning. It is said that this pavilion serves as a venue for literati and dignitaries to showcase their wealth and intellect, where one must possess either substantial monetary resources or remarkable talent to gain entry. Otherwise, one is deemed unworthy. Moreover, absolute power is an essential criterion for admission. Speaking of Liu Yuan, the chief steward of the Liu family, this man is not only affluent but wields significant authority, especially within the jurisdiction of Qingzhou Prefecture, where he must not be underestimated. Although Liu Yuan is not particularly lascivious, he has a fondness for melodious tunes, making him a frequent patron of this establishment. When he is pleased, he generously bestows silver coins as rewards. Today, having just finished a myriad of tedious administrative tasks, Liu Yuan arrived at the Tuowei Pavilion, accompanied by 2 attendants, riding in a palanquin. The moment he spotted the pavilion from a distance, a smile spread across his face, and he promptly instructed the manager to welcome him. As Liu Yuan descended from the palanquin, he walked with measured steps and an air of gravitas. Standing at 7 feet tall, he was neither stout nor slender, adorned in a brocade robe, with his hair tied in a scholar's cap. His hands were fair and delicate, adorned with large gemstone rings, and his long face was clean-shaven, his eyes reflecting a profound and astute brilliance. An attendant discreetly produced a stack of silver notes from his bosom, thrusting them into the manager's hands without a glance, prompting the manager to bow and respectfully usher them inside. Wang Chuan, observing from a distance, soon noticed Liu Yuan ascend to the 3rd floor and enter a private room, with the attendants remaining outside. Before long, the enchanting melodies of a woman's voice and the sweet strains of a guzheng floated through the air. Wang Chuan discerned that Liu Yuan was drinking alone, listening to the music, seemingly lost in thought. After a moment, he rose, concealed his presence, and quietly entered the pavilion through the back door, stealthily making his way to Liu Yuan's private chamber. Seizing the opportunity while Liu Yuan remained unaware, he suddenly revealed himself, activating his soul capture technique, instantly subduing Liu Yuan. The beautiful singer, startled, was about to cry out, but Wang Chuan emanated a radiant aura. Gesturing with his hand to invoke a silencing spell, constricting her throat and preventing her voice from escaping. "Do not compel me to take lives. Continue with your performance, understand?" Wang Chuan's aura was menacing, his gaze icy, and his expression devoid of emotion. The woman gradually calmed herself, nodding slightly, and Wang Chuan subsequently released his magical grip. The woman, displaying her intelligence, resumed her singing and played the guzheng obediently. no longer exhibiting any signs of unrest, prompting Wang Chuan to redirect his attention to Lu Yuan. "Are you Lu Yuan?" Wang Chuan's eyes glimmered with a faint light as he unleashed his soul capture beam. "Yes, Lu Yuan's spirit bound," he responded in a dazed manner. "Tell me about the missing women," Wang Chuan inquired. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan exhibited a moment of struggle. Noticing this, Wang Chuan immediately intensified his magical force, casting a series of runes deep into Lu Yuan's soul to suppress him further. Lu Yuan's mind faltered once more, succumbing to the enchantment, his gaze becoming vacant and entranced. The song continued, and the guzheng chimed delicately. "Tell me about the missing women," Wang Chuan reiterated. "They were taken by the Wuliao sect," Lu Yuan mumbled in a stupor. "Wuliao sect? What kind of sect is it? What is their combat prowess?" Wang Chuan asked. Astonished to learn of this unforeseen sect, "The Wuliao sect is in contact with our young master. We are unfamiliar with them. The Lu family is currently only assisting with certain tasks as instructed by the young master." "Who is this young master?" Wang Chuan's countenance darkened, and his mood soured instantly as he sensed that the situation was spiraling out of control, far more complex than he had initially anticipated. "My young master is the seventh son of the family head, endowed with exceptional talent, and has been accepted as a disciple by the celestial sect. He is currently training in the Fire God Palace of the Heavenly Divine Sect." Lu Yuan revealed a core secret, which Wang Chuan discreetly noted. "Where is your young master at present?" "He is in the Fire God Palace, engaged in his training, while his subordinates are tasked with contacting the family. The Wuliao sect has dealings with him, and the young master typically does not take the initiative to appear." "Where is the woman taken by the Wuliao sect?" "In the vicinity of Qingzhou, within the Scorpion Serpent Valley, deep in Mongshan." "Are you acquainted with Li Wentao?" After obtaining the desired information, Wang Chuan shifted the conversation, inquiring about his friend's whereabouts. Lu Yuan fell into contemplation and after a moment, replied, "Yes, I know him. Recently, a minor governor, in a reckless pursuit of a woman named Zhang Yixiang, has been obstructing my Lu family at every turn, and we have secretly subdued him." Upon hearing the name Zhang Yixiang, Wang Chuan was momentarily taken aback, incredulous at the coincidence. "Where is Li Wentao now?" "He is confined in the Lu family's water dungeon, and I suspect he is on the verge of death," Lu Yuan said, his demeanor clouded with confusion, a cold smile emerging on his face. "Tell me about his connection with Zhang Yixiang?" Wang Chuan pressed on, feeling a mix of anger and disbelief. "Huh, why have you stopped singing?" Wang Chuan noticed the absence of music and, in a sharp tone, turned to the songstress, who was peering with curiosity, her delicate neck craned, listening intently to Upon seeing Wang Chuan's fierce expression, the songstress hastily resumed her singing. "Speak of Li Wentao and Zhang Yixiang's affair, quickly." Wang Chuan chastised Lu Yuan. "I am not very clear on the details," Lu Yuan retorted. Wang Chuan felt a surge of frustration at this response. "Where has Zhang Yixiang gone?" "That woman was taken by the Wuliao sect, and her current circumstances remain unknown." "Damn it." Wang Chuan suppressed his fury, a faint murderous intent permeating the air as the questioning drew to a close. "To kill or not to kill?" Wang Chuan hesitated. "By the way, where is the water dungeon?" It suddenly occurred to him, and he inquired urgently. "The water dungeon is located in the northern outskirts of Cheku, at Lu Family Manor, where we train the family's descendants," Lu Yuan explained, his spirit seemingly eroded, fatigue evident. Wang Chuan fell silent, swiftly knocking Lu Yuan unconscious, then turned his gaze to the songstress, his eyes glinting coldly as he contemplated how to handle the situation. "Kill?" He found himself reluctant, unable to bring himself to do it, his heart softening. The songstress, feeling the weight of his gaze, spoke nervously. "Young master, I will not divulge anything about this place." Wang Chuan remained unmoved, suddenly struck by an idea. He retrieved a piece of yellow paper from his storage pouch, his right hand forming a pointed gesture, ethereal light shimmering as he attempted to draw a tracking rune. After several attempts, he managed to succeed after 5 tries. As the final stroke was completed, the yellow paper glimmered with divine light and faded away. Wang Chuan then prepared a small bowl, burned it, mixed it with water, and handed it to the songstress. "Drink this, and as long as you obey, you may escape death," he said coldly. "Very well." Without a second thought, the songstress raised the small bowl, pouting her lips and downing its contents in one go. Wang Chuan immediately sensed a trace of his spiritual essence within her, like a flicker of light in the darkness, remarkably clear. "Very well, listen closely. The matters here are known to both you and me. Should any news leak, I shall find you, and it would be futile for you to hide," Wang Chuan cautioned. The young woman understood and vowed to remain silent. The singer, greatly frightened, hastily replied, All right, now I inquire of you. Does this person frequently commit evil deeds? Wang Chuan gestured towards the unconscious Lu Yuan, his gaze icy and filled with murderous intent. I do not know. The young woman shook her head. Speak the truth, or do not blame me for resorting to violence. Wang Chuan's handsome brows furrowed, feigning the intent to strike. No, I shall speak. Lu Yuan is akin to the chief steward of the inner court, commanding a band of Lu family's henchmen who are notorious for their abductions and assassinations, treacherous beyond measure. Do not be deceived by his facade. The singer divulged a few truths in a rush. Upon hearing this, Wang Chuan narrowed his eyes, his brows arching sharply, and with a decisive motion, he unleashed a brilliant energy blade that severed Lu Yuan's throat, blood gushing forth, leading to his demise. Chapter 74. Rescuing from Lu Family Manor. Kill, kill, kill. Remember your words. Wang Chuan turned and, with a palm strike, rendered the startled singer unconscious before vanishing from sight. The urgency of the rescue compelled Wang Chuan to forego returning to the inn, making his way directly to the northern outskirts of Cheku, where the Lu family manor sprawled over a vast expanse of fertile land, featuring lotus ponds, forests, and fields, the terrain remarkably advantageous and densely populated with residences. Wang Chuan soon arrived at his destination, maneuvering around the manor's watchtower, extending his spiritual awareness to search within several dozen paces, and ultimately discovered a dungeon in the northwest corner of the estate. Exercising caution, he refrained from entering immediately, instead circling the dungeon and noting several iron windows aside from the entrance leading inside. Stealthily, he utilized his hands to gauge the iron bars, infusing them with spiritual energy, feeling confident they could be bent. This knowledge granted him peace of mind, as he would not fear being trapped inside, and in an emergency, he could escape through the broken window as a contingency. Once again concealing his form, Wang Chuan evaded the guards and entered through the entrance. A pungent odor and dampness assaulted his senses. He held his breath, realizing the dungeon was exceedingly moist and cold. The deeper he ventured, the more frigid the air became, particularly in the winter season, a place where ordinary individuals would hardly endure. Once inside, survival was unlikely, with a grim fate awaiting anyone who entered. Wang Chuan continued his inspection through several water cells, observing the dim and damp conditions, where a few other prisoners languished, barely clinging to life, having been subjected to severe torment. Ultimately, in the innermost cell, he discovered the barely alive Li Wentao, suspended by his hands, his face devoid of color, skin pale, lips dark and shriveled, hair in disarray, garments tattered, and his lower body submerged in filthy water, his breathing faint. Covered in wounds and bloodstains, clearly having suffered greatly. There were no jailers present. Wang Chuan softly called, Wentao, Wentao. Li Wentao was not yet dead. Hearing a familiar voice, he struggled to lift his head, slowly opening his weary eyes to find a handsome young man standing before him, gazing at him with concern. Brother Wang? Impossible, am I to die? Alas, the heavens do not favor me, I am unwilling. Li Wentao weakly shook his head, dazed and murmuring, unable to discern whether it was an illusion or reality, believing himself to be on the brink of death. Wentao, it is I, Wang Chuan, here to rescue you. Wang Chuan resolutely ascended to sever the ropes, supporting the dying Li Wentao, in his weakened state. Li Wentao felt as if he were being lowered by an unseen force, and once again, familiar calls reached his ears. With renewed spirit, he gazed upon a well-known figure. It was indeed Brother Wang. How delightful, oh no, you must flee at once, do not become ensnared here. It is not worth it. Li Wentao felt a bittersweet mix of joy and sorrow. Upon hearing this, a surge of warmth filled Wang Chuan's heart, a pang of emotion stirring within him as he tenderly reassured, Wentao, hold on. I will take you out of here, do not fret. Indeed, I shall dispel the cold for you. Wang Chuan channeled his profound energy, the flow of spiritual essence surging forth, enveloping Li Wentao in a wave of warmth. It felt as though he were submerged in warm water, the pain and chill dissipating instantly, his vitality rejuvenating considerably. Brother Wang, be cautious. There are many formidable foes here. Li Wentao fully regained consciousness and hastily warned. No worries, Wentao, I will charge through with you. Hold on tight. Wang Chuan replied with a smile. With Li Wentao secured on his back, Wang Chuan activated his profound energy and advanced to the entrance. Upon witnessing the woeful state of his brother, a fierce desire for vengeance welled up within him. He unleashed 2 blades of ethereal light, swiftly decapitating the guards at the doorway. Blood gushed forth as headless corpses collapsed to the ground. Subsequently, carrying Li Wentao, He summoned a Tai Chi barrier and sped away, his luminous energy flowing like a beacon in the night, drawing the attention of many within Liu family village. Seize him. There's a prison break. Instantly, alarms blared, and a throng of people surged. Be careful. He is a cultivator. Someone with extensive knowledge shouted. Within Liu family village, those who attempted to obstruct him, armed with weapons, were met with Wang Chuan's ruthless ethereal blades, severing heads and spilling blood without mercy, rousing the ire of many as masters from Liu family village emerged en masse. Who dares to intrude upon Liu family village and slay our kin? Surrender your life. A figure of remarkable prowess soared into the sky, followed by a dark silhouette rushing towards him with a thunderous roar. Stop him! From a distance, blinding flashes of blades approached, as more and more people were roused. Suddenly, Wang Chuan's instincts warned him, compelling him to accelerate. He swiftly veered aside, narrowly evading a volley of silver steel darts that embedded themselves into the ground where he once stood. Brother Wang, release me. Do not risk your life for mine. Li Wentao, sensing the peril, cried out in despair. It is fine. Hold on tight and endure. Wang Chuan calmly replied, retrieving a length of rope from his storage pouch to securely bind Li Wentao to his back. Ahead, the main entrance of Liu family village was blocked by a dozen adversaries, armed with swords, bows, and crossbows, poised against Wang Chuan. Faced with such a scene, he resolved to fight to the last. Blood surged within him as he let out a fierce roar. His battle spirit ignited. The golden seal flew forth, enveloped in radiant light, while simultaneously, he executed the demon-slaying technique, summoning a dazzling array of spiritual blades that spiraled around him, his power surging. Like a war god, he approached within mere yards, bellowing, "Kill!" with a thought. He unleashed a barrage of spiritual blades, intertwining and plunging into the crowd, resulting in a horrific scene of carnage, as screams echoed and obstacles were cleaved asunder. You mere mortals are no match for me. Cherish your lives and retreat. Wang Chuan thundered, unwilling to unleash unnecessary slaughter. You insignificant cultivators, slaughtering my kin, do not speak so arrogantly. Do you think Liu family village is easy to breach? A master from behind countered, pursuing him. Witness the capabilities of our young lord of Liu family. An elderly man with a long beard, exuding an ethereal aura, produced a talisman radiating a crimson glow. He bit his index finger, anointing it with his own blood. Arise, through my bloodline, he intoned as he cast his spell. The talisman's red light blazed forth, flames rising in a magnificent display. Go, he uttered softly. The talisman, propelled from his hand, surged forth in a torrent of fiery wrath, hurtling towards Wang Chuan. Recognizing the imminent danger, Wang Chuan swiftly evaded its trajectory, activating his wind mastery technique, enveloping himself in an agile essence that allowed him to dodge nimbly. The blazing talisman struck the ground, erupting in a searing brilliance, leaving behind a charred patch that smoldered ominously. The old man, having faltered, retrieved another talisman, preparing to cast once more. Startled, Wang Chuan resolved to hold nothing back. Attack! He commanded. A flash of spiritual light enveloped him as a golden seal, shimmering with celestial radiance, shot forth towards the elder with no defenses in place. The golden seal breached his protective aura, crashing into him with a resounding clang, reminiscent of metal clashing. The elder coughed violently, blood spewing forth, his spell momentarily interrupted. He possesses a heart-guarding mirror. Wang Chuan comprehended the situation instantly. In the span of a heartbeat, Wang Chuan seized victory with a singular strike, his gaze shifting, unwilling to linger in battle, and he retreated swiftly. Old man! Someone nearby shouted, rushing to offer assistance. You little thief, prepare to meet your end. Another, filled with rage, charged recklessly forward. Wang Chuan smirked, realizing the lines of enmity had been drawn, and he would not relent. With a mere thought, the golden seal, streaking like a radiant comet, sped towards the approaching assailants. Ultimately, they were mere mortals, incapable of withstanding the might of a cultivator's prowess. The golden seal struck each one in turn, producing a series of muffled thuds as they fell, overwhelmed by the immense force contained within. They collapsed to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths. Wang Chuan had deliberately held back, unwilling to unleash unwarranted carnage. Had he not, they would likely have perished instantly. A group of ignorant commoners, possessing celestial treasures yet lacking true understanding, were of little consequence. Wang Chuan scoffed, carrying the astonished Li Wentao on his back, as he departed swiftly on the winds, now unimpeded. As time passed, it was now the hour of the pig. The citizens of Checa City had long since returned to their homes. and Wang Chuan stealthily brought Li Wentao back to the guest room of Fenglai Pavilion. Li Wentao lay on the couch, gravely injured. Wang Chuan tended to him, wiping his body and feeding him some nourishing broth, and his complexion improved significantly. Wang Chuan, I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace, Li Wentao expressed, his spirits lifted, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes, though his voice was weak and no need for such formality. We are brothers, after all, Wang Chuan reassured him, seated nearby. Indeed, such a great favor should not go unacknowledged. Brother Wang, should you ever require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to speak. I shall not shy away from any challenge. Regardless of how formidable, Li Wentao vowed earnestly. Haha, there is no need for such words, Wentao. Your brother understands, Wang Chuan replied gently. After a moment of silence, Li Wentao could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, Brother Wang, are you truly the legendary cultivator? Did you not just witness it with your own eyes? Why ask? Wang Chuan replied nonchalantly with a smile. Indeed, I have seen it firsthand. It is truly extraordinary, Li Wentao murmured to himself. What do you intend to do moving forward? Continue your role as an official, perhaps as a governor? Wang Chuan asked. You know of my situation? By chance, how else would I know you were confined there? I am uncertain of my future. The court is rife with corruption, and virtuous officials meet untimely ends, facing nothing but calamity. Li Wentao lamented softly. In that case, let's set it aside for now. I shall inquire further later. Do you know Zhang Yixiang? Wang Chuan gazed at him and asked, Yixiang, in an instant. Li Wentao's weary eyes softened with tenderness. Oh? You know Yixiang as well? After a brief lapse of composure, Li Wentao suddenly realized something was amiss and asked, bewildered. Indeed, it seems like mere coincidence. Wang Chuan briefly recounted his past, emphasizing that his acquaintance with Zhang Yixiang was merely that of a chance encounter, a moment of gallant assistance in the face of injustice. I see. So Yixiang is a good girl. I have feelings for her. Li Wentao felt a sense of calm wash over him as he spoke his heart's truth, sincerely. Alas, I am too inept. Despite my utmost efforts, I could not save her, and instead fell victim to treachery, leaving her fate unknown. Tears streamed down Li Wentao's face, his sorrow profound. One must see the living and the dead. Since I have encountered this matter, I cannot remain idle. Wang Chuan's gaze flickered as he spoke with gravity. You still intend to go? Li Wentao asked in astonishment. Yes.It is imperative. Do you know where she is? Wang Chuan affirmed, turning to Wentao with inquiry. As far as I know, she is among the fabled Wuliao sect, and there are cases of missing women linked to the Liu family. The situation is complex, and one must not lose their life. Li Wentao cautioned. It matters not. Now I ask you, do you possess any reliable intelligence? Wang Chuan inquired. Indeed, of course, I initially believed this matter to involve high stakes, leaving me with no hope for this lifetime. But now with you, I see a glimmer of hope. Li Wentao's eyes shone with anticipation as he affirmed, Speak. Wang Chuan nodded. Chapter 75. The Land of Qingqiu. After Yixiang's disappearance, I delved into various documents and sources, visiting the folk and conducting inquiries, deducing that the Wuliao sect's stronghold ought to be nestled within the rugged mountains of Bashu, a place seldom trodden by human feet, located to the southeast of Guangzhou Prefecture. The recent disappearances of women within the borders of Qingzhou should be attributed to a handful of Wuliao sect's minions. These fiends must have colluded with the Liu family to secretly abduct Qingzhou women, likely for the purpose of practicing malevolent sorcery, while the Liu family procured the treasures they desired from the Wuliao sect, both parties fulfilling their needs, Li Wentao explained in detail. Where are these women being held temporarily? Wang Chuan then inquired. Qingqiu. Li Wentao uttered two words, a name unfamiliar. Qingqiu. Where's that? Wang Chuan felt the name was oddly peculiar. The region of Guangzhou is situated in the southeast, abundant with mountains and deep valleys. Thus many legends abound. Huli, Huangshu, Sihui, Shi, and Shuzi. The five great demon gods, representing the fox, weasel, hedgehog, snake, and Rat. In the past, the five great immortals of the shaman sect flourished, but as the shaman sect weakened over time, retreating from the Li Tang dynasty to the Yuan Tu country, the Wuliao sect seized the opportunity to occupy the central plains. Over time, they became the subject of folklore among the common people, with the fox spirit or fox demon being most prominently featured. I have explored various locales in Guangzhou, yet I have never ventured to Qingqiu, as it is too remote, nestled within the depths of dragon and serpent-haunted mountains and marshes, inaccessible to mortals with so many women. It would not be easy to conceal them, making Qingqiu the most suspicious place. At the very least, one could glean significant clues from there. Li Wentao articulated his deductions. Given these circumstances, it appears a visit to Guangzhou is in order. Wang Chuan mused thoughtfully. Li Wentao expressed some concern. Wang brother, Guangzhou is a wild land, rife with strange creatures. Exercise caution. Understood, Wentao. Do take a good rest and avoid the public by the way. Do you have any suitable places in mind? This place is crowded and inconvenient for recovery, Wang Chuan said thoughtfully to Li Wentao. I have a friend in the outskirts of Guangyang County. I believe we should go there, as it is secluded and ideal for recuperation. Li Wentao replied after a moment's contemplation. Very well, we shall set off tonight. Wang Chuan nodded in agreement. Without delay, Wang Chuan made arrangements for Li Wentao and swiftly procured a carriage from the inn. The carriage was enclosed, perfectly suited for reclining. Wang Chuan took the reins and they departed from Checa County, distancing themselves from the Lu family's center of power on the following day, as the dawn broke with a soft light. Around the hour of the hare, they arrived in Guangyang County. Li Wentao located his friend's residence, evading all prying eyes, and quietly settled in, everything proceeding smoothly. Subsequently, Wang Chuan generously provided a substantial sum of money to his friend for care and support, after which he disguised himself and prepared to leave. However, just before his departure, Wang Chuan unexpectedly noticed that the backyard of the residence was overrun with numerous gourd vines, remarkably akin to the sponge gourds of his previous world. A wave of nostalgia washed over him, and he smiled knowingly. He then offered the host a sum of silver, clarifying his intent to acquire these gourd vines. The host accepted the silver and permitted him to harvest as he wished. Wang Chuan promptly rolled up his sleeves and set to work, diligently collecting all the vines, cutting them into segments of approximately 3 inches in length, and storing them carefully. The host, although curious, refrained from asking too many questions. Once Wang Chuan had secured all the vine segments, he took his leave. Despite his preoccupation with the gourd vines, Wang Chuan did not venture far after departing. Instead, he found a nearby inn in Guangyang County and requested a guest room. Once again, he retrieved all the vine segments, which filled a large bundle. Elated, he estimated there to be 200 to 300 pieces, varying in thickness but uniform in length. After extracting them, he channeled his spiritual essence, igniting true fire to dry all the vine segments, and then neatly repacked them, leaving one to hold between his lips. He lit the end with true fire and took a deep inhalation, appearing utterly delighted, before exhaling a plume of thick smoke. Not bad, indeed. It possessed a subtle fragrance that was refreshing and invigorating. Wang Chuan smiled, thoroughly satisfied. Meanwhile, at the same time in Checa City, a great commotion ensued. The Lu family had dispatched a large number of skilled members from their clan, accompanied by local officials, scouring every household. The populace was thrown into a state of panic, uncertain of what was being sought, until the afternoon, when sudden insider information emerged. Lu Yuan, the chief steward of the Lu family, had been murdered, and the Lu stronghold had been attacked the previous night, resulting in numerous casualties, including direct descendants. The clan patriarch was gravely injured and remained in a coma. The news quickly spread, causing a stir among both the court and the common folk, with rampant speculation regarding the Lu family's entanglement with formidable figures and the potential turning point in their fortunes, suggesting a decline in their power. Various factions within the Li Tang kingdom were in turmoil beneath the surface. It was not until the third day that the Lu family finally stepped forward to clarify the situation, presenting a portrait of a young man dressed in black, strikingly handsome and possessing an extraordinary presence. This image was plastered across streets and alleys, calling for the apprehension of the individual. However, contrary to their intentions, many young talents were wrongfully accused and detained, only to be released later. 3 days later, public outrage ensued, and the matter ultimately fizzled out without resolution. On this day at the Lu stronghold, in the ancestral hall, one individual suggested, "Let us invite the young master to come forth." Another countered, "This person is beyond our capabilities. Should he return, we would be in grave trouble." Another individual echoed in agreement. The young master, in his last correspondence, clearly stated that he was in a critical period of cultivation, diligently practicing a peculiar art, and requested not to be disturbed. Someone revealed the truth of the matter. "What shall we do now? The old patriarch's life and death remain uncertain, and our Lu family has suffered grievously." There were expressions of outrage. "For now, we must proceed thus. The family should exercise restraint. Both the court and the common folk must temper their actions." That night, the practitioners did not pursue a complete extermination, concluded another elder. "It is truly infuriating," muttered a burly man with a grim countenance. "This matter must be expedited. It is of utmost importance to the young master, yet we must tread carefully. Now, disperse. I shall go and see the great patriarch." The elder spoke again. "Wait. Upon investigation, it has come to light that this young practitioner aims to rescue the minor governor of Li Wentao, and is covertly probing into this individual. This venerable clan elder, esteemed for his wisdom, left a message. Indeed, the earlier burly man's gaze flickered momentarily, and he spoke in a deep tone, as for the principal culprit, Wang Chuan. At this moment he is traversing Qingzhou and has arrived at the southeastern region of Guangzhou. Guangzhou is the southernmost prefecture of the Litang, beyond which lies a range of mountains, and at the southern foot of Zhengzhou, there exist several small nations and tribes, rather primitive in nature. In the village of Laoshankou, Wang Chuan, having traversed mountains and ridges, arrived early at a remote hamlet at the southernmost tip of Guangzhou. The place was rather primitive, characterized by a few dilapidated wooden houses, simply maintained. The villagers subsisted by foraging for medicinal herbs and hunting, leading a life of considerable simplicity. Within the village stood a relatively grand tavern, its walls of yellow clay and earthen structure. Upon entering, Wang Chuan took a seat, ordered some drinks, and rested while inquiring for information. Noticing the young attendant approaching, Wang Chuan politely asked, "Good sir, could you enlighten me on the way to Qingqiu?" "Qingqiu? That is a place no traveler should venture to." The innkeeper's expression changed upon hearing this. "Oh? And why is that?" Wang Chuan's eyes flickered with curiosity. Every year, many unfamiliar patrons inquire about the location of Qingqiu, yet none who find it ever return. The attendant replied, "Fear not. I merely intend to visit for leisure. I have heard tales of its peach blossoms carpeting the mountains, a picturesque landscape, and the presence of immortals," Wang Chuan remarked with an air of longing. Seeing Wang Chuan's infatuated demeanor, the innkeeper was both amused and exasperated. "Dear guest, while the scenery is indeed said to be splendid, there is another legend. In the land of Qingqiu, there are foxes, nine-tailed. It is said to be a realm of demons and possibly a place of great peril. Thus it is best avoided," the attendant cautioned earnestly. Wang Chuan, upon hearing this, chuckled softly and insisted, "Good sir, I am simply inquiring. Have you heard of it? Where might it be located?" Unable to resist Wang Chuan's persistence, the attendant reluctantly pointed in a direction and said, "It is said to be southwest of Laoshankou, a 3-day journey hence, where you may find a valley filled with peach trees, lush bamboo groves, and lakes as green as jade, truly a sight to behold. In short, when you see the peach blossoms, you shall know you have arrived." "Thank you, kind sir." Wang Chuan left a silver ingot behind and turned to depart. The attendant, witnessing Wang Chuan's demeanor, could only shake his head in resignation. As Wang Chuan exited Laoshankou, he followed the indicated path, his meridians flowing with spiritual energy, a light and ethereal aura radiating from him. As faint blue and purple runes scattered about, he exerted himself to the fullest. Subsequently, he leaped into the air, soaring to the treetops, where he deftly utilized the branches at the summit, gliding effortlessly like a bird in flight. After approximately a day's journey, Wang Chuan traversed rooftops and floated through the air, arriving at a steep rocky cliff, where a narrow path flanked by towering walls left a slender gap in the distance. Resembling a sliver of sky as he hastened through this passage, the oppressive scenery suddenly transformed. He beheld a vibrant scene of willows and blossoms, revealing a picturesque village. Beside the path stood a tall, azure stone, inscribed with the words Qingqiu, its ancient and weathered script exuding an aura of enchantment. Gazing ahead, he observed peach trees flourishing in the valley, their blossoms resplendent. A crystal-clear stream meandered through the valley, flanked by drooping green willows, while in the distance, clusters of emerald bamboo formed a harmonious landscape. The sky was adorned with clouds that floated like wisps of cotton, painting a scene that was both poetic and picturesque. Within the valley, Wang Chuan discerned several bamboo dwellings, indicating the presence of inhabitants. Could this truly be a den of treachery and malevolence? It seemed unlikely. Standing at the valley's edge, he pondered whether he had misjudged his investigative direction. Confusion enveloped him, rendering him hesitant to draw conclusions. Chapter 76. The initial encounter with the Qingqiu Fox clan, the ghostly cavern. However, upon further reflection, he considered that when Tao was merely a mortal, to assert that there was something amiss based solely on conjecture seemed rather presumptuous, especially since he was not fully aware of the other party's circumstances or capabilities. His impulsive arrival here felt somewhat reckless. The scenery was undeniably exquisite, yet Wang Chuan dared not let his guard down. Perhaps beneath this enchanting vista lay perilous dangers. As he strolled along the mountain path, he channeled his spiritual energy, remaining vigilant against unforeseen threats, all the while maintaining an outward demeanor of calm, akin to a scholar leisurely enjoying flowers and landscapes. After crossing a small wooden bridge, he arrived at the heart of the valley and paused, for he spotted an elderly man approaching slowly with a cane. Wang Chuan narrowed his gaze, sensing an unusual aura emanating from the old man, which felt distinctly out of place. Something was amiss. This presence was unlike that of a human. Wang Chuan's perception expanded recklessly, and he was suddenly struck with realization. This was a being of another kind. Regardless of the consequences, he immediately unleashed his spiritual energy, his form radiating with shimmering light, as profound runes emerged and vanished, embodying the interplay of yin and yang, forming a protective veil of taiji. The interplay of black and white light pulsed in cycles, shimmering and flowing, as a golden seal appeared in response, golden rays cascading downwards, while shooting stars vanished into the void, the golden seal swirling and dancing in the air. "Old sir, please halt," Wang Chuan called coldly, his hands forming intricate gestures, the light of his seals flickering, his eyes blazing with intensity as if facing a formidable foe. "May I inquire what sect you belong to, young friend, traveling such a great distance to enter our Qingqiu? What brings you here?" The elder stood 10 paces away, though aged and with a beard as white as snow. His frail appearance belied the sharp glint in his eyes. Upon witnessing Wang Chuan's imposing stance, he remained unperturbed and inquired leisurely. Wang Chuan maintained his composure, surveying his surroundings for any other anomalies. Feeling somewhat surprised that only one individual had emerged, he responded, "To be frank, I am here in search of a person, a young woman, a human of blossoming age, named Zhang Yixiang. It has come to my attention that she has been abducted by your kind. Oh, young friend, you mentioned verification. Do you possess any evidence to present?" The elder's eyes sparkled with an unusual light as he inquired. "At this juncture, I prefer to dispense with further pleasantries and speak candidly. Are you not disciples of the witch and demon cult? The Lich cult and the Lu family of the Li Tang nation have wrought havoc upon the world, abducting young women from the populace to practice their nefarious arts. Their sins are egregious, intolerable by the heavens, and I find myself compelled to enact divine justice," Wang Chuan declared coldly. "Why, young friend, you must be mistaken. The Lich cult is one entity, while Qingqiu is another. Our waters do not intertwine. Though we may be extraordinary beings, not all of us are malevolent demons. You have come to the wrong door. I must kindly ask you to leave." The old man's words were a direct dismissal, his tone frigid. "Don't think I would depart so easily is a folly. The earthly court has traced this place and deduced that you harbor secrets, which is no mere rumor. Do you believe you can simply brush me aside with a few words?"